got you chasing the dream. Push it farther, better than you ever seen. Pedal to the metal, we going far. Foot on the gas, just getting started. Let's get it started. Pave the way, roads uncharted. No problem, we ain't solving. 1, 2, 3, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Come play with the big boys. Ain't no rest, we make noise. Love it when you see it so good that you can't avoid. Pedal to the metal, we going far. Going far. Foot on the gas, just getting started. Let's get it started. Pave the way, roads uncharted. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Are you ready? Here we go. Started. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Yeah. Let's get it. Let's get it started.
my moment. You better bet that I'm on it. Ready and set, I'ma own it. Blast it to 10, then keep going. There ain't no coasting, I never settle, don't play. Putting the kettle to flame. I go 100 all day. Foot on the pedal, no brakes. 10, 9, paid all my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's about time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time, I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine. Brighter than all of the lights, cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind, beating the buzzer like this is my time. This is my time. This is my shot clock goes tick-tock. Haters wish that I slip. No, I don't miss. MJ all hits. Watch me pop off, I'm the king now. Moonwalk to the ring now. Keep on wondering how. Let that choir sing now. 10, 9, paid all my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's about time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time, I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine. Brighter than all of the lights, cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind, beating the buzzer like this is my time. This is my time. This is my time.
gas, just getting started. Let's get it started. Pave the way, roads uncharted. No problem, we ain't solving. 1, 2, 3. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Come play with the big boys. Ain't no rest, we make noise. Love it when you see it so good that you can't avoid. Pedal to the metal, we going far. Going far. Foot on the gas, just getting started. Let's get it started. Pave the way, roads uncharted. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Are you ready? Here we go. Started. Let's get it. Let's get it. Started. Let's get it. Yeah. Let's get it. Let's get it started.
See what you've done. I don't know who you are. I don't know where you are. But you may want to start changing your ways. Or changing your name. Bye.
Hello and welcome to the HCS off-season tournament. It's number 4, right? We're at number 4 already. We got 64 teams, double elimination, best of 3s, and also a $1,000 prize. I am Aliek, and this is Toolez, your host for today. What's up, Toolez?
Oh, you know, just ready for a fantastic morning. I gotta say, first things first, before we go into anything else, HCS, I want you to start caring about the West Coast people. I can't keep waking up at 7, 8 in the morning to get ready for these shows. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like we are being attacked because we live on the West Coast, and that's just what I want to get off my chest.
Okay, good. I feel that. I need to go get my breakfast soon after this. I agree with you. Can we start the tournaments a little later?
Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little
bit. We have a pretty exciting tournament up ahead. We got some fun games. Coming up, we have some teams that have returned to the HCS off-season today. We have Solitude with a little bit of roster change there.
Yeah, Solitude going to be a last-second change, right? So it was the Triplets and Boo Boo Doo Boo that were signed up on Tuesday, but this morning suddenly things changed, and well, let me just say it's a little bit for the better, right? We're gonna have Frosty and Renegade joining the crew over there with Suppressant Avenue, I believe. So that's gonna be the Solitude roster. Really looking forward to seeing how these guys play today.
And we also have two of the teams that one of the teams that won the first 2 off seasons, right? We have Incognito coming back and signing up.
Oh yeah, Incognito, right? This is going to be the roster that I think everyone's kind of looking at to see how they can compete against some of the better teams here, right? Ryan Dube going and forming his own roster after getting dropped from Shopify Rebellion. It's going to be Carmea, who went by God Hand for a little bit, but now is back to Descendant, right? And then Huss Precision. This is a team that I really have some good expectations for coming into this season.
You guys got it. God Hand is Carmea. Wait, no. I think it's Descendant. Descendant
is God Hand. God Hand is Carmea.
This is never going to end. No. This is never going to end for him. Which one is it again?
It's Descendant, right? Descendant.
It's Descendant.
But it could change at any moment, right? It's just how he feels on the day.
It could be something else. Yep, it could be something else. Speaking of other teams, we have from the EU, we got Ssgt signing back again.
Right, this is the team that everyone's like, oh, is this actually a roster? I think a lot of people thought this was a pickup team at first, but suddenly we saw a free agent tweet by Jimbo saying like, hey, we have this 3, Glory notably not there. That used to be the Navi squad. They're looking for an organization, and while Glory playing with 3/4 of the Quadrant boys, which leads to the question, where's Legend, right? What is he doing? But this could be the new Quadrant roster. We're not 100% confirmed on that, though it is interesting to see right now, and Glory getting a huge opportunity if that's so, because this will be the best team in Europe at the moment.
Yeah, they're sticking together, so we'll see for year 3. Also, I wanted to talk about business really quick. We have Tarlik, Druk, Swish, and Septify. I'm not sure if we had seen them on the previous tournaments.
No, it's like this is sort of like all of the free agents that are whirling around, right? We don't really know what's happening with Gamers First and what happened with Swish, right? We do know that there are changes to be happening because Precision's going and teaming over with Ryan Noob. Talik notably left out in that free agent pool, not going to Optic, not on that Native Red since Soul Snipe left. Who knows where he's going to end up? And then you add Septify and Druck, two great players. Druck obviously having his visas issues. We don't know if he's competing in season 3 yet. If he can, he will. But whenever he has a chance to play in a tournament, it's always a pleasure to watch. 120 FOV, fast gameplay. Expect to see a lot from him this today.
And speaking of new rosters, I mean, who doesn't know about the new team that signed up? Hopefully, we're gonna be able to watch them right now because I believe we're still waiting for one player. APG. Can you tell me about Native?
Oh, Native Gaming, right? This got announced. I think everyone in the world was like, okay, what is going to happen with this roster? So Native Gaming, they get announced after APG is dropped from Optic Gaming. We talked to actually Mikwin and Collect this weekend, and we're like, hey guys, what's going on? What happened with this roster? And they said APG just suddenly sent them a message, and Mikwin said it's an APG-ism. He just said, hey, we got to talk. That's all he said, right? Sent the text message. They go, okay, let's make the team. They need to figure out who the fourth was going to be. They pick up Neptune, and now this is a roster that's 3/4 of that old Renegades roster from Halo 5, but look to be a team that is going to compete for championships this season, right? They have that expectation going into them this weekend. The only thing Mikwin said was be patient with us, right? Don't expect results right away. We have to spend time together, hammer down all these issues, and once we have that down, then expect to see that explosiveness towards the end of the season.
I loved how we got to see also how they felt like more secure, right? Like they were excited for their new team and to see Neptune after coming back from COD days.
Yeah, oh my, Neptune, right? Like a phenom. Not a lot of people that watch right now in Halo Infinite really knew what he was up to back in the day, but he came in very late into that Halo 5 season. You know, Halo 5 ran for 3 seasons of HCS. He came in right at the start of 2018. I believe he had one tournament in 2017 where he teamed with Kratos and Straight Sick, then made that transition fully into a full-time pro, got picked up by Lunchbox, Ace, and oh man, who was the fourth on that roster? Either way, Lunchbox and Ace took a chance on him. I was APG. Why am I forgetting that? Lunchbox, Ace, APG, they go to Orlando, and Neptune just completely stands out, right? A 1.7 KD at the event, top 5 was changing. Everyone was turning their head to look at this kid, and while he quickly got more and more opportunities, Mikwin and Penguin go join the fold, and they got top 3 for the rest of Halo 5. It's just really a what-if situation with this team, Aliak, because what would have happened if they had one more year together, right? Halo 5 ends right there. They're getting those top 3 finishes just on the cusp of getting first place, and they were never able to get there. It really was a shame that we didn't get to see him finish out Halo 5.
I think it's really cool that we get to see his story now here in Halo Infinite. I mean, we're all excited to see new players coming up, and for those of you like me who are starting to learn the scene, I didn't get to see a lot of Halo 5, so I'm learning it all myself. I'm sure a lot of people in chat are also learning. So I love seeing coming up, you know, up and coming stars, and I think it's cool to see the story from Neptune. It's an exciting player. It's a really young player, and who knows what kind of star he could be in year 3. He's just getting started.
Right, he's just getting started, and if we saw, right, any of his Call of Duty career, once Halo 5 ended, he needed a home to go to. He turns 18 around 2020, I believe, which is right when that Call of Duty season starts, and Halo was shining in this weird vogue. He teamed with Tox for a little bit, right? I think that was potentially a roster in the making, but he decides to fully transition to Call of Duty, and while he gets opportunities early on in Call of Duty, he teams with Florida Mutineers. I believe Ogre 2 was the GM at the time, really had his eye out on Neptune, gave him a shot, and I think he was an absolute star in Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. Got huge opportunities, played really well for Florida, and then had all that expectations going into his New York Subliners roster in the following game, but it just never really clicked. And from there, it kind of seemed like a spiral down where he got into Challengers. Challengers just wasn't working for him. I think Call of Duty's been having a lot of issues with their amateur scene right now. He decides, okay, this is my chance to go back to Halo. It has that open ecosystem where if I'm good enough, I can make it. There's no politics in the game. He decides to come over, and well, now we get to see him right back where he left off in Halo 5 with his teammates APG and Mikwin this time. And now you add Collect, one of the best up and coming players. This has the recipe of being a very scary roster coming into the next year.
How do you think Collect is going to shine in this team? I mean, he has APG now as support.
Oh yeah, APG, right? Talk about adding a player that just fills in the right position for him. APG is one of those players that, although it's not flashy when he plays, he helps the players around him succeed, right? And those are the intangibles that are so hard to demonstrate on the screen, but when you're playing with him, you know it's happening. That's why whenever you talk to anyone that's ever teamed with APG, it's always high praise. They say he's the best teammate they've ever had. You can't go wrong by picking him up. Optic, I think they just felt like they needed a change in scenery. They thought that FaZe was maybe getting a step too far. They try to pick up a little bit more slaying power in a similar position that APG plays with Penguin. We'll have to see if that works out. But historically, whenever APG gets dropped from a team, he bounces back just as strong the following tournaments.
What do you think makes APG? Because I feel like a lot of people say they don't understand APG's play style, but at a high level, everybody does. Everybody at high level. Could you give people an insight on what that level of play is?
APG is one of those players where whenever you think of sports, people always talk about wasted movement, right? It's like you can't spend too long getting to your spot, and that's what APG is very efficient at, is being at the right spot, right time to help teammates. He's a fantastic middle player who puts down damages and lets his younger players, the more star heavy, explosive players, be able to pop off. It's something that the average Halo player is not going to see. They're going to look at the stat screen at the end of the day and say, hey, this is what's happening. He's having bad stats, but teammates always know what's up. And look at that, Asleep PG has shown up. Aliak, here we go. Looks like all four are here finally.
He's awake PG now, not asleep PG. He's awake now. He's ready. The team is there. We're gonna go into the first game. What's gonna be King of the Hill Live Fire. And we're going up against another team called Locked In, right? We got Locked In versus Native Gaming. Live Fire, King of the Hill. The teams are getting ready. I don't even know what to expect here. We've never seen Native Gaming. I haven't seen this almost Halo 5 team at all. So what do you expect here?
My expectations is that we're going to see Neptune pop off, have his opportunity here today. Sniper rifles on all three of these maps, though I don't think we're going to map number 3. I'm excited to see what the young kid can do.
Agreed, and I would love to get a chance to say, for the casters to say their hellos. So let's throw it to them.
All right, here we go. First look at Native Gaming. Eli, a top 4 team in Halo 5, and that was without the likes of Collect. So excited to see this roster today. Hello, everyone. My name is Mikowski, joined alongside my duo and legend, Eli the Ninja. Eli, how are we feeling about this roster? You had to have some thoughts when you first saw the roster announced on Twitter.
Man, I've been excited about this team ever since they were announced. You've got Mikwin, who's it's crazy to think of him as like the old guard now, because I still remember when he was coming up, but he's got so much leadership ability, and for him to be on this roster with this group, I feel like he's the exact person they need to kind of keep them in check. He knows exactly how to get the most out of practice, and then just in the game itself, the guy can still slay out, but he's also an IGL. He's going to call the shots, and I think you kind of need a leader figure like that on a newly formed team that's going to kind of keep you guys organized, recognize what things you're struggling with and need to work on. But I mean, all these guys are super smart, incredibly talented, and man, when you add Collect to this group of the former, like the 3 parts of their Halo 5 team, it's just absolutely insane what this roster could be capable of.
Hopping on board with the aforementioned APG, showing up a little fashionably late to the tournament, but we know he's ready to play. Hopping on board now with Neptune, the Call of Duty player returning to Halo. Love to see that. But he goes down. Pretty impressive here from Locked In. They're giving Native Gaming a pretty tough fight at the start of this game. APG with control of the B side for now. Not in the hill just yet. But again, got to give props to Locked In for getting that 25% mark. If they can break through here, they might just tie it. But no, APG has second thoughts. Does he have a second snipe in him as well? No, but he does land the double. APG locking down the back of green.
Love to see that. And yeah, I mean, opening looked okay for Locked In, but I believe this is actually the first time that this team has even played together. I've been kind of spying on them a little bit, looked at their file share to see if any scrims were taking place. I haven't seen them even going over game types in custom, so this is a fresh, brand new team. And yeah, I think they're just going to play based on teamwork and coordination and see how well they can do throughout this tournament. So far, they do secure that first hill, and we see a triple kill coming out from APG. No surprise there. And they've got the early rotation to the tower, which is exactly what you need to get this next hill in King of the Hill.
Native Gaming opening up with that 1-0 lead on the hill, and they have support. They have a setup. McWin with the triple kill, 5 perfect shots on the backside of Mud. As Native Gaming starting to heat up here, would be surprised now with the lockdown hold on this locked-in roster if they're able to get even a second on this second hill.
Love what I just saw from APG there. So the hill is at C, but APG is all the way in A, and people might be confused by this play, but look at how hard he's making it for the locked-in roster to make any ground towards the hill. The longer he just sits over on this half of the map, they have to deal with him before they can do anything else, and him just existing in that space on the complete opposite side of the map is what allows Native to get that early, well, extremely easy hill there.
APG like a gravitational pull, the tide of the ocean, pulling that locked-in roster back to the A spawn. Really, you can see the confusion he caused for 2 players. And also, Eli, he sets up for that next hill rotation. Big brain thinking there from the likes of APG. We've seen a triple kill from him, a triple kill from McWin. What else do they have in store for us today as we get our first look at this new Native Gaming roster?
Once again, we see him employing the same strategy. So that when you play across the map from the hill, there's a few side effects that benefit your team. So not only are you setting up for the next hill, but you're also influencing the spawns into a smaller and smaller, more predictable region on the map. So just by him existing in the dummies area, that eliminates that as a possible spawn zone for Locked In, which forces them to spawn on the opposite side. He knows this, so he just quickly flanks behind the spawners and just makes their life difficult throughout the entire game. And so far, I mean, they're really putting Locked In the blender.
Masterful work here from APG and the rest of Native Gaming as they've got the early rotation on all of these hills, really getting the jump on the opposition early here as Locked In is really up against it. One of our amateur semi-professional teams here in the community. Love getting a chance to highlight some of these players who may not have been on the broadcast before, and also getting our first look at this new roster. We got a chance to see Shopify Rebellion compete for the first time last week, Eli. They're not here this week, but they won last week. You have to imagine Native Gaming the favorite here today with Rebellion not in the mix as they need just a few more seconds to close this one up. They'll do just that as all 4 go down for Locked In. Flawless game 1 here for Native.
Absolutely perfect gameplay, and you're right, with Shopify gone, the door is wide open for another team to take that top spot. Right now my eyes are on Native for sure, but I mean, there's tons of fantastic teams in this tournament we're going to see today. It's not going to be an easy route, like I said. Also, probably the first time Native has played together. So yeah, there's some pickup squads here, but there's also some squads that have been playing together to longer and perhaps might have better teamwork right now. But just going back to what Garrett said earlier, he said he had a chance to talk to Collect and McWin about this roster, and McWin said, be patient. You know, we might not be amazing right off the gate, but they plan to stick together, work out any issues they might have, and by the end of the season, I think this is going to be an extremely scary team.
I want to bring something up for you, Eli, and just see what your thoughts are. I'm going to bring up a compare and contrast conversation here where we can compare one of the older generations of Halo and something that occurred with what happened here today and in the last week with APG. It kind of reminds me in some ways of when Walshy got dropped by Final Boss. I'm going to throw that to you and toss it and kind of just like I said, compare and contrast what that moment was like back in 07, 08 to hear today? Does it have shades of Walshy getting dropped for final boss, or is that just a faded take?
I mean, in a lot of ways, probably, yeah. I mean, there's always been many team changes throughout Halo. If anybody's followed Halo forever, they know that roster mania is something that's just going to happen nonstop. It's just a constant whirlwind. By the end of a Halo game, a lot of these pros have teamed with almost every other pro at the top. So I think back then, if I recall correctly, there was maybe just some personal issues in the roster, and like they just weren't quite getting along the same way, maybe didn't see eye to eye, and differences in philosophy can make it really hard to work together with your teammates. Like, you kind of all got to be on the same page. I think that when it comes to Optic's decision to drop APG, they saw FaZe is getting really strong. They need to make a change. Maybe Penguin can fit into the model that they're looking to employ to beat FaZe. And yeah, every team's just trying to figure out the right recipe so that they could become the top team, and I think that's what we're seeing right here with Native as well.
Starting off your game 2, it's locked in with an early opening break win here, up 4-3, now 4-4. But Eli mentioning APG once again, he was actually on the Breaking Point podcast where they asked him that exact question. His words exactly were something along the lines of, after that reverse sweep where we didn't win a single game after losing 1 to FaZe, it just felt like we needed to make a change to compete with the likes of FaZe. And I would even argue, going from Optic at the 2 spot all the way through to 8 and even 16 deep in the HCS, everybody feels like they need to make a change. Everybody feels like they need to improve to compete with the likes of FaZe, one of the greatest rosters ever assembled, and they hit pay dirt in year 1 with that World Championship. So I would almost say a surprise to see Optic APG get dropped, but maybe not, in the sense that it could benefit both parties.
You're exactly right. And yeah, I don't know. I've got different opinions, or mixed opinions on it. You know, I think that sticking together with one roster and trying to figure things out, it's always some value in that, right? But Optic did stick together with that roster. They got a world championship under their belt, ended up with a 3-peat at one point along the line, got a win in the second season, but at the end, when it mattered the most at the world championship, they weren't able to make it happen. And for a lot of these guys, first place is first place is all they're really playing for. They don't care about second through top 6. They just want to get first. And if they see a roster change that might, be an upward trend for them instead of a lateral movement or a downgrade, then they're going to take that opportunity.
A 4-3 opening start win here for Locked In. Since then, they've only gotten 4 more as Native Gaming runs up the score, really clamping down on this Locked In roster, controlling every facet of this recharge map. As we hop on board here with Collect at the top of A, looking to put some shots across map on Pulse. Calls out to his teammate to get some help, but doesn't need any as he takes him down by himself.
Yeah, these early rounds, this isn't all of what we're going to see from Native, but I like to see some of the just early signs of good teamwork and coordination. It seems like they're definitely predicting spawns quite fluidly. They're controlling parts of the map. They're pushing out space together. Arguably, they could probably win 1v1 fights against most of the players on the other side, but they're still choosing to push as 2 and 2 units in different parts of the map to control space. And that's what you want to see, because they're going to have to start building those good habits early if they're going to have a chance to beat some of the tougher teams later in the bracket.
Win your ones. Don't seek them out. And that's exactly what we're seeing here from this Native Gaming roster, as Collect stays alive with 1 HP, does a good job there to reposition, reshield. A little bit of a distraction there in the back of blue as Neptune lands the double kill. McWin now sliding out to mid-map location. Really feeling a sense of freedom you can feel from this Native Gaming roster. Granted, again, it's not the competition that you might expect in a Winners Round 4 or a Winners Finals, but I like the movement and I like the process, like you mentioned earlier, Eli, because this is looking strong here from Native as they're up by 20 kills, 35-13.
Yeah, right there we see Collect kind of making an opening, get some early damage on the C side of the map, calls it out. APG's right there to help him. Like we talked about, APG just known as the all-around teammate that you want. He hears your call outs, he's calling things out for you. If you need help, he's going to be the guy that shows up, and we're seeing that quite a bit throughout this game, and that's why there's such a massive lead on the side of Native so far.
Hey, Eli, that's what I'm so curious about. Is APG going to fill in the same role that he filled in on Optic, as the glue, as the dirty player, getting the dirty work done? Here we see in this opening round, he's the main slayer. He's got the highest KD ratio, most assists, tied at 5 with McWin. But again, I don't think we're getting the best idea or look at it here early in Winners Round 2 as we're just getting our day started, but something to keep in mind. I am very curious as to what APG's role will look like here on this Native roster.
make a great point. I mean, right now we're not going to see the same type of stuff we'll see later. APG is probably just running around the map doing whatever he wants right now. And listening to callouts in these earlier rounds usually means you're going to be racking up kills because he's just putting himself in position to get shots down. I think what the difference is better players just make themselves harder kills, right? So in these situations where he puts himself in to deal damage, a lot of the time a better player will find an opportunity to escape from the scenario. And that's why we ended up seeing players like Lucid pick up more kills because he's controlling the outside on that Optic roster. But regardless, amazing first look at this team. Quick 2-0, kind of expected here. And I can't wait to see how these guys fare throughout the rest of the tournament.
Ooh, Native Gaming with that early steak and egg-tacular breakfast. Love to see that as they start off strong here in winners round 2 with a 2-0 victory over Locked In. Let's send it to two others that are fairly locked in, Aliek and Toolez. Take it away.
Wow, that was a quick game. I feel like I just want to see more of Neptune. Please, more Neptune. Let him pick up some power weapons. I want to see what he's all about. Everybody's hyping him up. I want to see.
Yeah, it was like everyone else was having their chance to show off what they can do. They're like, hey, you're expecting Neptune this round? Like, let me show you what you can do. I mean, we saw some great triple kills from APG, Mikwin, and I think Collect even got one in there at one point. But I mean, Collect in game 2 of that shock rifle was, I mean, absolutely nasty. So, hey, you know, we'll get to see Neptune a little bit later. You know, we'll get to see more of those highlights. But right now, Native Gaming, they're showing that everyone has their chance with the weapon. Everyone can make the job work. So far, I think they look really impressive, but obviously, you know, not any real challenge for them yet. This is sort of their expectation baseline coming into a tournament in the early rounds.
Right. It doesn't look like it's going to be too difficult for them to get through the bracket, but we do have a team that is coming kind of close. It's the business with Tarlek, Druk, Swish, Septify. Maybe they'll meet up with them a little bit later.
Yeah, this is going to be, I think, their first true test in the bracket. I believe it happens at winners round 4. So that's what we'll keep our eye out for as time goes on. But you're starting to see all the Goliaths, right? It's like you're watching a bunch of superheroes, and it's eventually they're going to all find each other in the bracket. It's just a matter of when that happens.
Yeah, I can't wait to see until they actually get some challenges up ahead. Let's see these players shine. I can't wait to see Collect shine with IPG now on the team. And Neptune, I want to see what all the talk is about. I want to see it. I think chat wants to see it. But I think we're going to go ahead and head into a break. So everybody sit back, relax, get your breakfast. I'm going to go get some breakfast myself. And we'll see you guys in just a moment.
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. kill. Double kill. Enemy team score. Kill incoming. Enemy team. Double kill. Perfect. Double kill.
You're my best kept secret. I don't know why, but I still try to keep it. You got me in pieces, 'cause you know you're my muse, you're my weakness. I'll do anything, anything for you. I'll do anything, anything not to lose you. So I'll keep my mouth shut, 'cause having you is so serious. Got
Double
me
kill.
feeling so used. Got me acting confused. Got on almost believe when you do it.
Double kill.
It's loving you, loving you. It's loving you, loving you.
Double kill.
Living in black and white, the way you look at me, yeah, it stops time. Baby, you're my lifeline, so close, oh, we're so intertwined. I'll do anything, anything for you. I'll do anything, anything not to lose you. So I'll keep my mouth shut.
Double kill.
Having you is such a rush. Got me feeling so used. Got me acting confused. Got on almost believe when you do it. It's loving you, loving you. It's loving you, loving you.
Double kill.
Got me feeling so used. Got me acting confused. Got on almost
Double kill.
believe when you do it. It's loving you, loving you. It's loving you, loving you. It's loving you, loving you.
Perfect. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Enemy team score. Enemy team. Double kill. Perfect. Double kill. Perfect. kill. Double kill. Double kill.
my time. Ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights. Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Beating the buzzer like, this is my time. This is my moment. You better bet that I'm on it. Ready and set, I'ma own it. Blast it to 10, then keep going. There ain't no coasting, I never settled on play. Putting the kettle to flame. I go 100 all day. Foot on the pedal, no brakes. 10, 9, paid on my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's about time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time, I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights. Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Beating the buzzer like, this is my time. This is my time. This is my shot clock goes tick-tock. Haters wish that I slip. No, I don't miss. MJ all hits. Watch me pop off, I'm the king now. Moonwalk to the ring now. Keep on wondering how. Let that choir sing now. 10, 9, paid on my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's about time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time, I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights. Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Beating the buzzer like, this is my time. This is my time. This is my time.
Welcome back, everybody, to the HCS Off-Season Open. Tools, how was that break for you? You awake? Hello.
Nice and long, I'll say that. APG, I thought we were going to start right away. APG joined instantly when Observer said 5 minutes. So we said, hey, we can talk for 5 minutes. That's nothing. What can you do in 5 minutes? You can, I don't know, what can you do in 5 minutes? Either way.
You can...
Go do it for 5 minutes. We'll be right there. Game's gonna start soon. APG, we're just waiting on him.
Yeah. There's something I do want to bring up, and it's the fact that Tools is... He said we want to dress up for Christmas, holidays.
Green.
Look at me. Look at what I'm wearing, and look what he's wearing.
You look so festive. You look so festive.
I do. I was told this was going to be a holiday stream, and so I did my part. Where's your Santa hat?
Cent-a-half. You know, I looked for one. So unfortunately, guys, I live in a town of 7,000 people. We have one grocery store. We have one hardware store. You know, there's just not a lot of opportunity for me to buy Christmas stuff, unfortunately. I texted my aunt. I was like, hey, yo, you got like a Christmas hat? She said no. I was like, try it. Give it an old try. But, you know, I found a green shirt. I feel like that's like enough, right?
You found a green...
Yeah, like
I'm pretty
green.
sure yeah, you just found it. You just found this green shirt. You weren't planning on wearing it already. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Do we believe him? Did he actually call his aunt for a Christmas hat?
I got to beef real fast, Elliot, because everyone says Amazon. No excuses, Amazon. Guys, the only thing I want from Jeff Bezos is for him to pay us. I'm not giving him a dime. That's right. Use your Prime subs here. You make sure he pays us. We don't pay him a cent. If you have a Prime sub, go check it out. Hey, you know, maybe send it over $5. Could be easy.
You don't have to be so mad because you don't get Amazon Prime in your 7,000 video people town.
Hey, you know, we get it. I just like, I don't know. I also like, my town's so small that we don't have mail delivery. So if I order something, I have to go to the post office to pick it up. So it's like, I have to like go spend gas to go drive 10 minutes to go to a post office to go get my mail. It's a whole thing. Hey, yo, I'm built with excuses. Y'all don't know how many excuses I have. Try to come at me. I got another thing coming.
I think chat's on my side. No one believes you. Oh, look at this. We got the entire team on the, everybody's there.
Oh my
We're
God.
going to be watching, yeah. Yay. We have Native versus the Chosen Ones. We've talked a lot about Native already. We can keep talking about them throughout the broadcast, but can you tell us about the Chosen Ones so chat gets an idea about who's in it and why maybe we could be rooting for them?
2 players to keep your eye out on this team in particular. You see them at the bottom right there, Nuclear Blaze and I'm Serex. Not really too familiar with Zoom. I assume that's Doctor and Hanakova. I feel like I've seen Hanakova somewhere, but Serex, Nuclear Blaze, they cause mayhem in matchmaking, right? Like if you see them in the lobby, like you know it's going down. Obviously there's levels to Halo. Like I'm not gonna say like these guys are the chosen ones to beat Native Gaming. You're supposed to be you're supposed to compliment me on that, like chosen one, you know.
The Chosen Ones. I feel like there's a Star Wars reference here. If I watch more Star Wars, I could probably say it, but wait, you don't only know Halo, right? You don't watch.
Yeah, I don't watch anything. You know, Star Wars, like what?
You've never seen Star Wars?
No, I've definitely seen Star Wars. Like I can't have this slander coming out on stream. Yes, I've seen Star Wars. Favorite Star Wars piece of media, the one that came out like last year. What was it? It's Andor. I really liked Andor.
Andor was good. I liked Andor. Pretty serious.
Shout out. Watch Andor if you get the chance. Great stuff.
Yeah. And sub to LVT also. Since we're doing ads right now.
Yeah.
Since we're
Andor paid me. So, you don't think the mouse is paying for this?
Yeah. We got an exciting game right now coming up, Toolez, with Native Chosen Ones. I really want Native to win because I want to see them up against Business, which should be round 4. So, but who knows? Maybe Chosen Ones are the Chosen Ones. I don't know. Eli and Mikowski, let's see what we got going on over there.
All right, hopping in with more of a first look at this Native Gaming roster. Eli, the Chosen Ones with the previous upset over Scion Esports. We said it could go either way. Felt like we gave the edge to Scion. So Chosen Ones here in winners round 3 off of an upset. You think they can take it one further?
Beating that team before is a whole different ball game than beating these 4 guys on the side of Native. I mean, it's going to take some of the actual best players in the world to defeat these guys, I think, on any given Sunday. I mean, honestly, these guys, like I said, this is the first time they play together, but they all just have such insanely high Halo IQ and very rarely miss shots that I don't think these guys are going to have an issue until they hit the next round, which is when they're going to run into Talik and Druk, as we predict. But
look at this.
yeah, but the Chosen Ones coming out hot with the trip cap, and they've got Native spawning long haul, by the way, which is the best place to spawn the enemies. Sarek's going crazy with the shock rifle. They want to put these guys in the dirt early. Wow.
Not only do they have a trip cap the first likely minute on the board, but they've got Native Gaming in a little bit of a blender. Staggered spawn, spawning out as well. See, the only available hope right now for Native Gaming as they finally get their first slice of the game. Collected APG still sitting at 0.
Seeing that pick from McWin was massive, though. All members of Chosen Ones really needed to stay alive to hold on to this, but McWin coming off spawn, getting a pick instantly, that's going to open the door for them to push out. And this is kind of what separates top teams, right? Is, let's be honest, Halo Infinite's a very steamrolly game, right? The very beginning, oftentimes the team that just wins that opening break, they get all the weapons, which means they're probably going to win the next sequence as well. But what separates the best teams in the world from each other in this game is who's better at playing off of their back foot. When they go down, do they have a process to get out of that situation? So far, Native Gaming bouncing back very quickly.
2 minutes off the clock and only 20 seconds for Native Gaming as they're down by a count of 1 to 3 on these strongholds. But after a quick double kill from Collect, making a triple killing spree +1. Native Gaming are back in the mix and back where they feel like they belong, as Collect now has a camo to work with. They are now on the verge of a trip cap. That opening break might have been just a flash in the pan for the Chosen Ones, as Native has regained full control.
And this is their comfort zone, right? All these guys know how to play when they have advantage. They obviously know how to play out of disadvantage as well, because it wasn't that long they got out of that trip cap. So yeah, this is kind of what we expected to see. And Collect's got not only the camo, but he's also sees the shock rifles up, uses the grapple to grab it a little bit more safely. And if you follow this guy on Twitter, you know he's absolutely monstrous with the shock rifle. So we might see some quite electrifying clips coming up here shortly.
Yeah, don't be surprised if that's not the only triple kill we see from Collect here in this series, as he's already got one. Started off, I believe, 0-3 ever since. Dare I say, on a verge of a killing frenzy. This next kill could potentially show us, but no, he's not going to get it. Gets shut down by Nuclear Blaze, and that could be the opening break kill for them. That gets them back in the mix. Numbers advantage as 3 go down for Native Gaming. I am so shocked. The Chosen One starting off hot, okay, but answering and regaining against this Native Gaming roster? This is an impressive performance from 4 members who I believe have never been on the broadcast before. What a way to introduce yourself.
Nuclear Blaze, this guy is a demon. I actually teamed with him in a draft tournament, and he's a great teammate as well. Listens to everything you say. I've seen him push out sides of the map and just gain map control by himself, just winning 1v1 fights. We see a glimpse of that there when he takes out Collect and steals the shock rifle, goes on a spree. But as I'm just talking about how good they are, they do go 4 dead. So now this is the test for them. How do they play out of C? C is the most disadvantageous place to spawn in this game type, because you only have a few options to get out. You either go long haul or you go tower, and good teams are going to be watching both. And they weren't even able to cap C off of their spawn point, so the pressure is coming in strong from Native, and they're winning that side of the map at the right time when camo's coming up. Looks like Nuclear tried to YOLO the camo proc, but is unable to do so. And these teams are just going to keep fighting for camo. That's just good news for Native. The longer this fight goes on, the more points they're going to accumulate.
Neptune picks up that discarded camo and now has a full 30 seconds to work with as he takes down Zoom at the back of B, but quickly goes down with that camo. That's a nice shutdown there by Sarix, but he goes down quickly after 2 players on the side of Native Gaming inside of that tower. Going to make quick work of that as Nuclear Blaze looks to secure and hold on to B, but he goes down. 2 down for the Chosen Ones, and Native Gaming continue to regain their footing.
Team scoring.
Looking for them to maybe get control of A, but what they're doing right now is they're intentionally letting Chosen Ones spawn in A. They say, let's just be happy with what we've got for now. We can probably defend C very easily, potentially also defend B, but Collect notices a couple teammates go down. So what does he do? He backs all the way up, utilizes that grapple to get out a little bit faster, maintains his life so that he can be effective into the next sequence, which we're seeing now. Now that his teammates have respawned, he feels the comfort to push in, gets the double kill, and if he can just get a little bit of damage on this player as he tries to juke with the movement, and he does so. Neptune there to clean up the kill. Collect being such a menace. This guy has got to be one of the hardest kills in the entire game.
Wow, for anyone looking to improve at Halo Infinite, which is, I assume, everybody in the chat, take a look at what we just saw there from Collect, making himself one of the most difficult kills on the map you could imagine, as he allowed his teammate Neptune to clean up the distracted player for the Chosen Ones, had Collect slipping and sliding all around the back of Elevator with that grapple hook, as he does a great job staying alive, having a great performance so far in this one, sitting at 14, 5, and 6, and now it's McWin with the shock.
And this might be the oldest guy in the lobby, but he's definitely one of the most dangerous with the shock rifle, if not the most dangerous. I just remember this kid coming up, and from the first time we ever saw Mickwin compete, he was hitting insane snipes that almost nobody else was hitting. And we've already seen him go to work with the shock rifle throughout the other seasons of HCS we've seen him in so far. Would not be surprised to see him get another kill with this last shot. There it is.
Mickwin doing a really good job with that reticle discipline, lining up his shots and lining up a potential cap here on A that's going to be confirmed. Trip cap here for Native Gaming to finish off strong. Eli, it's not how you start, it's how you finish as Native Gaming take this one 250 to 80.
Like I said, man, the beginning of games in Halo Infinite can go one way or the other, right? In my opinion, it's kind of coin flippy. Like you kind of have like things that you talk about that you do. Okay, one of us is going to go tower, one of us is going to go needles, and then on the other side they're making the same kind of plays, right? And sometimes the 4 options that you choose just happen to perfectly counter the other team, and that's kind of what happened at the beginning here. What Chosen Ones decided to do did happen to counter whatever Native tried to do off the start, and they got this early lead, had the trip cap, they had all the items, but Native doing a fantastic job off of their back foot. They neutralized the situation, and look, they had 64 before Native regained control. And then what was their final score? 80. So they got 80, a total of 16 extra points throughout the rest of the game, which is just absolutely great play out of Native, and they're showing to be very strong very early here.
Well, there's 2 learning moments from this match for the Chosen Ones, and this just gets me so excited again for those up-and-coming Halo pros that are looking to make a name for themselves. And for the Chosen Ones, I think you got plenty of opportunity in this previous loss. Go back and look at 2 crucial moments. I guess really 3. The first one is how you opened up that incredible trip cap on Native Gaming, earning 60 seconds unanswered. Secondly, looking at the moment or the catalyst to losing control of that. What was it that made them lose control? They can go back into VOD and figure that out and find it. And then the third would be, how did we break the setup for Native Gaming? It was only for 16 seconds, like you said, to add to that collective 80 points. But there are 3 moments from that match, Eli, that provide incredible learning opportunities for this Chosen Ones roster. And you love to see it for semi-professionals going up against a potential world championship competing team. This is what you love to see. This is why I love to watch LBT Halo.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more. And I was taking a look at the stat page there, and earlier we posed the question, does APG fill the same role on this roster that he did with Optic? And we see him put up a 9 kill, 12 assists, and 7 deaths performance. Somebody told me that's what you call a Heinz game.
Him.
So that's Heinz. Remember, so back in the day, Heinz would be the ultimate support player. He'd go positive and often have more assists than he had kills. And that's kind of exactly what we see from APG. Great supportive gameplay out of him. I saw him have multiple captures throughout the game as well, so love to see him already kind of finding his comfort zone on this squad.
You got to have a team of 4, Eli, that complement each other. You got to have a guy on the team that's willing to do the dirty work. You can't just have, as nice as it might sound, 4 Lucids or 4 Frosties on the team. That might not even win you a Halo World Championship, in the sense that it's all about, again, complementing the play styles and personalities of your teammates. And we're starting to get a little bit of a glimpse of that here from this Native Gaming roster as APG starts off with the snipe. Looks like they have possession of the overshield as well, and this lead up 3 early.
Interesting rotation here. So this caliber of player are so in tune with the spawn system. As you see, APG hit a very impressive quickscope. They're so in tune with the spawn system. APG intentionally opening up those dummy spawns as he rotated to collapse with his teammates on B. If they had won that engagement, I have to imagine they would have just turned around and collapsed back onto the dummy side. As they lose the engagement, though, props to Chosen Ones. They are now having to come off spawn, and I think it's Chosen Ones who need to be taking space on the map, but instead they're all converging into one location. This is going to make it very easy for Native to just pinch into their location. It's kind of a common thing that we see in these situations, though, where the quote-unquote lesser team might be playing a little bit too scared, and because of that, they're not taking enough space on the map, and they're making the game a little bit harder for themselves to play.
And Eli, I love Native Gaming's recognition of the numbers advantage they had while 4v4 was up at play. You had everybody up on the map. People think, well, numbers advantage is based on the deaths, right? No. If it's 4v4 and the Chosen Ones are 2-3 players down to 1 shot, you have numbers advantage if you're Native Gaming. They recognize that, push in, clean up the remaining kills. But it's the Chosen Ones who are scrapping their way through this match, only down 2 after a few minutes.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing a few more individual plays that I'd like to see on the side of Native, but here's a huge double kill from Mickwin as the overshield's up. both members of Chosen Ones that were out on that side of the map unable to grab it because of a massive play from Mikwin. I'd like to see the teamwork start to click a little bit better for Native. They seem to be a bit disjointed. Yes, you want to take map space, but you don't want to be so far away from your teammates that you can't shoot the same target. So I like to see them kind of converging here. They're going to push aggressively with the overshield. They get 3 dead, and now this is where I think they're going to start to roll. Now that they finally have a clean 4 dead and they have items, they're going to now spread out and apply pressure to the spawners. And I think this lead is only going to keep growing from this point forward.
At Native Gaming really utilizing the sandbox to gain the control here. Now up by 21-12. Now we're seeing what we probably expected to see when we started off this series. It's been 2 overshields in a row for Native Gaming. It's been an overshield, or excuse me, a sniper fully controlled for them as we got a new one up top mid now.
We start to see the effect of going 4 dead without getting a pick. Is that means those 4 players can easily take space. They can take all the items off the map. They can predict your spawn. They can force your spawn into an exact spot based on their routing. And we see Native go on a nice run here now with a 10-point lead, but Chosen Ones does get 2 kills back. They still don't have as many items to work with though, so it's going to be hard for them to convert these kills into any kind of steamroll effect. See Neptune trying to cover this right side while his teammates push the left side. Gonna hit a couple nice shots, and this guy's been playing Call of Duty for how long now? 3-4 years, but he's coming back and already on top, hitting shots like that. This kid has a very high ceiling.
Oh man, love getting our first look at this new Native Gaming roster, and love getting a first look at Neptune back on the sticks in Halo. Halo is home, and you love to see Neptune back where he belongs in the mix with this Native Gaming roster. A top 4 team in Halo 5. Now you add the likes of Collect. Not having his best game here, sitting at 3-5-7, but we all know what he's capable of. This is a team I think everybody has their eyes on. Eli almost as a potential big 3 Cinderella story, right? One of those teams maybe in the 4, 5, 6 that really breaks through. This could be that type of squad here in Native Gaming as Collect pushes on through the back of A with the heat wave with another OS as Native Gaming has gained full control of this map.
I could absolutely see after they've had the time to work together, work out the kinks, you know, talk about different scenarios. After they've had that time together, I do think this team could be a championship caliber roster. We already saw Mikwin place top 4 with Collect alongside Barcode and Tapping Buttons last season. Yeah, from the open bracket, mind you. And now they're replacing Tapping Buttons and Barcode, who are fantastic, phenomenal players in their own right, but now they're replacing them with Neptune and APG. Have some history together as well from Halo 5, like we mentioned, and I think they've just got the right mix of attitudes and personalities, work ethic. You know, they've really got everything that it takes to become one of those top-level teams.
Yeah, people might think that's a little bit of a faded take, but come back to me and Eli when Native Gaming does in fact secure a top 3 this year. Don't be surprised if they do it as we hop back on board here with the Call of Duty Pro turned Halo Pro. I should say Halo Pro turned Call of Duty Pro turned back to Halo Pro. As we go back to Mikwin's point of view, cleaning up the player on the back of mud. He gets cleaned up shortly after that, but with 4 kills left in this game, this one's all but over. Native Gaming looking at another 2-0 sweep.
And I'm not surprised at all. They're still getting steaktaculars, but next round gonna be a totally different beast. We projected they're gonna run into Druk and Talik's team, which looks to be one of the scarier rosters. I think they're actually the 3rd seed, if I'm not mistaken. They're a very high seed in this tournament, and that's gonna be the true test, I think, for Native so far.
All right, and that will do it. Another steaktacular for these guys in game 2 of the series as they win another one in 2-0 fashion. But Eli, as much as I want to talk about Native Gaming and this new roster that we got revealed here in the last week, I gotta point out the Chosen Ones and the incredibly borderline heroic performance they put together to make this Native Gaming roster stumble a little bit, bleed a little bit. That was impressive to see from them. What were your thoughts as we close out the series?
Yeah, clearly the guys on the side of Chosen Ones, no slouches either. I think they're going to make it a bit further in the losers bracket. So no shame in losing to the arguable favorite of the tournament, right? So they've definitely got some stuff to look at as positives, like you mentioned. You know, how were they able to get that early lead? What was the problem that happened when they lost the lead in the recharge game? You know, what was going right for them at the beginning of the live fire game? So they've got a lot to look on and be proud of, and also learn from.
All right, for more thoughts on this series, a surprisingly good one here between Native Gaming and Chosen Ones. Let's toss it back to the desk with Aliak and Tools.
That was a surprising start from the Chosen Ones there on Recharge.
Yeah, Chosen Ones, honestly, when we came into this game, I expected it to be a different team, not the Chosen Ones that would go through, right? I think their roster name was locked in. Or I could be wrong on that. I can look it up, but it was basically Ty's Reverb's team. If you guys don't know Ty, he's a phenomenal player, right? And I expected him to come through this bracket, get the job done. Scion Esports, right? It was Ty's Reverb, Yuzi, Dark Matter. That's the team that this Chosen Ones roster beat, and now I can understand why. I mean, look at these trip caps that they are able to get early on in this game. Honestly, putting a lot of pressure on a native gaming roster. That's very good.
Yeah, it was impressive to see. For a moment there, I thought, are we actually going to be doing game 3 early? Because I expect game 3 probably for up against Business. But yeah, they did such a good fight. And we've been talking a lot about APG, a lot about Neptune, but Collect in that recharge map.
Oh, I mean, just hitting big shots when he needed to, right? It just feels like Collect, when he gets the opportunity to make the big kill happen, he's found it time and time again. Really tried to change that game for his team by getting some big kills, because the pressure was on. Obviously, when it comes down to individual skill, there's no one on the team that you trust more than Collect to go in, get these big double kills, and to start alleviating pressure, right? That's when they finally start scoring once again, and it's his little rampage that he goes on. Look at that killing spree, make it a triple, right? All of that to go and get the equipment, get that scoring back in their favor, and to really just pull his team back in. And look how pretty this one is, nice and easy. Honestly, like, Collect is a player where he makes the game look easy, and that's what's so impressive about him. And then obviously he gets that job done in game 1. The rest of the team comes and carries him in game 2, which is what you love to see. One thing I've noticed in particular is APG really been stepping up on this team. It really feels like he's filling in more of a Slayer role that he didn't have to accomplish in Optics when he was playing with Optic.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see players like Collect really shine through in this roster. It's just exciting to see how this team comes together. I know Collect was really excited to be teaming up with Neptune. He was really enjoying going into matchmaking and getting some team fights besides Neptune. So I feel like as they start getting more comfortable playing together, because I believe this is their first time all 4 of them playing together, right?
Oh yeah, this is all 4. Well, for the first time in Halo Infinite, right? So like Infinite. 3 of them did play together back in Halo 5, right? So we are seeing a little bit of that chemistry still, but this is their first time where all 4 of them are sitting down, right? When we talked to Collect and Mick, when they said no teams are scrimming right now, there's like 1 team to scrim, haven't been able to schedule it with them. So we're not, so we haven't really been able to see any of that come to fruition yet, right? So honestly, first time stacking in us 4, they go through a little bit of trouble early on that game, but we're able to stay resilient and get the kills.
I hope they get comfortable early, because we got them up against Business on round 4, and that is a really, really cool team. Can you tell me more about Business?
Business, right? That's going to be Talik, Druck, and the crew. This is going to be a team that's going to give them trouble. You know, not necessarily a 4-stat or a team, right? But rather a 4 pro players that are getting together and playing in this tournament. Expect to see at least some more back and forth than what we've seen in these first couple rounds of the tournament.
Yeah, it's as the tournament heats up, I feel like all the games are going to start getting just way more fun. Do you have any predictions for who's going to be in grand finals?
I feel like Native gets the job done. I think it's going to be really hard for them, but I think they're going to be able to get themselves to grand finals. The question is if from winners or losers side, because it's the other side of the bracket that's going to create some problems. Solitude awaits them. Frosty and Renegade, you put those 2 with any people. I don't care if it's Joe Blow from down the street. You can put them together. They're going to go far in a tournament. Well, when you put 2 of the triplets with them, expect to see that team go the distance, right? I think anytime we see this team, you should expect a grand finals appearance.
Well, I can't wait to see the best of the best from this tournament later, but there's something that I need to settle here. You guys might have missed it, but I was making a Halo tier list a little bit ago. I think it was last week. And I need everybody's help to tell me that that my Halo tier list is the correct one. Toolez made his own tier list, and I completely disagree with him, and I need your help. Can we please pull up? Yep, here they are. So my tier list is the one, my Halo tier list is on the left side. It goes all the way from godly to garbage. This is what I believe to be the tier list. And then look at what Toolez did on the right side. That's what he sent me.
Hey, I'm just gonna say I grew up. I'm a natural hater. You know what I'm saying? I like what I like. Nothing else matters. I will say I do have a true tier list. You know what I'm saying? But Halo 5, there we go. Okay, stop doing me dirty. Look at this. I think my tier list, it's right there. I gotta say though, just looking at your list, Aliak, is that Fireteam Raven, the arcade game? Are you going to Dave and Buster's to go play? You put that godly above Halo C, above Halo Infinite, above Halo Reach, above the greatest game to ever be put on this planet, Halo 5. I'm saying, you look at your list, there's no way anyone could agree.
I don't think anyone could agree that Halo 5 in its entirety is godly. Like, can explain that to me? Because I'm rating mine campaign and multiplayer together.
Hey, I put my campaign in there. I understand that it might mark it down. Halo 5's campaign, I think, gets some serious hate that I don't necessarily think it deserves. One thing I have to say, the one thing I really enjoyed about the Halo 5 campaign, it goes by Blur Studios. All the cutscenes are gorgeous. I enjoyed them. It really felt like the first Halo game where your Spartan felt like a lore-accurate Spartan. You know what I'm saying? I'm a lore nerd. I love reading the books, and like Halo 5, if you liked reading the books, if you liked having all that action, like that's where it was at. Like those Spartans are true Spartans. So I'll stick by it. I still think it's the best game. I think the multiplayer alone carries it to its position. I will die on my hill. So the question is your list faded enough to lose versus my list? Because I know people are already going to be hating on the Halo 5 choice, but I think your list is bad enough that people will take my list over yours.
Listen, I think the Halo 5 campaign is bad enough to lower it enough to where it's meh. I think that the reason Halo 5 is on my list is because the multiplayer was all right. It was fun to play for me. But your campaign split, no, that was like Halo trying to be MCU or something. Like Spartans trying to be superheroes. I don't know. I don't like it. To me, I rated, for everybody in chat, my list on the left side is, the reason I chose them is because campaign was, I rated by campaign and multiplayer. I mean, Master Chief Collection, godly. Halo 2 is the reason why we're here doing this. Halo 3 is also another reason why we're here doing this. Halo 3 ODST. Come on, guys. Come on. Tell me you don't cry. Tell me you don't cry with Halo 3 ODST. And I mean, come on. Halo 4. Crazy. I'm not going crazy. This is the list. I don't know. I need chat to choose. Choose a side.
All right. I will put up a poll in a second, but let me defend my choices real fast. You know what I'm saying? I think you overhyped the games a little bit, right? Like, they can't all be godly, right? You have to save what's godly for what's in your heart. So after I'm done with my explanation, I'll put up the poll. I'll let you all vote in chat, but let me defend myself a little bit, right? Halo 3, I think an amazing game. I'm not the huge fan of like slow, drawn out multiplayer. Like, if we're just talking about Halo 3 MLG settings plus campaign, I think it's godly. I think the social aspects, like, I don't like being slow, right? Halo Wars 2, fantastic RTS game. I think one of the best controller RTS games, plus the best campaign in Halo's history, period. Halo Wars 2 introduced the Banished, introduced the best characters in the entire series. I will stick by it. Atriox is so badass, and Halo Infinite did it in injustice, which is why I have Halo Infinite good. You know, it's good. It's not great like Halo 2 was. Halo 2, great game, great button mechanics, great campaign. I just think it's old, right? It ages a little bit. MCC, I can't ignore the issues that there are in MCC. All our MCC players know, but it's getting better. It's there. It's great. It's going where it goes. Halo Reach, Halo Infinite, it's good, guys. It's good. Halo 3 ODST, if you like Firefight, it's good. It is what it is, but I don't think I have to defend the Metro. Like, Halo CE, guys, if you think it's better than a Meg game in 2023, you got the rose tinted goggles on. You haven't been playing that game. Like, none of you have played CE in less than 10 years, probably. None of you. So don't act like you know what's up. You haven't played the game recently. I used to play Halo CE 2s. I enjoyed 2s for like 3 years in a row. It's a great game.
I think you just lost them.
Everything else, it's kind of meh, man. It's kind of meh.
I think it's kind of crazy that you have to fight so much to defend yourself, and I'm just here sitting like, I just know you're just gonna lose this. There's just no way.
Here, I'll put the poll in.
There is no way. No way. You know, is there something that we could agree here with? I think Halo 4 is the only thing we can probably
This is so whack. I gotta say, I think you've just appealed to the general masses. They're ignoring the massive mistakes in your list.
You're just trying to be. You're just trying to be different. I don't know. You're just trying to be different.
No. I'm giving my honest thoughts. You went and put everything as godly. Like, wait, what? You're too afraid to critique the games. Half the series is on the top of the list.
No. How could you put Halo Combat Evolved in meh? How can you explain that?
Have you played any of the maps in Halo Combat? There's like 2 good maps in the entire game. Have you played a big team battle? And see, you don't see anyone.
They're not bad enough to cancel out the campaign. They're not bad enough to cancel out the campaign. Dude, Halo Combat Evolved it was such a huge. Oh, I think we should probably stop arguing soon, huh?
Oh, look, it's the Australians.
All right, we're here. All right, we're here to watch a tournament. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna be watching that business. Business. All right, guys. You vote for the right one. You know who's the winner here. You know who's the loser here. You know who's the loser here.
I think it was Alexander Hamilton that suggested that America should only have the educated vote and that we shouldn't have a general democracy. I used to disagree with that. I might agree with that after today's decision in chat. I think that we only should have the educated and fine Halo players of the universe vote, because right now it's just an appeal to the masses. That's all it is. It's just an appeal to them. You put everyone's potential favorite game in godly. Of course they're gonna vote for you.
This is just what's right, Toolez. This is just I don't have to fight for myself, because this is the tier list. I don't like, this is it. I can't be wrong. You're wrong.
Honestly, I will say I was probably wrong by putting Halo 5 in godly. I just think that's my personal decision. The campaign, it wasn't like, it could have been so much better. I think people are always theory crafting about the created arc, and they did it, and it just didn't land as good as it could have landed. So I'll take that. That's my personal failure. But the fact that you haven't admitted to any of your personal failures by putting literally every Halo, you have MCC, which is literally every Halo game. So you're saying the Halo 4 MCC is godly? You know what I'm saying? You're saying all of the Halo games are godly except for Halo Infinite?
No. I compared the campaign. I feel like MCC shouldn't be here because it's cheating. It's too many great games into one. It's cheating. It shouldn't be here. So it has to be in godly. And nobody plays Halo 4 on MCC. Come on. So it's there, but it's not bad enough to pull all the other games
should
down.
Pull it down. You see, you're just you're ignoring what's wrong.
No. Halo 2 is amazing. Where did you put Halo 2? Where'd you put Halo 2?
I put it in great. It's a great game. It's a great game. Campaign.
Did you play the campaign?
Yeah, the campaign. I think you overhype it. Like it's okay. It's great. Like it's not Halo 3's campaign. Halo 3's campaign is miles better than Halo 2's campaign.
He just wants Halo Spartans to look like Marvel superheroes, and that's why he likes
I'm a
Halo
Marvel super
5.
fan.
See, you just want to turn it into Marvel. We're here. We want the Halo nostalgia. We want the music with the drums and the violins, and I want to cry because the music is so good. And I don't want Master Chief to show his cheeks either. I want his helmet on. All the classic. That's what I want. I think that's why Halo Infinite to me isn't great, because it did everything right, and it can be better, and it's gonna get better. So that's why it's in great. I'm just waiting for everything else to come out, so maybe it can in a few years be amazing, because I love the gameplay for it. That's why I'm here playing, because it's good, it's addictive, and Combat Evolved is amazing. I mean, the reason it's amazing is because of the multiplayer, but the campaign, come on, man. You think you're playing a shooter you're just shooting aliens. Okay, cool. But then come on, it's a horror game after. It's a horror game. I think if they bring the horror back to Halo Infinite, I think I'm moving that up to. I need a little bit more horror on Halo again.
You just like it. You see, this is the thing. Is like I'm taking a very critical look at it. That's why my list. Like, I look how distributed my list is. Right, yours is very top heavy. You know what I'm saying?
It's really bad.
It's just an appeal.
There's a lot of Halo. There's a lot of great Halo games.
It's like you aren't giving into any faults except for the stuff that's new. Honestly, like, I should be calling you Boomerliac because like this is just a boomer list. You said all the old games are good. Like, it's nostalgia glasses. Okay, yeah.
Look at where I put Halo.
Look. I made this when I was tired one night. Like I was angry because she put Halo 5 in Met. Like, I just had to let the people know Halo 5 gets so much hate.
This is what you really think.
This is
do
the
you
true
see?
me.
Remember the two events ago when he was saying that everybody was bullying him? Look at him now.
Oh, okay.
Look at him now, showing his true colors.
This is an attack on my character. This is you guys trying to paint me as a.
Told you.
Look. Hey, the ANZ and the Mexico community is coming together to defeat native Halo. This is what we should truly be talking about, right? We saw that like Magico teaming with my guy Scoobmeister over there. Look at that. Like, how interesting is this team? You don't want to talk about Halo games. I mean, look at this Halo competition that we have on screen.
That's what we should be talking about. So we have Talik, Druk, Swish, Septify. This is team business, right? Do they mean business?
Ooh, you know what? Business is they're gonna have to get business done if they want to play against native gaming. I'll say, I think this might be closer than people expect. Right? I think everyone's gonna be, it should be a 2-0, but I wouldn't be surprised if it goes to a game 3. I think they can steal away a Slayer. There's some really good players on this Overload roster. Like I said, it's the best of Australia with the best of Mexico. Like, expect to see at least some good action in this game.
Yeah, I think if Business does win this, we get to see the one match that I'm really looking forward to, which is Business and Native, which I hope that's our best of threes, our first game to run up to best of threes, and I am excited to get to watching the game. So we're gonna be watching Business versus Overload. Overload. Oh, Jesus, Overload. I got it right this time. Recharge. All right, casters, take it away.
Wow, Eli, that was a riveting discussion about all of the different Halos. I know you and I would say probably Halo 2, best Halo. But it's back to business as we have Business versus Overload here. And look at this Business roster. Talik, Druk, Swish, Septify, absolutely stacked. But despite all the trolling Tools does, I'm going to agree with them. You got to watch out for this Overload roster with the likes of Scoobmeister leading the squad. Magico from Mexico, really an international affair here in this global tournament. I told you to watch out for Scoobmeister. You see exactly why here as he starts off with the double and the camo. Scoobmeister, a top 5 player on land in championship bracket. I believe this was at the Fort Worth event. And that's Lucid on that list. That's Legend on that list. Formal. And then you had Scoobmeister there as well. Really breaking through and making a name for himself on mouse and keyboard. We started seeing more players use mouse and keyboard after Scoobmeister really popped off. Can't wait to watch more of him here today.
Love to watch Scoobmeister play. This guy is basically who all the MNK players watch because they want to be like him, right? It's like he is the pinnacle right now of mouse and keyboard success when it comes to this game, and I think it's very exciting to see because this is one of the few esports that MNK competes against controller pretty fluidly. Obviously, I think controller has the edge overall. There's some things that we can say about that, but there's some cool stuff that MNK can do that controller players just simply cannot do. The sensitivity is higher, so it does open up different kinds of plays at a different kind of play style, and we love to see Scoobmeister kind of spearhead that gameplay. But on the other side, I want to talk about this Business roster. So Talik, Druk, and Swish. This is actually not the first time they've teamed together. There was a tournament that I believe it was either Soul Sniper or Manny, I can't remember which one, couldn't show up to an online tournament. It was one of those like Boom TV like off-season type things all the way back when we were still playing on Bazaar, so it's a while ago. But they ended up winning that tournament, And I thought Swish just kind of filled into their playstyle of that native red roster that we grew to know and love. I felt like Swish's playstyle just kind of meshed perfectly, his communication style, and he just felt comfortable and at home with these guys on his team. So I do expect to see some good stuff out of this business roster.
I agree. I really like the pairing of Swish and Talik. I think Swish could really open up the door for Talik to earn more slays. Right now, sitting with no kills in this lobby. The only player at 0 needs to pick that up. Probably will, but for now, it's Overload with a 73-23 lead. This is the kind of jump out we expected potentially from them. Really catching this business roster off guard at the opening break here on Recharge as Swish gets back on the board with a nice slay there on Neos, pushing up through the gold frag side of the map. He's got the shock rifle up as well.
He's going to try to make some space. Make sure it's safe to grab the shock rifle before he grabs it. You are very exposed as you jump across to that other platform to grab the shock. He doesn't have the grappler, so he's not able to use the grapple to grab it more safely. So I like the way he's playing this. He's just going to make sure his team has a few slays down before he elects to go off for the shock rifle. Here he knows that player's one shot. It's going to be faster to kill him than it would be to pick up the shock. So he's prioritizing his team's comfort zone before grabbing the item, and I think that's important as a player here.
Scoobmeister is 12-2. Magico adds to the mix with the killing spree of his own, and you're starting to see why. Overload has really opened up. A big lead to start off, up by more than a minute now. Business starting to rotate on the side of C, but A could flip into Overload's favor, and as long as he hold on to that shock rifle, they should be in good position, but Business has other plans, as I believe Druck or Talik could potentially grab that shock at the back. Excuse me, it's Septify now with the shock in his hand, and that's a big win condition as Business needs to start racking up a little bit of the sandbox here, as they're now down by more than 100 or just about.
They do get 3 dead though, but also lose 2 of their own, so most of the map dead at the moment. Looks like Septify notices that C is being converted. He's going to try to stop that. And once you pointed out that Scoob was starting the game 12-2, he's now 14-3, by the way. I decided to just tab up his stream, which, by the way, Scoob is streaming. Tab it up, and this man's played on 219 ping. So for him to put up these numbers against this caliber of player on such high ping, I mean, this guy is a monster.
That looks like 2 ping, but that is Septify on our screen. Sorry, I thought it was Scoobmeister again, just because he's popping off so much. I figured we'd have him on screen. There he is once again with a double kill. 16-4 now, a 4.0 KD against the likes of these 4 players. Scoobmeister really carrying the mantle for ANZ. It was once Barcode, but he moved over to NA. Still repping for the ANZ crew, but it's Scoobmeister hailing and competing in ANZ. He's really, you could say, the king of that region now, and he's showing why it's 16-5. Potentially turns on Swish, though, but Swish does a great job to take him down, and that's got to be a priority right now for Business. I'm calling out Scoobmeister and Magico with maybe a little bit more emphasis than the others, as they are really rising above the rest on this team, as they're both having an incredible performance, as Druck looks to reconnect on A and start some scoring. But just like we saw earlier, A and C flip, but that continues the scoring here for Overload. And Eli, they might be into the 200-second mark before Business even gets 45 seconds on the board. They're going to need Druck and the rest of this squad to really start to pick things up. But no, after that perfect kill, it's a 3-cap, trip cap for Overload, and they continue to roll.
So far, what I'm seeing is Business just seems so disjointed in almost every engagement that we've witnessed. I mean, how many assists do they even have? They've got, I guess Septify has 5, but very few assists. If you look over the other side, way more assists on the side of Overload. They're actually team shooting together, whereas Business just aren't finding many opportunities to work together. Now, Septify is seemingly forced to try to capture B, but he's all by his lonesome. B's the most exposed zone on the entire map. So, I mean, this is not just Business not working together. It's also Overload kind of forcing this. It seems like they're intentionally split spawning Business on repeat. Maybe Business unable to get their footing, and this is going to be over quick. Wow.
My God, Eli, Overload just locked down this recharge map like Final Boss would on Lockout in 2005. That's what it looked like. You had Scoobmeister always dominating the high points of the map over on the tower side or gold side, and then everybody else just cycling around. We saw Magico put up another incredible performance to pair with the likes of Scoobmeister. But my goodness, 250-38? I don't think anybody expected that score when we looked at these 2 rosters to start off the series.
I think you're right, and I don't think business expected it either. So this might have been the wake-up call they needed to say, hey, maybe we got to lean in a little bit. You know, the meme, elbows to knees, brother. We gotta lock in, because right now they're not working together, and we know they're capable of a lot more than what we just witnessed. So you know, going into this game too, they gotta figure something out. They gotta maybe, you know, there is an effect that when there's players all over the globe in the same lobby, that everybody feels a little bit laggier. Hopefully that's not getting in their heads. They need to just forget about that, because this man's playing on 200 ping. I don't care what your ping is, you got to lock in. So yeah, let's see if they're able to maybe figure it out and start working together. I think that communication that I talked about, that I thought Swish fits in really well with, they got to wake that up. You know, maybe it's early in the morning for some of them, they didn't get their breakfast, I don't know what's going on, but they got to figure it out.
Yeah, business, they got to activate that meme where the player maybe in game one was leaning back. Like you said, elbows to knees, I think was the saying. You got to lean forward here a little bit, whether it's proverbially, physically, metaphorically, whatever it is. Business has got to get back in the mix. Otherwise, in a best-of-3 series, this could be the last we see of them in the upper side of the bracket. As we hop on board here with Scoopmeister. And you get to see a little bit of what you can do on mouse and keyboard and can't do on controller. That quick check towards the A side of the map provides intel that mouse and keyboard players could provide that you could argue maybe controller players can't. So while controller reigns supreme for sure, Scoopmeister shows why mouse and keyboard is an extremely viable output.
There's also a few cool tricks that you can do with the repulsor that are literally impossible on controller. We see Scoopmeister with the repulsor right now. So because the sensitivity is so high, you can actually look down, repulse yourself in the air, but flick up the mouse at the same time and repulse an enemy simultaneously. So you can use the repulse for 2 of its functions at the same time, which even if you max out your sensitivity on controller, it's an impossible technique. So would love to see some of the tech come out from M&K if Scoopmeister is able to get that repulsor a few more times this game.
Much better response here, though, from business in the early goings as they've tied this game up at 9. Things really got out of hand at the beginning and just continue to roll for the likes of Overload in that previous game. 3 go down for business, and this is that sort of elbow, that fork in the road. Previously in game 1, business continued to get dominated at this moment. Do they have a regain? Do they have a response? Down 2 now.
Tolek finding a route through bottom middle. Looks like he came off a spawn somewhere on the opposite side of the map. Tries to take this route to link up with a teammate. We saw in the first game, it was, you know, they were so disjointed, unable to work together. So I like to see this from Tolek. He's repositioning in a way that's more likely to end to a teamwork type situation. Gets a ton of damage down, does get taken down, but he does open up the map well enough for Septify to come clean it up. They're keeping it within 2, but now this overshield coming up, they're going to have to rotate to it, but Magico's there first. They take him down, though, and this is a great spot for business. If they can just hold off this push, get another slay, they can secure the overshield, and they could potentially steamroll into the next engagement.
Oh, great timing here, as it looked like business may have lulled Overload to sleep on that overshield. Septify takes it down, but shortly after goes down himself. Who has this OS? It's Overload winning it out despite what looked like a perfect pinch, like you alluded to, Eli. It's Overload stealing the OS. Will they steal this game?
Nasty also had the heat wave, fires the last shot. Now they have intel on when that heat wave is going to respawn. So exactly 1 minute after the depletion of a weapon, that's when the weapon's going to respawn. So we're going to see that one come back around the 8-minute 25-second mark. That's when the heat wave is going to come up. We'll have to see if Overload uses that intel to their advantage, rotates down there to grab it. Heat wave's such an important item to control. And right now, Overload with a 6-kill lead. They've also got Druk on his back foot, and Druk's the type of player you want to shut down. If this guy starts getting in the zone and G-sliding his way all around the map, he's going to be a problem, and so far they've not allowed him to do that.
This is getting dangerous, Eli. This is where it could break open, bust open into a multi-possession team-wide lead, as Overload have done just that, up by 8. It's going to take 2 flawless team wipes to get back into this game, and now that we're into the 30s, the match has officially begun. Business have got to start pushing off of their front foot, have got to stay alive here, and to get a little bit more teamwork going. Just to start off with a simple bait and switch, those are the things that we're seeing from Overload, but we're not seeing from business.
What I'm noticing from Nasty Bullet, who I believe was actually a coach last season for the Luminosity roster, he's been just being a nuisance. He's been like rotating out to the far side of the map. At the same time, he's opening up the opportunity for the other members of Overload to push up. Overload now, though, taking more of a defensive stance, just going to hold the tower because they have the snipe, and a great push comes in from Business. They get 3 dead at a perfect time. Overshield's coming up, and this is exactly what they needed to get back into this game.
A nice trade, though, by Overload, taking down Druck. This could have been a 2-kill game. Now it swings back into a 2-possession game. 5 kills separating these two teams, but Swish has the OS. Pushing in through the garage door, has a couple grenades out, a couple players down to 1 HP as he cleans up 1. Now with that heat wave, has everything he needs to work with. Repulsor added as well. Might see the comeback start right here with Swish.
Overshield, repulse, heat wave. I can't think of a stronger combination to have on this map. Maybe if he had the sniper, but even then I kind of prefer to have this because he's more multifaceted. He can push forward with the OS, get even more value out of it than he could with the sniper. And he's just laying down tons of damage, gets a kill, also gets in another assist. Team is completely holding forward, and they have actually steamrolled that redown from earlier to get all the items on the map, and they have not let up the pressure. Now they have the lead, but can they hold on to it?
37-37. This one's tied as we head into the end game. Business have done a great job to claw their way back into this one. Previously down by 8. We're now tied at 38 all. This one's going to be close heading into the 40s, Eli.
Neos, I don't know if you saw that, but he hit a G-slide so hard that he launched himself into the drink on accident, and that ended up being a costly mistake. Sometimes you gotta pump the brakes a little bit, homie, because you're gonna go a little too fast, and that falling off the map has now opened a 2-kill lead for Business, but they're kind of sitting back right here. I kind of prefer to see Druck hold forward a little bit longer. They're actually gonna wait and see what route Overload decides to take, and then they're going to respond to it afterwards. So interesting decision here.
Ooh, Business have the 2-kill lead, and you could argue the positioning mirrors that as well, as they're set up pretty nice for this sniper and overshield up in 5. But the action ensues even before it comes up as Druck takes down Nasty Bullet with the help of Septify. He's got that heat wave now. They're going to clean up and trade here as he does just that. That is massive, Eli. It's going to open up the door for Talik to secure the OS. Druck, you could argue, without that sticky grenade, could be a whole different complexion. Business up 3.
Have to agree that Sticky's so crucial in that moment, taking that player off the map. Talik barely was able to get the overshield procced off. Doesn't get a ton of value out of it, but just denying it from the other team when you already have the lead, such a big deal. That could have been what Overload needed to get back into this, but they still got to close out these last few kills. The first one goes down, such a massive thing in this moment. Now with the numbers advantage, we expect them to push up, but Overload playing perfectly out of the situation. But now just 1 kill to go for Business.
Oh, Septify, what a huge snipe there. Magico probably and Scoopmeister probably thought maybe they had the right push through the cuts, but Septify cuts him down, needing only 1 kill left to tie up this series and send us to a game 3. Septify looking through the dummy door side of the map. And with this lead, Eli, I think they're going to elect to just play patient and put the game in Septify's hands. But Nasty Bullet gets the opening break on Talik. That's going to give them the numbers edge to potentially push through, take down this power weapon. But Septify lands a body shot huge on Magico. That's going to send him back to be pillars. But Septify goes back to the respawn screen. 49-48.
No.
Oh my gosh. Just as it looked like Overload was going to come back from the dead, it looked like. Business end up taking the game 2 by 2. Eli, we're heading to our first game 3, I think, ever in winners round 3, and it really goes to show the level of competition rising. It's usually not until the winners finals or so we get something like this. Here we are in winners round 3 with the hell of a series.
This tournament is the most stacked one we've seen so far. We've seen more standout teams, more standout players on teams for this tournament. So doesn't surprise me we go to a game 3 after that first game at 250-38. You might have thought, oh yeah, Overload just got this in the bag, but no, I told you these guys are going to wake up. They've played together, they know how to win games. They just needed a bit of a wake-up call, and they answered to it there. They also were down by, I believe, at least 6 points at one point during the game after getting 3 dead, able to convert that into an even greater number of kills, which was able to give them the lead. They hold on to the lead to the very end. We saw Nasty Bullet. I understand his thought process there. Nasty was trying to flank through the big door to alleviate pressure from top mid, but he exposed himself for just 1 millisecond too long and was able to get taken down by the 2 members of Business. So very close in game there. Can't wait to get into game 3.
Yeah, I got to give big ups to Swish, who had a good finish in game 1. Wasn't enough to avoid the loss, But in game 2, he carried on through, finishing at 16, 7, and 11. Not only is he opening up some of those assists for the likes of Talik, Steptify, and Druk to earn some slays, but he's earning some of his own. So I think a big reason for our first game 3 in winners round 3 of these HCS Open Series was because of Swish. On the side of Overload, though, Eli, somewhat aside from Scoobmeister, who should we keep an eye on and why as we approach a pivotal game 3?
So my eyes are on Magico. This guy's got a ton of experience in high pressure situations. He's won multiple tournaments on land in Mexico, at least in the grand finals. He's always making appearances there. He's got experience playing with players like Tapping Buttons and, you know, some of the best players to ever come out of Mexico. So I'm looking at Magico. He needs to bring some of that veteran leadership, that high intensity gameplay that he's brought to other rosters. If he can bring that today, then I think they're going to have a good chance to win this game 3.
Oh, and Eli, I glance my eyes to the top right of the screen. Looks like an Extraction GA conversation has begun in the chat. And I gotta pose the question to you. Are we gonna see Extraction in Season 3? It seems like the community's will is to not have it in play. The pros, we know for sure, don't want to see it in play. And talking personally with them, and just, hell, you could just tune into their Twitch stream. You know that they do not like when Extraction comes up. But if HCS is if it's gonna be a game mode, what would that look like going into Season 3 if we don't have any practice on it? I don't know, man. Something's got to give. What are your thoughts on this sort of a unique situation we have right now in the HCS with the Extraction game mode?
Man, we've talked about this every week. I feel like it's these guys don't want to play it, and I get it. There's definitely some opinions that I agree with when it comes to this game type being a problem. It's got some issues. I think it's now improved a little bit with the changes. It's still got some major issues, but the thing is, like, this is a low pressure environment to actually test it. So if you were not going to test it in these kind of settings, what are we doing? Like, we haven't given it really a chance for the meta to evolve and develop. Like, there is obviously going to be a correct way to play it and an incorrect way to play it, but until you've done it in a tournament setting, you're not really getting good practice. Like, these guys are just complaining about the way they lose it in matchmaking, but playing it in matchmaking is not the same as playing it in a tournament. So I think we do need to see some reps of it in this format before we can just throw it away.
I agree. I think I'm on Team Eli for this. I totally agree. I think while Extraction hasn't maybe been the greatest addition to the HCS competitive settings, I do think now is the time to see if it fits. And with the recent changes to the audio cues and other changes that were meant to improve Extraction, it's a little concerning for me to see those changes made, but the sentiment remains the same. Curious now as to what we're going to see. It was supposed to be Streets, so I think we should at least keep it on Streets. That's an HCS map. They were previously suggesting Pit, Argyle, but I think they're along the same... Druk says himself, because it's Streets anyways, so let's do Streets. So I think if we're going to GA something here, I guess that's the best way to do it. Stay on Streets. It looks like Oddball will be our Game 3, which I hate to get excited for because I think this is a great Game 3, a do-or-die elimination objective game mode. Let's not leave it up to chance. Let's play Oddball, I guess, is what these two teams say. We're going to GA Extraction once again and take you guys to Streets for some Oddball. Buckle in, because this one's going to be a long one. I'm expecting this one to go the distance all the way to round 3 in Game 3. What are your thoughts, Eli?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the toughest game types I think that we play right now. It's so fast paced. I call this the most stressful game type in the lineup right now, because no matter what, as soon as you spawn, you got to do something. You don't have any time to breathe, and that could be true for most other game types, but you're in the action so fast. This map is so small. There's so many weapons to play for, and if you're on the wrong end of multiple engagements in a row, it can feel like you have no counterplay options. So I expect this game to play very fast, especially with players this fast in the lobby.
Yeah, my suggestion, Eli, is the next time we have a GA Extraction conversation, let's just let Twitch chat choose what we switch to, right? Let's just put all the power into the hands of the Twitch chat. That's never gone wrong in the history of online streaming and Twitch. All right, let's give that power to the Twitch chat. What do you guys think? Let us know as we get this Oddball on Streets started. A little mixy here to start. Both teams acquiring a few seconds, but it's Overload squeaking out with possession on the PD side and the lead.
Very good start here for Overload, but Druk is going to have something to say about it. Great push on this right side. Not only does he get a kill, but maintains his life at the same time. It's going to force Overload to think about playing this ball, but the pressure from Tolek is going to make it so he can't even throw it mid-map. You have to imagine that was his goal here, but he does maintain his life. He's still living bottom A. I think members of business know he's still there, but Scoopmeister's here to save the day, gets a double kill, and Neos has been alive the whole time since the previous engagement. Very impressive stuff for him to stay alive. He's the reason that his team's able to regain this ball.
Swish with the Stalker, the power weapon on this map. Getting to see a little bit of Y there as he takes down Nasty with the 2-tap. Looking to watch his back, looking to maybe help out his teammate here on the Cafe side as it's a 2v1, now turn 2v2. Swish, though, goes down with that Stalker rifle. 2 go down on each side of the map. We have an even 2v2 gunfight. Overload there, not with the right positioning. They're kind of back against the wall, low shields. Druck should easily clean that up as he does, and now Overload Business have regained control of the oddball, and it looks like the lead as well if they can hold for just a few seconds.
It's going to be so important that they get significant time out of this. They have now actually taken the lead, surprisingly enough. I believe Overload wasn't able to just hold onto the ball since they were constantly fighting, and that's what makes this game type so stressful. It's like you got to know exactly how long to hold the ball and then know exactly when you need to drop the ball to help your team win the fight, because you got to win the fight if you're going to get any extra time. And against players like this in the lobby, they're not going to give you any time to breathe. You got to make that decision fast, and it's got to be the right decision every time.
It's a close one here. Both teams reaching the 30-second threshold with mere seconds between the two. 33-30. In fact, as Tolek engages with the back of PD. A little bait and switch, it looks like, as Neos has the positioning for it. But, oh, I love how Business turned it into a bait and switch win for them instead. Great process, great timing there from Tolek.
Not only that, but Tolek holding down this entire left lane during the push. His teammates are able to push up through the B side, gather some space, get some damage down. All the members of Overload forced to hide back A while weak. They get rushed and taken out. So great pinch and push out of the side of Business, but the spawners on Overload are already on the map. They're going to look to do the same back, right back to them.
Tolek with possession of a few slays and now the oddball in his hands as he has 20 and rolling for his team. A little rare, I'd say, to see Tolek taking on the role of OBJ player, but it might just be circumstance where he has the closest and best access to that oddball. As 2 go down for Business, it's going to open up a potential push here for Overload, and Swish runs out of shotgun, but it's not enough to take him down. He does trade out, but does switch to the DMR to take down Nasty Bullet. Great job of that situation. I think a lot of players sometimes get a little flustered when they run out of ammo, but Swish, calm, cool, and collected, finds the trade.
Hail Mary.
Yeah, it looked like he wasn't exactly aware of when he was going to run out of ammo, but still his reflex is so strong that he could still switch to the bandit in time and finish the kill. So props to him for that. He's also probably taking note of when it was dropped. Now, keep in mind the timer and oddball does pause when someone's holding the ball, so it's a little bit more difficult to time weapons. So that's when you have to have just an internal timer that's pretty accurate. You got to be able to feel just about how long a minute is, because you can't really rely on the clock to tell you. But Tolek gets this rocket, is only able to get 1 off before dying. I think his teammate's going to be able to pick that up, though. And right now, what I've noticed so far is Business has definitely had more of the sandbox items. They've had shotgun, they've had 2 stalkers, they've got that rocket. But even throughout all of that, it's Overload that currently has the lead. I think that's going to change right here, though. If Swish could win this fight, now they're going to finally get some objective time on the board. But when Swish goes down, that means the spawners of Overload can push a little bit faster here.
Tied at the 30-second mark, now tied just about at the 1-minute mark. This one has been as close as you could ask for here in our Game 3. Druck continuing to accrue some oddball time here as all members of Overload. Little trap Eli on the C side of the map. Business is doing a great job playing Gatekeeper. Hasn't gotten a slay just yet, but oh my god, excuse me. They go 3 down. Enough damage there on Overload, but Business not able to clean up any of those weak players. Instead, Business go all 4 down, and after gaining a 10-second plus lead, Overload looks primed to do just that instead.
Very impressive stuff, but I also got to mention, it kind of felt like maybe an error on the side of Business. How was Scoopmeister able to get all the way to tires without being seen? There must have been nobody watching that deep angle of the B side, or Scoop just took a very fast route from the staircase to the tires. But either way, someone needs to be watching that. If you ever have an oddball setup on this map, you've got to make sure that all the lanes are being watched. You don't want anybody to sneak through unseen, and that's why Overload was able to get through. Is there's frankly some holes in the defense.
Tolek playing so patiently here, really trying to time that pinch from the Cafe side with the remaining 3 members of Business. Tolek flanking in the rear with the Stalker in his hands, and that patience is gonna reward Business. I had to wait for a second after that slay, but that patience there, that timing and that pinch from Business, and really starting off with Pollock, is going to be enough to regain control of this oddball. 73 to 66, 90 seconds left in regulation as Overload look to push out of C, and if they can win this break once again, they might regain the control of the oddball as 2 go down for Business. Septify now flanking the situation as he pushes in through the tires, has weak opponents, takes down Nasty Bullet, but he goes down as well. 2 down for Business, 1 down for Overload as they look to be in a potential. This is back and forth. This is flipping each and every direction. There is no telling where this one is going to go as we are deep into the end game, tied just about at 75.
Very interesting here. So Overload recognized the push was coming in more heavily through the purple side and decide to rotate the ball to B. Now, B's not a place that you want to hold the ball, but it's a great place to rotate it from A back to the other side. They decide to actually take it right back to A, though, when they recognize they're getting cut off on the other side. And you're right. I mean, this is why I say this game type's so stressful, especially among top teams. That usually comes down to very, very close rounds like we're seeing right now. And the team that comes out on top is just the team that won maybe one more of the pushes throughout the rounds. And right now, that's Overload.
Now that regulation clock starts to become a factor as every second passes without it in the hands of one of these Spartans. A second ticks away. Now seconds adding on to the score here for Overload as they're at match point. They're going to reach 90 seconds first. Business down by 15 or so are going to need to win this break. If not, they're going to lose round 1. Druck pushing in through the cafe side, but he gets cut down. Pollock, he gets cut down as well. 3 go down for Business. Swish is the last player alive. Last hope gets the grenade kill. Can't get the shotgun slay at the back of A, and it looks like Overload will win round 1.
So important to win the first round, but you got to win at least one more. And I can't tell you how many times that my team won the first round of oddball, maybe got a little bit too comfortable, and then we barely lose the next 2, and all of a sudden you lost a heartbreaker 25-minute oddball, and you wonder where the hell half your day went. But we'll have to see if Business can actually pay attention here, come back into this. They had a lot of good moments throughout that first round. They just got to do it again here, and they got to keep the setup for longer. So what they're going to have to do is make sure that nobody is going to be able to get through the setup easily if they're going to hold on to this next round.
Now, Business has been handled a couple gut checks. You can argue even some gut punches from Overload as they took that Strongholds match easily in game 1, and now they take round 1 in almost heartbreaking fashion there, where it looked like one shotgun pellet could have been the difference between a 1-0 lead for Business, but instead it's Overload with the lead, looking to secure this one in round 2. Druck goes to the back of A, and Nasty Bullet, what an incredible play, takes the high ground and takes Druck down.
They've got a great setup here too on the P side. They're as far away from the push of Business as possible. They're probably predicting that the only lane the Business could be spawning in is the B side. That's why we see Magico here just applying pressure, trying to make it so that Septify can't get through and kill his ball carrier. Scoop, though, does get taken out because Septify did a great job to stay alive here. Don't know how much longer he's going to be able to stay alive, though.
Oh, this is tough. I always say keep an eye on the answer back after a tough loss in round 1, and that answer back is not there for Business. It's all Overload. 27-0 as Business now gains control of that oddball back at PD. Pollock needs to stay alive. Massive slay to take down 3 for Overload. But the push on the B side of the map has them already pushed back up. Business are going to have a pretty tough go at it. But it looks like for now, spawns are staggered. Overload is going to regroup. This is going to allow some time here for Business with rockets up to 10.
Such a huge pick that we saw from Septify right there to get a kill while the other team is coming off spawn. That just is going to delay their push. Also increases the odds that Business is going to get the next set of rockets. But even as I say that, Septify does get taken out, and as too do other members of Business, and now Overload more likely to get the rockets. Also got the shotgun as well, but the ball's mid-map, so despite having so much map presence and some kills, it's going to be still a little bit hard for them to get into a setup here.
27 unanswered for Overload, and then 24 unanswered for Business. There's the answer back. A little delayed in this round 2, but it's there nonetheless. As Druck there at the back of A cleans up his opponent in Scoopmeister. That's a big takedown again. Eli, look at Scoopmeister once again sitting at 22 and 18. He's got the most slays in this lobby, pretty favorably and handily. You look at on the side of Business, they're doing it more with OBJ efficiency, with only 16 slays across the board just about for their squad, as Overload continues here in round 2. 3 minutes left with a 3-second lead.
Scoobmeister's so impressive. Keep in mind, this man is playing on over 200 ping. By far the highest in the lobby. He's playing on the other side of the planet from everybody else and the server. So for him to put up the most kills in the lobby under these circumstances, absolutely incredible stuff. But man, this game type is really never over until it's over. Every single round is going to be very close. So if they're gonna keep this win, which by the way, the winner of this game does move on to face Native Gaming. So both of these teams gonna have to step it up in these last 2 rounds.
Big answer back from Business as they put another 25 plus on the board to double up on this lead. Now they look primed to send us to a round 3 best of 3 as 4 go down for Overload in back-to-back sequences. In round 1, Eli, this exact same occurrence happened where Overload was able to break through from that back C spawn, now spawning on the red room side of the map. Do they have the same answer back they had in round 1?
I like what I'm seeing from them already. Yes, they all spawned on the red room side, but they immediately try to cross to the purple side. They recognize that pushing all of them through one lane is often not going to work, but you've got Septify, who was controlling the C side. He denied them the opportunity to push into the purple lane to make their push better. And this is just levels. I mean, this is the chess. Septify knows that when they spawn red room, they're going to try to cross, but he's going to stop that from happening. And yes, he gets taken down, but at what cost? They've now accumulated 85 seconds, and they're very likely to win this round.
Yeah, but watch out for Overload, man. And I got to point out, those are 2-3 instances where Business has not had that ammo recognition in the back of their head, I guess you could call it, where they've gone down thinking they had one more stalker, one more shotgun. Instead, they're going to need one more hold to secure round 2, sitting at 85 to 43, but that's a rolling 43 for Overload. But numbers advantage go in favor of Business here. Nasty Bullet looking to help regain with the triple. Shootmeister's going to clean it up. It's 3 down nonetheless. As Druck, last player alive on the B rail, his job here is to just stay alive. But Scoobmeister takes him down staggeredly. That's going to make it even more difficult for Business to push up here as a team of 4.
Very good point you make. The timing of the kill is so crucial in Oddball because oftentimes you need all 4 members of your team alive to have a successful push. Just killing one member early in the push or the next sequence means that it's going to be easier to hold the ball. But at the same time, you see how fast these guys move off their spawn. Talik spawned at the cafe, and he's already in C within just a matter of moments. So he's not going to make it easy for this hold. That's why Overload throws the ball out. And this has just been a bloodbath, man. Both teams trading an insane number of kills. We see 6 out of the 8 players dead in the lobby right here. In the last 1v1, Swish able to... actually, no, sorry. That's a member of Overload takes out Druck, but Talik right there to pick it up.
Wow, Eli, I could have sworn Druck with that G-slide, his patented G-slide, was going to get around the corner with control of the oddball, but Overload do a great job to take him down. And again, it's staggered a little bit where Druck is the last player alive. A huge slay to not allow Druck to escape into the back of C, and now things are starting to roll downhill for Business as Nasty Bullet puts 2 more up on the board with the rocket launcher possession. Neo's with the stalker in his hand, and previously it was us mentioning the sandbox in favor of Business, now in favor of Overload. 96 to 82. They cannot afford to go 4 down once again. They have to hold strong, and they're doing just that. 2v2 gunfight. Druck has something to say about it as he takes Scoobmeister down to 1 HP, but Scoobmeister milking out some time here. Druck looking to get around the corner. As he does, and that ball sits precariously at the top of C. Business need just 4, and Overload need only 7.
I wonder if that was intentional to leave the ball on the balcony. It's actually harder to grab it there than it would have been mid-map in that sequence. Looked like a member of Business was going to try to catch it, but the ball gets stuck in the ceiling.
The ball is stuck!
Oh my god, I think the ball is glitched into the ceiling, and it's not going to return until, I think, 30 seconds elapse. So both teams are going to have to just fight for space around the reset point. They're going to have to figure this out in the moment. I have not seen
I've never seen anything like this.
Both teams so close to winning this round, but they're going to have to wait for the ball to play ball. I don't even know what to say. Oh, there it is. Okay, the ball has played. Who's going to be able to win this fight to get it for the last hold here?
For the win, Scoobmeister slides through, can potentially escape here on mouse and keyboard, but no! He gets taken down! Nasty Bullet with a grenade kill. This ball sits at the cut side of the map. Overload looking to squeak out the final seconds, but they aren't able to gain any 2 down for Overload, 1 for Business, as Business looks to gain the final 2 seconds, but they go down in the cuts. Magico has to stay alive here, but Tolic has the flank, has his back, and Business has the oddball in their hands after. Oh, man, you want to talk about a once-in-a-lifetime moment. 96-93, and the oddball gets stuck. We saw a team slayer, essentially, for the next 30 seconds, but woo, after all is said and done, Eli, we got one of our best games, best series of these HCS Open series here, as Game 3 has delivered. Tied 1-1. Tolic looking to push up and gain control of the rocket launcher as 4 go down for Overload, and Business are going to carry the momentum into round 3.
Enemy has the ball.
If you're Overload, you have to wonder what if that ball did not get stuck in the ceiling, but you can't be thinking about that now. You got to just focus on the task at hand, which is to slow the momentum down on the side of Business. This opening sequence in the 3rd round heavily in the favor of Business. This is the biggest early lead we have seen so far in any round, and the kills are still going in their favor. Holding on to this rocket's so smart. If he's just able to get any kill with this, it's going to slow down the push immensely. But so far, he can't find a target.
And on NFL Sunday, chat wonders, should we see the red challenge flag there as well? You posed the question, Eli. I think if things did go that way in that oddball drop, it was Business going down with it. Druck was there in position, but I don't know. I think Overload maybe would have regained control of that, but it's all for naught. It's all a theory at this point, as Business has the lead in actuality, 40-0, as Overload are able to get their first 2 seconds on the board. But after a one-in-a-lifetime sequence here in Halo Infinite, Eli, we've never seen anything like that in almost 3 years now. It kind of just feels like this round 3 is going to snowball out of control for whichever team is willing and ready to take that momentum. And right now, it's Business, but Overload have done a good job to kind of inch their way towards a potential tie here in this round 3, but their backs are now against the wall.
Tolic just played that entire sequence so disciplined and patiently. Right there, he probably thought he was going to have a little bit more help as he pushed in, able to do enough damage that he takes that kill down, but Tolic just stayed alive, just waited. He knew that his 2 teammates had died during their push. He wasn't going to make a successful push until they came back off of spawn, waited just long enough to do so, and that's the reason that Overload's not still scoring right now. You have to think that if Tolic just impatiently pushed there, Overload could have actually started coming back into this, but I really like what I'm seeing out of Business. They're making it difficult for them to come back. Rocket looked a little confusing there, but both those kills do come through with the second rocket, and now it's Business back in control with the ball.
Did that rocket hit the grenade in midair and explode before it could take down the opponent? We're seeing all sorts of... It must be Friday the 13th. Instead, it's December 17th, nowhere near the Freaky Friday that we would have seen, but it feels like it in this lobby, as we still have a lead here for Business, up 45-18. But Eli, I gotta go back to the point you made, Tolic. It's not been the 29 and 23 or the 108 seconds that's been the most impressive. It's been how he's gotten there with the patience. Now he goes down there, but his process in playing patiently and timing those pinches perfectly with his teammates is a big reason why Business are back in this series and back in the lead. We did not see that in the early goings of Game 1 and maybe even a little bit of Game 2. It was all bait, no switch. Now we're seeing perfect execution of it here, led by Tolic.
There's a reason we've seen this guy in the in the winners finals of multiple LAN tournaments. I mean, he's definitely knows how to play against the best, and that kind of, I guess, experience in moments like this definitely comes in handy, right? Like, you have to imagine there's multiple times in those winners bracket runs that we saw Native Red from last season that they had to slow down. They had to say something in the comms that kind of makes the team understand, like, all right, we're doing something wrong. Let's correct it right here, right now. We don't have time to correct it. This game is way too fast paced, and he's able to make the adjustments very quickly and very efficiently. And that's what makes him such a very dangerous opponent to play against.
Another reason why I think Business is in the lead here and potentially eyeing a victory in round 3 is Swish really utilizing that damaging bruiser role where he's earning the assist and opening up the slay opportunities for Tolic. Sitting at 22, he's got the most in the lobby, tied with Magico. Magico also doing a great job here to support. But again, you can't just have all 4 main slayers. You can't just have all 4 OBJs. You need guys like Swish to open up the lanes, and that's what we're seeing here as Tolic opens up the face mask of Scoopmeister, takes him down, 2 down for Overload. Shotgun up, and Tolic goes down quickly after. Rockets are up. They're in the hands of Septify, but keep an eye on that shotgun over there on the cafe side.
Talik wanted to close the gap between the shotgun spawn and that little corner that he expected them to push from, but pressure comes in too strong for Overload. That rocket perfectly between two opponents, not close enough to either of them to get a kill. And this push looking pretty good for Overload, but as I say that, even though they got several dead on the side of Business, at the end of the day, the last couple members of Business able to stop the push, and now the lead is growing to more than 40 points.
Eli, I'm going to need your biggest Metafy big brain breakdown for how Talik has the time to earn 36 slays in this lobby when he's got 125 seconds on the board. This is arguably one of the greatest oddball performances we've seen in recent memory, as Talik is quite literally doing it all, earning slays, keeping that death counter down to the lowest in the lobby by nearly 10, and he's got almost 3 minutes on the clock. Unbelievable performance here from Talik in this game, as Business, they're back in business. They take the series, they steal it 2-1.
Like I said, man, this guy Talik, he's been a standout performer on that native red roster for as long as he was on it. Not sure what team he's going to ultimately be playing for in season 3, but whoever it is, they're going to be hard to beat because this guy just does it all. Like you said, he's slaying out, he's doing the objective. I can guarantee you he's IGLing, he's bringing the vibes to the squad, he's calling some of the shots along the way, and man, I just can't wait to see what this guy does in future games of Halo Infinite.
Whew. Well, that was my favorite series of the HCS Open Series. Two of my favorites in the Halo community, Aliak and Toolez. Let's send it back to the desk for their reaction to one of the most incredible series we've seen in recent memory.
Whew, what a series. That was an incredible series. That oddball was insane. Anybody else on the edge of their seats when the oddball went on the roof of that building of C?
That's like the most dramatic way you could possibly like finish off a round, right? Like oddball gets stuck up in the roof. Like what in the world are you even supposed to do?
Yeah, I would love to see how that happened, but before we even begin to talk about how that could be possible, let's talk about that game one. That was a very surprising win for Overload.
Right. I mean, it all starts in the beginning of the game. Scoobmeister just goes absolutely insane to start. I believe he gets 9 kills right in a row, and it really came down to a fight that happened over on the A side, right? Scoobmeister decides to push in. All these players from Business are rotating in. Scoobmeister swings in like a superhero, was able to get 3 of those kills, and that's when they finally started to get sort of that trip cap action, right? So right here we start to see, you know, they got those early points on board, but this is where things are fragile, right? If you're Business, you don't necessarily have anything guaranteed. You're gonna try to get yourself a little bit more advantage here. That's what Talik's doing, right? He's leading that charge over to A, and you're gonna start to see a lot of these players start to come in that way. Magical with that double kill, you see the rotation over on the other side, right? You're losing C. What do you do in this situation? Well, here comes the call. Send everyone to A. We have B. Let's get it. But this is where things just go wrong, right? Look at these two players. It's them versus Scoobmeister. Well, the nade is perfect. Double kill. Then the damage comes in from the other side, right? Boom. You're in a trip cap situation, and they just never let go from this point. They're able to get that trip cap in, and once they had that domination, they never really let it up. It was just a lot of trip cap action, a lot of spiraling out of control, and a lot of momentum that went over to their side.
I just feel like Overload was playing so good, and I think we also saw that in that second game, the Slayer live fire. Another game that had me on the edge of my seat. That was 50-48. That was close.
Right down to the finish, right? And it's surprising because Business had a really tough start in that game. It almost felt like we're going to see a 2-0 sweep by like a huge margin, but suddenly Business slowly creeped their way back in, but it didn't come with some trials and tribulations. Towards the end of the game, things get absolutely spicy, right? Both teams, it's like 48-47, somewhere around there. There's no mistakes that can be made, and suddenly it looked like it was potentially a possibility for the comeback to happen. Everything was going right, but it was just a player that gets caught off a little off guard towards the end of that game too, that causes the mayhem. I believe it was Nasty Bullet that went into that doorway, tried to get in that finishing damage in that, like, those final 30 seconds, but honestly it was some huge snipe shots from Septify that made the difference. Hit those big shots to get them to 49, and eventually a team shot at the very end of that game too gets the job done. I mean, just look how crazy the finish of this game is, right? We're talking about 46-42. You have this sort of lead, and we almost see this comeback a reality.
Yeah, and I was when I was watching, I think the casters also mentioned like one of the players fell off the map, and then that's when Business started to take control of this live fire. But Overload didn't let down. They were just inching their way back.
Look at all this, right? Like it's 49-45. Septify saw that player spawn, but look how timid they're being, right? They don't want to push in. They don't want to give up any deaths for free. And I feel like this timidness is sort of what we saw the downfall of Business throughout, like their low sides of their low moments in this game, was because they were being a little bit too timid, right? Like you see that damage. Let's go capitalize it right here. Like Switch needs to push Magico right there. You know he's one shot. You know he's trying to escape. Instead, they get caught out by the nades, and it's just a little tiny overextend from Nasty Bullet that costs at the end, right? If Nasty Bullet doesn't make that overextend, I think that comeback is honestly a reality.
That was incredible. But speaking of incredible, we did get our game 3. What is it called? G8. We got a G8. What is it? A non-excavation.
Yeah, right.
I don't want to say excavation. Why do I keep saying excavation? Get that thing out of my brain. Okay, yes. We got that G8 and that Oddball Streets.
Oh my! I mean, hey, you know, sometimes people don't want to play Extraction. It is what it is. We saw Oddball Streets and talk about a phenomenal game. I mean, everyone's going to talk about it, right? It's the end of round 2 that matters. Let's take a look at it, right? With this Oddball getting stuck up in the roof. Like, I've never seen that happen before, Aliek. Like, have you seen that at all in this game?
No, I did see, I was looking for clips yesterday, and I did see an Oddball get stuck on, I think it was a recharge. The person was holding the ball and like jumping on the side of the wall by back silo. It's possible, and with Halo, it's possible. How that happened, I have no idea.
Right, I mean, a player dies just before they're able to grab that ball. They throw it up into the roof, and one thing I'll say is like, that benefited the team that lost in round 2. So I don't feel like it was too much of an impact, right? Because Business should have won that round because that ball should have went over towards Talik. There was really no one there that could have stopped him. But then suddenly you have to like, oh crap, like everyone knows it's 45 seconds until that Oddball is back up, or 30 seconds. Like it's gonna be a fight at the finish, and that's exactly what happens, right? They all fight at the finish. Look at this Oddball getting stuck up in that roof, right? Look, they have all this position, only 2 players up on the other side. Business, this is their game, right? And Druck just has to witness his teammate throw it up into the window. Oh no, stuck, right? And now it's like, oh, what should have been a guaranteed game suddenly isn't guaranteed whatsoever anymore. You're gonna have to go play for the finish, and well, we'll have to go see how these teams go into the final moments. Let's speed it up a little bit here at the end and go take a look at how these players got positioned for this final battle, because it was an absolute bloodbath on the reset, Aliek.
That was incredible, and we're gonna be moving forward with this team, and they're gonna be up against. Let's see if we can see the bracket. Where
it should be Native Halo. That's
Native. Oh right, Native Halo. Of course, we've been waiting for this matchup. Native Halo, who we have been following today, because I mean it is a team to talk about with APG not being an optic and getting picked up by Native. Now Native Gaming, not Native White, not Native Red, now just Native Gaming. We have a teammate coming from the Halo 5 days that was in COD, now back in Halo Infinite, because we have Halo players coming back to Halo. Neptune, a lot of people watching this player. He's a young player, and I want to see him go up against, and his entire team go up against much higher, should I call it, seeded teams in this bracket. I'm really looking forward to it. We have Solitude and Alpha on winners quarters, Native versus Business, which is what we will be watching. And what else do we have here? Let's see, the Oinksters. I like that name. Ssgt and Cloud9, which I believe Ssgt did move forward to winner semis. Is that right? I believe I refreshed my bracket and I saw that on my side.
Oh wow, yeah, I haven't been keeping up with it. If that's the case, like that's a big win from them, right? Obviously, an all-European team playing against North America, like that's going to have an impact on how you play the game. But Ssgt, like they've had their ups and downs in these off-season tournaments. Last week was definitely a downtrend for them. If they can start getting past some of these harder teams early on, like that's exactly what they're looking for.
I love seeing these EU teams move forward. We just saw with Overload we had 3 players from Mexico, Scoobmeister, which did amazing, also with a mouse and keyboard player. Shout out to the mouse and keyboard players out there, all the way from Australia. It was an amazing game to watch, and I can't wait to see our upcoming match, Native versus Business. I'll see you guys after this quick break. Any last thoughts for you, Tools?
Nah, I'm just excited to get
All
into
right.
it. Native versus Business. Let's go. We'll be right back.
Let's do it. Welcome back, everybody, to the HCS Off-Season Open coverage by LBT. We are back. I'm Alec. We have Tools right over here, and we're about to jump in to a really exciting match: Business versus Native Gaming.
Yeah, this is going to be the first true test for this Native Gaming roster in today's bracket. Obviously, we've seen some up and downs, but Business is a really good team with really good players. It's going to be tough for Native Gaming to get past.
And we're about to just see how great they will be. Casters, take it away.
All right, Eli, after a thrilling come-from-behind victory for Business, they now have their toughest task of the tournament going up against Native Gaming here. What are some of your early thoughts as we get things kicked off here? Another oddball. This time on Recharge.
Can't hear my co-caster here.
Should be good now. Sorry about that. I asked what were some of your thoughts as we get into this early going here of Recharge Oddball.
Yeah, I mean, this like we said is the first test for Native. I'd like to see them have some good oddball holds where they're able to watch all parts of the map while they get some safe ball time. I also want to see how well they push into setups when the other team has the ball. So this is going to be very interesting to see, because like we said, this is the first time they've played together. They're going to have to rely on their instincts and communication primarily. So this will be a good test to see how their communication is looking in the early goings.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's the case for both of these two squads. As we've seen some inefficiency, we've also seen some highlight reel moments that really showed the true potential of these two teams as Native Gaming gets out to an early lead. First possession of the match with 10 and rolling. It's Collect earning that oddball time. APG looking to push up here on the C side of the map. Hits the quick jump and engages with Septify here at the tower. But after taking the first two shots from Septify, realizes he's down maybe a shot or two in that gunfight. Comes back for Septify later. We talked about from Talik the timing he had, seeing maybe even better example of that here from APG as he plays that perfectly.
So what we just saw from APG was a lot of multitasking. So he first takes the route all the way to the C side, first to force the enemies to spawn on the A side, which opens up the opportunity for his team to rotate that ball to long haul. Like you said, he also played his life very effectively in that fight in the tower, was able to come back and finish that kill. But throughout the whole engagement, we've also got Neptune in the gold side of the map. He lives long enough to spawn a couple of teammates in A, it looks like. So that actually seemed like a very fluid sequence for Native, one that usually is something you'd see out of a very practiced team for situations like that. But clearly the communication's on point. Now it's just going to be a fight for this gold tower to see who's going to be able to get the next stretch of oddball time.
Gosh, this is the quarterfinals. It could be the semifinals, winners finals maybe even. We've got a hell of a matchup here as Druck takes down APG. Two go down for Native Gaming. It's going to provide business with their first opportunity, realistic opportunity, I should say, to regain control, but they're going to do just that. Druck tosses the oddball out to the A side of the map. A collective 4 go down for Native Gaming, and now Business have regained control of that oddball. They need a good stretch of time here, though, as Native Gaming goes on a milk run. 39 seconds to Business's 10 and rolling.
Recharge ball, this top A and top gold setup, generally considered the strongest setup on recharge, not only for oddball but also for strongholds and a lot of king setups as well. So no surprise to see Business holding that, but it's going to be Native who actually pushes in and breaks the setup. So they actually sent 2 players to the tower, 1 to long haul. The player long haul is supposed to shoot off the top gold guy to make it easier for his teammates to push through. And we're seeing great Halo from both sides here, as we also see a nice no-scope from Druck. That shows to me that he's starting to heat up. We understand that he's maybe a bit under practice compared to the rest of the players in the lobby, but we also know what he's capable of once he gets warmed up.
Druck and Pollock both taking on their previous organization in Native Gaming. A little bit of a revenge tour arc starts for them as 2 does the comeback, only down by 10 now after previously going down 39-0 to start. It's Business who have answered back really impressively. Now Druck with the camo, but McWin, he's the wily veteran. Perfectly takes out and trades out that camo, not allowing Druck to do anything with it.
So important to neutralize the camo before the next sequence. What we're seeing is the meta on this game type is if you can have that powerful top A, top gold setup, you take it, right? But as soon as you lose one side or the other, it's time to rotate the ball. So they start to rotate the ball to C, hold it as long as they can, then throw it off the map, and then just reset the whole sequence. And that's why we keep seeing that time and time again. Last time, or the first time, it was Native that made that play. Second time is Business. So both teams playing the meta very close to heart here.
45-38 it looks like, with under 2 left in regulation. McWin jumping up to the bat ledge, believe. Now Shock Rifle not ready just yet. 3 down though for Business. That's going to make it a little easier. Shock Rifle was available actually, and with 3 going down for Business, that's going to make it an easy grab for McWin as he looks to put it to work. But Swish has second thoughts, takes him down and takes control of that ever important power weapon.
Very important for Business to take out APG in that moment as well. Leaves the ball carrier all by his lonesome. Neptune forced to play the ball out. Neptune also gets a kill before going down. He's still alive, which is very impressive. The way he's playing this looks like he never stopped playing Halo. He played that entire situation as the last man alive perfectly. Kept the ball out of the opponent's hands, gets a kill, and holds that space in the gold tower for long enough for his teammates to come off spawn, and because of that, Native actually got even more ball time, and Business still unable to get any semblance of control here.
Yeah, with every passing second, every passing game, it looks like Neptune is getting his halo legs underneath him, if you will, as he's continued to look more and more comfortable throughout this day. And I think that's followed for Native Gaming. They look more and more comfortable as a team of 4. McWin asking at the very beginning to give them some time. We did see Rebellion win their first tournament as a team of 4 officially representing an organization. So I think that expectation, regardless of what McWin says, is still on this Native Gaming roster. They've answered the bell, but for now, it's Business who have been scrappy in this one. They haven't let Native Gaming run away with it or feel comfortable with it, as McWin, though, gets that slay on Septify, and Native Gaming will regain control of the oddball. Crucial, pivotal location here on the long haul side of the map. You could rotate it back to gold or back to C. Where's this one's going?
Love to see Native throwing his life just to get the ball to long haul, recognizing that if he did not do it in that moment, Business was going to be able to push in and get control of gold. Because of the selfless play out of Neptune, they're able to get the ball all the way to C safely, and they're going to be able to hold a setup here. Business is going to have to figure out a way to break in, and even when they do, the ball's going to come off the map, which means they're going to have to rotate all the way back to the other side. So, I mean, honestly, great play so far out of Native.
Oh, and keep an eye on the spawns here for Native Gaming, where, yeah, they're going to spawn A and get instant eyes on that oddball reset. Perfectly timed process there, but it's Talik with the perfectly timed play of his own, as he's able to take that oddball off of the reset location. 3 go down for Native Gaming. McWin, last player alive, looking to take down the oddball, but Swish takes him down with the cross shots. 2 still down for Native Gaming, and it's going to open up an opportunity for Business to regain the lead.
Wow, love what I'm seeing on Collect right now. So that whole sequence is just amazing that he stays alive. So many other players in his position would have died so long ago, but he's somehow taking so many shots. He's able to just play around cover. He dodged a grenade. He seems to be in and out of the sequence. He's been one shot for seemingly 30 seconds now and still alive somehow. But even despite all that, it is Business able to rotate the ball to C because they took him out of the play for so long. Ball gets play balled again, and because the time expires, first round is going to go to Business, actually.
Wow. And after what looked like a hot start for Native Gaming, it was. They carried through with it, accruing even more time, but Business just kind of inch by inch worked their way to a round 1 victory. A surprising one at that, is, man, they have looked better and better ever since that game 1 loss on Stronghold. Septify earns the opening break double kill, make it a, no, not a triple. He earns the assist, and 3-4 go down nonetheless for Native Gaming, as Business, they're now carrying that momentum into round 2.
This is very important. We're going to have to see how Native decides to play the situation. They recognize that no members of Business are in gold. Business, though, recognizing that the push is coming through gold, take this opportunity to push the ball to C. This is time and time again how the meta has developed. You get the A-B hold if you can. If not, rotate it to C. So far, Business has done a fantastic job of playing it. That's why they were able to secure that first round. Native did a lot of the same, but it just wasn't as efficient as Business so far.
Yeah. Totally agree. And another well-timed reset, though, from Native Gaming. But with positioning on the gold side for, I believe that's Septify, it should prevent Septify and Swish, actually. So if they can stay alive there on gold, but they get taken down instantaneously. What a destructive moment for them as they look primed to regain the oddball after the reset. But now it's Native Gaming cleaning up. All 4 go down for Business, and you got to get someone to the oddball here quickly. And if they don't, here in the next 2-3 seconds, they might actually need another slay of 4 to gain control of that oddball, Eli. They are.
You're exactly right. I mean, the timing of when you pick up the oddball is so important. You want to pick it up as soon as those players are dead, but nobody on the side of Native was in position. Still, though, winning that fight was massive. Stopped Business from accumulating even more time. But yes, now that they got 2 dead, I expect them to go for this oddball. They're going to try to get it into safety, and they're going to try to get that A set up while they still can.
This is looking tough, though, for Native Gaming after getting 2 team wipes. It's tough for them to get that oddball control. Interesting point to make here. Kind of points to the struggles that occur early on for new teams, you know, going through those early phases where you're still trying to feel each other out. Let's recall Neptune, McWin, and APG last team back in, what, 2018 or so? So it's been been 5-6 years since these guys have been together. That's enough time to almost feel like they're brand new teammates. You can almost make the case for as McWin pushes up on the tower side of the map. Continuing time, though, for business as Native Gaming continue to go down. 2 go down for them. APG, though, looking to stay alive at the top of tower. Look at all this distraction. Everybody's shooting across the map. Everybody's looking left, right. All the while, the distractionary oddball in the hands of Swish continues to gain time for them as he's doing a perfect job here, rotating it from the frag doors into the deeper parts of gold, making APG chase a little bit here as he does ultimately go down, not before a reset, but Native Gaming in this situation, Eli, do a much better job of regaining control of that oddball almost instantaneously after earning the slays needed.
Business looking even stronger now than they did in their last matchup against the Scoopmeister Magico team and I think it might be the effect of when you can predict your opponents a little bit better because, you know, they're playing within an established meta. Maybe it's a little bit easier for them to perform right now. They're playing more within their comfort zone. This is kind of what they're used to playing against, whereas Scoopmeister and friends might have been doing a few things they didn't really expect. Right now, they're expecting what Native does, and they're countering it before they can even do it. So very impressive stuff out of business so far.
Yeah, this is just an impressive stretch of gameplay dating back to the last hour or so where they've regained, they've responded, and they've played well off their back foot. 3 qualities, Eli, that we agree are crucial in becoming and being a top Halo team. But in that moment, 3 go down for business. It's going to allow Native Gaming some control of the map in the sandbox. Maybe wish they got those slays a little bit later, maybe just a few seconds later, would have had easy access to that camo, but instead, that might just be a hard fight as the battle ensues. Camo's up.
McWin maybe trusting that sidekick a little bit too much at that range. The bloom can be your enemy if you're not close enough to the opponent. McWin gets taken down. That's going to alleviate some pressure on that side of the map and allow business to push through. You see Druk trying to get into the pipes to get control of it. Knows that their team is going to have to get a couple more slays before they can hold the ball for some significant time. Pollock trying to keep control of A side. As soon as he dies, I have to imagine the play call is going to be to rotate the ball towards C. As we see, the ball does come out right here. And yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. Looks like Septify expecting someone to push quickly, tries to throw a close grenade. And as they get a few kills, they might open up the opportunity to get even more ball time here and maybe even close out the game.
Really good positioning here from Septify on the top side as he allows APG to trickle in with his back exposed. Septify able to take down Neptune as well, able to get enough shots on McWen to take him down, and Septify takes down APG. This could be the closing moments of game 1. Eli, business are looking incredible now.
This is one of those game types that you do need significant reps with your team and talk about different scenarios before I think you can be a good recharge oddball team. Like I said, these guys on business, they looks like a pickup team, but Swish, Talik, and Druk do have some experience playing together. But as I say that, they go 4 dead. This is the opportunity that Native has to get back into this. They're going to hold this C hold as long as they can, and they're going to force business to push in. As soon as the pressure comes in too greatly, they're going to throw the ball off the map. Try to force the spawns to where they can spawn in the gold tower so that they can get the next ball and continue to rack up more time.
Really keeping an eye on Neptune here as he's got the most upside on this Native Gaming roster in the sense that the 3 other players, they've been playing Halo Infinite for the past couple years. McWin joining in Season 2, but Neptune, he's the fresh newbie, you could argue, here in Halo Infinite. He's been playing Call of Duty for the last couple of years. It doesn't look like it, sitting at 28 and 19 with 31 seconds of oddball time. The big reason why this second round is extremely competitive, despite the fact that business reached the 90-second threshold much faster than Native Gaming. They've had a good stretch, a good couple sequences here back to back as they've gotten back in this game, only down 30.
Yeah, but now they're all trapped in A. Swish has the protection on the tower side. We had other members of business wrapping in through the left, but Native plays out of it very well. They get a double kill. Now Septify taking down McWin, though. Business, if they can just win this sequence right here, get 1 or 2 more slays, they could absolutely just close this round out. As we see, APG goes down, as does Neptune, and I think that's the end of the game.
Finishing seconds here on what could be a 1-0 lead for business, 99-100, and that will do it. Business take the series, or I should say take the series on that oddball 2-0. I was expecting at least around 3 like we had seen previously between that overload roster, but hey, Business, they are making strides, and I always keep an eye on Eli in tournaments, which teams get better on a day-to-day basis. Here we have in this open series just a one-day event, so looking more to see who improves from round to round and maybe even game to game. And right now it's been Business who has the most upside in that sense, as they have continually looked better and better after each passing game.
Absolutely. These guys are certainly communicating well. I mean, when it comes to these pickup squads, the difference maker is usually the communication. What I saw towards the end of that game, Talik fighting for A. Remember, we want the A and we want gold if we're going to hold the A gold setup. As soon as Talik goes down, I guarantee you he's saying in the comms, I lost A, rotate it long haul. And then without hesitation, you see his teammates throwing the ball long haul. And that to me says that their communication is on point. I think that maybe this native roster might be struggling just a little bit in the communication department for some of these game types, but we're moving into Street Slayer, and this is all about timing, teamwork, coordination, not hesitating to follow up on damage. And I think this is going to be a very, very close one. We might even see it slow down quite a bit, as when two teams respect each other, this game type can actually slow down.
Yeah, and I think if it comes down to timing, which I agree with here on Streets, I'd give the edge to Business, just in the sense that Neptune just had that +10 performance in game one, but timing is key. Timing is everything. And you know, coming over from Call of Duty to Halo, we worked a lot with Precision and Husk last year, coming over from Gears of War to Halo. A little bit of a learning curve. Despite the fact that you might be popping off with those stats, the timing is still something that takes a little while to feel out, and I still believe Native Gaming is in that portion, in that phase of their team's existence, and they might just be for even the first couple of tournaments that they compete in.
You are not wrong. I mean, it takes a while. You got to do the VOD review. You've got to talk about different sequences. You got to talk about, hey, when this happens, we do this. Because right now, I mean, if this is the first time they play together, they might have a few different opinions about how they want to play different situations. And right now, Business getting all the items on the map is definitely what they want to do, as they take an early 8-4 lead.
This is looking like a really strong opening break. Sometimes one team takes the lead, the other team takes the sandbox, but in this case, it's Business taking both. Doubled up on the lead, 5-10, as Talik looks to stay alive on the cafe side of the map. All of Native Gaming over on the C side, all of Business at the back of PD, is just see an old-fashioned battle at the 50-yard line, as we're actually going to see a standoff here, and there's no power weapons up soon. It's going to come down to somebody making that first move.
Right now we see Talik taking his time, keeping an eye on where his teammates are. I think he's trying to stay hidden until he sees a player here. He's going to try to deal some damage, but you see in the kill feed, his teammates are just dying left and right. He gets taken down as well due to some tricky movement out of Mikwin. Gets the melee. Keep in mind, the Disruptor, counting as a pistol, has a faster melee, and also melee twice faster with this gun. You can also do some cheeky plays with the Disruptor where you shoot the weapon pad. When the enemy's around a corner, you can do the chain reaction damage. So love to see the sandbox being utilized. That's probably the least used gun in the entire sandbox right now, but I think it does actually have a place if you can get creative with that chain reaction.
Absolutely. No longer with the DOT as the Disruptor was nerfed, but I agree. It's one of the few weapons, along with, I guess, the shock rifle, to provide that explosive ordnance damage where you shoot the pad, you get some damage, and screw the damage. It's all about that intel, really. So I think you're right. I think the Disruptor does have some place in the sandbox. One weapon we know surely does is the rocket launcher, as Collect has that over his shoulder. Pings two players. Druck and Swish are lighting up like a Christmas tree on Christmas Eve. As Swish goes down, Collect takes him down easily with the rockets. Still has intel on that other player, but Collect is the last player alive. Almost lands the ninja, but takes down Druck nonetheless with the shot to the knee. Impressive sequence here from Collect as he continues to stay alive. 16-17. This one's now much closer, as Native have done a great job to come back.
What a crazy stat line we see on the side of Business. Talik with 4, Swish and Druck both with 1 kill each, but Septify with 11. This man really stepping up when his team needs it. And I mean, if he ends up being the reason his team wins, this could be one of the better moments of his career. But Neptune is starting to heat up. This guy hasn't played this game for very long, but man, I've watched his stream and I am so impressed with the way he moves around the map, so in tune with the angles at which he could be seen by. He's going to be a very fierce competitor once he's got even more hours under his belt.
Yeah, there's some timing that we were speaking of, as Neptune timed that double kill perfectly. Even some of these veteran Halo Infinite competitors with the switch to the DMR. In that close quarter combat where you need 3 shots and a melee to take one down, some pros get a little ahead of themselves and will take 2 shots and a melee. There we saw Neptune perfectly play his process, wait for the 3 shots with the DMR to land before cleaning up with the melee for the double. As we now hop on board here with Septify. Over on the B stairs, has 1 shotgun left, puts it to good use, earning the trade.
This game very close so far, just 25-24. Still either team's game. It's going to be which one of these teams is able to get good map positioning and good weapons going into the last half of the game. Right now, Collect's been 1 shot for seemingly forever. Finally gets his shields back. He can become part of the map once again. And spots Talik, who clearly knew he was there, takes some nade damage, and he gets taken out of the play even longer. I mean, sometimes not even finishing a kill can take someone out of the play for even longer than if you got the kill, right? Because he's only dead for 8 seconds if you kill him right away. You keep him 1 shot for 30 seconds, he can't really do anything. So impressive stuff out of Business, and I think that's part of the reason they get this lead and get a little bit of an opening here.
A team wipe for Business has them back on top. However, only by 1, as this one's extremely close. Heading into the 30s, we're starting to see a little bit of formation in the lobby, but no sense of where this one's going as Septify takes down APG to 1 shot on the trash side of the map. Druck looking to potentially clean him up, but APG does a good job for now staying alive. Eventually goes down to Septify. Septify content with that sequence, content with the +1 on the scoreboard, is going to dip back up, make sure he stays alive. 29-30 here with Business in the lead.
How often do you see a team with 30 kills and 1 member has 19? This is an absolutely pop-off performance from Septify. Didn't have any assists until right then, but he's definitely been in the right spot at the right time to finish off these kills. What a massive performance he's putting up to really keep his team in this one. He wants to end the series right here, right now. He doesn't want to go to a game 3, and I don't blame him, because if you give Native Gaming a game 3, they might just have enough time to wake up and figure out how to play these sequences and be a tough opponent to beat.
Jeez, 19 slays and a slayer. That might be, after an entire game passes, that might be a career performance for certain players. And that'd be a hell of a game at that. Septify with 19, and we still have 15 left on the board to go. 36-35. This one's close. McWin pushing in off the heaven side of the map. G-slides right into Septify, but Septify again earns the trade. Septify's been very heady in this match. You see that 20 and 8, and you assume he's never trading out, but it's really been the trades that have allowed him to have this standout performance and keep Business right there in it. But now they're down by a count of, we're tied. Thought I saw a little bit of a squiggle in the lines, but no. 39 all heading in the 40s. McWin looking to change and add some separation to the scoreboard, though, as we are tied with 5:20 left.
Is this all kind of gathering around that B and PD side? Like to see that they've now spread out. They've got some presence in the shoddy lane. You do need all lanes watched on this map pretty much at all times. Don't want any members of the other team to be able to sneak through for free, but they rotate out to the cafe side, but the 2 members that stayed on the B side were taken out. So now a 2-kill lead for Native, and they've got positioning in C. I'd like to see them play out just a little bit, though. Once they get the numbers advantage, sometimes it is good to go ahead and collapse, recognizing maybe they didn't have the timing to do so. They're going to stay in C for now, but now we do see the push come out. We see them flooding through the purple side. Once they get a couple of kills here, you have to imagine the rest of the team's going to come collapse. Here's McWin now leaving the C side, but recognize he's a little bit too late to the party. He's going to back up after his teammates go down. We're back to a tied game, and I think the favor for map position goes to Business here. But it's McWin with the stalker rifle.
Yeah, map positioning in favor of Business. Sandbox, you could argue, in favor of Native Gaming, as this one's deadlocked and tied. 43 all, now 44 all. Rockets up in 15 seconds. That's going to provide a little bit more chaos to this insane endgame. We've got 45-44. Talik looking to stay alive in the back of PD as he'll throw that chase grenade out. Neptune seeking out his opponent, but he doesn't go down. Talik takes him down instead. 46 all. Rockets are up.
The plasma grenade goes in. APG just launched the rockets. I'm not sure where they ended up, but he put the combat evolved plasma grenade under the rockets. Couldn't quite see where they were launched to. Doesn't look like either team knows where they are just yet. They're probably going to use the AI scan to locate those. Looks like Nighty Night, the observer, trying to find where the rockets are. We found them. They went down there, but they were bait. Native able to close it out with the last kill using those rockets as bait after APG launched it into the ATM. I can't imagine that was exactly intentional, but they played the situation perfectly after the fact. Wow, good stuff out of APG and the rest of Native Gaming.
Oh man, as what goes down is an all-time great performance. Septify accounting for 26 kills in this lobby, but needed 2 more, as Native Gaming will in fact take the upset, or not the upset, but the comeback here in game 2. And wow, Eli, here we go. Winners quarters, winners round 3, 2 best of 3s. It wasn't until the winners finals we were seeing game 3s in previous open series. So again, we always talk about the levels to this. I see Tony in chat. He's a great always comments on that, and I think it's important because we're seeing it right here. We're seeing the level of competition rise as we get deeper into the off season, we get closer to HCS season 3, and these teams are reflecting that as the gameplay today has been incredibly on point.
A lot of people question APG. I swear in these Twitch chats, these guys are so faded. All through last year when APG's on Optic, people always talking trash on this man's name. What are y'all talking about, man? This guy stays alive. He throws the plasma grenade at the Rockets because he recognizes his team doesn't have good positioning to just go for it, right? So he throws the plasma grenade just to make the situation more difficult. He sees Septify over here. He's shooting through the staircase, which is absolutely insane. Somehow jumps over the grenade because he predicted that nade to come through. Stays alive throughout this whole sequence. Eventually kills Septify, who had the massive upper hand in that engagement. Who, by the way, also had 24 kills this game.
Yeah, you shut down the MVP.
Yeah, he just got completely outplayed in that sequence. And then Swish goes for the rockets that APG launched off of the pad, and now they win the game for it. So, dude, fantastic stuff out of APG. This guy just continues to show how he became a world champion.
Yeah, it shows up as 1 kill in the feed, but those are those plays where maybe this stat sheet doesn't actually reflect how impactful and how important that play was from APG, not only trying to earn that combat evolved medal with the rocket possession at a critical moment in the game deep into the 40s tied, but yeah, he gets the cheeky angle to take down Septify through the stairs and then jumps up to the high ground to complete the sequence. And like you said, Eli, and broke down, that was one of the greatest individual performances or individual sequence we might see today, despite the fact that it wasn't a multi-kill. It wasn't a triple or an overkill. It was just good, fundamental, solid Halo. And that's what we become to expect from APG over his 2 decades competing here in Halo.
I mean, those are the plays that win games, right? Like, who cares if you got a triple kill at the very beginning of the game? Yeah, right. If you die in that situation, you lose the game, period. So, I mean, he also put up 15 kills and 10 assists. Went even, he had 15 deaths as well, but he was a part of so many engagements that they were able to eke out the win. But it's really just that last play at the very end. Those are the type of plays that separate the very best from, the very good, right? Is if you can ice up in those moments and get the W, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, I was almost hoping for the sake of the conversation that APG didn't get a kill in that moment, and I think that would perfectly exemplify how goated he is. Doesn't even need to show up in the stat sheet to win the game like we saw there. Does ultimately earn that slay on Septify. As we start off our game 3 here, do or die. Winners semifinals. I have to keep catching myself. I thought winners finals was on the line. Winners semis on the line here between these 2 teams. Native Gaming in their first tournament together as a team of 4 in business. Their first time playing as a group. Talik and Druck, obviously duos on that Native Gaming roster previously, but this one, after what we thought was our closest series of the day, this one's looking even better.
Now we talk about Neptune not having as much experience in Halo Infinite as the rest of them, but he definitely has experience on this map. I mean, when he was on a top 3 team in Halo 5, Plaza was one of the more common maps that they played on. Don't think they've ever played King of the Hill in quite the same way that we do for Halo Infinite on this map, but I still know that Neptune knows his way around this map. He's going to know what positions he should hold, when to rotate, and I'm definitely looking forward to watching his screen on this map.
Yeah, just about a minute off the clock already, and only a quarter mark on the score. It really goes to show how hard it is to earn and capture that top mid location, as you got really no cover. You got maybe that little silo to the left of Camo, but other than that, you are out in the open and just asking for some damage and shots. As Talik takes a few with that sniper, lands a grenade around the window, trying to take down his opponent, but he goes down, drops snipes as well. It's going to be a crucial power weapon now up for play.
Sniper's so important, especially with players as talented as these. Neptune gets a double kill in the kill feed. Not only that, but he's going to stay alive here at a very important part of the map. During this first hill, though, I do favor holding the tram side because that's the side that is very the hill is very exposed too, right? So if you let the enemies spawn by the tram, they can often kill the hill guy very quickly, which you see Business does take that opportunity. They also take the hill, and I think they've had the better, more favorable map positioning throughout this first hill, but it's Native still making it very difficult for them to score the point.
Neptune with the high ground, but it's Business with the edge on this hill, but not if Neptune can continue to score some time here. As McWin, I like his positioning here at the elbow, or at the window. You could argue maybe the snipe tower, the ideal location to hold, but McWin has a nice defensive positioning. 2 go down for each side. Talik dropping to the mid-ground, takes down 2. And now this opens up a numbers advantage potentially for his squad. Next kill will do that as he does take down McWin. 3 go down for Native Gaming. Business right here could steal this first hill.
Very impressive stuff out of Talik. Recognized that, yes, his team didn't quite have the right map positioning, but he knew he had just enough time to finish this point before dying. He does exactly that. Having a keen understanding of your timing in situations like this, so important, just taking the opening as you see it. He's still alive as well, utilizing the thruster to deal damage and safely retreat. And if they're able to get a few more slays, I could definitely see Business getting set up for this next hill as well.
Now McWin continuing to position himself in advantageous positions. He does drop with that sniper, but that's setting up for an angle here on the driveway. That hill beaming blue. He knows there's players in that location, but they spot the scope clit of McWin and dip, but he takes down Talik with the no scope. Nice opening break slay here for McWin as he pushes on through, takes down Druk to 1 HP, and he's making it so difficult here for Business to continue to score time. I'm surprised they've already got to the halfway mark with that early rotation after previously winning the hill, but McWin doing his best to shut it down.
McWin making it difficult for them, but they're also making it difficult for McWin. I mean, I love to see the movement out of Druk there, almost like baiting his body, kind of doing a little wiggle, little dance. He's like, I know you're not going to hit a headshot when I do this. Jumps out as soon as he gets body shot, and the fact that he stayed alive that long while McWin is staring him down with the sniper rifle is the reason that Business is still accumulating hill time. So Druk might be a little bit rusty, but he's still one of the hardest kills on the map.
Septify securing what could be the final seconds of a 2-0 lead in a game 3. You go up 2-0 on Solitude, Eli. That could be game, set, match. Still plenty of time, 3 minutes left, but this next hill is a must-win for Native Gaming.
So far, I feel like Business has just been playing their map positioning better. Now that the hill moves out here to the dip side and the fourth hill moves to snipe, you really want to control that snipe side throughout this whole sequence. It does appear that Native currently has a better map positioning, but it's Business currently in the hill. How long can they stay alive and get it? And Talik's gonna fight for the tower side, knows how important this side is. He's gonna kill this player, and now he takes it for himself, and this game's been all Business so far.
All Business, no jokes, as Business have really opened up a dominant lead here. And they have the edge on this third hill at a quarter mark, 10% or so for Native Gaming. Talik looking to defensively take down his opponent inside the hill, but instead he goes down. McWin with the perfect shots is going to open up some more time here for Native, but I still maintain this is a must-win for them. They don't have enough time on the clock. 2:25, every second ticking away is almost like a fifth teammate here for Business.
You're not wrong. This is a game type that we rarely see more than 3 total hills captured. We've even seen, I've seen games on this game type where nobody even gets a single point. The time expires before anybody can finish the top mid hill. So to go up this early with a 2-0 lead with only 2 minutes left on the clock, I think Business's strategy is going to be to just play time as much as possible. They're going to try to get them out of the hill, and this is such a hard hill to stay alive as the hill player. It's going to be a very good win condition if they can do so.
Swish spawned directly behind Neptune with him in his crosshairs before he even had a full chance to, I think, control his Spartan off of spawn. Fortunate, favorable positioning there off of spawn for Business. Eli, they had previously just gone 4 down with sniper and camo up. I thought to myself, there could be a better time to go 4 down if you're Native Gaming, or to earn a 4 down, but not the right place, the right time, but not the right place, as the spawns were very favorable here for Business. And look at this, despite going 4 down, it's Talik with camo and snipe in his hands, looking to make Native Gaming pay for it.
I think if this point goes down, this series might be over, especially if Talik is hitting shots like that. using the camo. Yes, the glint still shows up from the sniper scope, but it's still so hard to hit a shot on a camo player. Using that camo sniper to perfection to get the double kill and the rotation. They said, you know what? We can just make this a 4-0. Who cares about playing time? I think this game's all but over. It's going to take nearly flawless Halo on the side of Native, and they're going to have to stay alive in situations that are almost impossible to stay alive in.
There's not enough time. There's no way. There's just not enough time. Even if you were to play this flawlessly, perfect Halo, Eli, I don't think would be enough in a minute 45 to come back and score 3, as Business has done an incredible job to jump out to this lead and really start to stranglehold Native Gaming, which is a little bit of a surprise to see. You could almost make the case maybe this is a team of 4 in Business that could be official after this week, as man, they're looking like it.
Yeah, I guess that's going to depend on if Druck talked to the right lawyer about his visa issues, because man, we want to see this guy back on land. Man. Yeah, hashtag free Druck, man. This has been an unreal amount of time that he's been forced to not be able to play the game that he loves. We're seeing just how talented he is to take down one of the front runners that we consider for the next season. And I mean, if this guy has this opportunity to come back on land, he's going to be unleashed entirely, and he's going to make the most out of that opportunity.
McWen having a great game here, sitting at 18 and 11. Those slays going to help Native Gaming get back on the board, 3-1, but with 1:30 left on the clock. Again, Eli, I just don't know if they have enough time, but here in these off-season tournaments, it's all a chance to work on your game. So I guess for both of these two teams, a chance to maybe jot down a few more notes in VOD review, as this one feels all but over, but we got a little bit left on the clock, 1:18 left to go.
Reason some people in chat might be wondering, this game clearly looks winnable. Why are the casters saying the game's already over? Well, the problem is this hill is one of the hardest ones to cap because it's so exposed. Almost all the spawn points can walk a few paces and at least get a grenade or eyes into this hill. And then even if Native is able to cap this one, the hill goes back to top mid, which is also one of the most exposed and difficult hills to cap. So as long as Business plays their angles and sight lines and just keeps Native out of the hill, they're going to win this game.
Neptune doing his best to stay alive on the hotel side. Going to check in and not check out despite the sequence and the situation here in this game. 40 seconds left on the clock, needing 2 hills in a row. He goes down, and every passing death and passing second, the odds are that Business are going to take this series. Eli, how impressive has this been ever since going down 1-0, 250 to 30 in that stronghold? Maybe that was a benefit to them. It was such a big blowout they didn't even have anything to talk about. They just said, GG's guys, let's go next. And that's exactly what we've seen here from Business as they're on the brink, going on to the next round.
Sometimes these players just need a wake-up call. You know, the first couple of rounds are pretty easy. You get a little bit lazy. You don't have to really try that hard to win the first couple of rounds. As soon as you meet a tough opponent, you know, you might still be stuck in some of those bad habits. Losing that game so harshly, I think, was the wake-up call they needed. I think that last game in the Slayer that they lost, Swish had a rough game. I think he went the most negative on his team, but this game that woke him up, and now he puts up the most numbers, and he was a force on that map, going 23 and 10 to close out the series. And wow, this is an earlier exit than we expected out of the new Native roster, but like we said, this is their first time playing together. We know they got some stuff to work on, and they're going to be back.
And that's 2 instances, 2 series in a row where Swish didn't have the best game previously, but the next game you could argue was his best of the tournament. So if you're going to be going back and forth, Swish showing why with that ice factor, with that clutch factor, you can take series that way, as they do in fact take down Native Gaming. The first team of 4 to take down this new Native Gaming roster. As we send it back to the desk for their thoughts on this series. Aliak and Toolez, take it away.
We knew that Business was going to mean business when it came to Native. I was excited for this matchup for this exact reason. I wanted to see Native get pushed, and we did, and they took the game.
Yeah, honestly, really impressive game 3 from Business, right? They essentially got the position that they wanted, got that lead, and never really let it go. And that really solidifies what our semifinals are gonna be now. And honestly, I don't think many people would have had such a crazy winter quarterfinals going down. I mean, look at all those game 3s, Aliak.
Yeah, it was cool to see this. I really wanted this one to go to game 3 personally. But yeah, we have some exciting matches coming up with Solitude and Incognito, which I believe is happening right now, and we might jump in to watch. But we also have Ssgt versus Business, which we just watched, moving forward to that winners semis. What can you tell me about? I know we've seen Ssgt, but going up against Business.
It's going to be tough, right? Like, honestly, this Business team looks really scrappy, and it looks like they're playing to the level of whoever they're up against. You know, it's been going to game 3s, and it's going to be tough against Ssgt. So if you guys aren't aware, Ssgt stands for the 4 players that are on the team: Sika, SLG, Glory, and Chick. These 4 players, this is the rumor is this is the new quadrant roster. Nothing confirmed there, right? People are just putting the pieces together. Navi said, the old Navi roster says they're a team of 3 looking for an org. Glory not on that team anymore, and so he's been playing all these off-season tournaments with the boys over at Quadrant, which like is an exciting opportunity for Glory. Like, this is his opportunity to really show out and have some really high finishes at these Halo lands.
And I think he has been showing us that he can. I mean, they've been sticking together this I think the last 2 events, I believe. So maybe they will be the next team for year 3. And with Solitude and Incognito also fighting it off, we've already seen enough of Solitude and Incognito. That could go either way with Ryan Noob and the Solitude. Actually, the Solitude team is insane, right? We have who is it? Frosty and Renegade joining that team.
Yeah, join 2 to the triplets, Suppress and Avenue. Honestly, that's a tough team to beat at any point, but if there's a team to do it, it's Incognito. They've been giving Solitude so much trouble. It is a time as old as it is a tale as old as time right now with these 2 teams. Incognito, Solitude, they keep meeting in the winners semis, and well, Incognito, they have the better record now. I believe they're 2-1 against Solitude in the winners bracket. We'll have to see if Ryan Noob can continue on that trend as well. And well, look at that, an Argyle flag to start it. So a lot of the snipers gonna be in play for this first game.
We haven't seen that many snipers today. I mean, we just did on our Solitude map, which was great. So I'm excited to see Solitude versus Incognito. This is going to be such an incredible match to watch. Snipers on Argyle, and I think we are ready to go. Say hello to our casters. Take it away.
All right, Eli, here we go. We're not waiting a second as we have another heavyweight fight on our plate. Solitude versus Incognito. Incognito featuring that roster of Ryan Noob, Huss, Precision, and I'm drawing a blank on the 4th, if you can help me out. It's a great squad. It's a great 4th. If we get a note from the producer maybe for who that 4th is, that'd be huge. But this Solitude roster, it looks even better than the one they had previously, and they were winning tournaments. Here we go. Descendant. That's why I forgot, because he's gone through so many name changes. All right, I don't feel as bad about drawing a blank on that name. Carmea switched to Godhand, then switched to Descendant. So you might be wondering, who is that on our screen? That's the artist formerly known as Carmea. On the side of Solitude, though, you've got Renegade and Frosty, world champs, teaming up with 2 brothers in Suppressed and Avenue as we kick things off here on Argyle.
This is going to be an exciting one. This is the sniper meta right now. So this map has more snipers per minute than any other game mode. They spawn every 2 minutes, whereas on most other maps they spawn every 3, and you got 2 sets of them spawning all the time. We got some of the best snipers in the world on your screen right now as well. So this is going to be a very exciting game to watch.
Avenue with the snipe in his hands, looking to play very defensively, though, as the press and pressure is there from Incognito. They've stormed the base. They have the flag, and now the run is out. Descendant, last player alive, looking to extend that line of scrimmage here, but he's not got much hope. Otherwise, other than the snipe in his hands, it's going to be a really tough task here for him. He's done a good job to stay alive, really pulling Frosty out as he eventually goes down. Avenue, though, does have a snipe in hand as the flag is pretty close to getting reset.
Enemy flag returned.
Very cheeky spot he's got here. It's just long enough of a wall next to him that the sniper scope doesn't stick out the side. But he does ultimately get taken down. He recognizes it's very important to stay alive with a sniper. I'm expecting a lot of the snipers to play a little bit cautious in this one, just understanding how important it is to not give snipers to the other team. We're hopping in late to this game, by the way. It says just 30 seconds remaining, according to the Jeff Steitzer there, but yeah, this one is going to come down to the end here.
All right, yeah, we'll assume it's 0-0 for now. We don't have as much intel as we usually like to work with here on the casting side, but we'll make the most out of it. 3 go down for Solitude, only 1 down for Incognito, and in this late break opening, Incognito have the edge. Ascendant. Oh my God! If not for a patented Carmea G-slide, which I don't think he hit there, could have been an OT situation. Instead, we're going to sudden death overtime. 5 minutes left on the clock. There we go. 0-0 on our screen. Tied here as we head into OT.
Yeah, I feel like I was casting in the dark for a moment. Sorry about that, guys. Without knowing the score, I don't really know the context of the situation, but it looks like we played through 12 whole minutes of gameplay without a single score. So having 5 minutes of overtime to see if they can finally get one of those scores. I mean, this is going to really come down to the ends. One of these teams, though, I mean, all it really takes is a clean 4 dead. If you've got a grappler or some other movement item to help you get into the base faster, sometimes that's all it takes. But right now, both teams playing defensive so well that they're unable to get a clean flag pull.
Also, causing a situation where both flags are out. The blue team, though, Incognito, earning a little bit more space on the map after Frosty. Frosty Solitude earning a little bit more space on the map after Frosty pops off with that double kill, earn a triple off the trade. It looks like in OT, it's a precarious situation with both flags out, but the edge goes to Solitude. However close it might be as that flag does get reset. Solitude will win.
Wait,
in OT, no. Oh my God, a player goes down, and there we go. A little bit of delay, a little bit of a Freaky Friday type of situation here in this lobby where we didn't even have a scoreboard or a clock left, but we do know the ultimate winner of Game 1, Argyle CTF, will go to Solitude as they take the 1-0 lead over Incognito in this series.
Yeah, super important to win that first game. We knew this was going to be a tough matchup no matter what. This Incognito roster has been so consistent throughout all of these open series events. I don't think they've placed outside of the top 4, if I'm not mistaken. And this is one of my favorite teams to look at going into Season 3. So we'll see if they can bring it back. They are playing against Frosty and Renegade, 2 of the best to ever do it. Probably the dynamic duo to win Worlds last year. Often considered 2 of the best players in the game, period, if not the actual 2 best players in the game. So Incognito's got a tough task ahead of them, but they should rely on the fact that they've been playing together longer. They, in theory, should have better teamwork. They've actually done some VOD review, unlike most of the other teams that are playing today. So I'm looking for them to fall back on some of that teamwork and come up with a way to beat the Solitude roster.
Trying to gather some context for the community as we jumped into that game in progress in overtime, and just had a quick glance at the post-game stats reported by Nighty Night. It was a plus 19 slay disparity for Solitude. What do you make out of that, Eli? Plus 19, you go to OT 0-0, you win 1-0. Is that cause for concern like we saw previously with that phase roster before they ultimately figured out their OBJ efficiency? But kind of bringing shades of that back when you outslay a team by nearly 5 team wipes and only won by 1. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, you put Frosty, Renegade, and Suppressed. I mean, even Avenue too. I mean, he's been stepping it up. I feel like he's been playing some of the best Halo he's ever played recently. But when you put these guys on a heavily sniper-dominated game type, like, of course they're going to outslay their opponent. They're going to be hitting those headshots left and right. Love to see the power weapon kills part of this stat page, because that's going to show who actually had the most snipers. Yeah, here we go. So Renegade with 6 snipes and Frosty with 5. I mean, that's kind of what I expect to see. And yeah, it's a little bit cause for concern that they weren't able to convert those slays into flag caps sooner. But you've also got on the other side Ryan Noob, who just knows how to play these situations. He knows how to play defense perfectly. He's probably calling the shots to make sure his teams are in the right position to stop the caps. But at the end of the day, you can't do objective if you're dead. So, I mean, that's kind of that's Renegade's philosophy, right? Like, you can't, the other team can't do any objective time if I just kill them on repeat. And I think he's just going to keep doing that until he stops playing Halo.
I'm with you. I think there's not as much cause for concern as you might think just by hearing that out loud. They had 19 more slays and only won by 1. Like you said, they got Ryanoob, who can counter every single measure and every single effort from this Solitude roster. And I think it's also important to note that Argyle is a map that's very difficult to score on. It sometimes takes 2, maybe even 3 team wipes to get that flag through to the finish, and it's about what it looked like with that disparity in slays. So not too much cause for concern in the OBJ efficiency for Solitude, but they're going up against one of the best OBJ efficiency teams in Incognito, and if last year's stats are any indication, Eli, they're also going up against one of the top 3 Slayer teams here. Ryan Doob and Shopify last year, a top 3 Slayer team, and they're going to need to show that here in Game 2 if they want to tie this series and send us to a Game 3.
You're exactly right. I mean, Ryan Noob's, whatever team he's been on, has excelled in Slayers. I think he actually probably has a stat for most Game 5 Slayers won last year. It seemed like there were so many series throughout the year that Shopify won in Game 5, and it's because they just know how to protect their lives. They know how to prioritize the right space, right weapons at the right time. And even going against Frosty and Renegade, I kind of give Incognito the edge to win this second game here.
Definitely see it as we see on our screen. Ryan Noob looks like he picked up the camo but went down shortly after. I'm really curious if that did activate. Renegade activating his accuracy as he takes down his opponent with the headshot. Descended though, answers back with a double kill of his own, and he's got the snipes in his sight. Has to take down Frosty for it though, but Frosty wins that one and should maintain and retain control of that sniper rifle.
Not only the sniper rifle, but the sniper side of the map. So important to maintain control of the tower side. If you keep the other team spawning in the cafe and tram side of the map, it's very difficult to play out of. You see Precision, though, picking up the disruptor kill in the kill feed. Love to see that weapon getting used a little bit more, like it has been neglected in recent tournaments. But more and more pros starting to see its value. There are so many cheeky plays you can make off of the weapon pads and even grenade pads, but somehow Renegade, this guy is so hard to keep track of, man. He somehow has the sniper and he's over in the cafe. Like, this is probably the last place that the members of Incognito expected to get sniped from.
Yeah, you got to make sure Renegade is a priority in the comms here for Incognito, as it looks like it is. You can see almost 3 players for Incognito facing on Renegade. That's going to open up some opportunity. While all this attention's on Renegade, others could clean up those kills. So we see just that. Avenue cleans up on Ryan Noob. Frosty takes down Precision. Numbers edge beginning to roll here as the lead starts to separate. Solitude are up by a team wipe, 14-10.
Now he's got the sniper at the tower. Such a dangerous position. He knows the enemies are spawning in the tram side. He knows they want to jump up into that window. That's why he pre-aims the shot at the exact timing that player was jumping up. It's just great game awareness, sense of timing. He's going to work together with his teammate to kill this player, pushing up through the poster side, but knows there's enemies across the way. Now a 5-kill lead for Solitude, and they're showing why this might be their team name.
And Incognito, they need to make that run through the winner's side of the bracket. Every time they're in the winner's side, they believe that that's where they won one of these tournaments. I could be confusing them with another team, but they go down quickly. Once they go down to the loser's bracket, they lose right after that. So want to keep that token in their back pocket, but Renegade looking to snatch it as he earns the killing spree. Huss goes down to 1 HP, but Precision, good teamwork there. Little bait and switch across map. Precision over there on the sniper side. Good comms there from Incognito, but they go down shortly after. Numbers edge rolling for Solitude as they're now up 6.
Suppressed with 3 kills in a row. So massive to finish off those kills for his team. Also able to predict the next set of spawns to be on the opposite side. But Ryan Noob and company able to get a couple slays off the back foot, and they're going to go ahead and apply pressure to Suppress. He might go down quickly as well. Seems like these guys just came off the spawn and they're already getting all the kills they need.
Suppressed with the potential to set up bait and switch here. If Precision goes to clean up that kill, I expect him to go down. He does, and just tough recognition of the situation. I don't know if Precision had any chance of knowing that Suppressed trickled away with 2 of his teammates there on the A side of the map, but it created a 1v3 situation where Precision thought he had the edge and advantage. Instead, the lead continues to build here for Solitude as they're up 29-21. 2 team wipes.
Huge lead. They also had control of the right side of the map. They also had the sniper. I mean, there's not much more they could ask for in that moment. Incognito not rolling over, though, still trading out some of these kills, but you don't want to trade out if you're trailing by 8. That just means that your opponent is getting closer to the finish line. 8-minute mark going to be very important. That's when the next camo does respawn. I think that if Incognito is going to bring themselves back into this, they're going to want to have control of the map just before it comes up, which they now do. They want to get this camo and then also use it to get even further back into the game.
I think the goal for any team heading into the 40s, especially late game when one team has 46, is to just stay within reach, stay within 1 team wipe, because in those end game scenarios, even if you're down 3 or 4, you still have a chance. You're still right there in it, and what looks like Incognito's building here towards 6 kills separating these 2 teams. This is a very important moment in the match where 2 kills could swing things to a 1 or 2 team-wipe possession. Precision makes sure to make it a 1 team-wipe possession as he earns a slay. 1 more kill could make it a 4-point game.
5 kills is the lead, but Precision has the gun in his hands that could potentially bring this back. No, he gets assassinated by Renegade, who's going to take that sniper. Not too many bullets left, but that was such an important kill to get in that moment. You have to imagine if Incognito was going to come back, it was going to be on the back of some impressive snipes from Precision. He gets denied that opportunity, and now it's still a 6-point advantage for Solitude.
Incognito still just trying to keep it close. You could argue they're doing a good job of that, but with every slay, Incognito loses a little bit of space on the map to occupy. But there it is, a 4-kill game. They've kept it within 1 team wipe going into the 40s. This is exactly where they need to be. Only down 3 now.
This is actually doable here. Incognito. See blood in the water, but I like this play from Avenue. He's getting all the way behind Incognito, but I think either have an observer glitch or Renegade might have lagged out. Yeah, it looks like he did lag out of the game. So we're going to have to see what is decided here. This is an interesting situation where Incognito might decide to just be the gentleman and give it up, but I don't know. If you're in this position, don't you take the chance that you're given? It was the team in the lead that lagged out, so it's kind of on them, right? This is just an unfortunate situation.
Oh, that was so unfortunate because the pinch was on. You had Solitude there at the back of a fish in a barrel based on the timing and the pinch that we saw there from Descendant, Precision, Ryanoob, and Huss, but with Renegade lagging out, it looks like the most important thing to determine now, Eli, is where do we reset things? You could almost argue for a full reset, but I'm sure one of these 2 teams wants to take that, what's maybe a 3-kill advantage for Solitude. I do believe that a couple kills happened afterwards, but like you said, that was with Renegade going down, so do you credit that to them, despite the fact that they lost their teammate? We're going to have to wait for an official ruling from the admins, but for now, Eli, some of your overarching thoughts here as we get ready for a reset.
I mean, we saw impressive stuff out of this Solitude roster throughout the entire game. It seemed like whenever Rhino's team was able to get any kind of control, Solitude immediately answered back and shut it down. So I'd like to see more of the same if we do have a reset here for them to maintain the lead. But I mean, this game could have gone either way. I mean, there's a few small moments here and there that were barely edged out by Solitude that I think Incognito could have taken advantage of, and could always swing either way. In this case, Solitude did have the upper hand.
Yeah, and I think as Ryan points out in the top right of your screen, I don't know if 6 is the right number for a reset. I'm falling between 3 and 4. I don't know. Where do you think this one might lie, Eli?
I don't know. It's hard to say. I think that he might be saying the opposite, that maybe they should be up by more. But they did have that flank play coming in. Yeah, so they were gonna probably team wipe there, I think, but also lose a few in the process. It's really hard to say in these situations.
Yeah, and I've seen Ryanoob in these scenarios actually concede as the gentleman he is. We talked about some gentleman's agreements on the broadcast today, but Ryanoob, a true gentleman, wants to find the fair outcome for this. I don't think Ryanoob's trying to sneak away or squeak out any extra kills, as it looks like the 2 teams have agreed to a 6-kill disparity. So Solitude going to need 44. Incognito, they'll need 50.
Yeah, just reading the chat here. Suppress saying if John pinches you guys, don't get a kill there. Yeah, because he was lagging out at the same time that he was making that flank. Such a good looking play there. He was all the way behind them, but oh man, it's just a tragic sequence there. But I mean,
know what I want to see, Eli?
Yeah.
I'm not even trolling. I think it would be incredible for publishers and developers that want their titles to be esports to build a feature around a rejoin where, in a perfect world, you could just get Renegade right back in the mix exactly where he was on the map, exactly with the time left on the clock, the scoreboard as well. Maybe that's some pie in the sky thinking. Maybe that's really optimal thinking from me, and not even in Halo. I'd say any esport could really benefit from some kind of a regain developer-made function where we don't have to question, are we up 6? Do we play for a reset? I mean, this is occurring in esports titles across the landscape. It's just, I guess a part of life now in 2023 is that DCs will happen, disconnects will happen, lag will happen. And I don't know. This is again, this is just all theoretical, but it would be really nice to see something like that feature built into competitive titles.
Yeah, I mean, we're not game developers, we're casters. Let's be honest, Hunter. That's probably really freaking hard to do. Like, it's probably, if it was possible, they would have done it by now, I would have to assume. Or, you know, maybe they just don't have the resources to build something like that out. But regardless, let's talk about the real gentlemanness out of Ryanoob here. So what he was trying to say, actually, was that they deserved a larger lead, or perhaps that they should have, like, I think Ryanoob saw the writing on the wall. They were probably just going to lose that game, right? So he's trying to say, like, restarting with you guys up 6 just doesn't seem fair, because I mean, he's a numbers guy, right? He has to understand that, like, on a percentage basis, I would say Solitude wins that game like almost 95 out of 100 times, maybe more, right? Because just the way that the last play was about to play out, they were going to get to the 49 kill mark very likely, and after that it just takes one more kill, right? So I mean, it might even be 99 out of 100 times that they win that sequence, and I don't think Ryanoob even wants the chance to win when he didn't feel like he deserved it. So I mean, great sportsmanship out of Ryanoob here.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. I wouldn't even be surprised if he just conceded here. And it's not to say that he's a weak competitor. He's a strong competitor and a strong man for having some morals and ethics, and to ultimately try to find the fairest of results. I respect that a lot out of Ryanoob, even if it means his team takes the L.
Right. I mean, that's just sportsmanship, right? Like he can recognize my team might not have deserved to win that game the way that we played it. And, you know, we were the benefactor of some good fortune, but he doesn't want to just roll that and turn it into a win. I guess he's going to take it now, but you can tell by the way he's talking that he doesn't feel great about it.
Triplets are ruthless. Oh, we need 40. And that's what I think it's going to ultimately be, is Solitude needing 44. Incognito needing 50, and we've come to an agreement. All right, these two teams. Oh no, but Huss says no. All right, we had an agreement between these two teams. It looks like we might need to discuss a little bit longer where this one's going. Ryanoob readies up, and Frosty. A little bit of back and forth in the chat right now. Love this, and it really just goes to show, you know, a lot of us think of these guys as ruthless competitors against each other, but it's a really tight-knit community, that Halo Pro community, and you love to see the mutual shared respect between both of these two teams.
Yeah, when Huss says no there, he's just having some fun with the situation. Like, bro, let's just play the game. I feel like it's kind of what he's trying to say. Like, all right, yeah, whatever, just start it. Like, they just want to play the game. They love good competition. Like you said, they're all pretty good friends as well outside of the game. So love to see the sportsmanship out of both sides. This is an off-season tournament at the end of the day anyways, right? Like, it's not, we're not playing on land for $100,000. We're playing for the significantly less number of dollars. And it's mostly teams that aren't even going to be, you know, competing next year anyways. So a little bit less serious, although the competition is definitely fierce. These guys are definitely gonna, you know, their friendship is gonna come before the rest of it, I think.
It's all practice at the end of the day. It's all an opportunity to improve, learn, and get better as we have our reset start here. A game 2 on Solitude. Solitude needing one more to sweep this series, and needing 44 kills in this particular game to make that so.
Yeah, great opening break here from Solitude. You have to imagine a member of their team. Yeah, it looks like Renegade's the one with the camo. He's got to be the scariest guy on the map with the camo. I know we talk about Boo Boo Doo being such a great camo player, but man, if Renegade has sniper camo, I am hiding in a corner, man. Like, I don't even want to be on the map anymore. This guy's like Jaws, just lurking through the water. He's going to kill us one by one as he does just that. Finds a target, make it 2, gets the assist on the second, and I mean, Huss is lucky to still have his brains intact because this guy is hunting.
It ultimately happened a few seconds later, as the end result is all the same. As Solitude, they might reach that 44 kill mark sooner than expected, as they have broken open this game 11-2, and with a 6 kill lead on top of it. Really, Eli, 19-3 here in game 2.
Right, yeah, I mean, they only need 44 to win the game. 40 up by 10 early, but these early leads, we've seen them evaporate. It's not impossible for Incognito to go on a run. This game can be very snowbally. Once you win one team fight, that means you probably got weapons, which means you have the upper hand in the next team fight. So they're definitely not out of this yet, but favor definitely strongly on the side of Solitude.
Crest taking the high ground at the top ledge, dips back towards the window location, but Ryanoob wins that one on him, as we now hop on board here with Avenue. Cross shots into the suit of Huss. Looks like Camo's back up in 15 seconds, as that's going to be a point of contention. But because of this big lead for Solitude, what we typically see, Eli, are teams bait out this location. They're going to almost dare Incognito to come and take it, but they're not even going to have a chance as they all four go down back to the respawn screen with Camo up now. It looks like they are setting up for that bait that we maybe predicted. I don't think anybody's grabbed Camo yet. There we go. Renegade does safely claim it, and he's not even going to have a shot in the suit. A ghost in the night begins to build here for Renegade as he pushes through with the Camo.
I actually love what we just saw out of Avenue. Avenue arguably had an avenue, no pun intended, to pick up the camouflage, but decides no. It's more important that he holds the snipe tower, keeps those spawns blocked for the next sequence. Renegade's melees apparently don't work, doesn't get the lunge at all on that player, but Avenue basically just opting to hold space on that side, just deny access to the right side or to glass, lets Renegade go and pick up the camo, and I think that's actually a huge play that we might not have seen from him in earlier seasons, but he's really grown a lot as he's played with a lot of these better players.
Gosh, Eli, and you start talking about growth with the likes of Renegade and Frosty. How much more do they need to grow before they start winning back-to-back world championships? I don't think I'm too faded for thinking that might be a possibility with this stacked FaZe Clan roster, as they've joined up here with the triplets, Avenue and Suppressed. I gotta shout out Suppressed, man. Suppressed, one of my most improved players from Season 2. Now he gets that opportunity to compete on that Shopify Rebellion roster. Keep an eye out on Suppressed. He could really make an even bigger name for himself in Season 3.
I have to agree with you, and it's not just a matter of happenstance. This guy's been putting in the work. He's been these 8 lobbies with all the best players in the world, as many opportunities as he possibly can. He's putting himself in these situations to learn and grow and get better, and he's already got the natural ability. I think he still has one of the most accurate shots that I've ever seen. This guy rarely misses a perfect when given the opportunity, and he's become a real force to be reckoned with in this game.
Solitude up big here, needing only 44. This one's just about over, and it's wild to think, Eli. You look at that FaZe roster, once with Optic, Tox as well. They had a chance to win back-to-back Halo World Championships, as they almost achieved that. Now, they had some difficulty, though. Dropped by Optic Gaming just before winning back-to-back World Championships. That's when that Tox roster formed, but Splice upset them in the grand finals. So I don't think it's too faded to think that these guys could win back-to-back, or at least back-to-back. And they've already done it. 43-26, only needing one more kill here, as Solitude puts the finishing touches on this game and this series, as Incognito will go down in 2-0 fashion. They've been one of the more impressive teams here in this HCS Open Series, but Solitude with the likes of Frosty. Now you add Renegade to the mix. That's another team that could be eyeing a grand finals appearance.
You're not wrong, and I mean, let's not forget, Suppressed won the tournament last week with his actual squad. So when Shopify Rebellion was competing as Soul Snipe, Suppressed, Mental, and Cycle, they took home the W against a similar roster. Obviously, Frosty and Renegade were not on it, but Boo Boo and some other triplets, and I believe Stellar was on the team last time. So Suppressed is here to win, and he's here every single week to win. He won, I think he's won almost every tournament so far, but we're going to get some intel from the desk to see what they had to think about that series.
Super close series. I was so unfortunate. That last Slayer Solitude, it was such a fun match to watch, and what Renegade was doing was so impressive. But sometimes things do happen, huh, Tools?
Yeah, it's a little crash out here, a little crash out there, a little sportsmanship from Ryan Noob at the end as well. I kind of appreciated him being cool about the situation. Obviously, I think the game finished it the way it would have had before that reset happens. I will say that game 1 though, Aliak, Frosty, I think, is showing that he might become the best player in the game once again. Just some crazy sniper plays from him left and right. It really felt like it was this combination of Renegade and Frosty that were just way too much for this Incognito squad to handle.
Yeah, it was incredible to see. I mean, what can Frosty not do, right? What can Frosty not do? I felt like we were also watching a Slayer match on Argyle with these snipers. Look at him. That's Renegade. Look at him go.
It might as well have been a Slayer match, right? Because, I mean, look at the first round, it ends 0-0, right? It goes to overtime. So they played 12 minutes of Slayer. Eventually they get it done in the overtime. But, yeah, then it just continues on, right? I think anytime you have a map that has a sniper on it, you can always expect either Frosty or Renegade to get a hold of that weapon and to really punish the other team.
I will say this is the first time that, although we do have FaZe on the side of Solitude, FaZe world champions with 2 of the triplets, and then Incognito has always won on upper bracket against Solitude, and this is the first time that Solitude takes the winner's side bracket and sends Incognito bottom bracket this time, so it's a little bit reversed here with the 2 world champions on their team.
Yeah, we could just see the impossible today, which would be Solitude getting into grand finals from the winner's side, right? Just one more match to go for them to do so.
A complete reverse, maybe? We'll see from the other side. I wonder where Native will end up in that lower bracket. I know they're lurking around down there. They're gonna meet up. Incognito at some point. Hopefully, we'll see. But we are ready to go on. Oh, actually, here we have it. Solitude on winners finals. We have a look at the bracket right now. Ssgt versus Business, waiting on winners semis. Hopefully, we'll get to see them really soon. This is gonna be a great grand finals coming up in just a little bit. I will send you guys over to a break so you can get some time to get some snacks and popcorn for the next game. I'll see you guys in just a moment. Welcome back. You're watching the HCS Open. Tools, we are back now. We have a really cool game coming up, Ssgt versus Business. We just saw Business a little bit ago send Native Gaming to lower bracket, and now they're up against Ssgt, who, if there's anybody from the EU or rooting for EU, is the EU team of the tournament today. So if you are, type your EU flaggies in chat or your favorite teammate from Ssgt. Tools, what can you tell me about Ssgt?
Right now, right, it's 3/4 of that quadrant team, right? Chick, Sika, SLG. Question is, like, why are they playing with Glory right now, right? Is Legend just not available to play? That could very much be a possibility. Like, maybe he's like working part-time, has his job during these hours, or just doesn't feel like staying up late at night, and maybe they're playing with Glory. But honestly, when you look at the thread and you pull a little bit deeper, it honestly seems that we have some major roster mania moves happening with this quadrant roster. We saw just a few days ago, Jimbo, former player of Navi, announced that his team is looking for a fourth and an organization to represent them in this next year for European Halo. That player being missing on that Navi roster was Glory. Right? Glory, not on that roster. Well, he's playing with the 3 players from Quadrant. Like, you know, hey, I could do basic arithmetic. You know what I'm saying? Like 1 + 1 = 2. Legend is not on Quadrant anymore. At least that's what the rumor is on the street. Now, the question is, where does he go, right, Elliot? Because Quadrant was the best team in Europe. I think he has his eyes set on overseas, coming to North America and trying to find a team here in a more competitive region.
Yeah, it's that's the where is he gonna go? Where is everybody going to go? At least we have some of those questions answered now with the native roster. I love seeing Glory still hanging out with this squad. I just love what he's been doing in the last 2 events, and the fact that they've been sticking together, you know, tells me that maybe they are sticking together for year 3. What do you think about that?
I don't know. It's like there's just so much to be determined, right, throughout these next seasons. Like everything, honestly, I don't trust a roster until we get to that first LAN of the season. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing is ever stable until you go to a LAN of each other. We've seen it so many times where teams form and dissipate in a matter of weeks, right? So unless if they're signed up and confirmed going to be at a LAN, or they have like a formal announcement that this is a signed roster, I think it's always something can change.
We'll just have to wait for those Twitter posts. All right, we have Ssgt versus Business. The first map we're going to be playing is Argyle CTF. We just had an incredibly long CTF match. We kind of missed a little bit of it, right? Solitude versus Incognito. It was a 14-minute flag match. But now we have Ssgt versus Business on this map, and let's see if we can get some more flag caps on this map.
Right. It's like you want to do like a little bet, right? It's like okay. Maybe we do like a prediction on the with the chat. Do we see more than 2 flag caps? Like, is it 2? Do you see more than 3 flag caps? I think like 3 should be the barrier, right? Because 3 would be a 2-1 victory. What do you think? The over/under on that?
Okay, I feel like we're probably gonna go on 1 flag, but I'm gonna go on 2 flags. 2 flags.
2 flags? Like yeah. Just how many flag captures are there? Period. I think that's probably a better way to do it. Ooh.
Yeah.
Do we do how many flag captures are there, and then we go up to 5, or do we do how like is there going to be less than 3 flag caps?
Do you want to do less than?
Like, is there 3 or less flag caps? What's the correct way to set the line? You know what I'm saying? Like, for all the gambling nerds out there, right? The over/under on the flag captures, I feel like it has to be 2.5, right? So if it's 3, one side wins. If it's under 2, the other side wins.
I feel like for this map, we usually have either like 1 or 2 flags or 0, and then it goes on overtime, and then whoever caps it.
Bold prediction for me. We're gonna see 3 flag caps of 1 team here. You know what I'm saying? I think we're gonna see a game that is ended before regulation. That's my bold prediction for this match, because this is when we think about 2 hyper efficient objective teams, these are the teams that we think of, right? That quadrant team is just so efficient at strongholds, at flags, and getting them back home. But then you look at the other side, you got Swish and Talik, and like those 2 players are players that do not mess around when it comes to capitalizing on situations to pull flags home. So I'm going to be bold. I'm going to say that we are going to see this game not finish by time or regulation or overtime.
All right. Okay. I will say let's do a 0-0. It's gonna go on overtime, and we're gonna get that flag cap. I'm not sure which side though. I haven't decided.
That is bold. Like that is a bold take. That means if there's a flag cap within the first 12 minutes, you lose, right? Like that's what you're saying, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Wow.
We'll
Yeah, I
see.
feel like you're an Argyle hater, just bona fide. You do not like
think
this
so.
map.
I think so. It feels like a Slayer map. It's a really slow CTF map for me. I do like it because of the snipers. It makes it a little fun if you happen to grab the sniper. Some other team it doesn't get it before you. But for CTF, it tends to be a little bit on the slow end for my liking. You have to just beat the other team twice to even get the flag on the other side. So yeah, it's personal taste. I don't know. I feel like you like it. You're not a hater of Argyle.
I feel like I was a hater, and then this happens like every flag map in Halo Infinite. Like I was very much a big hater of oh man, why can't I not think of the map right now? The first original DLC map that they put into the game. Catalyst, dude. Catalyst was the game that I hated, and then what I realized is I just hated Catalyst Slayer. I love Catalyst Flag, and then Argyle comes in. I'm like, okay, like this is really bad, really bad, really bad. But then as time goes on, I feel like as the meta has developed on this map, it's like it's kind of fun. Like it's one of the hardest maps to get a flag out and away, but it feels a little bit satisfying to me when you do. So I don't know. It's like I feel like I've slowly changed my mind. I don't know if I'll ever change my mind on Forbidden. Kill it with fire is kind of like my stance on it right now, but you never know. Like my mind's been changed before, it could change right now.
I agree. It is a satisfying map to play when you have complete domination over the entire other team. I think my issue is probably that I need a team. You know, I need a team that I play with every day so that we have all those plays set up. You said, oh, why? What did you say?
I said you got to get the tweet out. Free agent. Get the tweet. We can watch you. I think there's signups open, right? It's like, let's see. Okay, wait a second. January 7th, we have a tournament, right? Do we see the Aliak? Do we see the Aliak run?
Team?
1-7. Let's see. There's 43 teams signed up right now. Like, you can make a team, right? Free agent tweet right now.
All right, we'll make a team. All right, we'll see. I'll think about it. Gotta get my strats and practice on Argyle first, because you betcha I'm gonna get Argyle on the first map. You'll see. It looks like we're waiting on our fourth player right now from
Septify.
Ooh, what'd you see?
Oh no, I'm just saying Septify. like someone get on his ass.
Where's
like, come on, change your team. Hey, everyone, all 2,400 of us, we shall all take to Twitter right now at Septify on Twitter. Go Cobra.
He's gonna be, what's happening to my notifications right now? Wake Septify up. Where is he at? Maybe he's feeding his dog, you know, or walking his dog. You never know. Does he have a dog? Does anybody know?
Does Septify have a dog? That's probably a good question. Septify probably has a dog. Septify seems like a guy that has a dog. I'll say Septify, very good.
I think so. Yeah.
You ever see him on land? Go up, say hi. Like he is awesome to talk to. I really like him.
Yeah, agreed. So that means that he would be a dog guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because all good people like dogs and all evil people like cats. Is that like what you're implying?
Oh my god. Wait, you're either agreeing, you knew I was going to agree with you on this, or wait, are you is this a trap?
I wouldn't say it's a trap. I mean, like, some people are dog people, some people are cat
cats?
people. I used to be like strictly a dog person, and then my sister-in-law, I had to watch her cat, who was very old, for a while, and I feel like I'm kind of turning into a cat person now.
All right. Oh, it worked. Septify is ready to go. All right. It looks like the game will be starting. Ssgt versus Business. Casters, Eli Makowski, take it away.
All right, Eli. It feels like more and more that SSGL roster we saw in the first offseason tournament was a foreshadowing for SSG Legend. But let's focus on the here and now. We've got Business taking on this SSGT team after an upset on Native Gaming. What are your thoughts on this series, and where do you see this one going?
I mean, this team, SSGT, whatever you want to call them, they're basically Quadrant featuring Glory. I mean, these guys are phenomenal at CTF. We've seen them somehow fabricate flag caps out of like one kill sometimes, which is unheard of on Argyle. Most of these teams are not even pushing into the base unless they have 3 dead, but somehow these guys know how to cap flags. They're one of the strongest CTF teams, period. Doesn't matter what the map is. And I think that the over-under should have been 2.5 if I was in the conversation with Tools there. I think it could very well be over because this SSGT roster, I have faith that they could actually get 3 caps. But on the other side, we've got Business, who are no slouches themselves. If they're able to catch fire and hit some snipe shots, they're going to make it very difficult for SSGT to get in.
Speaking of hitting some snipe shots, SLG known for just that. He's got the sniper in his hand, looking to push up towards the midway mark of this map. Watch out for Swish. Swish is going to get a couple shots in him before he gets a chance to turn and look at him. Swish with great positioning takes down the sniper holder for SSGT. That could put 2 in the hands of Business. And they're in business here early. But like Tools and Aliak broke down so perfectly in the pregame, Argyle, it's a map that sets up for, well, multiple setups and multiple slays, multiple team wipes to get in the base. We see one team wipe now. Septify looking to pull, but Chick. Oh, look at this sneaky, cheeky play in the back of the map. Trades out and stops that flag run for now.
So important to do that in that moment. He was really the only person in position to make a play like that. And, you know, when your team goes 3 dead and you're able to stop the guy pulling the flag, that's really the type of play that's going to make it so you keep the other team from capping. Now his teammates can come off spawn and stop this flag cap much easier just because they have 1 less player alive for the push. So hard to get the flag anywhere if you don't have any teammates to watch the spawners behind you. So great stuff out of Chick.
Oh! Swish's positioning in this game 1, Argyle CTF, has been perfect. Perfect shots for the triple kill as well as Swish adds to positioning with a little bit of accuracy to earn that multi-kill. And now Business are deep into the base of SSGT. Most importantly, by entering through the backside like Swish, it prevents that sneaky cheeky play we saw earlier, but he goes down nonetheless. 2 down for SSGT, only 1 down for Business, as it looks like they should get a flag out, but Druck's got to worry about Sika.
Love the thought process from Swish there. His goal was to run the flag under the base, which is going to guarantee that enemies don't spawn on that back balcony region, which is often the most likely spawner to kill the flag run. But if he was able to make it under the base, he could take that safer route under the bottom of the pistol side. But so far, the defense proving to be just too strong for SSGT. We do have the 10-minute snipers on the map now. It's Chick that's going to take his hand with the sniper. And while we talk about SLG maybe being the standout sniper a majority of the time, whoever's hot with it on this quadrant roster or SSGT roster is going to do some damage. So we'll have to see if Chick can hit some shots and get his team back into this one.
And it's Talik and Chick with snipers in their hands, but Chick goes down. That's going to allow Talik the chance to carry that sniper into the base. And I love that. Sensing the shields diminishing, tosses that sniper off the map with his life. Another heads-up play here from Talik.
Talik's been making these heads-up plays all day. You have to argue that might be why his team is even still in the winner's bracket. Made some massive plays in the last round we watched and not stopping now. Throwing the snipe off against a team full of talented snipers like SSGT, it's going to make a huge difference whether you recognize it or not. Just having 1 less sniper in their hands makes so big of a deal here.
And Eli, it's been way too much time passed in this lobby before we talk about Glory. Yeah, just a minute passing in a match without talking about Glory feels like too much, because if you want to talk about a potential comp for Legend who could be departing this quadrant roster, I think you got to fill in that might just be able to match that proficiency in Legend as Glory, the Rookie of the Year. He has done so much to impress us throughout these HCS offseason open series, making clutch plays, standout performances with the multis as he goes down ultimately. Septify and the rest of Business after a pull from SSGT look to take back that mid-map control, but SLG has a fresh snipe to work with.
Love that play out of Septify. He had the perfect timing to slide into the opening to immediately apply pressure to the new sniper. He's going to try to deny access to it, but SLG picks it up anyways, hits the quick scope with no shields on Talik, hits the headshot, and that's the kind of opening that you expect SLG to make for your squad. We see other members of SSGT G-sliding towards the base. They're trying to influence those spawns to go further out to the snipe side and behind the base. Just make sure no enemies do spawn near the snipe player. And I love what we're seeing out of SSGT right now.
Rapidly approaching the halfway mark in this match, and it feels like we're rapidly approaching the under of that 2.5 you threw out, Eli, as it is difficult to score here on Argyle. 1 team wipe. That's not even close to enough as to what you need. 1 team wipe may not even get a flag out here on Argyle. So we're seeing some slays. We're seeing some strong slays here from SLG, but he goes down. That's not enough. You really need 2, maybe 3 team wipes to feel comfortable about a pull here on Argyle.
Yeah, I mean, not only do you need a team wipe just to get to the mid-map control, then from mid-map, you got to get another team wipe to get into their base. Then you got to get another team wipe while you're running the flag. It's just so many slays. But like I said, I've seen SSGT, the members of this team, they've been able to somehow fabricate flag caps with only getting a few slays. So we'll have to see if they're able to find those openings, take advantage of them. But right now, Swish is on fire. This guy has been playing hot ever since the last game of the last series. He is absolutely popping off, and right now he's been the big reason why it's hard for SSG to do anything so far.
Take a quick glance at the slay disparity. Well, there is none. These two teams are deadlocked even, as each have earned the exact same amount of kills on each side of the map at the halfway mark. These two teams could not be any closer, and it's really pointed to why it's been so difficult just to get a flag out. Snipers up on both sides of the map. That could potentially help with getting more scoring here on the board, as it's still a 0-0 game. Ssgt and I would assume a member of business with a fresh snipe on the other side of the map, but with all of this pressure here on SSGT's side, you might expect Chick to go down with this snipe. He does. Druck has a flag out. How's this one gonna fare?
2 go down on the side of SSGT. Just SLG left here to try to slow it down, and you'd have to think that business want this flag a little bit further before enemies come off of the respawn. They're still gonna hold strong though. Talik gonna cut off spawners on the opposite side. Very heads up play once again from him. Swish has to take care of Ssgt here, but just slowing him down actually it was probably enough for this flag to get home, and we might see an early cap here from business.
There it is. All right, business starting off on business, standing on a 1-0 lead here with 5 minutes left. We saw how difficult it was. It took 7 minutes to get one on the board with just 5 left. SSGT are really back up against the wall, down by 1, and feels like the clock is against them as well, as Chick looking to stay alive now. Numbers advantage on the side of business, as Chick looks to stay alive at the 50-yard line, but that's going to be a huge slay for Druck. Oh, look at him steal the snipe and QT away. It's a nice play here from Druck.
He was slipping and sliding all over the dance floor right there. Just made himself a very difficult target. That's how you know that he gives respect to a player like Chick. He said, you know what, if I don't do something crazy with my movement right here, this dude's just going to no-scope me in the face. So he does some kind of little Michael Jackson slide to the side, and a hee-hee, takes the sniper, does the QT, gets out of dodge, and now he's going to apply even more pressure to them from the other side of the map. Great stuff out of Druck there.
Oh, that's good stuff from Eli, and oh man, good stuff all day. This has been such a fun tournament to enjoy here on LVT Halo. I want to give a huge shout out again to Nighty Night, Tools, and Louie for putting this on every single weekend, man. Imagine if the community didn't get eyes on this incredible gameplay as we see Swish land the no-scope body shot. Oh, unfortunate sticky grenade toss. Had the no-scope body lined up once again, but a little bit of unfortunate timing there.
Ooh, and Talik hits a disgusting snipe through the tiny crack of the vent. You'll notice that these teams put so much weight on controlling the vents, and look at that. Talik, selfless, doesn't want to stack the extra sniper ammo. He recognized that it's more powerful if his teammate also has a sniper, so they can both get headshots from different parts of the map at the same time. Doesn't look like any member of his team was able to pick up that sniper though, so you have to think like there is a push and pull when it comes to that. If you take the ammo, you guarantee the enemies don't have it, but if you leave it there, you know, perhaps your teammate could get it as well. Looks like that play didn't pay off, and now the sniper's in the hands of Glory, and this is not the guy you want to see with it.
Yeah, 3 previously going down for SSGT, and with 3 minutes left, a 1-0 lead for business. You could argue it almost feels like scoring a cap if you are able to earn those team wipes on SSGT, as they're going to need numbers advantage heavily to come back in this one. Less than 3 to go now. Glory with what looks like a few shots left in that snipe. 5 in the DMR, but he doesn't land the final shot. Druck instead earns it, as Ssgt looking to stay alive, and a little bit of a numbers edge here for SSGT, but Ssgt, this is a piv right here. You got to win this one on Septified to maintain some hope here for SSGT.
Ssgt trying to do, there's like a little late jump trick that you can do from the pistol weapon rack where you can actually jump onto the spot above him, but kind of just using that spot, waiting to jump up as a sneaky, unpredicted spot. We see Glory's in the base with the grapple, gets the flag out while there's members of business dead. This is exactly what we talked about. Only 2 dead, and they find a way to get the flag all the way to mid-map, but Alec's going to stop it short, and you know, SSGT is going to have to come off spawn strong if they're going to get this flag any further.
Yeah, you let it get to mid-map, but my God, the level of cover is just not there. It's like shooting fish in a barrel right now. As I expect this one to get reset as Septify earns another slay, and Glory earns one in the vents. That flag is going to get reset. It looked like a good pull there. Ssgt did earn the team wipe we said they needed, but again, on Argyle, you need much more than that as they are left with 90 seconds. Sniper in the hands of Tolic. Those are the type of utilities and equipment you need in SSGT's hands as Business looks to close this one out.
I have seen these French monsters make many last-second flag pulls that end up winning them the game. So looking to see some more of that Herculean effort, but I think Business wants to shut it down, but we see 2 go down for Business. This is exactly what they need, and they're feeling the pressure of that clock winding down. Septify getting a massive kill there. Make it 2. Takes down the 2 members that were just killing his teammates, and now that could be what they needed to slow them down. But we see Chick all the way in the opposing base being sneaky here. They're going to find a kill here and probably pull the flag. They're not going to pull it yet. They want to get a kill. They just now revealed his location with the perfect shots, gets the flag out, and he runs it the right way. He knew that there was an enemy on the pistol side, which is normally the side you want to run the flag, but recognized that wasn't the right play in that moment. Being able to run it the other side is huge, but Druck with the flag pull of his own, and he's going to make it difficult on the other side.
Less than 1 minute left, and only one more opportunity for SSGT to come from behind and tie this one up, but with Druck earning that huge, potentially resetting play, it's going to be extremely tough. Flag going reset, both flags out. Chick on the opposite side of the map, looking to get some cross shots, but you have to wonder, Eli, does the DMR have that range to take down a guy like Swish there?
Oh my God, Switch with the clutch and a stick to add to it. He is just making sure that his team could win this game. Chick gets the last second flag pull, but I think it's going to be too little too late. This should be an easy return to end this game here.
Enemy flag returned.
There it is. Wow. My goodness, Eli. We saw a frenetic pace and effort there from SSGT. They earned that team wipe to open up mid-map control at least, a pull at least, but Druck with the PIV win shuts down any hope of a comeback as Business go up 1-0 in the series.
Super impressive stuff out of Business. I mean, it's hard to say who the favorite really is here, because I mean, we're talking about Druck, Tolic, who've made it to grand finals, not grand finals, but winners finals on land multiple times. You've got Swish, who finished second in the online super, and you got Septify, who's made top 8 at the world championship in season 1, done plenty of other things as well. So yeah, we've got a stacked roster on the side of SSGT, but these guys on Business, they're here for business, man, and they brought their A game today. Seeing better gameplay out of Swish than I've seen in quite a while, and it's exciting to watch.
Look at the assist count, Eli. I hate to just break it down so simply, but 8 was the highest for SSGT. And 8, you had multiple members with 8. You had multiple members with 11 for the Cobra Squad, for Business. And I really think on a map like Septify, where you need extended slays, you got to extend the assists out a little bit. And I again go back to the pairing of Swish with Tolic. That is such an incredible. There you see Swish with 6,997 damage. He's that bruiser role, opening up doorways and lanes for guys like Tolic and the rest of this squad to take the slays. And speaking of positioning, Swish early on in this match positioned himself to the side left flank and then the back of the back flank for a back-to-back sequence where he was popping off. Really started off with authority on this map, and slowly but surely, it built up towards a 1-0 lead. Got to give props to Swish there for that Game 1 win.
Absolutely. I mean, this guy is just outputting damage left and right. You have to imagine that there were a lot of opportunities for SSGT to get this flag across, but there's always somebody on the side of Business able to shut it down. This flag looked like it had good potential, but at the same time, Druck is pulling the flag on the opposite side. He's going to force
Druck win that PIV and then get to the other side, Eli? That's incredible. Did he have grapple? He had to have.
Probably, yeah. And I think, I mean, him just taking Glory out of the play is probably what ended up stopping that flag cap. If Druck doesn't like force Glory to turn around and respond to him pulling the flag, then Glory stays on the other side of the map and he's going to help his team get that flag out. But yeah, just a very smart plays on both sides, but ultimately Business able to take that one down. And going into Solitude Slayer, who do you have winning this one, Hunter?
I think it's so hard to say. You know, the more I watch Business, the more I like we saw with Incognito. They're reminding me of Incognito, where I'm going, this has to be a team of 4. They're playing too well together. and it seems like the chemistry's already been built. You expect that from Ssgt, a team, let's just call them Quadrant. For all intents and purposes, that's what they are. But it's Business who seem to have more cohesion, communication, and coordination. And so for that reason, Eli, I got to give them the edge going into Game 2, and it feels fated to say that they're going to 2-0 a Quadrant roster that could have won Worlds potentially, but that's what we're looking at.
You are not wrong. Now, I've seen SLG pop off on Solitude with the sniper, so if I'm the side of Business, I'm saying like we really need to control the sniper going into this next one. But it does look like the players are going to reset the lobby just to make sure there's no lag issues. So while they reset, we will as well. So we're going to take it to a quick break.
All right, here we go. Eli, it's Business with a 1-0 lead in this series. Ssgt looking to come back, and in this best of three, this is a must-win Solitude Game 2. You asked me where I thought it was going earlier. I said Business 2-0. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's starting to trend that way. These guys are playing very well together. They are clearly communicating well, and I feel like they're just the type of players that they probably just got more experience playing in these type of situations where it's like pickup teams, because they've just done eights like thousands and thousands of times. I feel like that's how the original like native red roster came together, was just playing eights with different groups of people until they decided, you know what, let's just stick together. And I don't know, it seems like something's gelling. Their teamwork is flowing, their communications are on point, and they're on a map that they know how to win as well.
Uh-oh, false alarm. It looks like we might have to just reset this lobby once again, as Slayer on Solitude not going to be on our screens. Going to have to wait a little bit longer for that. Let's take this conversation to individuals, Eli, and I want to talk about Glory. if Glory were to replace Legend on that quadrant roster, this is all theoretical. I just want to throw that out there before anybody starts going crazy. We're not breaking any news here, but if Glory were to replace Legend on this roster, where do you see Quadrant? Are they still that top 4, 5, 6 team where they consistently placed last year? Or do you see them breaking through that ceiling? Or do you see them falling back quickly as it looks like we are ready to go? We will re-rack.
I mean, honestly, it's hard to say because like I can't even place a top 3 or a top 4 or a top 6 because there's so many new teams that have formed and they still have to get some experience together under their belt. Like until we start seeing some scrim results, a lot of this stuff's going to be hard to even predict. But I mean, I don't think they're getting worse with Glory. I think Legend, one of the best players in the game, period, is no question. But I think Glory, with the opportunity, could certainly fill his shoes pretty well. And I think that just getting some experience under his belt before being thrust into those difficult situations is going to be important for him because he's getting experience so far, but he just doesn't have quite the level of experience that Legend has. And once he has that, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
As a former montage kid, I guess I still am a montage kid, but as a montage kid at heart, I love to see some clips posted to Twitter from Halo pros. Go check out Glory, one of the guys that routinely fills his feed with some incredible plays. His most recent highlight reel, oh my God. Go to Glory and keep him tabbed up and check out his highlights after this series because he's that good. Putting on montage clinics, it looks like, in his matchmaking lobbies, and sometimes he does the exact same here in these lobbies as we have the start of game 2 here on Solitude. Hopping on board with Druk.
Druk sticking to the same strat we saw before the reset. He's just going to push super hard through this cafe side, but
they knew it.
They knew it because he did give away his location with the grenades. Obviously, the grenades are still a good idea because it's going to push them back, but great counterplay coming out of Ssgt. At the same time, SLG gets away with the snipe and actually drops it for Chick because he has the camo. So despite the fact that SLG is a god tier sniper, understanding that the sniper going to be a little bit more effective in the hands of a camo player, great selfless play out of Ssgt.
And a really important shutdown there from Druk. You're right, Eli. That was building up to where you could see a little killing spree, at least with camo and snipe, if not a couple slays, but Druk shuts it down right away. Now he has the snipe in his hand, and he doesn't care if his teammates talk in his way. He's going to shoot through him to potentially take down his opponent. That's just the kind of player Druk is.
Exactly right. This guy does not care about anything but getting the kills and winning the game, and he's very good at doing both. Going to take this sniper to a position that he could potentially find opponents, but he gets spotted out. Good heads-up awareness from Ssgt to shut him down. Right now, the sniper hasn't been very useful for either team so far. SLG did get a snipe with it before passing it off to Chick. Chick's going to have it once again and see if he can put it to work here.
Yeah, that sniper getting tossed around like a hot potato. Just curious as to who's going to develop the hot hand with it. As we now see Chick. My God, I always think back to that overkill on G1 on live fire with no scopes. Probably the best overkill we've seen in competitive land play. I think so. As Chick goes down, that hot potato action is going to continue. It goes back into the favor of business for now. Talik has it. Nice no-scope melee as the sniper ammo depletes after not much optimal play from either side. This one's still close. 9-13. It's business with a 4-kill lead.
Camo respawning right now. Looks like Sika motioning towards it, but business in great position to stop the push. Having control of that flower side, so important to contest camo. You can see the entire lane. You can also get some good grenades down, even if enemies are hiding around the corner. Swiss tries to take a cheeky route to get to the camo, gets pushed back, but also stays alive, and the rest of business just swarming to finish off the kills. They not only get the camo, but they get 4 dead, a bit of a staggered 4 dead at that, so they should have a huge advantage moving into the next sequence as well.
4-kill lead is now turned into 7 as business doing a great job to roll their numbers in favor in their advantage as Druk pushes down aggressively into the middle of the map. Like a mosh pit down here. 4 players at least at the bottom middle location. Now Druk pushing on over to Trucks, has a little bit of help there. He takes down Glory. 2 down for Ssgt. Only 1 for business. This lead's ballooned to 10, Eli.
Yeah, huge lead here, and new sniper coming up in Business has control of it. They don't have a lot of great map space to work out of, though. Ssgt, recognizing this, are going to push relentlessly to try to apply pressure to the spawners. They take too much damage, though, and are forced to back up. SLG finding 2 kills of his own, massive in this moment. If they're able to finish off Swish and Tolik, they could get the sniper in their hands and absolutely reverse this entire game here.
And all of that damage, though, that they had to back up on was because of Druck with that repulsor, finding some unique angles there on the snipe tower side of the map. But it's now SSG2 T who control that ever important side of the map. Sniper in their hands as well, down by 7, but they've got the positioning and the kit to work with.
This is the recipe that you need to make a comeback of this caliber, but Septify gonna shut it down. Love to see the spacing that we're seeing out of Business. They're playing all the 4 parts of the map that I'd like to see a team play. When they're stuck in A, they extend all the way through the cafe to the blue side. At the same time, a member of their team is holding down the glass window, and they're able to push all the way out on both sides, and that's too much pressure for SSGT to handle. Septify now has the sniper, and he's going to put it immediately to work, uses the last shot to hit the headshot. This guy's been on fire all day long.
Look at this prioritization of opponents. He doubles back to Glory all the while. Glory was 5 meters away from his backside. Septify angles himself to get that headshot on the A ledge and then goes back to take down Glory. Woo! Impressive sequence here from Septify as this lead continues to grow, now up 11.
It's going to be very hard for SSGT to come back into this, and Business is swarming. They're going to not let up the pressure. They're just going to continually collapse on this. Tolik sees the opening on the other side. Septify waiting for his shields and buying time for Tolik to show up. Looks like Druck and Swish also show up. So now all members here in the A side, they're going to push back out on both sides once again to continually pinch back and forth. This has been nearly flawless gameplay of this game type from Business.
It's opening up to be a massacre. Septify looking for another slay on Glories, and Business is booming. 42-27. Can they earn the Steaktacular here in the winner's semis, Eli? This would be an incredible feat for them. SSGT, though, do reclaim numbers advantage, but only by 1, and they need much more than that. Down 28-44. You need a couple of sequences of flawless Halo, or Business are going to flawlessly take this series 2-0.
And Swish is not losing 1v1s right now. You saw him confidently take that fight against Sika. This guy, his gun is on fire. We need to get more of his POV on the screen. This guy is really feeling himself, and he's one of the most dangerous players in the world when he's feeling himself. He just knows how to play situations almost perfectly, it seems. He's been a huge part of the reason why they've had so much success throughout the series.
Septify previously in that Slayer, what he had 26 slays or something, was responsible for 26 slays. Not having quite that monster of a performance, but I think he'd take this, where they lost that game 50-48. Here, everybody chipping in and doing their part as Business are 1 kill away, $1 in the register away from closing out this series 50-37 in impressive fashion. They do just that, with Septify earning the crowning kill of this lobby as SSGT go down 0-2. Business move on to your winner final.
Very impressive stuff out of Business. So we've got a very interesting winners final shaping up here. It's going to be Solitude versus Business. I believe they were the 1 and 4 seeds, if I'm not mistaken. So props to Business for making it all the way there, and I can't wait to see the next match here.
Business made an incredible lower bracket run to earn themselves a top 3 finish last week. This week, they're looking to do one better. Let's send it back to the desk for their thoughts on this run we're seeing from Business. Guys, Aliek and Tools, this was supposed to be about native gaming today. Business, they've stolen the show.
They indeed are. They're just killing it right now in the winner's bracket, which was, I don't want to say it was like a surprise, you know, because they are a really good team setup, but it is not the story that we thought we were going to be watching today, considering native coming up right now, and now they're at their own lower bracket. But Business, how are they doing it? We know we just saw Business just a little bit ago against Team Overload, which, if you guys remember, it was the 3 players from Mexico and Scoopmeister from Australia. So we have Neos, Maiko, Nasty Bullet, and Scoopmeister. Tools, give me your thoughts on that.
Oh, I mean, what it was like a couple kills away from being at 2-0, right? And now you can just see like they're just busting this bracket wide open from barely surviving against that international mismatch team to now being in our winners final and competing against Frosty, Renegade, Suppress, and Avenue. Honestly, really impressive run, and you can see it's come through a very tough bracket.
This is going to be a very, very exciting match. I don't know if you guys remember. You sure remember, but Solitude with, like you said, Frosty, Renegade, the two triplets, Avenue and Suppressed versus Business, who means business today. They are just not letting anybody, they sent Native down to the bottom. They're not letting anybody get in their business, basically.
Nah, it's incredible, right? It's almost like every round their skill, it just keeps compounding, right? They put a little bit of money in the stock market early on, and they're just reinvesting, getting that compound interest, becoming just a little bit better. And what we saw was some really scrappy games have become cleaner and cleaner and cleaner. Now, I think they're running on full cylinders. I would expect to see them really put up a good fight against Solitude in our next round.
They really are, and I'm just looking right now on the lower side bracket just to see where Native Gaming is, because I really want to see where they are. I believe we have Native on, let's see, round 7. Yeah, we have Native Gaming on round 7, waiting on who's going on lower bracket. Would it be then who just lost right now?
Cloud9 versus Cloud9 versus Censored. Let's just say that, right? That's who they're waiting on. But look at that bracket that Native has, right? Native versus Godly, then they'll have to probably play against Cloud9 up next, and then Incognito after that. Like, nothing's gonna get easy for Native at all in this losers bracket.
Not at all. I am honestly kind of worried for, I don't want to say worried, because these are like insane teams. But I am really looking forward to seeing more of Native, and that's why I say worried. But Incognito is such a good team, and they've made it to grand finals before. I believe they've made it to grand finals, right? Yeah. And they have much more experience as a team together, and then they're going to face off against Native. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that specific match. It's just going to be, it's going to be an incredible and a really tough match ahead for Native on that lower bracket side.
Yeah, it's definitely the thing that we have our eye on, right, when it comes down to this elimination side. Other teams that are down here that could definitely make a run, right? The Oinksters, I believe that's Piggy and King J teaming down there. They have Spartan on that team as well, so I'd be curious what they're gonna do down on the other side of the bracket. And then Alpha is a team that just keeps giving others problems. They pushed Solitude to a 3-game series. Those players from Latin America are just phenomenal. I feel like they keep getting better, and honestly, I like having the international tournaments because it's great practice for them. They're a region that's been underperforming a little bit on the LAN, but this is what they need, right? They need more international tournaments so they can get more of those important repetitions in, so when they do head to LAN, they can make some of those upsets happen.
Just so that you all are aware, in Team Alpha, we have, and help me pronounce these in case I mispronounce them, but we have Sepstars, Strikey, is it Rorsch? Did I say it right?
No, it's like anytime someone says help me pronounce them, I know it's Rorsch right away. I say Rorsch. I've never been told I've been wrong, but honestly, it's a world of imagination.
We'll just, excuse me, but how do I say your tag? And then we have Lure as well on that Alpha Gaming team. So shout out to the Latin American teams and the EU teams on the bracket. And who do we have here? We're getting ready for our next match right now. We have Frosty and Suppress already waiting for their other two teammates, and Tolek, Druk, and Swish. Are we ready for this next game in just a moment, Tools?
Yeah, just a moment, right? We're just waiting on Renegade and Avenue. So y'all know what to do in the chat, right? What do we do when we're waiting on someone? That's right. We go arm ourselves on Twitter. Go harass. No, just that's right.
It worked last time. It worked last time. You mentioned earlier that there were like bets or so. I can't remember, but we didn't talk about the fact that I won the Argyle CTF bet.
I feel like it's more of a push than your win, but I will say you were closer than I was, because you said it was going to go to overtime 0-0, and I feel like that was a bold prediction. I think it was closer to you, but I'll say I'll give it to you, but I would personally push it. You know, it equals out, cancels out. No losers today.
All right, so no money. Okay. All right, we'll call it even then. We'll call it even. I win, but we're not exchanging any money. No subs.
A pride win. A pride win for now. Now, are we gonna? Ooh, you want to get spicy? You want to get spicy for this one?
I hate spicy food. Wait, what are you talking about?
I'm just saying, hey, maybe a gifted subs. You know what I'm saying? Frosty versus business right here.
Okay, Frosty versus business. Okay. What are we saying here? You think they're gonna take it?
Who do you have? I should start with that. Who do you have in this matchup?
Oh man, I mean, we have Solitude. They have 2 world champions, Frosty and Renegade. We have Avenue and Suppress. I mean, this team has not let down from the beginning, and they haven't lost any tournaments either on the off season. Oh wait, they lost the last one against Shopify Rebellion, and then Business. They're just on a high right now. They're just winning everything. I still feel like this is a tough matchup. My instincts is it's gonna go towards Solitude.
Yeah, I feel like it's bad business for me not to try to take this offer, but I don't know if I can bet against Solitude. That's gonna be a tough one, right? Because of how good this team is. But I'll do it anyway. You know what I'm saying? I'll put a gifted sub on the line. Business.
All
I think
right.
they get the job done. I think they're gonna keep their momentum rolling.
I agree. Anything can happen. We've seen it. We've seen everything on these off-season tournaments. Can you tell me why you think? I mean, this might be an obvious answer, but for the viewers, can you tell me why you think Solitude could have the upper hand against Business, and what could maybe Business do to continue on their roll?
Honestly, a lot of people are going to look at this. They're going to be like, well, obviously it's Frosty Renegade, right? Like that's what the upper hand is. But really, I'm going to take an eye on that player that you saw on screen. A little bit of Suppressed action. Suppressed hasn't lost an off-season tournament yet, right? The one he doesn't play with that team he won was Shopify Rebellion. And take a look at this, Aliek. Look, our other game is almost ready to go as well.
Yeah, we got our who we're waiting for now from team. We were just waiting for all the players.
We just need K to come through.
Let K come through. Let's go. We want to see some matches. From Native, we're just waiting on Collect. So we're just like on the toss-up right now. Who are we going to be watching right now? We'll see. All right, everybody get on Twitter and call your players out so we can get to watching.
They're slowly trickling through. It
did work last time. All right, if you could choose one of these 2 matches, who do you want to watch? If you could choose.
If I could choose, I mean, obviously, I think you have to go with this one. I'm very intrigued by Native, but anytime you can watch Frosty and Renegade dice it up, it's always good business to keep them on your screen.
Agreed. Plus, we've already placed bets, so we gotta make this one happen.
Man, I have a feeling that I might be digging in my wallet soon, but you know, I believe in the boys. When I think about this roster on Business, I just think of people that want to win, right? That they're gonna do anything they can to win in the series. They don't really necessarily care about the overextend or like getting the extra kills. To them, it's all about what can I do to be objective efficient. You know what? While we wait for these guys to open up the log, why don't we just watch a little bit of Native gaming, right? Let's see what's going on. Get a little preview of what we might see in the elimination bracket.
All right, let's see it. It looks like we're just loading up right now.
Ooh, is this time for Casliak? Are you gonna do some play-by-play?
Oh, okay, let's do some play. I'll give it a go.
Are you gonna give it a go? First time?
Neptune. We're starting up right now on that catwalk, pushing through into Silo, throwing some early nades, see if he can get some damage done early on, get some picks. Ooh, all right, first kill for Neptune. We're rooting for Neptune because, you know, he just came back from COD, so we want to see him pop off and see what the hype is about. Mikwin coming in. Oh, he just missed the oddball. All right, I think he was just trying to go for that oddball. I miss it all the time myself. It's so difficult to get sometimes, I believe. It looks like he's trying to get some in case. Oh, he misses it again, but he gets a kill. All right, that's okay. He missed it, but he has the oddball. He's running it back to Silo. Hopefully his team is waiting for him back there so they can have an early start. Do you see their team? All right, looks like we got APG. You're just letting me run on this right now.
You gotta give me a chance. You gotta let me in.
Okay. I'll stop talking and let you in. All right, collect the shocks. I'm throwing you the ball now.
No, they're good. You know, collect with a shock rifle, right? Like, keep that high ground. It's interesting that we've seen not necessarily bad plays, but like just some minor mistakes that have costed this native squad thus far, right? We've seen that ball a little bit tough for Mikwin to get back home, and it just shows that like there's some little things that will clean up for this native roster, and when they do, I have a feeling that this is going to be a really nasty team to watch.
I agree, and we're just watching them. Oh, I was gonna say something I should probably not say right now, so I'm gonna skip on that sentence right now. We're watching Mikwin as he holds a spot right now on catwalk. What are we looking at here? Oh, we got 2 players in gold right now. I think he's just making sure they don't come out of gold right now. He's trying to throw a nade and see if he catches somebody on that.
Nah, no one to catch. No one to catch. Right?
No one to catch.
Right here. Right,
I mean,
Micklin's playing with his teammate deep in that pocket, right? They want to like try to bait someone to come in towards their position so they can get those kills, and then off those kills they can try to grab that camouflage over at bottom mid.
UPG holding the oddball right now. Looks like our native team. I said our. I guess I'm rooting for native right now. APG and their team is holding that oddball on A side, but it looks like they have. Oh, we got Triton coming in with a push right now. Got a back smack and camo. Quietly sneaking through.
Sneaky.
He's sneaky.
Looking for opportunities, but I mean, just look at that tip of the spear action. But oh my, new kid on the block. Welcome back, Net. He gets the kill reversal on the camouflage player. Don't call him a rook. Double kill. Perfect shots as well, man. Neptune is just disgusting when it comes to his individual fights.
That was incredible.
Oh, they're throwing him the ball. How disrespectful is this, Aliak?
This is pretty disrespectful for all of us. Maybe he made that choice himself. Throw me the ball. I'll hang out back here. See what I can do.
It's a good guy, Neptune. It's not disrespectful. It's him being the. You know, I like that. You have a very positive outlook on being given the ball.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I do I do tend to ask for it when it comes to these oddball games. I want to make sure I drop it when the time comes right. When you're playing on matchmaking, you never know what the random player is gonna do. So sometimes I take the lead on that one, try to get some kills, which just looks like what Neptune did do. He held the ball and got a kill as well. But he's changed his spot now. He's now getting lots of damage done. Oh, he just gets the trade.
You know, honestly, great trade though, right? You get that first kill. As long as you can go positive value-wise on your life, like, you'll take it, right? You get 2 players down for the cost of 1. You tell your teammates, hey, you have a numbers advantage. You have an extra player to surround the map on. They use that to be able to get some more ball time, and now they're just a few seconds away from taking this first round.
This first round came very quickly to native as well.
Oh, look at that chase from Breaking Shot across the map. Just desperation towards the end. And Mikwin will take it. He says, hey, I'll take another kill on the stat sheet. 11 kills to only, I believe, just 4 deaths. And you can see, guys, our lobby on the winner's side still taking some time to fill in. But we'll be over there soon enough. And you can listen to Mr. Eli and Mikowski on the other side.
In just a moment. Ooh, 2 down for native right now. 3 down with Neptune trying to stay alive. Or dead for native. Well, the entire map for Rami, Breaking Shot, Gilkey. Let's see what they're going to do with it.
Right, you can see Rami has that camouflage, just being a little bit cheeky with it, trying to bait someone into a bad position. And well, when you combine that camo with the shock rifle, you know what to expect. It's perfect kills left and right. Native really struggling on figuring out how they can exactly push through to this position.
Incredible shot there by Rami. He's just, oh, he just misses it. I always root for people with snipers. I just want them to get that headshot. It pains me when they don't, because I'm rooting for all of them almost all the time. I want to see those cool shots. APG pushing up here on A side. I think he's trying to get behind Rami, is it? Yes, somebody else took him down.
You know, sometimes you get to the spot, it doesn't quite go your way, but then you're like, hey, my teammates are just goated, right? They don't need my help. They're just going to get the kill anyway. I can change priorities, and well, APG is one of the best at doing that, right? Changing priorities, getting oddball time, being in the right spot to influence whatever spawn You notice he's quick and efficient with his routes, and well, he also sets up his teammates to get great headshots like that, baiting the player into the long haul. Mikwin able to capitalize with that shock rifle, headshot in tow, and well, some much needed ball time going on the side of this native roster.
That's something that we were talking about previously before with APG, how his playstyle, he's such a great teammate to everybody on his team. He wants to make sure that everybody is taken care of on his team, right?
Oh yeah, like that's almost, it feels like, it's like selfless. I don't feel like selfless is the right word, because he's doing the right thing, right? It's not necessarily like, I guess that is like, it is selfless, right? Like, you're sacrificing potential stats, potential big flashy plays to make sure that you make the right play for the team, right? And that's something that a lot of players don't understand, right? They want to see the flashy overkills, the flashy triples, the cool headshots, but sometimes it's, at the end of the game, it all boils down to winning, right? And well, Gilky's gonna win himself a kill right here. He's impatient with the camouflage.
How that was not a backsmack evades me. Camo goes down. We have Mikwin just struggling to stay alive. Here's one shot, and he's being chased down by the enemy team. Now, where's the ball? We got Neptune holding the ball again. Toolez.
Yeah, come on, like let the young man cook. They keep giving him the ball, but I'll say, like, very heads up play by Neptune, right? Mikwin goes down and they're still able to get some value out of it. The only unfortunate part is a little inexperience from Neptune coming out right there. He doesn't quite know how to get it through the window, but sometimes lemons turn to lemonade, and it's all the players going down. One more shot. Now APG gets it across the map. So that ball, by not being played, you saw Neptune trying to get it right, trying to throw it over that ledge. Couldn't quite get it to land. Well, he eventually is able to help Mikwin get a double kill because of that misplay, and it turns into a full team wipe.
I mean, Neptune is just getting started in Halo Infinite right now. And we're already seeing that he's, I mean, look at him. He is 17 and 13 right now, and he's getting some objective time as well. So he's not just helping his teammate, but he's getting all these slays, and they're giving him a chance to have this shock right now and see if he can get some slays. I mean, he's not a new player he's not a new player. He's played Halo 5. He's just newer to Halo Infinite, and he's going to be bringing so much experience now, and he has so much to learn, but he's doing amazing.
Right, and Neptune is far from being inexperienced as like a competitor, right? Like, has top 3 finishes in Halo 5, has great finishes with the Florida Mutineers during that Call of Duty season that he played, and obviously is going to be a really efficient player in Halo Infinite. There's just little nuances that you have to learn by playing the game, and he just doesn't have as many hours as other players in the game, so you can expect to see small mistakes, right? And that's fine, and that's what Mikwin was really telling us when we interviewed him over this week, is like, just be patient with us, right? Like, Neptune's a new player. It's going to take some time for things to come in. I know what to expect of him, and eventually it'll all click, and it's not going to be result oriented at first, but when we do click, you're going to notice something special happen. And well, Mikwin, he made something special happen with some crazy shots right there.
And that's what they want. They want to get that practice in for this team, and that's why they're here. They're here to practice. They're here to get some rounds for Neptune against some good squads, and we're seeing them do really well against Cloud9 right now.
Yeah, I mean, this has been fantastic, right? Cloud9's gotten some good time, but really, it's been, I think, a better gameplay plan from the side of Native Gaming. And look at that, you know, a good guys over there on the winner's final. I feel like they're watching the broadcast, right? I kind of want to see what Native's up to, right? They're just like not hitting the start play button.
That's probably why they're all watching, and it looks like they're done watching because the next game is about to start right now. We're gonna watch Solitude versus Business. Let's switch it over there to the casters. Eli Makowski, take it away.
All right, Eli, here we go in our heavyweight match of the day. Wow, what a tournament it's been so far. Business on a little bit of a Cinderella run versus Solitude, the heavy favorites with 2 defending world champs on the roster. Where do you feel like this one's going to go?
I mean, it could go either way. I kind of have to lean on the side of Solitude. I mean, these guys have been winning everything that they play in. Renegade, Frosty, one of the toughest duos to ever do it. And looking at these game types, this should be interesting. So we see Live Fire Extraction was in the list, but we're playing Oddball instead. So we already know what happened there. But Yeah, any map that has a sniper rifle on it, I've got to give the edge to Solitude.
Wow, in another G8 game mode here, Extraction is out, and seems like the pros prefer oddball instead. Both the overshield, overshield up now. Druck looking to defend it with that snipe, but with 2 players for Solitude there on it. Shroud screen as well. They're not going to get it. Wow, surprisingly, that Shroud screen must have came from that back player there for business, and now Druck has the kit to work with instead.
Yeah, not only the overshield, but also the sniper. So far, unable to get much value out of it, but just doing damage and denying this resource to the other team. Looks like Renegade somehow managed to kill himself, I guess. I'm not really sure what happened there, but Druck awarded the kill in the kill feed. And so far, both teams are just fighting for the map, and no one's even grabbed the oddball yet.
Frosty with the hands takes down Septify, looking to maybe push up through the cuts, but no, he's looking for that sniper. Now he has it in his hands. No scope melee, but no. Toolez does a great job to use that pillar to not allow Frosty to get within striking distance. Ultimately trades out, but still love that play there from Toolez as he goes down. 2 down on each side of the map, and after that double from Renegade, to maintain that triple instead. 3-4 go down collectively for business, and this should open up some time here for Solitude.
Love watching the way Renegade played that situation. He's like a hunter, man. When he knows there's a one-shot lurking somewhere, he's just calculating what route could they have possibly taken to get out. He predicts that Druck was likely to take the rat tunnel route, or perhaps a teammate on deathcam told him that, but regardless, puts himself in a position to finish off that kill, gets the triple kill and some early ball time. Great stuff that we're seeing early from the world champion.
Opening break goes to business, but Solitude answer back with a 14 to tie it and rolling as they'll now regain the lead off of that double kill from Suppressed. Another triple for Solitude. No, excuse me. As Suppressed not able to secure the double triple, but does secure another team wipe. And ooh, Avenue with the rotation planned here, expecting some green spawns for the blue team, as they will in fact get those green spawns. And I like this rotation, especially when you consider Renegade on the flank with OS.
This is what he does best, man. He as soon as they get 3 dead, he's extending to an opposite side of the map to not only force the spawns for the next sequence, but also get behind their next push. And he's got overshield, repulse to work with. I mean, obviously he's always soaking as many items off the map as he possibly can, putting them to work beautifully so far. And he's also got the most ball time. I don't know if he's going to finish with the most ball time, but he's got the most for now.
Yeah, pretty impressive when a guy like Renegade has the most OBJ time, and it's not like he's slacking on the slays, Eli. He's got 10 of those, only 3 deaths, playing extremely proficient and efficient Halo, as Solitude have doubled up on this lead. Count of 36 to 14, Suppressed with some defensive shots on the nest side of the map. Not looking to allow any of these players to push on through as Swish goes down on the C side. And something I'm noticing here for Solitude, Eli, I'd love to hear your take on it. They're all over the place, but they're playing together, so they're not positioned close to each other. As you can see, a perfect example of it here. Everybody's at least 20 meters apart. But they're getting the team. Well, they're getting teamwork in. They're getting assists. They're getting slays. How is that?
What they're doing is they're denying all possible escape avenues of the other team. So yes, they might be separated on the map at a great distance, but they know that whatever target they start shooting, if that guy tries to run away, they're going to run into one of their teammates. So if you've got that much map control, there's nowhere left for them to go. And these guys are also individually talented. They're going to win most of their 1v1 fights anyways, but most of the time they don't have to, because a teammate just has that complementary sight line from across the map, and they have good communication and coordination to make sure everyone's looking at the right target.
Gatekeeping the entrance and predicting the exits. That's why Solitude have built a 50 to 20 lead, up by half a minute here, but it's business with the oddball back in their hands. Renegade, though, with the snipe back in his, and that's going to spell trouble here for business. Looking to score a string of time here to make it a close game once again. Septify the only player left as that oddball gets reset, as Renegade, despite having snipe, like we've seen all game, doesn't care. He's going to play the objectively efficient Halo that we love to see from chat, and going to make out with another oddball here as he gets it over to the screen door.
Renegade doing Renegade things. 15-4 so far. Keep in mind, this is winners finals. These are the 2 best teams in the tournament, and he's already kind of making them look silly. And he's been doing it by having sniper control. He's been doing it by positioning himself behind them. He's had a couple of overshields, but he's also got the most oddball time. I mean, this guy's kind of just doing it all. think that he is going to rotate this ball towards the green side as well, which is a great heads-up play. He knows that if he starts to face pressure, he can throw the ball off the map, reset the situation, but he's just going to hold it as long as he possibly can before he has to do so.
Yeah, previously we saw a game like this from Toolez for the team Business. But here against Business, it's Solitude and Renegade standing on top, 86 and rolling to 27. Toolez goes down, and that could start a chain reaction for what could be the final seconds of round 1.
Wow, so he actually stayed alive. That was very cheeky. So he's holding the ball inside the B or green area, and he's waiting for someone to go through back green to try to kill him, but he's got the repulse, so he can just repulse him off the map. Members of Business have to hesitate before approaching him. He ultimately does play the ball, but gets a kill after doing so, and he just made the game very hard for Business to play during that whole situation.
We go down though for Solitude. Suppressed, last player alive. Every kill here is like icing on the cake. Ooh, that would have been one hell of a cake if you could have grabbed that overshield, but Semifinal takes down Frosty. And it looks like, don't count Business out just yet. If they're able to claim this overshield, which they do, and this next on-ball possession, it could be right back in it.
Absolutely right. Septify here, been a force all day long. He's going to bait on the other side of the shroud with the overshield, kind of being a monster in a horror movie or something that they find as soon as they walk through it. And now he's going to get a couple of kills and the oddball out, and this is exactly what Business need right now if they're going to come back into this, but they're going to have to apply pressure to the spawners. Avenue able to take tons of space off his spawn point. He's already applying pressure to them before they can apply pressure to him, and this is just going to open up even more space for Frosty and Renegade to come off spawn, and when they show up, you know it's going to be bad news.
Yeah, in relation to that monster reference you made, I saw that green slime on the heatwave pad looking like a R.L. Stine Goosebumps novel as Renegade pushes on through that location towards the screen door. Business doing a good job to get back in this one as they have the lead. Solitude only needing 13 seconds. You're going to have to see at least the next 30 go to Business, but they don't have enough time. Only 10 seconds left in this lobby. That's why Solitude, they're not even going to play for the remaining time to get to 100 seconds. They're going to let this clock dwindle away as 2 does the life force of Business, but Swish gets the slay on Frosty. Toolez with 0-0-0 on the board. Cannot drop this oddball, or Business will drop round 1.
Seems almost impossible. If they are able to somehow win this round in this circumstance, I don't even know what to say. This would have to be one of the best wins of a round of oddball ever. Literally has to hold it the entire time. His teammates have to get all the kills. Suppressed, gets a kill. Toolez finds his way. He's still juking everyone somehow. Finally gets taken down. That's going to end the round, but wow, that was a valiant effort. They brought it back quite a bit with 0-0-0 on the clock.
Great performance there from Solitude. We've seen a lot of momentum and feverish pace to Business's play. And when they do slow it down, they have the perfect pinch plan. Haven't seen that here in the early goings of this series as Renegade pushes up from the back of the mud up to the cuts location. Spots a player flanking in through the dummy doors. Does not sense he has the shield advantage on Swish. Tries to dip away, but doesn't make it out. Frosty, before grabbing that overshield, has to dip away, and Business are doing a good job to really make Solitude earn it here, forcing some confusion as we switch gears here. 44-45, late game action here. It's like the HCS red zone as Neptune takes to the skies. Heaven now drops, pushing in towards the B side of the map, claiming a 1-kill deficit. They're going to need this next one to tie it up here at 46.
What an exciting time to hop on board with this game 2. Keep in mind, Native won the game 1. If Cloud9 are able to steal this game 2, they can force a game 3 situation and put Native on the ropes, but both teams fighting for mid-map control. I think Rockets might be up. That's why we see the Shroud screen come out. 2 go down for Cloud9, and it's a 2-point lead now for Native.
48-47. Native now clinging to a 1-point advantage. Gilkey looking to change that, but it's Collect on the other side with the Stalker rifle. You have to imagine Native might just work the opponents into the hands of Collect as we see just that. Perfect kills with the mix and match combination of the shotgun and Stalker rifle. 49 all APG with the finishing shots on breaking shot, but it looked like Collect got the kill, and he did. Collect stuck in the sleigh before the rockets exploded. What a finish!
Oh my god, that was within milliseconds. Wow. We would have to go back and play that in slow motion to see exactly what happened, but I think Collect got a kill while the rocket was just milliseconds from killing his teammate. That was completely insane. Oh my god.
This is Halo. What a switch from the LVT Halo production team. Where else do you get something like that? Again, LVT, Nighty Night, Tools, and Louis V. Titan himself, making sure the Halo community doesn't miss a second of this incredible action. Wow.
We're going to have to go back and take another look at that when this game's over, but this game's not over yet. We got game 1 still in action. Solitude won round 1. So far, Business winning round 2 of the winners finals here in the first game of Oddball. Oh, I can't wait to go back to that one, but let's try to focus on this for now. That was just
I need a
absolutely insane gameplay on the other side, but wow. That does mean Native advances further in the losers bracket. They're gonna, I think, face off against Incognito in that lower round, so hopefully get to watch that soon. But right now, all Talik gets a double kill. Looks like Solitude forced to rotate the ball to green, and an insane sticky from Frosty with the spike grenades. I feel like those are so much harder to get sticks with than the plasma grenades, but props to Frosty, able to get a kill before going down, but the ball never gets reset. If Business can get another slay here, they could actually accumulate some time back B.
Yeah, it does sort of feel like the flare of the plasma grenade sticky counts as a little bit of extra surface area, whereas that spiker grenade, kind of like a ruler, 12 inches, just straight up and down. Get a little bit of extra give on that sticky grenade stick, as mentioned by Eli previously. 3 go down for Solitude as Renegade, last player alive, smartly, wisely tosses that sniper off into the drink. Doesn't want to allow Business to gain any more momentum than they already have here in this round 2. Doing a great job to go up by 30.
Exactly what you want to see if you're on that side. Now keep in mind, Swish had a pretty rough round 1, but this round he has really brought it back. I think maybe only able to get 8 kills in the first round, but already with at least 11 this one in the early going. So Swish really stepping it up this round, but Renegade stepping it up as well. Tries to get the overkill, but somehow gets taken down. And Business gonna have to re-rack the whole situation. Swish getting a kill in the kill feed is a good start.
How maniacal is the stat line for Renegade, sitting with the most slays, least deaths, and double the most oddball time for Solitude? That might be a reason why, actually. That maybe make the argument that Business is able to open up a lead here. Just a little too much Renegade, which sounds weird to hear anybody say, much less the Halo caster. But yeah, too much Renegade, not enough teamwork. Like we've seen on the sides of Business as they've regained. How often have we seen that today? The regain from Business so strong as they've gone up considerably here in round 2.
They're gonna need to hold on to this though. They know that if they give Solitude any room to work with, they're gonna be punished for it. So they cannot get lazy. Despite having this lead, you can never slow down against a team like this. Avenue finding some great shots with the heat wave. That's gonna be massive as he backs up to deny the melee. It's going to keep him full shields and give him the chance to win this kill. So huge plays out of Avenue. Not taking that melee ended up making a massive difference for the next play.
Avenue earns the reversal with 1 HP, and now the dream of a comeback is alive for Solitude as they're only down by 20. But Avenue gets back smacked. Swish and Septify combined for the double kill. Starting to build a case for how Solitude are going to come back, but they go 3 back to the respawn screen. Business are regaining and holding strong here as Septify has the oddball once again.
Love that. He pulls the oddball out, sees the teammate, puts the shroud screen behind him, bottom middle, just to deny that visual angle from bottom mid. He gets taken down anyways because Frosty makes a quick heads up flank from the net side. Gonna find another kill here, at least the assist. Swish gonna slow them down just a little bit here though. Gonna try to get the double on Frosty. Frosty wisely backing out of the situation. This man is very confident with his shot, but without his shields, he knows he's gonna get taken down by a player as good as Swish. Swish does find a way to take him down anyways, and he's still full shield so he can contest the sniper. But he's gonna have to do something quick because looks like Solitude's able to get the ball and get it out of dodge.
25 seconds separate these two teams, and there's only a little over a minute left on the clock. So the time starting to become a factor here in a round 2 where Business needs to hold on to this lead to send us into a round 3. Septify with a few missed sniper shots, make it 3. Doesn't do enough damage there, any damage at all. And now the door is open for Solitude to make this comeback. Sniper in the hands of Renegade.
Only got 50 seconds to work with though, so if Business can keep this mixy and keep killing members of Solitude, keep that oddball out of their hand for just 47 seconds, they could win the game by time. But coming off spawn, suppress, killing one of the first spawners, that's actually huge right now. That's going to make the rest of the push a lot weaker. Also gets away with his life, and all the weapons are on the side of Solitude. This comeback seems very possible if they can get the rest of these slays.
From down 25 to down 15, 14, 13, with every second adds to the score for Solitude. They look closer and closer to coming back. Now for Business, the clock might be a factor for them, as Solitude, with a well-timed reset, could potentially wane any chance for a comeback, but Renegade is going to hold it clearly. 3 go down for Solitude. So look at this. Renegade preemptively, immediately tosses that oddball off the map, looking to help prevent any quick reset grab here for Business, but they do. Septify with the oddball in his hands. John's got another fight to worry about on the nest, but that's bait. That's distraction. You got to go for that oddball holder at the top of tower, and you know Renegade knows how to play this process. Perfectly played. Gets back to the player he was shooting on the nest, but Talik gets the better of him. Talik takes him down, and with 18 seconds left, Business might have this.
What a crazy sequence there. You have to wonder if Renegade could have just held the ball a bit longer at the B side, but he says, no, I want to preserve my life and contest the reset. Talik doesn't allow him to do so, even though he was quite a presence on the tower side. And now Business winning that next engagement with just 9 seconds to go. I think they've won this round.
Unbelievable. Just as it looked like Renegade was going to make away with that oddball towards the green side of the map. I loved his play ball there early, right when 3 went down for Solitude, but it's Business who regain in the micro and the macro as we head to a round 3 tied.
Love that we got to see that replay from Avenue. I have to think that was a pivotal moment in that game. Avenue using the heat wave to get the first kill, but also backing up to prevent himself from being meleeed, able to get a second kill right afterwards, and from that moment on, able to get back into the round. So great stuff from Avenue, really stepping it up around this powerhouse roster. And round 2 here, it's Druck with the sniper early. See if he can actually convert this into a ball setup though.
Game 1's way so much heavier when it's an oddball, and they weigh especially heavy when it's only a best of 3. You could take a real edge in this series if you take this 3rd and final round as Suppressed takes the OS, Renegade takes the sniper, and Avenue makes away with that oddball. We're going to see the initial scoring here in round 3 go to Solitude.
Sniper, heat wave, overshield, all in the hands of Solitude. Oddball safely in the back of A, but I don't think it's going to stay there for long. They're going to try to rotate this out to the B side as they open up space with some huge snipes from Renegade. Ball player looks to still maybe be in A. It's hard to tell. Nope. Yes, he did rotate to B. Very smart. The reason that these guys don't hold the ball in A like they do in your Platinum lobbies, viewers in chat, is because if you hold the ball in A and you guys die, you just give the other team a free setup. But these guys understand that it's better to rotate it so they can have more agency over the next play by throwing the ball off the map. Stop holding the ball in A. It's a terrible spot, man. I hate seeing it in matchmaking time and time again. Just stop. It's ridiculous.
I agree with you, Eli. I don't think there's any hold strong enough to feel secure with that oddball towards the screen door side of A. You just have no exit points. You have plenty of spaces to play that oddball at the top of Snipe Tower, or even on the green side as we see Solitude take to the Snipe Tower, and they'll have that early reset. And with a 60-second lead to start off round 3, you get a well-timed reset. How about a well-timed cluster look? Double kill from Frosty. Gonna earn him the OS. A triple 2? No, but Septify goes down nonetheless, and things are starting to get a little out of hand for Business. They've responded so well throughout the day, but here in round 3, they got nothing on the board.
Wow, Septify actually almost got the back smack with the, I call it the under ninja. When you slide underneath someone and get the back smack, he's very close to doing it. Almost broke Frosty's ankles. Frosty able to stay alive, gets the overshield. Talik made a cheeky play, sliding in through back tower, repulsing somebody off the map to slow them down just a little bit. But despite some of these Herculean efforts from the side of Business, it's been all Solitude. They've been able to maintain enough numbers and presence by the oddball to just continually rack up time. Frosty now just going to watch as they try to chase down Avenue with the ball, just using him as bait. And Avenue is just running around, not a care in the world. Finally throws the ball off the map as Druck gets the back smack. But wow, 92-0. This round has been all Solitude.
This is wild. After, I feel like a round 1 and 2 where we've both been screaming our heads off, just amazed at the level of gameplay, a little surprised, especially again after the great regain we've seen all day from Business. They just don't have it here. 2 go down for them. Septify taking an angle in the vents. Has the nice shots with the MK sidekick, but he gets cleaned up shortly after. And Eli, it feels like this round might get cleaned up quickly after as well, as Solitude only need 8.
It's really hard to imagine a way for Business to win this round at this point. I mean, they've got to literally hold the oddball for 100 seconds without giving 8 to the other team. Frosty's got a sniper. I think it's over, guys.
This one is in the books officially. Round 1 and round 3, collectively game 1, going to Solitude, as again, we saw that regain in round 2. Oh man, a hell of a regain where it looked like Renegade won the game 2-0. Business had second thoughts, took us to a round 3, but it was not enough, as we'll head back to recharge. Slayer on the horizon. Business needing this one to continue their, I don't want to say miraculous run through the winners bracket, but impressive run nonetheless.
Absolutely. I mean, they were just a handful of kills from being double eliminated by Magico and Scoopmeister. And what was that, round 3? And now they make the comeback and make it all the way to winners finals. I mean, they definitely are not done in this tournament, that is for sure. They also took a round off of the oddball round 2, so not out of this yet. Moving into recharge Slayer, I think this one's going to really come down to the camo control, the repulse control, and the shockwave control, or sorry, shock rifle control. We'll see which team gets the early break here to get the items first.
Yeah, keep in mind Swish. Now, granted, this was with a different roster last week, had Sav and Suspector on the squad. They went down in winners round 3 and finished top 3 with an, there we go, a Cinderella or a miraculous run from the lower bracket there. So they're playing with house money at this point, right? We know they can win some matches in the lower side of the bracket. Can this Business roster? But I just got to imagine they want to take that token to the grand finals. Very difficult to reset the bracket in Halo, but feels like historically recently, Eli, we've been seeing a lot more of that than ever before. As we hop on board here early, 1-1 tie. Talik on your screen.
Beginning of this game, so important in my opinion. Team that gets the early break is often going to go to a pretty significant lead. Then it's going to play out from there. Right now, though, both teams playing pretty close to the vest. Not overextending too much. Both teams just fighting for control of this tower side. Not, I think, for any particular reason, but just because they happen to be there. Now it looks like their shock rifle in the hands of Solitude. Not sure which player that is. Probably Renegade, though. And right now, Suppress just fighting for mid-map. Yeah, I don't know if the camo probably already used here.
It looked like so. I do believe that was burned, as 3 go down for Business after those 3 kills, though. As Business previously up, we now have a tie, 7-all. But after those 3 go down for Business, it's map control in favor of Solitude, as Frosty puts it to good use. The kill on the stacks over from the top gold side, but he gets taken down. Frosty goes down. So too is his teammate. 3 actually go down for Solitude, and an answer back here from Business has them in the lead.
And look at this. Druck probably heard a call out that the shock rifle was down batteries, because that's where Talik dropped it, but he knew it's a lot more important to just quickly get into A, block the spawns, and force Solitude to spawn C so that his team can collapse. I would argue that this sequence is all because of Druck. If he didn't get to A this quickly like he did, then Solitude would have had a lot easier time to play off of their spawn, but he gets here quick enough. They collapse on C. They now open the spawn point in pipes, and now they're going to collapse right back, and they're going to continue mounting this lead.
Oh, Business has Solitude in a blender. 3 go down back-to-back fashion, and it's not just the 3 going down that causes the blender. It's the staggered spawns and deaths here for Solitude, where they're not dying in close proximity or in close timing to each other. They're not allowing themselves a chance to push up as that collective team of 4. Swish with another cleanup kill here on Avenue. Important moment in this match. 10-20 with camo up now.
The speed at which Business is playing, they're just constantly forming that L-shaped setup, so powerful on recharge, especially if you form an L on one part of the map, the enemies will spawn in the opposite corner of the map. They know this, and then from the positions of the L, collapse from both sides. And Solitude doesn't have any options. It doesn't matter if you're Renegade or Frosty. If the other team knows where you're spawning and they're hitting you from 2 different sides at the same time, you'd have no options. And Business playing it nearly flawlessly so far.
Frosty needing some flawless shots with that shock rifle to get Solitude back in this one, as they're down by 10. Surprising after that game 1 win for Solitude, but Not so in the sense that Business, they've done this throughout the day. They lose in a gunfight, they win the next one. They lose a match, they win the next one. As Frosty continues to push up with that shock rifle, has the grapple to work with as well. Wishes he had a repulsor here. Could keep himself on the map if he does get repulsed off. He goes off his own volition and gets back on the map. Love this big brain play here from Frosty.
So clutch. You don't see many players even try to do that or have the wherewithal to think to do that. I mean, I can't, there's probably been at least a handful of times that I've had the grapple and I didn't even think of that being an option. He jumps off to throw off the aim of his opponent, knows he has the grapple so he can just get right back on the map, preserves the shock rifle, puts it to work immediately, hitting the headshot, and he's not even done yet.
I usually don't feel like I'm losing my voice during these off-season tournaments. Usually on LAN, it's guaranteed, but I'm getting there, Eli. This has been an incredible day of Halo. Individually, team-wise, we've seen new teams of 4 show up on the scene, especially with the likes of Business. Really giving Solitude a back-to-back, excuse me, I should say a 2-time winner. We had Shopify win last week, but this is a 2-time champ in the offseason in Solitude and Business. Well, they're giving him the business. Up by 9 here. Pollock looking to push in and add to that slay count as they've opened up a 10-kill lead, Eli, once again.
Despite the amazing effort out of Frosty, I mean, that was one of the most impressive lives that we've seen in the tournament all day, and yet, despite that Herculean effort, his team is still losing by a significant margin, and it's because of, like I said, the spawn control of Business. Whenever they get a few dead, they are intentionally taking certain space on the map to force the next spawns, and then they're immediately collapsing on those spawners so that they don't have any time to take space to get to their teammates, pick up any power weapons. It's very hard to play against a team that's playing that fast.
Druck, the deadliest catch, looking to add a few more slays to his stat sheet as he does just that, takes down a Renegade, and feels out of hand, Eli. It's 42, 43 now to 29, and your Business, you could just trade out the rest of the way, but I know guys like Druck, he doesn't have that in mind. He's looking for more. Lines up his opponent with the close range reticle placement, but doesn't take down Suppress. Suppressed instead, gonna grab that shock rifle, but Swish takes him down. We're seeing that trade sequence come out. 45-32, Business needing only 5 more.
Might have looked like an over-aggressive push out of Druck in that moment, but he understands with this much of a lead and being this close to the 50 kill mark, as long as he does some damage and trades out and his teammates trade out the kill, he's going to get closer to winning the game. He's just trying to force it. He's trying to guarantee the victory, and I actually respect the strategy. Despite going down, he did enough damage, team able to follow up, and just like that, they win game 2.
Oh man, and we should all be thanking Business in chat today because of Business. We've seen more game 3s collectively today than we have in all of the previous HCS Open Series combined, right? This is unbelievable. Even across the bracket, when Ali and Tools took a look at it earlier, I saw out of the 4 semifinals, 3 of them went to a game 3. That was not the case in some of these previous tournaments. They were all 2-0s. It wasn't until winners final that we saw a best of 3, and we have another one on our hands here as Solitude and Business are giving us quite the treat.
Not often that you see Renegade at the bottom of his team in a Slayer going double negative with only 1 assist. He was really just shut down this whole game. I mean, you got to give props to Business. Like I said, though, it doesn't matter how good you are if the other team is predicting your spawn and making the correct collapse upon it. I mean, you just really have no options. You just got to take the death. But let's slow this down. Frosty knows he has the grapple. He had to be a few inches away from the water, by the way. Like, if we were watching this in third person, which we don't have the capability to do right now, but dude, he had to be so close to the water and almost dead. Jumps off so Druck misses the shot and then gets back on the map, able to keep the shock rifle. He went on to get a few more kills after that. So great effort from Frosty, but in the end, it wasn't enough to beat this Business roster.
Where does this go? It feels like one of those series where something's got to give. It's a shame where someone's going to have to take the L, Eli. But going into an oddball, oh my God, Eli, we're gonna 2 out of 3 matches are gonna be oddball. I needed a bathroom break or a snack break or something if this was gonna be the case, as we are gonna see another oddball, this time on streets. What else does this series and this tournament have in store for us?
I don't know, man. Maybe Maybe they GA oddball this time since they've already done a 3-round oddball. I mean, these guys got to be exhausted. So much mental energy spent in the tournament already. I mean, this is really the gauntlet if they agree to another oddball for this. But I don't know, man. They probably should have just done King on Lightfire, right? Like, I don't know what they're doing.
Eli, this might be the first best of 3 in Halo history that goes longer than a best of 5. Like, I'm trying to make sense. Right? I'm trying to make sense of this, but we are really getting what feels like a best of 5 here in this best of 3.
I mean, yeah, oddball is kind of its own series, right? It's a best of 3 and an oddball, and among top teams that goes to round 3 almost every time, it feels like. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see if the players decide to do another game type or if they just rock it. We'll have to see here.
I'm curious if in between matches, I'm sure the players are probably talking about what game mode to play. I don't know if we have that collect game stealing 50th and final kill as Breaking Shot let out the rocket launcher from bottom mid towards APG. Oof, one of the most incredible finishes we've ever seen on the... Oh my God,
he's got it right here.
Eli, the floor is yours.
Okay, so 49-49. Breaking Shot barely survives this rocket after killing Mikwin to grab the rockets. Jumps out. Huge balls, by the way, out of Breaking Shot.
Oh my God.
Collect gets a kill before the rocket explodes. So Collect... Where's Collector? He's on the right side.
Is he on the B rail?
He's on the B rail, yeah. So does he kill Breaking Shot? Who does he kill here? No, he kills... Gilkey was on the C stairs, so Gilkey must have been one shot on C stairs. Collect zooming in and hitting the shot before the rocket explodes. Are you kidding me?
You know what I'm surprised about, Eli? Outside of this insane finish, surprised it wasn't a tie. It looked like both kills occurred simultaneously. I believe so, even in the feed. And we've seen, at least on LAN, I've been a part of 2 or 3 tie 50-50 games. Thought this could have been one here too.
Oh wait, does the rocket kill Gilkey? Because Gilkey was right in front right here. He wasn't on the C steps. He was the guy flying in front. Hold on.
Oh my God.
Slow it down. We need this like frame by frame almost, like right before. Okay. Gilkey is flying out to try to finish APG. The rocket hits Gilkey.
Yes, it does kill him.
Oh my. But it doesn't kill APG. APG actually lives the rocket.
What?
Because, yeah, you see that? APG never died. APG lives the rocket and the team kill on Gilkey wins the game.
Gilkey, like Sinbad, takes the shot, and it ends up being friendly fire here. Look at this freeze frame moment. It's unbelievable.
The rocket hits the wall next to APG, and I think kills Gilkey at one frame. Then does it kill APG? I don't think it does.
Oh, look at the frame. Look at the score.
APG's still alive.
Another millisecond, 3 milliseconds back, please, Louis. It looks like, look at the score. It says 50 in the feed before Gilkey goes down. What's going on with that? Or is it simultaneous, man? This is ridiculous.
Wait, what?
Right?
Yeah, because Breaking Shot... Breaking Shot killed Mikwin before. Yeah, so Collect shoots Gilkey once with the Stalker, which probably weakens Gilkey just enough for the rocket to kill him, I think is what happened. Oh my God. And then somehow APG lives the rocket anyways. Like, how? I don't get it. Yeah, Gilkey. That's crazy.
Gilkey, yeah, with lower HP than APG, and that's a game of numbers, Eli. It's a game of inches, and in this case, a game of milliseconds and millimeters, as we have determined our GA'd game type agreement here, as we will not be playing Extraction or Oddball on Streets. Instead, we're going to take it to the fast track. Aquarius CTF. I'm a big fan of this Game 3. An Elimination Game 3 at that. One of these two teams are going down to the lower bracket.
I think a lot of teams consider this game type to be perhaps one of the most fair, right? Perfectly symmetrical map. There's mostly just bandits. There's one major power weapon, that's the heat wave. You got the thruster spawning every minute. But I mean, this is just like more of a classic arena CTF than we have. Like, it has to be the most classic arena CTF style that we have in Halo Infinite. One of the best game types that we'll probably be playing till the end of Halo Infinite, if that ever happens. But yeah, this is I love this Game 3 here.
Classic map in Aquarius, set up like the favored midship of yesteryear. Oh, one of our favorite maps from the Halo 2 era. And it's fitting that we head back to an all-time classic map like Aquarius in what's been an all-time classic day for online Halo. What a tournament. How is this not your grand finals? It feels like we're concluding the day, but Eli, after this, we got, I believe, Tony and Active coming on. So we hold on to your butts. We still got plenty of Halo left here today as Renegade adds to the kit. He's got the QT to work with and the Heat Wave as well, pushing into blue.
Yeah, more game threes, more round 3 oddballs than we've had in any previous tournament. So this is the longest it's taken us to get to the end of winners finals. This is going to be a long one, guys. So stick around the rest of the day. But yeah, early control of the Heat Wave in the hands of Renegade. He's also got the QT in an interesting spot, that portal floating above the other team's base. We'll have to see how he decides to use it. He gets into a fight. This time he decides to use it to just get another touch on the flag. He was going to maybe try to hit another kill before doing so, which I like that strategy in mind, but recognizing it's just going to be a little more important to grab that flag touch.
Frosty with the flag out past the 50-yard line, gets it into the generator. An Avenue now, he's going to quick toss that over. Frosty's going to take the defensive positioning now, look to put some shots here on Swish. Looks like the closest player to potentially earning a reset, but great positioning there from Suppressed. Look at that, had like a millimeter angle to take down Swish, and it has Solitude primed for their first score.
That pillar is actually so hard to kill someone if they're just hiding perfectly behind that pillar. You'll often see these pro players just sit there until their shields are fully regen because they know there's almost impossible to get a grenade there unless you're right next to the base. So love to see the heads up play from Suppressed to use the pillar wisely and also get a kill. Also secures the flag cap for it.
And I love to see the process there from Suppressed. Could have got a little antsy, tried to maybe slide in, hold X, score the flag at the same time. Instead, played his process, played patiently, took down Septify, and then scored our first flag of the game as Solitude go up 1-0, and they're looking to go back-to-back. 3 go down for business. Suppressed with another one out.
I don't know which player that is with the QT. It's not Renegade, might be Frosty here, but love to see what they did. They flew into the base. Yeah, it's Frosty here. So he flew into the base with his teammate, got the damage, QT'd to safety. Now he QT'd back into the base to get the other flagpole since he left the portal there. I mean, that's some brilliant QT usage out of Frosty so far.
Renegade with a couple chase grenades potentially on that flag run, but the bait is not taken. Both flags out now. That's going to cause a unique scenario where you're going to have to keep your head on a swivel. That flag gets reset for Solitude, and it's now Business looking to score their first flag of the game. A 2-0 lead here for Solitude.
Very good stuff for Suppressed to kill the flag carrier, but is it going to be enough? Yes, Frosty finds a back smack with the Heat Wave. I think he's going to try to get this return, but no. Septify coming in with the flank, showing up in an unsuspected location, coming in from car 2, and this flag's going to go home. This is very fast so far. I mean, we're averaging just over a flag cap per minute.
Yeah, 3.5 off the board and 3 flags already on your screen. It's a 2-1 lead here for Solitude as Frosty takes the top pink location to stay alive with that ever important positioning, but no, he goes down shortly after. Suppressed looking to take down his opponent with the use of that Heat Wave. I thought he'd have a one-shot opponent placing taking his face, but Pollock baits and switch. There's that one-shot. Septify, that gets cleaned up with the communication there from Solitude as they maintain that 1 flag lead.
It was the Killjoy too, so we have to imagine Septify was a big reason why they were able to get that flag cap. Frosty though gonna push up. I like his routing here. Although it looks like he's taking an exposed route through the front, it's a part of the map that is hard to see from inside the other team's base. He does end up getting taken down anyways, but looks like Swish gonna be the one to shut that down. He's gonna try to get this flag returned, and looks like they're gonna do so as Solitude comes off spawn. They're gonna have to try to play out of their base here.
7.5 left. Now it feels like we're quickly approaching the halfway mark in this match, but it's still close. Anybody's game. Solitude up by 1. Numbers advantage for Business here. You got Druck in the back of Solitude's base, and that's an important trade because it takes down the tip of the spear, and Druck. Business are going to have to recollect, and it looks like they're going to recollect in the form of Septify. A QT user as well has the flag out. That's Talik, and Business are looking to tie things up.
Septify's been on a tear all day. Very clean kill there, and they'll also use the thrust wisely to get back into safety afterwards. If you have that thrust, you kind of have a get out of jail free card in some situations. You can push in, overextend, but then thrust right back to safety. Love to see the use out of it. Also uses it to avoid the brunt of that grenade damage. Now he's going to stay alive, and he's going to get this flag closer to home.
Well, Septify with what could be the tying flag in his hands, wrap it around the back of the base. But look at the positioning here. Solitude have top mid control, and it's gonna allow a chance to stop this flag, but Druck gets the back smack on the flank. Druck gets the double, but Suppressed somehow still stays alive top mid. The flag hasn't gone, it's just dead. And Suppressed lands the double as well. 3 go down for business off of a heroic double kill effort from Suppressed. This flag might just get returned. It still lies there. Unbelievable play, though, from Suppressed to give his team a chance, but it's not going to be enough as Business tied it 2 with less than 6 to go. Wow.
Suppressed looking like the absolute juggernaut in that moment to double kill and did extra damage to Talik, too, afterwards. I mean, this guy is playing absolutely out of his mind. Definitely wants to win this game. He gets taken down. That's a good sign for Business. They don't want him to get back on the map. Renegade, though, he's only got 10 kills so far. You have to imagine he's going to wake up a little bit here and start matching Suppressed Slays. If he can do so, that could be what they need to get another flag cap here.
5.5 now left in this game. Renegade plotting, planning something devious. But Business, they got that picked out. They've read that like a book. But Renegade does reposition, does reshield, takes down Swish because of it. As Renegade inches his way closer and closer towards that flag. 3 go down now for Business. Maybe a little bit of a tough situation, though, with 2 going down for Solitude. But Suppressed, once again, has the top mid positioning. Eli, how on point has Suppressed been in this match, really dominating that crucial 50-yard line?
Talk about all the time how straight of a shooter this guy is, and when you have that talent, you have to recognize, how can I best abuse the talent that I have? And that's to be on top of the map, raining down fire on everyone. And he's done exactly that to give his team another flag cap. He's now got 20 kills. The next closest in the lobby is Druck with 15, and there's still 4.5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, Suppressed is that dude. So impressed with his performance. Most importantly, his positioning. And I love that, Eli, when you can see a player with 20 and 12 and it's something outside of his shot that gets you excited about his gameplay here. As Suppressed has played this so smart and so well. And look at this, as we're kind of gushing over him, he's got another flag out, eventually goes down. Frosty still up, though, with that heat wave, looking to defensively add another to the board. And with 4 minutes left, a 4-2 lead feels a lot stronger than the one they held previously. Frosty takes down Druck, looking for a double here on Swish. As he does, in fact, take him down. 3 go down for Business, and Solitude look primed here to double up on the lead.
Look at that. He sees his teammate that was running the flag, got to one shot, says, don't worry about it, bro. Just go chill there, get your shield back. I got this one. Gets another. Wow, what a sick thrust that was. That was some Halo 5 stuff right there. I mean, just perfectly thrusting in the middle of that fight, backwards, diagonally. Such a hard angle to shoot back against if you're the opposing player. And Frosty's just doing whatever he wants on the map right now. He's out of the. Yeah, he's just being that dude, and he's always been that dude, and he's going to continue to be that dude. So if you're Business, you got to shut him down.
I think Frosty's just one of the more talented players, and I know he's obviously one of the best in the world champ, but he's really one of the most talented players when it comes to getting important slays. It's one thing to just fill up the stat sheet, but time after time, Frosty might have a +3 game, like he's +3 right now, but those 3 slays that gave him that +3 are the slays that maybe earned a cap or prevented a cap for Business, as Frosty does in fact go down there. 2 go down here for Solitude, 1 down for Business, and Suppressed. More cheeky positioning here from Eli. From Suppressed Eli. I love everything we've seen from here today. Does lose that piv there to Druck, but Suppressed with his 4-2 lead, by playing that positioning out, causing this Business squad to think about something other than scoring, is enough of a win condition. Here's another one. Frosty with the win condition, triple kill. 4 go down for Business. This is going to give free reign of Aquarius to Solitude. That sounded weird to say.
I mean, you said he might be the best player in the world. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. I think Frosty is the best player in the world, and not just because of his slaying ability, but for the overall value that he brings his team. He's the IGL. He sees timings better than just about anyone. He slays out with the best of them. He just brings so much value to his team. Yeah, Renegade is gonna be the highlight reel guy that pops off, but I feel like without a player like Frosty behind him, he wouldn't be quite the player that he is. And I don't know, just gotta give my hat off to Frosty. This guy just knows how to win, and he's gonna continue to do it.
Druck finds a crucial slay though on Frosty. allows them to extend the flag. But if it ain't Frosty landing a triple kill, Eli, it's Renegade looking for one more with the potential overkill on Switch. And he gets the kill, but doesn't get the overkill. I thought for sure. That's 2 weekends in a row where I've been a little tricked by the timer thinking we'd have an overkill on screen. No, that was yesterday. Sorry, I'm faded. That was Saturday in the free-for-all where we saw a lot of 4 down, no overkills on the screen. I know that hurts 99, but we enjoy the gameplay nonetheless here from Renegade as he earns another slay. Solitude looking to put the finishing touches on this series.
Yeah, super impressive stuff to just stop that flag when it's that close, so massive here. Renegade just going to make life difficult for the spawners, so that flag carrier is not even going to make it anywhere. Look at the positioning from Frosty, just chilling in the fridge. No pun intended. Druck now going to try to do his best to get this flag returned, but got a teammate to help him do it. Septify is here. And both flags actually get returned. So, but with 45 seconds left on the clock, I think Solitude might have this one wrapped up unless Business get a pull right now, get it home, and then also get another pull at the same time.
Yeah, and because of the situation, it's going to cause some desperation here for Business, and you know Solitude expects it. Septify, though, is able to take down Frosty, needs this double kill on Avenue as he does not secure it. Suppressed here, just looking to stand still and play Gatekeeper with the final 15 left on the clock.
This one is all but over. Taking a look at the stat page. The guys we talk about all the time, Renegade and Frosty with 29 and 27 kills. Renegade being an absolute force on the map. He's just going to play with his food at this point. Maybe pad the stat page. Make sure he doesn't die another time. But we've got Solitude moving on to your grand finals. They've been there every single week, but this time it's the first one from the winners bracket.
Whew. And I am going to take this opportunity to finally collect my breath. And I'm going to send it on quickly over to the broadcast booth. Eli, it's been an incredible day casting with you. We're going to get ready for a talent switch. I know you and I probably both need the hydration and a snack or some dinner or something, because this has been a long day, but an incredible day.
Yeah, this has to be the most fun that we've had casting. That we've had the most close matches. Every game was coming down to the wire. The competition is heating up. We're finally getting our first look at Native, so I'm excited to see what they're doing down in the losers bracket. I'm sure we're about to see some more of their matches here soon. But man, I just want to say thanks again to LVT, all the people viewing, everyone that supports us. You know, keep in mind this stuff is all funded by you guys, and we can't thank you guys enough for all the support in chat. We're gonna go ahead and toss it off to the desk. We'll see you guys next time.
I hope you guys do get your snacks, and you guys did such an amazing job. Wow, what an intense 3 games. I feel like by now we should have watched 2 different sets of games, but we are still on that Solitude versus Business, and man, those were some intense matches all the way from game 1.
Oh yeah, absolute buzzer beater finishes, and the intense matches just do not stop either. I think in the elimination side, Native's been going through a hell slog over there. So, you know, intense game after intense game. We couldn't ask for anything better on the broadcast.
And we're jumping right now into our first, we're gonna go watch Native versus Incognito. Super fun game to watch right now. Incognito, we have Huss, Descendant, Ryan Newman, Precision.
Oh my. Wait, look at the score, Elliot. Like, look how close this one is already. Native Halo only up by 2, and game 1 was also a 3-2 finish. So these teams are just going bare knuckle brawl against each other this far.
And as expected, I mean, Incognito, like I said, it's such a good team. Ryan Noob does such a great job at leading this team, and Incognito has dominated all of the tournaments so far. They haven't gotten their win yet. Maybe today will be the day, but with such intense fights to left and going up against Native, can they make it to grand finals? There's just so many teams that can take that.
Right, it's really going to be a battle for Native just to see how far they can go. And well, you're seeing the thought process of both the changes these teams made, right? Ryan New, who does he go out and pick up, right? He goes and he finds Carme and Precision, 2 of the youngest players in the HCS, new up-and-comers, and look at what they're doing for the team. 28 of their 41 slays between the 2 of them right now. But on the other side, right, APG and Neptune both leading the charge for Native Halo. This is the battle of the new bloods, right? Showing that they can come in and flex their abilities in a close Slayer game.
I mean, that's what these events are for, right? To make sure that everybody gets their games in during the off season, so that they don't, you know, get cold before year 3. But we have these. It's an opportunity for these new players. I don't want to say new players, but up and coming players to get some experience, like Neptune, which is one of the reasons why that team Native is playing right now, is to get those rounds in for him. And we did get to hear a little bit about from Mikwin and Collect about Neptune and what they expect from him.
Oh wait, Alia, did you see that? All 4 players from Incognito running as a pack, right? They cannot afford any deaths. It's gonna come down to Neptune. He sees the head. He takes it down. Gets him down to 49. One more player. Husk goes down. Native Halo. They survive by the skin of their teeth, and it's because of the young Neptune. 16 kills to only 10 deaths in his first HCS tournament back. My God, am I happy to see Travis succeeding once again.
Incredible. That was just, all of these games have been just, oh man, so close. Such good Halo that we've been watching today. Like, all these teams have just been popping up, but Neptune, wow.
I mean, talk about just a talent that we have sorely missed in Halo, right? It really felt like his career was shut a little bit short because Halo 5 ended the way it was, right? He's 16 years old, competing in Halo 5, making all these waves, having these tough performances in Halo 5 where he's showing he's gritty and he's able to compete at that highest level, and then it's all just falls away from him, right? Like, at 16 years old, his career is over for an indiscriminate amount of time. They didn't tell us when Halo Infinite was coming out, right? They didn't tell us when we were going to be back, right? We did a little bit more with the MCC. He tried it out over there. It wasn't his thing. And then he eventually has to just basically wait 2 years, right? Until Call of Duty comes out, because he wasn't able to make that transition to Call of Duty right away because of the age limit. So he's just in limbo for 2 years. And now finally he's able to come back and compete. It's just great to see Neptune back and hitting the big shots when it matters.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those what ifs, right? But I feel like he's able to continue his story now, and it looks like he's found the team that will, that will make him the player that he needs to be this year.
Oh yeah, it's, we would talk. I still joke around. I say young Neptune, right? And it's like, yeah, he's young, but he's a veteran now, right? He's been in esports for so long. At 16 years old, he starts. Well, now he's got a 5-year tenure, right? If he's in the NFL, he's signing his next contract. He's shopping himself around to teams, and well, he got his payday over at Native Halo right now.
And that is why they picked him up, because they know that, he can do a lot of damage. Good damage for their team on year 3. It's time to start the next game and say hello to our new set of casters for today, Active and Tony. Take it away.
Yo, what is up? What is up? What are you wearing?
What do you mean, what am I wearing? This is the last event until after Christmas. I'm celebrating right now. What, did you not get the memo? Apparently no one got the memo. You're all a bunch of Grinches, all right? I am celebrating a beautiful time. It is almost Christmas time, Tony. Where's your hat?
Well, you are tiny with a giant head. I guess you're the elf that got lost. You're Will Ferrell, the real life Will Ferrell in that movie. You got lost in Santa's workshop.
Jeez.
God bless. I don't know what's going on here, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here. Why not be reckless? AK, why not be casted? I got my man Active E with me, and we also have Native Halo going up against Incognito here in your lower bracket quarterfinals. Really happy to see Native Gaming here, but also really surprised they're actually right now fighting for their top 4 lives.
Yeah, Active Elf apparently is my new name. Thank you, Tony. But yes, a very interesting game we have here. Like you said, fighting for their tournament life against Incognito. This Native roster, maybe not a lot of practice under their belt, playing with Collect, etc. I know 3 of them have played together in the past, but Collect kind of, new. Regardless, it's been a long time, and, those reps are very important. So, as this tournament goes on, the fact that they've played through that lower bracket is definitely very solid for them, because they're essentially going to get those reps in as this continues. So we'll see if they can step it up just a bit. We saw that very clutch game for that, to bring it to a game 3. We'll see if they can bring this back here, as it looks like Incognito taps their first hill.
Yeah, I feel like McWin is no stranger to get. Oh my gosh, what a snipe by Waidu! But no stranger getting better and better as the tournament goes on. I think back to Charlotte when they had to play through the open bracket, did Native White, McWin, Barcode, and the boys, and the fact they got top 4 at that event. I got a chance to talk to Barcode and them, and they said no, playing through the open bracket was really good for them. They got valuable reps that they ultimately didn't have. Well, even though 3/4 of this roster is that old Renegades roster back from 2018, they still need reps here in Halo Infinite, valuable ones at that. So really happy to see them here in the game 3 versus Incognito, who are a very strong team, and prove that week after week.
Oh, looks like it's going to be very difficult here, though. Incognito have gotten control of that driveway hill and having a little bit of a tough time breaking it. As you see, Collect and APG do fall right there, so it's going to be more control here for Incognito. This break needs to be perfect in order to make sure to get control of that driveway side.
Well, as right now, Ryan holding on to the cafe side, nading down towards Nip. He knows a few members of Native Gaming that are trying to cross that mid-map, trying to make it as hard as possible. But as this team ends up going 3 down, he's left a bit on an island, and this is going to be some easy control coming in for Native Gaming and some valuable time as they catch up on this one. Desperately looking to tie things up. Collect gets into a battle over toward the low ground, but another young star in Descendant takes him down.
Yeah, Descendant takes another one down too, and a Mick so Huss getting his kill, Descendant getting 2. There it is. 3 dead, make that 4 dead. Incognito doing just a fantastic job of controlling here. You see right there what Descendant does, right, is he breaks the line of sight. There is a line of sight factor when it comes to spawning, where if you're in the line of sight of a spawn and it has a safe spot for them to spawn, they will not spawn there. It all depends on those check boxes that you mark off. So right there, he breaks the line of sight to come back out and get that spawn kill, and now you can see 2 caps on the board, and it's Mikwin who's not missing a shot.
Yeah, let me tell you, he definitely broke that line of sight. A bullet right between the eyeballs will make you see a little different on your next spawn screen. Descendant putting in work, but now it looks like McWin is looking to do the exact same. Still 3 sniper bullets left in a 2-0 lead in favor of Incognito. As of right now, Native, they need McWin to go off with the sniper.
Yeah, McWin is in a big spot to just bring this game on his shoulders, and he's doing that, right? Halfway through this hill, they get a lot of control based off of the kills that McWin got, and they're getting more kills in the feed as well. It's a little bit of a 3v3 situation, but with Neptune falling there and 3 falling, it's going to be McWin who has to back up just a bit.
Incognito coming fresh off of a top 4 performance, I believe literally just last week, trying to get better and better, trying to get to that top 3, top 2, and maybe win this final tournament before Christmas. It looks like Christmas might have came early here for Incognito, man. Let me tell you, those shots were a gift. That was beautifully played by them, but then Incognito eventually ended up going 3 down. Native Gaming needs to take advantage of it. Right back in the hill they go. They need just about 25% of this hill left, but here come Incognito once again.
Yeah, Incognito are just really good at breaking setups, but they're also very good at solidifying and holding setups as well. You can see once again 3 down for Native, and this has been the factor, right? When Incognito break the setup, they can stamp their feet into the concrete and make sure that setup is held for a couple of spawn cycles. But when it comes to Native, they have a hard time holding their ground when they get that setup.
13 kills so far for Descendant, and throw another OBJ on there as they close out their 3rd hill in a row, and Incognito look to make this a clean sweep on what could be this final hill. Back-to-back kills now go in favor of Native Gaming as we switch gears over towards Neptune. Welcome back here. My first time casting Neptune in quite some time, and of course I caster's curse him. That's on me. My bad, Trav. My bad.
It's good to see him back in Halo. It's Halo never leaves you, right? It never leaves. You always come back. Everybody always comes back, and here he is at a good time as well, with some updates on their way. You can see once again the Native Halo. They're going to get control, Tony, of that hill for about halfway through it. But the question is, are they going to be able to hold this hill? It's a bit easier on this left side, but still a lot of work has to be done.
You know, like my mother always said, dude, you can take the man out of Halo, but you can't take the Halo out of a man. Native Gaming finally waking up so far in this game, taking their first hill, and beautiful, perfect kill on the screen. Collect, camouflage, and sniper, the most dangerous player on the map. However, premature fire will catch us all sometimes, and eventually he ends up going down because of it. 3 members firing right back on him. 3 down go Native Halo. Neptune gonna try to provide put down as much damage as possible before going down himself, but this is a nice setup coming in for Incognito.
Starting to see some kills on the side of Native Halo, and that's exactly what they need. They've been struggling in the kill department for a little while. You can see Mikwin and Neptune previously 6 and 11, now 9 and 13. So the slays are starting to come through, but once again, it's Incognito picking apart the isolated players is what they do best. And if they continue to do this, they'll really solidify this 4th hill, but only 2 minutes left. Maybe they just play for slays here. I don't know.
Ooh. Using that teamwork to find them one at a time, like you said, isolated them by using those angles, and man, that's just beautiful Halo right there. You can't be mad at that. But as you see multiple going down for Native Game, it looks like Incognito are they playing the time here? I mean, there was a 2 minutes and 15 seconds, which seems like a lot, but if you're up by 3 hills and you think about what a minute per hill for the enemy team to capture, it may seem a bit early, but why not? Pad those stats.
Yeah, it's a very confident play, and maybe a little disrespect as well. Just maybe a statement more so than disrespect, but regardless, a minute and 30 seconds left now. For 30 seconds, there has not been 1 tick of time here for Native Halo in this next hill. Incognito have done a phenomenal job of holding them back on that A spawn.
At this point, they're just playing Slayer, and it's with a team like Incognito that's so well positioned and so fundamentally sound. You know they know exactly where Native is spawning. They know exactly where the pressure will be coming from, and because of that map knowledge, because of that map awareness, and because of that discipline, it seems this easy. Like as of right now, Native Gamer are getting punished, but they're getting punished by pure fundamentals.
That's right. It's constantly controlling those spawns that's really caused them to not be able to step in this hill. You see it time and time again, right? 2 players spawn on the yard side. Then there's 2 players spawning on loop. They kill the first 2. Now they're looking to push the second 2, and it's just isolated players back and forth. Finally, it looks like Native Halo, they get a bit of a spawn here together. Let's see if they're able to do something with it, though. And honestly, again, it just gets picked apart. Mikwin's down and no shields. He gets taken out. That's 2 dead, and Native just don't have any ground to stand on at all.
And I'm going to go back to it. I was surprised a little bit because of how much time was on the clock. I want to say I noticed it about 2:15, but maybe it was as early as like maybe earlier than that. But like 2 minutes and 15 seconds seems like that's when you play for the hill. But if you think about it, I mean, you're talking about a minute per hill. And if you play this well when you're Slayer game and you're really trying to test how well you can hold the setup, especially for Incognito, maybe there's also a test for them to find out how well they can hold the setup and keep holding it. I'm not mad at the play whatsoever. I was just a little bit shocked at how early it was, because usually we see that kind of decision making made like about a minute and 10 seconds the latest, maybe a minute. So my bad for being shocked.
I mean, you should be. It was a very long time to kind of hold them off a spawn there, and it was very surprising that they weren't able to step in the hill at all. And unfortunately, I believe that is going to be it for them. And Native, they definitely looked like a really solid roster, but like you said, even though they were a part of that roster in 2018 with the addition of Collect now, they still need some time under the belt. It's a brand new game. They got to get things squared away. Neptune just returning. So I think with time, when we get to that first event, I think Native Game will be just fine.
And mind you, I mean, I know lots of times we put a lot of pressure on these teams, especially when they first come together to have that honeymoon phase and whatnot. But it's not always going to be the case. So I know a lot of people probably think in the back of their minds, oh well, Shopify Rebellion came out with their new team one last week. Some teams aren't going to hit the ground running like this. Some teams are going to go through growing pains, and we're going to see some ups and downs. And that's kind of that's what it's all about to make a team like this. So I will say, don't give up on Native Gaming this early. It's only one off-season tournament. And trust me, I promise you, if they play next week or the week after, they're going to be back. They're going to put in the work, and I'm sure Ali and Garrett agree with me. So why don't we send it over to them so they can break down what we just saw.
And I do agree with you, Tony. By the way, Active, your hat, your Santa hat, thank you, because I got tricked into wearing this today. Toolez said we were gonna wear some holiday stuff, and
festive.
I did.
I'm totally festive.
Do you think he's not festive?
I got the Santa glasses and the shirt. You know, like this is Christmas. Like, is it not? Look, guys, it's like 60 degrees outside. Like, am I supposed to? I live in the desert. There's no snow. Like, is Christmas really a thing for me? I don't know.
He's making excuses.
He's making fun of me. I don't like. Oh, look. He's still making fun of me. This is what I mean. I'm getting bullied on broadcast no matter where I go, Ali. Like, this is not fair.
You're getting bullied. I got tricked into wearing this, although I do like it. Santa hat for you next time, okay? See all the tricks he plays. See all the tricks he plays.
I'll have to put it on my Christmas list. Santa. I've been a good boy this year. Maybe Santa will come by and give me some drip to wear.
Okay, what do you think? What do we play Toolez on? The naughty or the nice list? I don't know. I'll let chat decide that one.
Chat's gonna obviously say nice. Like, I'm the nicest man around.
Yeah. Well, we will find out. All right, so we were about to talk about the games that we just watched. Incognito I told you guys that Incognito has not lost. They have not lost a game. They've done so well on the off seasons, and it looks like even against Native, although Native, it was their first time playing together Halo Infinite, so we got to give them that. But Incognito is just such a really good team, so I did mention that before, and it's great to see that they're just still killing it, and they're gonna go up against Business hopefully later on. Toolez, do you have any last thoughts on these teams, what we just watched?
Yeah, it's really close, right? I feel like we didn't get to see the game one on stream, but knowing it was 3-2 and how close those games were, right? It's going to be it's indicative of me that Native is just getting started, right? Like, they're a good enough team. Like, they can go the distance with some of these good rosters. They just need to have a little bit more practice, right? And we saw it in the game too, right? Neptune, Travis, like, stepping up, winning the big sniper battles in game 2 and extending it to the 3-game series. It's just when you start to see that little bit of an inexperience as a roster together was in that game 3, right? These guys are brand new together, right? So these guys just have to have a little bit more time together, and that's when we were talking, right? When we talked to Mikwin, Collect, and some people in the community, right? That's what they're like really harping on. It's not about the results right away. It's about what's going to happen in the future.
Yeah. And we're really going to be looking to see that growth through year 3 with these. We've just had some great teams coming up and some new players, and it's such an exciting moment to watch Halo. I know last event we were talking about how Halo hadn't had its moment of like rush of new players and growth. I know you were talking about this, and it seems to be like we're just about to start watching these players just explode and like stardom, or like like being like the best that they can be.
Right, and it's like we saw so many of those players in this lobby, right? Neptune's coming back. Obviously, he's a little bit more established, but then also like Carmea and Precision, players that have been on the cusp of getting these like nice finishes, are gonna try to get it done this year. Like, this is their year in their mind, and like this is the time to execute and really start to usurp some of the more established and older professionals in this game.
And can we talk a little bit or go do a deeper dive on this team Native?
Yeah, right. It's like there's so many good players, right? We sat this weekend, we talked to them about the new roster and how they're feeling, right? And we wanted to get their thoughts. And really, we specifically talked about APG and Neptune, right? And I really want to just show the audience right now, if we get a chance, right, what these guys had to say about their team. And really, I want to focus in on first, Aliak, is on this APG. Like, APG to this team is someone they're really excited about and are ready to take on this new season.
Yeah, and we actually have some videos ready for you all. We're going to take that APG video up first, so enjoy, guys.
The one word that I would use to describe APG is not underrated. It's disrespected. And that's probably amongst the like the Halo community, the competitive like watchers on Twitch and whatnot. They don't understand what high level Halo is and what APG is doing in the game.
APG looking for the second as well. Double kill for APG. Oh my God, another flag goes in, 3-0 in favor of Optic Gaming. And what's terrible?
I think people underrate APG a lot. I think Brad does a lot of stuff on the map that more than like it's a select few of players in the league that can do it.
And it has slowed down a little bit. Oh my goodness gracious. What was that? It slowed down for a minute.
Brad has shown exactly who he is and what he's capable of. I expect from him what probably everybody else expects, is just a solid, consistent player that like is in the right spot at the right time and doing the right things.
APG is out of here, just running laps around the map. He's just rotating all the way around his set. He's still holding the ball here in the corner. It's a great play ball. Look at APG. Optic Gaming takes the lead off, and then he wins the 1v1 as well. APG doing what he does, repulses back to bottom middle as well, and stays alive and collects the on-ball again. You cannot even count how many times that hasn't happened in it. I've never seen someone play the ball, win a 1v1, and then go get the ball.
Had an opportunity to team with him several different times, and his shot is incredible. His decision making is incredible. He's one of the best teammates you could ask for as far as dedication, hard work, talent, small talk, everything. He brings everything to the table.
He'll also help me with understanding the game more and being able to move around the map. I feel like I've struggled with that, with like I always get to, but I like overheat and then die, or basically like moving around the map. That way I'm like fucking unstoppable and I can't die. Like just living and being the hardest kill ever. I think he'll help with that, and he'll also help with the leadership and the team chemistry a lot.
We would talk about it like on the white team at the end. It was like Emmanuel would always be like, yo, we got to do like an APG cosplay. Like somebody has to do APG cosplay and like get us some spawns and like do stuff on the map. So when APG opened up and I told Emmanuel, he was like, yeah, then we don't need a cosplayer. We just got the actual thing.
I think that this is an opportunity for APG to showcase to the world exactly who he is once again.
And yeah, I'm really fucking happy to team with him.
I'm so happy.
I think you muted yourself, Elliot.
I did as I was talking. Why did I do that? I think that's stream muscle memory. I was just saying that it's. I'm so happy that we were able to get the insight from the players themselves and people who have interacted with APG, so they can talk about him. And you got a chance to actually do the interviews.
Oh yeah, I mean, you're right there with me, right? And it was interesting to hear how these guys talked about APG and how excited they were to bring him in, right? He's bringing that maturity, that experience, right? 18 years of it. Especially Mikwin came in and talked a lot about how they were teaming as teenagers, they teamed in their 20s, and now they're going to team in their 30s, right? There's a lot of rich history with this roster, and I think APG is bringing a stability that is much needed for this team. And honestly, like, give the flowers to APG, right? He's one of the longest professionals in this game. It takes a lot of skill, a lot of persistence, a lot of work ethic to be professional for as long as he has in a game that has a lot of turnover.
And we have one of the most experienced players, but we also have one of the like up and coming what ifs players, Neptune.
Right, it's like this guy, he was so good in Halo 5, right? And there's so many players here today that just never got to experience what he was like in Halo 5. I really wanted to capture that essence and really ask his teammates, like, what is the history of Neptune and what do you expect to see from him in this next tournament?
And we're ready to go see it, so let's do it.
When I first heard about Neptune, I think he was like 15 or 16 years old, and he was instantly put onto a team with like APG, Lunchbox, and Ace. You know, when three players of those accolades and those stature find a 15, 16-year-old kid, you know he's going to be special. So I was curious to see his point of view, and very quickly did Neptune start to make a name for himself.
Yeah, he's only one of 4 Optic players, unfortunately, but it is going to give them a helping hand. Lethal picks up 1 kill, picks up 2. Neptune wins the battle against Snakebite, but look, a teammate perfectly in position to look for that trade.
Look at these moves and look at these shots. This is what the next generation of top Halo looks like.
Optic see how Renegades is able to stack up. They've got some young talent and they've got the experience, so they do absolutely have a chance to do so. Oh my, Neptune!
Quick decision from him. Rockets are coming up in 25 seconds, and look at this, a ballsy push there from Ace. Hits the no-scope for the double. Can he get the triple? Oh. No, he's gonna hit the body shot, but still.
Playing with like Ace, Lunchbox, and Brad, it's a very good team, but then he punched up to me and Zane at that time in Halo 5, and you know, he's like, carrying us a lot of the time in a lot of those cups. So it was like, hey, this kid's disgusting. And then we get to a LAN and it's the same performance at a tournament. So then we were like, okay, yeah, no, this kid's the real deal.
The enemy, 2 sniper rifles in the hands. No scope, tags him up for a second, gives him the double, gives him the body.
If there was one more year of Halo 5, I think the entire Halo world would know exactly who Neptune is. I think he would be a superstar.
Watching Neptune's PvP, he's hitting some great snipes, but the other thing I'm also noticing is how many times the kill feed that we're seeing Penguin.
Well, Neptune at the end of Halo 5, I think he was 16 years old. He didn't have a ton of options. And in all honesty, it made sense for him to go to Call of Duty.
In the map, but it is not over yet. We're going to see one solid break now from the LEC. Neptune keeps the kills going. Close, going to keep the bomb site safe. Kenny charge, finds one. Here comes the pinch. All on a Neptune. All on a Neptune. Sweet child of mine.
Neptune's return to Halo, I believe, will be very similar to what Formal's return to Halo looked like. Formal immediately got back on Halo and started to play at a very high level, at a world-class level we saw in 2022. I think Neptune has that same potential as far as a ton of individual skill and a player that we know is destined to be great.
Travis, I already played some matchmaking games with him and he's fucking disgusting. I honestly just can't wait to fucking fly around the map with him and just team shoot shit. It's basically what I've been wishing for or wanting from a teammate for a while now.
Neptune was going bar for bar with Frosty in Halo 4 and Halo 5, sorry. And the fact that he's like matching kills, matching damage with what we know to be the best players in the world, and he's doing it consistently. It didn't have to be an individual play. It was the fact that every single game, it felt like this guy was making the best in the world look like they were rivals and not idols.
Camo, you can see APG gets a trade down low. Liquid's going to be taken down as well. So now Neptune, you can see, trying to reposition. And gets a good stick on the Camo player. That's going to be 20-9. Shock the World did everything right there. Unfortunately, Neptune's just better.
Wow, Neptune, fantastic string of kills there. A stick on the Camo, forces a big one. He's going to pick up another one here. This is exactly what Neptune did in Cafe.
We got 3 silver, 3 boo-boo, yeah. Bring one, Arctic. Fucking idiot. 3 silver.
What incredible clips you gathered from Neptune. I think we can all see why he's, you know, the next up and coming player and why everybody's talking about him and everybody is watching him, huh, Tools?
Yeah, let me just say, it wasn't hard to find clips, right? I think that's maybe like 30 minutes. I was able to find clip after clip of Neptune doing his thing. What's so impressive about that, right? Like, when we talk about players like Frosty, they have 3 years of experience in Halo 5, right? He had 1 year to accumulate as many clips as possible. Honestly, he has enough for a montage of his own of just tournament clips, I feel. And I think he's going to be able to establish another plethora of clips in Halo Infinite as well. This guy is just an absolute monster on the sticks.
Well, I'm really excited to see where he's going to end up in year 3 and to see Native Gaming grow in year 3 as well as they get that experience per event. As for my story, it's actually my time to step out for the day, but I'm going to be leaving you all with Mr. LVT Tool himself and Mr. LVT Tools, with Mr. LVT himself, Louis, and Tools right after this ad break. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out with me today. You'll be in good hands after this ad break. See you guys later. Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry Aliak had to leave, but your boy Louis V Titan's coming through. Tools is still here, so we got that consistency. And I gotta say, we missed game 1, but we're just gonna, Tools, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna let you talk this time, but we're just gonna get into game number 2, and we're gonna throw it at our casters. Why not inactive? So boys, good luck.
I'll tell you exactly what Tool's gonna say. Halo 5 is the greatest game of all time. Oh my gosh. Sorry to get the tongue, Karen, but we got some games to talk about here.
Oh man, yeah, you know what? I 100% agree with you. There is nothing else that comes out of that man's mouth, and you know, anytime he sees the word Halo and then the number 5 after it, he's just, I don't know, he just goes insane. But we're gonna be watching Oinksters versus Ssgt. Oinksters are up 1-0 in the series thus far. Of course, you've got King J, Envor, Piggy, and Sparty on this Oinksters roster, and you know a little bit about the Ssgt roster. Just something real interesting real quick is it's good to see King J playing again on the Oinksters. Obviously part of LVT at the end of the season at Worlds and stuff, and he was kind of you know, feeling a little bit. He was thinking about maybe retiring, but good to see him back in the game. I think he's a great talent. Hope to see him go far this season.
Well, I'm a little confused. Are you sure that Oinksters won game number 1? Because as of right now, Ssgt are running house in this game number 2. I think it was an 8-0 start. Now a 10-1 run coming out of Ssgt, and they were able to get the sniper right back in their hands. 6 bullets to work with.
Oh, there it is. Sniper in SLG's hands. It's got a really nice position here on the nest, right? Able to watch Sika on the big door. You see Sika kind of baiting with the heat wave there, just waiting for Oinksters to make one mistake, because the first player that goes down on this Oinksters roster, that's going to be the opening break that Ssgt need, or just a bit of damage and information. They push in already. Here we go.
There it is, Heatwave going to work, a double kill coming out of Sika, and that's a quick 3 down for the Oinksters. They got roasted just a bit here as Ssgt continue to increase their lead. Now a 14-1 run. The Oinksters now going to break through over toward the H side. Love this play out of them, but even the 4-man push isn't enough. 4 men push in, 4 men go to the black screen, and that's going to be an overshield here for Ssgt. Oh, I don't know what I'm watching right now, but I'm telling you, I'm going to be doing some film review after this.
Yeah, not only did Ssgt get that 4 dead, but you see they blocked the tower side spawn. They also blocked the A spawn as well. So they forced the spawns onto B, which means free overshield for Ssgt, and they can continue to run this lead. And with that first kill onto King J, this is going to be another 4 dead potentially.
Switching gears over towards Glory, the new player on the block. He was on Navi for a bit, was putting in work, and now here with Ssgt and taking down Sparty. Meanwhile, check over toward the back green side, ends up getting the kill before dropping in the pond, and then after that, King J finishes it off. So finally, Oinksters able to find some rhythm, able to find some flow, and that's only momentarily before SLG gets the blind fire kill right through the shroud. 21 kills to their name.
Yeah, this is going to be a very difficult game to come back from. 22-9 is a deficit in Slayer that nearly impossible to come back from. It takes some sort of a weapon or a power-up to really break a setup and get that spawn cycle going, find those isolated players, win those 1v1s. Looks like Oinksters, they're going to be trying to do that, but it will be difficult for them.
5-1 start here for SLG. Still has that sniper to work with, and still manning the nest side. Glory now gonna get the flank off over toward the back tower, taking down Envor before taking down himself, and every trade works in favor of Ssgt when you have a lead like this. So high IQ play from SLG to rotate that sniper over towards the snipe side. Looks like there's 2 of them on the map. 3 bullets in the hands of King J. We might just see a counter snipe here.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of isolated plays here coming out of the Oinksters, right? They're finding players that they're able to 2v1 or 3v1 on the outside of OS, but unfortunately it's not enough. Like I said, you still got a long way to go. You've got a large mountain to climb here with an 11 kill lead out of Ssgt. You cannot have trades go on. This hits 40 kills, it's gonna be very, very difficult, but Oinksters still have a bit of time to make this happen.
Looks like they're going to be able to break out of the A side or Oinkster, especially behind the backs of this Overshield player and Sparty, but two of his teammates end up going down as he's trying to get into the fight. By the time he doesn't have any reinforcements to help him out, so that Overshield ends up being shredded, and now the only bit of hope that you had to come back in this game is now down to 0 in an instant as Sparty ends up going down, and the rest of Ssgt continue to eat.
Yeah, it's a really good job that Ssgt were able to solidify those 2 kills like you had said. They isolate the Overshield player, make sure he goes down without any damage being done, and now 6 kills away from that 40 kill mark, and Oinkster's looking really like they're struggling here. This is just tough, right? You can't get any position on the map, you keep going down. Finally, there's a 2 dead out of Ssgt, but you see not a lot is happening because the spawns come out onto B. So you got a little bit of a flank situation you got to deal with. You're on separate sides of the map. Just really difficult. Ssgt are doing a great job of controlling spawns here.
Slowly, we're starting to see Oinkster try to claw their way back into this game, but you got to think at some point in time, it's going to be too little, too late. 13 more kills for Ssgt to tie up this series and send us into an elimination game 3. As Glory repulsing players to the sky, knocking them down on their way to the ground here, then ends up using the repulse himself. Beautifully played by him. Another 3 down. Go Oinksters. There's 3 players of Oinksters over toward the back A side. It looks like Ssgt are ready, and they are pouncing as this man is flying across the map and also through the map. I don't know what's going on. Another 3 down for Oinksters. Overshield is coming up, and it's now no longer a question of, who's going to win. They're more of a question of when are Ssgt going to win and who's going to be the ones to get those final kills.
Yeah, I believe that OS is on the floor, but even with an Overshield with 4 kills left for Ssgt to get, one of them going in the hands of Sika, it's just a lot of mess to clean up, and you're not able to do so. Of course, with not even getting that Overshield as well, you're just not really able to make anything happen here. And just a great job once again by Ssgt controlling the spawns, forcing the spawns depending on what they're playing for, whether it be the snipe or that Overshield, making sure the spawns come out. And you see, yeah, there are aggressive players who kind of push in there by themselves, but they're getting that damage, and that damage is getting cleaned up quickly. But there you go, Ssgt tied the series up. We're going to a game 3.
Yeah, I feel like towards the beginning of that game, it was all teamwork and all and crazy amount of speed coming out of Ssgt. And then at a certain point, maybe when it was like maybe 37-23, at that point it's okay, let's just get this over. They started flying solo and just winning all of their trade battles until eventually the game was over. But that I would say that first half of that game is where you literally saw Live Fire Slayer being played perfectly. A 13-1 run against Oinksters. We're not talking about some random scrandom team here. We're talking about Sparty, one of the best players in the game. King J and Pinky, who were at Worlds and doing their thing not too long ago, and Envor, previously on Fnatic, and many other rosters. This is a very good Oinksters team that Ssgt didn't make them look so good.
Well, now we go on to King of the Hill for game 3, and you saw it. Oinksters ended up winning that objective in game 1, so, I mean, King of the Hill, a little bit different than Strongholds. We know this roster is a very strong Strongholds roster, but we're going to hop over to King of the Hill on Solitude. We're going to see if potentially Oinksters can showcase their objective prowess in this game number 3, and very important game number 3, because both of their tournament lives are on the line.
That's right. It's either do or die here. Go big or go home. And I'm going to be honest with you. Solitude isn't my favorite Game 3 elimination map because it gets a little snowbally at time. But King of the Hill is a nice little change of pace. I always feel like when I'm playing King of the Hill, every hill is almost like a new game. I never even really feel out of it. Even if I'm down 0-3, you're going to kind of take your time and get right back in it. So I will say Solitude not my favorite Game 3 elimination matchup, but I love King of the Hill as one.
That's unfortunate right there by King J, and I share the same sentiment, Tony. King of the Hill, definitely a better option. Oh my goodness gracious, SLG. You can see very confident he is feeling here. A little bit too confident though. Piggy with a great kill ends up taking him out. So that's Sniper on the side of Posters, and we'll see if Oinksters can solidify that and get that camo as well. It could be a dangerous combination.
Nice perfect hill coming out of Chick, turns it into a nade shot onto the second one, almost gets the triple, does Chick, but still Envoy eventually does go down, and with Oinksters going 3 down, not only are SSGT able to gather every resource on the map, they're already in the hill getting that objective time, and they're already starting to influence those spawns as well, pouncing right back on Oinksters, trying to get that man advantage once again.
Oh. Yeah, that was great by SSGT. You saw that, right? They got out of the hill. There was the camo player that got out of the hill, and instantly that position was filled. You don't want to waste any time on that little bit of objective rotation there from your teammates. Get that camo out of the hill and make sure to get that hill time. But only a few ticks was taken here by SSGT, so Angster's doing a great job holding them back.
Yeah, we're just spawning over here over toward the A side of the map, which is kind of where I would want to spawn over towards this middle hill. It's hard to see it from the opposite side of the map with that giant block towards top middle. So Oinksters definitely doing a great job of fighting right back off of their spawn, and now it's SSGT that to fight their way through Nest and ultimately take that positioning that they really want.
Well, it's going to be these couple of kills that are very important here. But again, Oinksters do a solid job of trying to bait and switch there and stay alive. But you constantly look at the top right of your screen and you constantly see that there are 3 dead. And when there are 3 dead and you see the last player alive, guess what? You're aware of the spawns. You're aware of, you know, the control that you have and where these spawns are going to happen. And then you just take full control. This hill is all but over on this first one here on the side of Oinksters. It looks like SSGT going to potentially get a couple slays and then look to close it out.
It may not be a game of kills, but it's a game of advantages and taking advantage of them. And every time you see Oinksters 2 or 3 down, like you said, you see SSGT starting to take influence on the map and then turn it into more. You give them an inch, they take a mile as Ssgt gets the double kill that's going to start the spawn trap from Oinksters all the way towards the Nest side. You want Nest control sometimes, but you don't want to be trapped like this. Chick ends up taking down the first one. Does he know there's still 2 more players hiding, waiting? He does now.
I mean, this SSGT roster, 3/4 of the previous Quadra roster, are just so phenomenal at understanding how much influence they have on the spawns, like in terms of, you know, where their positioning is, in terms of what influences spawns. You saw some nades thrown towards blue to make sure to block that spawn because they couldn't get there with their feet in time. Just little stuff like that is so very important, and making sure to force a team exactly where you want them to be. And then, I mean, at that point, it's just shooting fish in the water.
Oh my gosh, Envoy being the most annoying player. Did you see him over toward the left side? SLG wasn't able to take down Envoy easily then, but he's taking down 2 more and making it look easy. A double kill out of him. Body shot onto Piggy, who I assume has to be the captain of Oinksters. This team beautifully played. He plants another one there and lines it up, almost takes down Piggy once again. What a play by SLJ. And mind you, this was fresh off of that really awkward fight with Envoy. Now he's making things look easy and he is shredding.
Yeah, this is just honestly a montage in the making right now. All we need to add is a little bit of music from Chevelle, but beautiful shots there by SLG, right? Not really missing, continuing to snipe them off a spawn. Absolutely beautiful. And on top of that, he's going to pick up the camo and pick up another. It's a killing spree for him. And look at him, trying to strafe out of the direction of fire so that he can keep his camo going, but finally gets taken out.
Finally is right, let me tell you, man. If Voice are looking to do anything on the map, they had to get the sniper out of the hands of SLG. That was priority 1. Priority 2, get a capture. As right now, SSGT, they have 2 already on you. 2 minutes and 45 seconds when we saw what Incognito did with that time. 1 more hill, and I promise you, SSGT, they're no longer going to be playing for that score. They're going to be playing for time, and that's going to be dangerous for Oinksters.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of that in the last series, right? There was 2 minutes and 15 seconds left when you ended up noticing that they were playing for time, and it looks like that is a little bit of what's happening here. Potentially you play for both for just a while, especially when the spawns come out on the loop there, but SLG doing a great job of controlling his lane. And honestly, this lane, don't cross it, all right? There's no way you're getting past this man. He is not missing.
Easy headshot out to the first player, takes no damage. now puts that max damage onto 2 players, and with that, Oysters once again end up going 3 down. And Ssgt, he's playing amazing Halo right now. 13 kills and 9 assists, really doesn't even do justice of what he's doing on the map. His presence is definitely felt by Oysters at every facet of this game, as Oysters once again end up going 3 down. And like I said, if they end up going 3 in a row, it's going to be really bad for Oysters here. At that point, I'm thinking they're going to be moving forward, and Oysters might end up being knocked out. That is how bad, that's how important this third hill is.
Yeah, you said it yourself, right? I mean, presence is a beautiful way to say it. He's just being felt on every angle of the map. It's really hard to make sure to isolate him, especially when he's got that snipe side control. And now with this hill being solidified here on the bottom side, it'll be his home where this next hill ends up falling. With Sniper and Camo coming up, it's got to be Oysters who stay alive in this situation, or else things are going to get even worse.
And at this point, you would think Ssgt are just, focused on finishing out that hill, but they even have the wherewithal to be able to give up a little bit of time to make sure they grab camouflage, don't give Oysters any type of advantage whatsoever. However, Oysters, hold on, about what, 70? Maybe almost 75% done with this hill? Ssgt needs to get him out, and he'll start to go onto the kill feed, finally get the final seconds needed here, and it's a 3-0 for Ssgt. 2 minutes on the clock for Oysters, and luckily for them, as long as they're in the hill, time will stop. Unlucky for them, you're going up against Ssgt.
Yes, sir. SLG has been out absolutely on fire here. 15, 11 assists, and only 10 deaths. That's a sign of a player you love to have on your team. Doesn't end up dying a lot, puts a lot of damage in across the map. Finally, Oysters are going to break through this setup, but you see Sika just getting his shields back there and then comes out when he's needed. 3 make that 4 down. Once again, Ssgt have control, and they know exactly where the spawns are happening. Look at Chick, be ready for them.
10 seconds on the respawn screen, and that doesn't even talk about the time that you need to actually cross the mid-map against an Ssgt that are literally waiting for you, that are baiting you into pushing over towards them. They're trapped right now, but it's not going to get any easier because they're going to continue to do this to Oysters unless they get some kind of crazy double or triple kill, which so far, it's just not happening, Tim.
Yeah, it's definitely not happening. The big case is that you have to be aware of like the micro things, right? The fact that Chick has the sniper, that he's going to be rotating towards an angle to be ready for your spawns. Little things like that are so important. You see the 4 dead once again, not really able to find any ground here, and Chick staying alive in this situation is another case, right, where he's no shields. They're not able to break him down. They're not able to get that first kill, and without that first kill, you can't do much of anything, especially with a setup like this. Finally, they end up killing Glories, but they trade that 1 kill for 3, and it's 3 dead once again.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Tim. I don't know who let these men cook. I don't know who let Ssgt cook, but I'm smelling burnt bacon right now. They are roasting Oysters at any given turn, and it's only 13 more seconds with the neutral time on the clock. King J's gonna try to make some kind of last-ditch effort to try to get it towards that hill. He's going to be stopped immediately. It's going to continue from there. That's what happens when you have the coordination, a team like Ssgt that have a full setup on you and that are simply playing for time. Your stats, they go in the toilet.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do at that point, right? The communication is flawless. Everyone's putting in the damage. You have all players on the team putting in massive amounts of damage, and you have every angle covered because you've got a beautiful setup. Where the heck do you go? How do you play your life? If I was in that lobby, I'd die 45 times. That's just the way it goes. These guys have everything locked down. They know exactly where you're going to spawn, and Oysters, unfortunately, weren't able to get any sort of a flow going, and that's going to mean that Ssgt move on. And Oysters, that's going to be their last match of this open series.
Yeah, I mean, and it's really tough because you kind of saw the writing on the wall early on. Like when we went from that driveway side hill over towards bottom dip, I look at the time, I'm like, wow, 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Like, obviously, it's not, time to give up. But if you're Oysters, that you have to hit another level, which so far you haven't done that yet in that game, and time just simply not on your side. And I guess I really started from that first hill because that was a really tough one to capture for both of these teams. But either way, Oysters ends up going down. Ssgt going to be advancing forward, and how far could they go? Could they make a grand finals? I wonder what Louis and Garrett think about that.
Can they make it to grand finals? That's the question, Tools. So what are you thinking? Let's take a look at the bracket.
it'll be a tough road, right? I think that's the best way to think about this, but it's SLG, right? Like, this guy has been around for so long. He's got that experience underneath his belt. Absolutely can make the difference and come back in this tournament to make it to the grand finals. I feel like they're due, right? It's like every time they play this tournament, they play well. They don't quite get there. I'm going to say I think they're due. Ssgt, I think they're going to get the business done today.
Ooh, you know who I also think is due? Incognito.
Right. I mean, I think you have a
right
point
there.
there, right? Ryan Noob's been right there.
Right there, bro. Yeah, honestly, like Ryan Noob and the gang, they've been flying Incognito as far as no org goes, right? But this team has been consistent. Am I not mistaken? Through all of the off-season tools.
Yeah, they have been just shut short every time. It feels like they got to the elimination finals when the team of Solitude beat them, right? So they are just getting right to the end of these tournaments every time, but shut down just a round short, it seems, every round.
Yeah, it's been really interesting for sure. We're going to check out some of the stats here from this last game. Anything jump out to you right off the bat?
Oh, I mean, it's not the most impressive stat line, right? I mean, obviously, like, Ssgt with 22, that's phenomenal, but I really want to give a shout out to SLG right there. 17 kills, 13 assists, but it really was the power weapon kills that did it for me. His spree with the power weapon really cemented the win for his team, right? It was just an absolute unbelievable performance from him. And you can also see one cool little thing I saw, he had call out assist. That means the only player on the team of Ssgt that pings is SLG. He has so many of those kills. Yeah, you get a little assist whenever you get the ping assist.
Is 10 points. I get them all the time.
Yeah. So it's SLG, it's Lucid. I don't know who else uses them, but there's some players that just obsessively ping their targets. But SLG just could not miss with the sniper, it felt like.
Yeah, it's good to see SLG pop off. The man is a veteran in the scene. And yeah, it's impressive what he was able to do. I saw Onset in the chat just going off when SLG was doing this, and rightfully so. Man's got to be super proud of the way that this team is competing right now. So with this, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll see if Ssgt can take down Incognito, continue on this trek through the lower brackets. But it's not going to be easy. It's all business on the other side in the elimination finals. And then in the grand finals, of course, we've got our off-season favorites, Solitude, sitting nice, waiting for their opponents. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back after this quick break with your elimination semifinal.
You're my best kept secret. I don't know why, but I still try to keep it. You got me in pieces, 'cause you know you're my muse, you're my weakness. I'll do anything for you. I'll do anything not to lose you. So I'll keep my mouth shut. Having you is such a rush. Got me feeling so used. Got me acting confused. Got on all myself, ready to pull me through it. It's all that you love and you lose. It's all that you love and you lose. Living in black and white, the way you look at me, yeah, it stops time. Baby, you're my lifeline, so close, oh, we're so intertwined. I'll do anything for you. I'll do anything not to lose you. So I'll keep my mouth
Double kill. Double kill. Enemy team score.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to your HCS off-season open number 4. Tools, I got you right here with me. It's time for the loser finals. Elimination semifinals. We're not going to call people losers here unless you want to, Tools. That's your choice. We got Incognito versus Ssgt.
The only losers here are the next 2 people that'll be on screen.
Oh, okay.
I'm just Incognito, Ssgt. I was surprised I was allowed to talk this time. Two very good teams going at it. I'm ready for it. Look at
the next 2 is us, man. All right, it's time. We got to go to Tony. We got to go to active. All right, the game started. All right.
I know that man right there ain't calling me a loser. I'm just saying. Ain't no shot that young man don't gonna call me a loser. But we're gonna let that slide because we have Incognito going up against Ssgt. Garrett, I'll talk to you at some other time because as of right now, Descendant, the artist formerly known as Carmea, has a sniper in his hands, and we got to talk about that.
Descendant, like you said, sniper in his hand, going towards the big door side, making sure to control the spawns on this A side. This is very intelligent by him, right? He controls this half of the map, but unfortunately, they do get the spawns onto Mud. So this is a chance where he has to kind of play for that first pick, make sure to get that first kill, and if he does that, it'll open things up just a bit and allow his team to continue to get time. But as you can see, finally, it looks like it will be them pushing from Mud, but if they do contest this and he goes down, that's going to be 2 dead, so this could be an extraction here.
2 down for each of the teams here as Incognito putting their first extraction on the board, and the extraction site quickly moving over toward the screen side, and we see a double push out of Incognito. Overshield in the front. We have the full shields player in the back. Could they get this final kill before they're able to go for the extraction? But hold on. Quick kills coming right back at him from Ssgt, and they're actually the first ones to extract this site.
Yeah, you can see Incognito did have that first plant, so normally when you see someone with the first plant, generally it tends to go in their favor. I think with the changes, that does change things just a bit. You'll see a couple more conversions there. But Chick gonna take off a player who was trying to convert. So it'll be more pressure, and in this situation on extraction, you just got to play your life. You just got to make sure to stay alive, and that's exactly what Chick does. But because of the extraction, the spawns come out of the back tower. They weren't aware of that.
Overshield's about to come up, and Glory goes down right as it's coming up. So it's an easy snatch coming from Descendant. Make sure he secures that kill before popping that Overshield, and we will see this extraction site converted right back in the hands of Incognito. Already have a 1-0 lead, and they're looking to increase that by a little bit more with these slays after slay. The first one goes down. Make it 2 for Ssgt. A 3 down, and that's, oh my, make it 4. That's some valuable time. It only takes 45 seconds in order for an extraction to go off, and half the work already done for Incognito.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You constantly see this game type being vetoed here, or, you know, players deciding to pick another game type. Personally, I think the changes are okay. I really like the idea of having to make sure that you have an eye at least on the extraction to know if someone is converting it. I know a lot of pros are not about this. I would love to have a conversation on exactly why, but, you know, the less amount of information, I think, kind of goes with the flow of Halo games, where the objective player or the objective side of team is at a disadvantage due to the fact that they have to keep an eye on that objective. So you see 2 down right away for Ssgt, make that 3, and it looks like Incognito with their first cap are going to plant once again in their spot.
Everybody, you know, the problem is that we've been babying our coaches. We need to make the coaches do some work again. All right, so we planted at 844, so 844 minus 45, carried it to 97, I give up. Extraction's already down here for Incognito, going for 3 in a row real quick. Precision holding on to this tower side control with the sniper, and like we said, at about, it was 7:01. At 7:01, this is going to be going off. I figured it out.
All Precision, his job is to stay alive on the top tower, but the minute you see a sniper player on the top of tower, you make sure to clean him up as fast as possible. The only problem is Sika's the only one alive here. That extraction looks to potentially be going through, and unfortunately, that'll be the 3rd extraction here for the side of Incognito. And you see, once again, there's a large advantage there when you're the one to plant the extraction down. You just kind of have a lot of control, and you're able to really set up around it.
Ooh, beautiful quick scope coming in from Ryan Noob. Not done just yet. Little player wants to slide into his DMs over toward the white wall side, gets put down quickly, and we're seeing another extraction point going down for Incognito. This could be the final one. It was down about, what, 735, so we're looking at about 650. This should be going off. Ssgt, they need to make something happen, and need to make it happen quickly.
Well, Sika's pushing on through there. They do have 3 dead, so this will be the opportunity to get this conversion, but now they've got to kind of control the map. You see the spawns coming out on the C side. This is where they kind of got to take space, right? You get that conversion down, but you've got to act quickly to take that space. And you see already it's going to be players pushing on the B side. That's Precision, who's the first one up here. Doesn't have a gun, which is kind of crazy, but he ends up going down.
Green gun out here for Descendant. Gonna make his way over toward the bottom mid side. I do see a teammate over towards the tower, and they're trying to get rid of one player that's being tricky. There we go. Finally able to take down Chick. There's gonna be another player over toward this side, SLG. They let them pick them apart one by one. One player can make the difference, and now that the setup has been broken, Incognito are right in over toward the A side. Going in for a bit of too quick of extraction. Looks like Ssgt, they come off a spawn, they make their presence known.
Yeah, they played that so well, right? They only had 2 alive. One player was on the rat tunnel. The other player playing sneakily on A with a repulse and instantly able to take off any player trying to convert there. Really well played by Ssgt in that situation.
Sight went down to 610. 45 seconds back on the clock here. Right as Overshield and Sniper coming up, so can Ssgt hold off Incognito from this Overshield? Apparently not. Overshield gets snatched up, and it is going to be popped for Incognito right as Ssgt end up going 3 down. So 1 or 2 more kills. We could see this extraction converted. Ssgt do get a favorable spawn to get back into the action, but Incognito, they're ready for that as well.
Yeah, that body block is going to play such an important factor. Takes a lot of damage while his teammate converts. Ryanoob stays alive as well. Well played by Ryanoob.
2 members of Ssgt pushing over towards Nest, but Incognito have the information. Descendant doing a great job popping a few shots and staying alive, but eventually Incognito, they have to get into the fight. As Ssgt get these slays, this should be converted. 3 down once again for Incognito, and it looks like Ssgt, they're taking that right back.
Yeah, you see a lot of damage kind of going out on those pushes, right? But players that are putting the damage in are the ones to stay alive as well. So Incognito not able to find that very first pick that they're looking for, and now with control of Ssgt, Incognito are the ones that are going to have to break this setup.
Easy shots coming in from SLG. Has a teammate to work with, but Descendant is holding on to this tower side with the sniper. If Ssgt want any sight on this extraction, the first person got to take down a Descendant, and apparently they're able to do just that. Chick steals that sniper rifle, might be out of ammo at this point as Ssgt trying to desperately hold on to this. It's Incognito that are 1 extraction away from taking this game 1.
Yeah, this is very close to converting here. It's up to Precision to try and make something happen. You see the call is blocked. Sika's the one to come off a spawn onto B and stop that one. So it'll be 2 now conversions here. 2 extractions for Ssgt. And now Incognito feeling a bit of this momentum. They've got to stop it at some point.
Overshield's about to come up. Precision gonna make his way towards it. Drops the shroud so his teammate can grab a hold of it. But it's Ssgt that are the first ones to get that extraction down. Precision doing a great job of chucking those denial grenades, keeping that player away from chasing. His teammate's gonna cover his back, so the first kill for Incognito is here. But you need a few more. You know Ssgt, they're getting those creative angles. They're using this extraction site as bait.
Yeah, the problem is Incognito are pretty much being pinched from every side of the map. You see, unfortunately, end up going down 1 there, but they do trade out 2 kills. So Descendant staying alive here is so very important. You see the body block, but it's not going to be enough. Ssgt are just so quick to stop these conversions and making it very difficult for Incognito to find any opening to convert.
It was Incognito that started off with a 3-0 lead here, but Ssgt might just put 3 in a row. There it is. This hill's gonna be moving over towards the squeeze side. Next hill will be taking it all, and Incognito already have the first 2 kills, already have first sight on that extraction point, but luckily Ssgt, they collapse on it quickly.
Well, there it is, and you said already for the last one that Ssgt, they're the first ones to plant. They do it again here. And now you see, once they plant that, they can pretty much get control of A. They can make sure to get control of C. And then all it takes at this point is to make sure to get those picks, put that damage in across the map. And then it's c'est la vie. We'll see if they're able to hold this setup, though. Incognito gets their first kill.
They take down Sika quickly, and looks like Chick gonna go down as well. You're seeing Ryan, who's playing a little bit more forward. His teammates behind him should be able to work on that extraction point, but Glory catches an angle from the cut side, ends up taking down that player right in front of Ryan, and they never get the extraction back. They have a few seconds to do it. He has the body block for him. It's not gonna happen. There it is. That's it. That's it. The extraction's about to go off. Oh my gosh. Glory just saved that one.
Yeah, that was really, really big, right? And it was also big, the fact that extraction being on top of that screen pillar, it just allows Ssgt to get those spawns onto B, and they initially have the high ground on every single push, and you see Ssgt gonna come away with game number 1. Of course, as we've already talked about, this is the elimination semifinals, and of course, whoever wins this, they're going to go on to play the team, business, waiting in the elimination finals. So very important that whoever wins this series kind of clutches up here. Of course, this is a best of 3, and Ssgt taking that first one. They're sitting very comfortable, Tony.
And taking that first one masterfully. They did again. Mind you, Ssgt, they were down 0-3 in that extraction game. They went one by one, took it one game at a time. Similar how we talked about King of the Hill. You're never completely out of it. It's almost like a new game every time that extraction moves. And that play by Glory's team was 3 down. Ryan is right in front of him trying to get the kill, but he like isolates Ryan by using that pillar over towards the grenades and just keeps hopping up and down to kill that player that's extracting. And I would love to get a replay with that at the end of the series, but wow, great job for Ssgt. Now we're going to game number 2. We're going to find out if they can do it here on Aquarius, because if they start off in a bit of a hole like they did in that game number 1, I'm not sure if they'll be able to exactly climb their way out of it like they did.
Yeah, it's very well said, right? In a Slayer, when you're finding yourself down a lot of kills like we've seen Ssgt able to do in that previous Slayer we watched, you end up in a scenario where you're playing from the back foot consistently, and Ryan, he's going to stop that from happening. You see right there, Incognito starting off 4-1, already dominating this game.
And Ryan is going to make his way over toward the Quantum Translocator quickly, drops it high over towards the blue utility side. Has a bit of cover over there, with 3-man push on Incognito as they look to clear out the blue side. A player sneaks right behind him. Ryan portals right back out over toward the car side of the map, stays alive, and it looks like that player will live to see another day. Meanwhile, Ryan is just instant transmissioning all over Aquarius.
Yeah, it's really good by Ryan right there, right? You saw the triple push from Ssgt, and you saw Incognito. They did a 2-2 push, 2 towards the utility side and 2 towards the fridge. So that was definitely not an advantageous play for the side of Incognito. But with Ryan using the QT like that, they minimized the damage just a bit. But unfortunately, the damage has still been done. Incognito doing a great job here. 12-3, the damage to Ssgt. This is going to be difficult to come back from unless they start to step things up right now.
Let me tell you, the man still alive and kicking right now is Ryan. That QT kept him alive, and now his gun skill is keeping him cooking. 4-0 start, add a couple assists with it, and Ssgt end up going 3 down. Incognito hold on to control.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing here because Ssgt dominated that Slayer in the previous series, but against Incognito, they just have not had a chance to do so. The question is, for me, is, Incognito, they started off that last game very hot as well. Will Ssgt slow the pace of the game here and bring this back? Pay attention to the bottom center of your screen. That's a 19-8 run so far.
They finally give Ryan his first death. Meanwhile, Huss, chasing down this one-shot player, refused to go down easily, but eventually they do end up going down, and as Huss ends up getting his shields, has a player to work a little 1-2 combo with, makes that player one-shot precision, gets the backsmack on him. Once again, Incognito is showing that they are never by themselves. You are never in a 1v1 fight against Incognito, because there's always a teammate with an elbow's length.
Yeah, now they have control of the spawns. They know exactly where the spawn is happening there on the blue side of utility. Huss has got the long-range weapon in his hands and the battle rifle, and he's going to try and rotate towards top center to do some damage on these spawners. 2 go down already, so Incognito in a great spot.
Takes down Sika. Love the team shot come out of Incognito. It's been happening all game, and Ssgt haven't exactly found an answer to deal with it. Huss gets himself a killing spree here. He's not done. There's 2 more players with them. And again, you think you're the 1v1, then multiple members of Incognito end up collapsing on you. And before you know it, that says Ssgt are 3 down once again, and they're on to working on the next spawn.
Yeah, you love to see this out of Incognito, right? I mean, all the players are playing really well. There's not one player that's just popping off. I mean, you got 10-3, 9-3, and you got 10-2. No one's having a bad game here, and this is exactly what you need, being down 1-0 in this series. 4 down and a triple kill for Ryanoob. This is looking very scary for Ssgt.
Incognito obviously not happy they lost that game number 1, and they're taking it out on Ssgt here in game 2. And Precision showing why his name is Precise. I mean, he comes in with the sidekick, does the damage, switches to the bandit. Doesn't matter what precision weapon you put in his hands, he is going to shred your face with it.
Yeah, something I'm seeing out of Ssgt is they consistently have these 2 3-man pushes, most of the time 3-man pushes, and it's being completely quelled by the side of Incognito. I would ask that they would switch things up, but the problem is it's a bit too late. 43 kills and counting here for Incognito. Ssgt with only 16.
Let me remind you, we've seen 3/4 of this Ssgt roster go up against the likes of SSG, the likes of Optic, the likes of FaZe, and although they've lost, and we've never seen them be dismantled like they are right now in this slate. As of right now, Incognito are absolutely dominating Ssgt at every facet of the game, from the beginning of this game to where we are right now. Ssgt have not stood a chance, and it's crazy to watch the way Incognito are playing right now, especially after Ssgt put on an amazing performance to close out that game number 1. Incognito simply answered back.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I have no idea what happened there. You just don't see that. Nothing, not to take anything away from Incognito, a very solid team on that side of things. But Ssgt are solid in their own right. And you saw them win game number 1. You saw what they were capable of doing in the Slayer in the last series. And now they come against an Incognito on Aquarius and lose 50-21. That's just unprecedented. I'm not exactly sure what was going on or what exactly happened. But again, not to take anything away from Incognito, they played that perfectly. Sometimes on Aquarius, you have that flow, you have that, flow in the game, that momentum, and sometimes it's just not in your favor. And Incognito, they took control at the beginning and they never let go.
Yeah, definitely go and watch that back. Pick up your pens and pads and take some notes because that was amazingly played by Incognito throughout. I was going to say 90% of the game, but the entirety of that game. Meanwhile, Ssgt, I'm not giving up on them. If there's one thing about Ssgt we've seen is that they're definitely objective efficient. They know exactly what doing the objective, no matter how bad things look. In the objective, they some way can come back. The problem is in that Slayer, and I talked about it before the game. I said if they start off in that big of a hole like they did in that game number 1, they might not be able to climb back out of it. At least in Streets Oddball, even if you don't start off hot, it's really all about how you finish, and Ssgt can definitely get better as time go on.
Yeah, there's a lot more to control here on the streets, right? Not only do you have the 3 rounds to work with if it ends up going to 3, but you also have all the power weapons on the map. We did see that the Sentinel beam has been removed, so at least some of the power on the map of streets has been removed, but you still have the Bulldog, you've got the Rockets, the Stalker, you've got a lot of stuff to work with here, so I love the fact that the rounds are broken up like that so that teams that, like you said, have a little bit of a rough start can potentially bring it back in round number 2 and then round number 3 possibly. But again, it's going to take a lot of control here with all this sandbox that is utilized on the streets to make this game happen for the side of either team that wants to bring this home. But again, it's a 1-1 now, and this is it right here. This is the Elimination Semifinals. Whoever wins this will move on to face the business in the Elimination Finals. And of course, you can't forget about Solitude winning in that Grand Finals.
It's game 3 here in a do or die. Tim already set the stakes for you guys. Now it's all about just going in and executing it, at least if you're Incognito or Ssgt. Descendant. Right off a spawn, immediately going to favor over toward the Shoddy side. Doesn't exactly find anybody with that threat seeker, but look how quickly Incognito demand these power weapons. Even though they didn't win the Rockets battle right off the rip, they end up using that shotgun to get it right back. They have that ball time, have a little bit of an early start, but here comes Glory dropping the meteor.
Yeah, Glory ends up getting a kill on the player with rockets in his hands. I'm not sure what happened there. Could have been maybe just a late reaction or whatever, but Incognito do a great job of getting that ball time right at the start of the game. It's just Ssgt break that setup in half, and now they're getting some ball time of their own.
Ascended able to take down Sika there, but somehow Ssgt pick up on that one-shot player. Still at a disadvantage. The final player of Ssgt ends up going down, and although the spawners were perfectly positioned to bait that ball out, they did not get the kill. So now Incognito already having the lead, looking to add more to it. Ssgt desperately need to break this setup. You don't want this game to get out of hand early.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? They try to break that setup. They get the first kill onto Precision, but unfortunately, Glories goes down. So you see Sika, he's not pushing in aggressively just yet. Finally, they get the kill onto Ryanoob, and you're going to see now there's a little bit of a push here from Ssgt, but look how quick that oddball is played from Incognito. Well done by them.
2 down for Incognito. Half the members looking for... Oh, hold on. Oh, my gosh.
Double kill.
Precision with the double. Despite the fact that Incognito started off that engagement in a 2v4, Precision hits a nasty double kill to kind of equalize the situation just a bit. And this should have been valuable time here for Ssgt, but they couldn't because Precision's an animal.
He absolutely is. And Huss, he's going to be getting up the ball time here. So Precision doing the slaying. Huss with the ball time of his own. 35 seconds of ball time on the side of Ryanoob. So some good even ball time across the board for this squad. And you can see Incognito again, very quick at paying attention to these spawns. This is what we saw out of Ssgt, but Incognito looked like their game sense is on another level at this point.
56-9 lead. Incognito are playing absolute lights out Halo at the moment, and so is Precision. That's another double kill for him, and more importantly, grabs a hold of these rockets. Ssgt not only have to deal with the teamwork and the setup of Incognito, but you got to deal with the most powerful weapon in the game in the hands of Precision, who's quite precise with it. Trades out his life here with Glory. Huss is keeping Sika held back towards his pillar. Down to one shot, can't exactly find the kill, but what's more important is him staying alive and holding on to the setup. But where did SLG just come from? How did he just get behind enemy lines?
Yeah, SLG does break the setup, like you said. He sneaks on back through maybe purple side, but the big thing for me is just how well Incognito do at making sure to just make sure that every second counts, right? They're so quick to get that oddball rotated off of the oddball spawn to get into a bit of a setup. You see the setup is broken, but look how much of a deficit we're talking about here. And look at that. That first kill is going to open things up. It's going to allow Incognito to break this setup again. And 71 seconds to 16 in this first round. That's rough.
I'm be honest, I was still trying to figure out how SLG got behind 3 players without being seen and gave Ssgt that advantage, at least momentarily. But like kind of alluded to, I mean, you still have Incognito in complete control right now when it comes to the scoreboard. We switch gears over towards Sika. Another trade out in his life. They're trying to keep Incognito away from that ball, and eventually Ssgt, they realize they're quickly running out of time. They got to make their way over towards the A side setup themselves, and Huss is trying to cut that off quickly.
Yeah, really good job by Huss there to just make sure to milk his life as long as possible. The problem is Ssgt doing a great job of getting these kills, and honestly, it's going to be about who gets these rockets that's going to really make a difference here. If potentially Ssgt are able to get this time and bring this round back, or if Incognito completely run away with it. And when you got Precision getting doubles like that, Ssgt have a lot of work on their hands. Ryanoob gets the rockets.
I mean, well, he had to make up for it. He just named the crap out of Descent. Descent is like, why did you name me? He's like, well, why did you push out there when you're reloading in one shot? He's like, I don't know. I wanted the rockets. Eventually, Precision answers back with another multi-kill, so all is right in the world. Ssgt stuck over toward the B side. Incognito looking to hold them off, and Huss throws a grenade, this time meant for the enemy. Turns that into a bit of a double. Chasing down the one-shot triple. He wants it. He won't get it, but 3 down go Ssgt.
Yeah, but you see there, right? Like, it was a big deal that, you know, every single player of Ssgt was in a 2v1 situation. Incognito doing such a good job of isolating players with, you know, their own teammate. You know, making sure that they have a numbers advantage on every single fight is what's really giving them the edge in this match.
Chick is able to find the ratting player over toward the subway side. SSGT advancing that ball quickly towards Subway. Look how far SLG extended and putting pressure on these spawning players. Eventually they're able to get the best of him, but can SLG spawn quick enough to get involved in this fight once again? Apparently not. His ball's gonna be played over toward the mid-map. Incognito clear out the Subway side quickly and also get that ball right back in the base. So well played by Incognito, and honestly, this might be the finishing setup for them.
All right, great awareness by Ssgt, but yeah, absolutely right. There's only 15 seconds left here in round number 1. If Ssgt can possibly do something, this is what we call a low percentage play out of him. It's a 2v1 scenario. He ends up going down pretty quickly, and with a couple more kills, it'll be some more time here for Incognito.
When I have Ssgt on my team in matchmaking, I feel like there's no low percentage play when it comes to him. Like I feel like at some point, no matter what, if Ssgt needs a kill, he always has at least a 51% chance. Guys, he could be one shot. The enemy has rocket, sniper, overshield, and invis. There's no such thing as low percentage play when it comes to Ssgt. He's that good. I'm just saying. But Incognito 8 seconds away from doing it. Also, only 55 seconds on the clock here. SSGT, they do have the ball in hands. However, they are running out of options here. They're running out of win conditions, as my man Mikowski would say. SSGT, they have to hold on to the setup for dear life, because here come Incognito.
Yeah, you see Rhino playing really patient there, waiting for the overextender to come through to purple. He doesn't spot that overextender, so instead he waits for his teammates to push, then finds an opportune moment to put that shotgun to use. Only gets a couple of seconds here, so still 5 seconds left to get, but like you clearly mentioned, 47 seconds is not a lot of time here, and that's all that's on the neutral clock.
Well, as of right now, SSGT, they need to play perfect Halo, and they're putting something that looks pretty perfect to me. Forward down go Incognito. SSGT still have this ball in hands. There is no way that Incognito can lose this. This is a game 3.
It's a very important game 3 here. Like you said, a very solidified setup here for SSGT. It takes one kill to break this, but you see every player playing very safe. SLG, though, he ends up going down pretty quickly here. It's going to be about precision and the player pushing on C stairs to break this in half. Descendant goes on, and look how coordinated and clean that was, but look how quickly SSGT are able to clean up some kills. 3 go down, though. It's up to SLG, and he's not able to make anything happen. This will be round number 1 for Incognito, and a very convincing one, but SSGT did show some life.
Yeah, Incognito got in there quickly, got that first kill they were looking for, and then eventually turned it into that. I mean, at one point, SSGT were like a 1v2, and maybe kind of looked possible, but I don't know. That was tough. We saw a bit of the replays in that round number 1 that led to Incognito ultimately taking that round, and again, elimination game number 3. Now Incognito are one round away from advancing forward into the elimination bracket finals. Guaranteed top 3 in this tournament if that happens.
You see Incognito, who spawns on the tram side. They have Stalker to work with, but you see they're not able to get that scrap down in order to get the ball rotated towards that tram. So it's going to be SSGT with control. The Rockets control of the setup as well. And Chick just waiting, sitting in wait for someone to step into his reticle, and he takes out the first kill.
17 kills to his name already, but ends up catching a stray grenade. Somehow stays alive. Love this play by Chick. He using those headphones. Using headphones not to stalk the player, but to find out where he's going so he can juke him. Okay, he's going right, we go left. So everything can get his shields back and eventually put down that damage that his teammates are able to capitalize on. Little plays like that, staying alive, they sometimes can make big differences within the game.
Yeah, it's very important, right? Your teammates are all down. You don't really have any sound around you, so you can just kind of use your headphones to listen to footsteps, like you said. It's about taking every single little advantage you can in order to give yourself an edge, but unfortunately, the edge is dull here for SSGT as they go 4 down.
Ball dropped.
Ball in the hands of Incognito over towards Subway. We're seeing SSGT taking their time right now. They do have an isolated Rhino over towards PD, and that could be their first pick, but I'm not sure they're aware of it. Shots are going down, so it looks like they are. And Rhino takes down one. With a player this extended, you can only hope for taking down at least one with them and putting damage and slowing down the push. That's exactly what Rhino does. Look at Incognito. They are pressuring SSGT off of spawn. They spawn over towards the A side and haven't made it towards Subway yet. Love that plan, Incognito.
Yeah, beautiful play right there by Ryan. Like you said, he's delaying time. He does it with the ceiling jump. He's pushing his head into the ceiling so he falls faster. He's able to stay alive for a long period of time, and that's going to let Incognito have control of these rockets and a little bit of the shotgun as well, but Glory's falling down. This is going to be some more time for Incognito in a very, very dominant round number 2.
Ssgt once again spawning over toward the A side of the map, and once again Incognito pushed up a bit further on their setup, but to do that initial damage, all they need is 1 or 2 kills, and it may just be worth it. Sika makes his way over toward the Beastare side. Glory does take down 2 players with them on their way to Ssgt, infiltrating the subway side. They will force this play ball, and in fact, Ssgt will intercept it as well, finally able to break the setup. But Tim, has the damage been done? Look at the scoreboard.
Yeah, the damage has been done, but honestly, Ssgt, they're showing that life, and they're making sure to solidify these setups and get this time, and honestly, doing a better job of staying alive as these pushes come through. You see it right there, right? Incognito, 3 down, and it's because Ssgt, they're doing that damage, they're doing that output, but they're not taking damage, and that's the thing that makes these pushes not work out of Incognito.
Checking the sliding over toward the arcade side. Trades out his life there. Ryan Noob, excellent shots, works with his teammate to clear out the Beastairs player, but you still have 2 more players of Ssgt towards Subway. Descendant is aware of that. He's getting right in, and it looks like multiple going down for Ssgt will lead to Incognito right with that ball back, making it look easy.
Was a really good job at throwing that nade to put some damage into the player from Ssgt pushing in. Glories is going to get caught out. Ryan Noob Nerds is his name for a reason. Always behind your team. You got to make sure to catch him. You got to make sure to understand his location, or things like that will happen. You see right there, there'll be a couple trades, but the Bulldog goes in the hands of Incognito. They're going to utilize that to potentially take this round number 2. 85 seconds and counting here.
This could be the final seconds that lead Incognito into the elimination bracket finals. Glory understands that they're running out of time and options, so gets a kill, puts Ryan down to 1 shot. That nade should do max damage. Great nade by SLG, and that clears out multiple members of Incognito and gives Ssgt a fighting chance, at least a puncher's chance.
Yeah, Ssgt are honestly doing a phenomenal job at kind of recovering, especially, you know, since that round number 1, bringing it all the way to 85 seconds when they were down by, I believe it was 50 or so seconds. So Chick having the rockets here, this is going to solidify a little bit more time. After they get that rocket kill, they'll be able to continue to get this ball time, but look how quickly Incognito is to be aggressive here. It's got to be another kill by Chick with the rockets, but this is where you can't get greedy. You want to save them, but he does a perfect job of saving the rocket, using his bandit to clean up the 1 shot, and continuing to get another rocket kill as well, and that'll be more ball time out of Ssgt. Beautiful job by Chick right there.
High risk, high reward play to take the time to switch to your bandit, make sure to finish him off and not take enough damage to go down, because there's multiple members pushing in, and he makes it work right there. You saw the value, ends up getting an extra kill because of it. So what a play coming out of Chick. Will it be enough? Because Ryan Noob is here doing that damage. The Nile grenade not exactly going to connect onto Ryan Noob, so he slides on in there, gets himself the kill, has his teammate with him trying to sneak out the last few seconds worth of damage. Ryan Noob trying to be the shield to this player, keeping him alive. He's down to 1 shot, gets the double kill. The final seconds are there. Incognito are in the top 3.
Wow, beautiful job by Incognito to pick up the pieces there. It just got out of hand for a long time, and it was Chick with a massive play at the end, and honestly, it looked like they had control of the tram pretty solidly, but like you said, that team shot damage went in. Ryan Noob walked his VIP all the way to the victory, and it's going to be Incognito now facing the business in the elimination finals.
Yeah, you know, so sometimes you got to play a nice, rousing game of get down, Mr. President. You're a 1-shot player with the ball, try to stay alive. Don't worry, I got you. Got to get in front of him, play that bodyguard, and make sure that he gets no harm. And eventually, you get those final seconds needed. Could have been crazy, especially with that play from Chick and the Rockets. I thought that was their chance to steal away a round to send us into a round 3 in that game 3. But apparently, it's Incognito that advanced forward. And what did you think about that, Tim?
It was beautiful. Honestly, I'm excited to see what they do against the business. I think it's going to be a difficult match, but Incognito, they look really good, honestly. Out of all the opens that I've casted and watched, I think this is probably the best I've seen them. So I'm excited to see if they're able to make it through this business roster and onwards to the grand finals.
Well, speaking of looking good, we're going to pass it over towards Louis and Garrett. You'll be there too.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Come on, guys. Garrett's too damn cute, guys. I'm just saying.
It's all good.
Hey, it's all about business, right? It's time for business. Incognito versus business here in the elimination finals.
Yo, you trying to take our jobs? What was that? A little segue like that? That's crazy, dude.
Okay,
Crazy.
elimination finals, business versus Incognito. All right, so here's our series layout. Let's go ahead and check this out. We can take a little bit of a deep dive into this. Incognito versus business. Recharge, King of the Hill, Solitude Slayer, Forbidden CTF. I guess first thing that bounces off this page, Tools, is that will we play Forbidden? What are your thoughts?
Incognito's in the lobby? Yes, we'll be playing it.
Let's go. Shout out Ryan. You know what? I enjoyed that extraction game on Livefire in game 1. It was a 3-0, right? Ended up being 3-3, and then Ssgt ended up pulling it out at the very end. I don't know. It's our first time seeing extraction for the day, Tools. I mean, has anything changed for you personally and your opinion as far as the game mode goes?
So the thing is, what I've noticed is the games are a lot closer now. But it just doesn't feel good, right? Does that make sense? Like, you still like are just annoyed playing the game type. So I think they solved some of the problems on making the games like complete blowouts. Like, there can be a back and forth now. I just think that there's probably more tweaks to be had on it until it's competitive ready. But honestly, we won't know until the commission tells us what's going on, right? It's like we can get the feedback. I think the feedback of players GAing it over and over again is probably loud and clear, right? So just gotta wait.
Yeah, I feel that, right? They've already attempted to make changes once, and it just feels like this, but competitors have not necessarily given it a chance. Maybe there's like some hardcore scrims going on in the background, or maybe they just don't care to learn new game mode. I don't know exactly what's going on, right? But Riot Noob and the team, they're not afraid to test it out. So I will say this: I hope that we see some CTF on Forbidden. It's gonna be a little bit of a change of pace, right? Here in the off season after the Worlds, right, we got the addition of extraction, and then we got Forbidden CTF, and so like these are the two things these have been the hot topic for pros, right? And so I'm excited for this Forbidden match. I hope that it ends up getting played out, but the players are going to do what they want to do. It's out of our control. But I would like to see this Forbidden CTF map get played. I would also like to see a game number 3. But hey, there's got to be a fight put up by both teams for us to even get to that point, right? So Recharge, King of the Hill, Tools, what are your thoughts? Who comes out on top?
Yeah, Recharge is talking about be about that shock rifle. Plenty of good players on the map with it. I've been keeping my eye out on Precision and Talik in particular with those weapons. Maybe a Septify that comes in and performs a little bit with that. But honestly, to me, Recharge Stronghold's all gonna be all about the power weapons, how you use them.
Absolutely. Well, obviously, it's one of the maps that have been here since the release of Halo Infinite. We got Solitude in Game 2, right? This was a late edition after launch of Halo Infinite. And then we got Forbidden, which is even newer, right? But Solitude, has this map found its place in HCS?
I think this is the best Slayer map in the game, in my opinion, right? I think it's a little rough on Strongholds, just because of how easy it is to get some spawn traps and to spiral games out of control. But I don't think there's a better Slayer game in Halo Infinite right now. I think Solitude Slayer is what we should be trying to get into every game 5 of every grand finals, right? Or like game 7, right? It's the map that you really can count on being exciting moments, and that sniper coming in, that sniper could determine everything, right, in those final moments as well.
Yeah, it's very interesting too. We've seen a trend, right, and that was when people start talking GAs. Aqua CTF, first one that gets thrown out. Why is that, Tools?
I mean, Aqua Flag, right? It's the fastest map in the rotation. I think that's why everyone kind of likes it, right? It's easy, 3 lanes, quick access, big flag caps, easy routes. It's also a game type that's kind of solved, right? There's no X factor on it. You know how to capture a flag. You know, it's the same sort of setup each time. How you get to that setup is what's unique about the map. But once you get that flag out, you can be pretty sure it's going to go home unless some miraculous play happens.
All right, well, let's change our focus to the players here. We got Descendant, Ryanu, Precision, and Huss, right? Or yeah, I think they're just players are on different teams here. This team looking pretty fresh, right? Descendant and Precision both rocking complexity. Do you think this is the complexity roster, or is something a roster that they're eyeing, maybe?
You know, I don't want these guys spoiling out their own rosters, but I mean, if I'm complexity, right, what am I looking for? I'm looking for someone that has a little bit of star power. You get that in Ryanu. You're looking for some young players with a lot of potential, and honestly, all three of these players kind of fit that bill, right? The Descendant, they know what they have with him. Back when he went by, or as Tony would you say, formerly artist formerly known as Carmea, right? Like they know what they have with him. He's a known equation. Huss and Precision, you just know there's a lot of potential there. So it's no question why you build around these players. And I'm kind of hoping that they go to complexity. It's a great org, and these are some great dedicated players to the game.
All right, and then on the other side, right, we have to assume at this point in time, with our latest knowledge that's been like publicly available, right, this is not a roster, right? Druck, as I last heard, was on Twitter pleading for help, right? And I think that we can all agree that we want to see this man competing. We want Druck competing. The guy is obviously well deserved to be here in the lower final, grand finals, wherever it may be. You know, placing 3rd at Worlds in the first season of HCS. This is a big deal. This is a big player, and I feel like we missed him. But I will say, seeing one name on this roster kind of throws me off, because I feel like it's not a common person on this roster. Skeptify. And how do you think Skeptify's performed thus far? Tools?
I think he's been the X factor when they needed him. Has hit the big power weapon kills when they counting on him, and that's what they expect from him, right? It's not about game in, game out. It's about when everything's down on the line, someone needs to make a big impactful play to get them out of a situation. He's gonna be a player that does it.
Alrighty, well, it's time for the game. Elimination finals on the way. Incognito versus Business. We're gonna kick it to Tony and to Active to get us into the action.
Really excited. We have another elimination bracket matchup for you. This time the last one, because we get to find out who's making it towards the grand finals. I promise you, Santa Active has a gift for you, and it's going to be an amazing matchup between Incognito and the players standing on Business.
Here we go. Incognito with a phenomenal series last series, fighting up against Ssgt, and now get to see a little bit of Business going on. Septify is a player that was talked about on the host desk, and kind of want to mention something about him. I think he's constantly been that X factor. I think this guy's ceiling is incredibly high. What he's capable of just comes down to how he's playing that day. I think, like I said, the ceiling's high, but there's a bit of inconsistency there. I just want to see him pop off here in this open.
Yeah, I feel like when you have a player like Septify on your team, he gets high kills and he low deaths, you know? It's like, who doesn't want that on a Halo team? It just makes the game that much easier for you. Very similar to like Precision on the other side of things. Precision is a Slayer. When he's having his best games, it's usually when he's having 30 plus at every given time. So definitely players like Septify and Precision are just so invaluable to what they bring to the team. And I'm excited to see Septify and Talik on the same team as well. I'm sure they've seen the past back in Halo 5, you know, them, Envor, they were all about that team back in the day. But having them here in Halo Infinite, I feel like they're both very high kill gatherers for this squad. I think they're going to be really valuable together.
Yeah, and one other player I kind of want to bring up from the Business too is Druck, right? You got to think about the fact that a player who placed the 3rd at the first Worlds, just dominating, always performing on LAN, just an asset to his squad, and he ends up going through a battle where he can't get a visa. His mental, like, it's got to be so strong, and I give him props for that, right? Being able to come into these opens and continue to compete even though his situation's not figured out, my hat's off to him. So much respect.
Well, as of right now, he's gonna be left by himself, so I don't know how much respect you have for how much respect you have for him right now, but in a 1v3 might be a little bit of a tough battle for him. Eventually, business ends up going forward down, and because of that, Incognito sneak away a camouflage, but Septify coming from the heavens to make sure that camouflage is not going to be effective on the map. So it ends up burning it real quickly. You already have 2 caps to your name, and you stop them from stealing away C. That was quick. Wow, that was crazy.
That was very quick, and what else was quick was the fact that Ryanoob, you know, you always see people not really going for that repulse off the start just because it takes a bit of time now that it's on that platform. But Ryanoob kills 2 birds with 1 stone, gets the kill, gets the repulse as well. He ends up falling, but a lot of damage was done. It's just business comes out on top with this one, but Incognito still do have that 2 cap.
It looks like business are already working on the Charlie side, and Descendant tries to out-rotate him working on Alpha. It's not gonna exactly work for them. Alpha's reset, and they're almost done with taking Bravo, so this could be a double cap right back in favor of business. You're down by just a bit, but with this double cap and with this setup, and of course Talek having that shock rifle, we could see a lead change real soon.
Yeah, Talek's got to be careful here. He does have help on the cross, but he's essentially baiting. He's got shock rifles, so obviously a 1-shot kill would be very beneficial for them. It'll give them that very first kill. You can see Huss does go down, and now they're going to be going for that triple cap, so a bit of a risk, high reward type play, but if it does not pay off, they could, you know, Talek could be in trouble. He ends up going down, and he loses shock rifle.
With that, business take the lead. Excellent damage coming in for Huss, and the cleanup crew comes in real quick. Charlie still in the hands of business, but it looks like Incognito are going to work for it. At least Huss is denial grenades down. Nobody exactly contesting him at the moment. It looks like business, they're going to work on the other side of that. They're going to try to work at stealing Bravo and maybe advancing forward towards Alpha.
Yeah, something I'm noticing at the top right of the screen is going to be Talek, right? 11-4 to start this game, starting off extremely hot, and that's exactly what business needs if they want to take control of this game. And you see already going down towards the camo. He's going to pop that as well. I think he ends up getting away with it, which is crazy too. Stays alive, gets the camo, and gets the kill as well. Talek is on fire.
Beautifully played by Talek, and because of that, Camouflage Alpha in the hands of business at the moment. Another double cap in, just barely avoids the sticky grenade. That could have been dangerous for him, and trust his teammate Deceptify to make sure that kill gets cleaned up, and they're still holding on to both Alpha and Bravo. Incognito were able to sneak back the lead, but business, they clawed their way right back in it, and we should see another lead change here on Recharge.
We're going to see another lead change. We're going to see a whole slew of kills here from Talek. You can tell he's definitely feeling it right now with the shock rifle in his hands. He goes down to prevent B, and I need to stop talking because I jinxed him, Tony. 4 dead for business.
Oh, okay. Huss shooting a bit of bodies there. I knew it was going to come out eventually. They got some former teammates. Swish, obviously, formerly teaming with Huss and Precision on that G1 roster, a little bit of crossing paths. Hey, it's all fun and games. Don't get offended, Chad. You guys always getting offended.
I'm going to be honest, I absolutely love this by Huss, right? Not only, Tony, does he get the kill on Talek inside of B, he takes the shock rifle, sees Talek on long haul, and while he's one shot, continues to challenge. The disrespect here on Huss is huge, and honestly, it's just all fun, right? Fun banter out of these guys. They've known each other, I'm sure, for a very, very long time, but 160 seconds to 101. Incognito really starting to run away with this one.
It looks like business are finally able to take away C, and Descendant does a great job of reposting that grenade away from him. Problem is, he reposted it right into Ryan's back pocket and takes down his teammate. So, yeah, business gonna take a double cap because of that, and Descendant, he might be on timeout after this.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's you or me, and it's definitely not me. That's just kind of how it goes. Sometimes you got to play a bit selfish. Make sure you keep yourself in check. 16-6 out of Tolek still. I mean, Septify is a player we're talking about as well. He's like the glue player. Like, even at his base level, I think Septify's he's just a very solid player. He just brings a lot of value to your roster at a base level. And then, like I said before, when he starts to pop off, that's when you have to watch out.
Yeah, loving what he did with Cloud9 over towards last season, and excited to see where he lands right now. Because, I mean, still the Cloud9 logo, but I haven't seen him actually teaming with them over these last few tournaments. So maybe that means he's kind of exploring his options. Not exactly sure, but no matter where Septify ends up landing, I promise he'll add value to the team. The same for this young man right here in Swish. Makes that player one shot, takes a little bit longer to kill than probably should have, but they're going to steal away Alpha. Swish is going to apply pressure over toward the Charlie side. They already have Alpha and Bravo, so quickly going to back up.
Yeah, Incognito have been really quick on the rotations constantly here, but Business are starting to flip the script a bit. They're quicker off of the reaction of something being taken. You see B being taken here, so Swish will find an opportunity to either contest B or rotate over to C. But he does have the shock rifle, so definitely wants to stay around his teammates. Regardless, they do have that solidified hold on A. And here, they go for B after they get a kill. And you know what? That's exactly what they need to do. 2 kills or 2 deaths down for Incognito. And with Descendant coming up, now they've got control. Swish goes down.
This game has been neck and neck all game along. And every time Incognito get themselves a small lead, Business do something to end up stealing it away, but this time Business end up going forward down. Incognito quickly gonna snatch up Alpha, and now with Alpha Charlie set up a little bit harder to hold, but if you trap a team over towards gold, it could be crazy. And apparently Huss, he ain't waiting for nothing. No time wasted whatsoever with that grapple.
Yeah, you constantly hear, like, don't push into a 1v3. Listen, you see him doing stuff like that, matchmaking teammates. It doesn't mean you can do it too. Perfect timing gets him the one-shot cleanup. Also, another player one-shot in the long haul. So really good job at kind of closing that distance fast, and it'll be Incognito with a bit of control. Once again, 190 and counting for them as they let Business get this C hold, but looks like they're not going to let him have it for long.
Looks like Incognito, they're momentarily losing both Bravo and Charlie at the same time here, so really tough for Super Bravo and Alpha, and looks like that will change hands. Bravo and Alpha are in the hands of Business. It looks like Incognito right back over towards Bravo. Precision might have a 1v1 against his former teammate, and those nades and the teamwork gonna quickly get him off of that Bravo side. Reset comes in quickly. Business now working in for Charlie at the same time, and with that, you may be down by a little less than 30 points, but you have the setup once again you were looking for.
Yeah, I mean, Swish does a really good job there in that B side to just make sure to contest that B and, you know, stay alive as long as possible while his teammates clean up the kills. But unfortunately, it's not going to be enough because right now Incognito have a 2-cap situation. But Tolek, he's going to make sure to solidify a 2-cap here for the Business as they are down in this game. This is a very nice hold for them. It looks like they're going to overextend towards C, though.
And they got a situation all right. They let Tyler get away with the shock rifle. This man already has 21 kills. Didn't even need a power up, but now you give him a trip cap. Now you give him every resource that he wants. You are in trouble as he trades out his life there, and Business ended up going 3 down. So I kind of hyped it up just a little bit for it not to be all that much. Double cap still in favor of Business. They do have a lead, and we're moving quickly into the end game.
Yeah, you see Rhino right there, right? He stands still for a second because he has the timing on the spawn and tries to make sure that that timing works out, but he was a little bit off. There was a push from long haul. He ends up going down, and honestly, it's a costly one, right? 230 seconds here for the Business. Incognito really need to make something happen.
And with Incognito going 3 down, this is going to be their final push. They're 15 seconds away from winning it. Our Business, can Incognito dig deep and ultimately steal away C? Because it looks like they're moving right from A through Tower over toward the Charlie side. Talek recognized that, try to get involved with the fight immediately. It looks like he might know that might be dead in the water. So instead of fighting for Charlie, they're going to rotate and go towards Alpha. The question now becomes, what happens to B after all this? Or can they even steal Alpha?
That was a really good push by Incognito right there. Alpha will not be stolen, and look how quickly they are to put damage on the player spawning from the Business. Incognito really starting to solidify this hold, and an AC setup is nothing to scoff at. It's a little bit more difficult to keep track of and hold, but it's still very possible to come back in this game.
Just 3 seconds needed here for Business, but the hardest 3 seconds in the game, it must feel like. Swish was able to take down Huss off of screen here, but back-to-back kills in favor of Incognito. Towlick comes out with 1, trying to turn it into 2. He's gonna get exactly what he wants. They're trying to put forward over towards Charlie, both Towlick and Druk at the same time, but there's a player towards the back Hydro side that could be being a nuisance. He finally reveals himself. He gets himself the kill. Business still away Charlie, Bravo, and Alpha at the same time. Incognito could have had a chance, but that trip cap will end it right there. They're taking game number 1.
Yeah, Business aren't claiming Chapter 7 bankruptcy just yet. They take away game number 1, and now we move on to game number 2. And honestly, when it comes to Slayer, Incognito are the favorite for me. I just feel like I feel like they're a lot faster on the map. I feel like they're really good at pushing in 2s. I could be proven completely wrong here, well, like I sometimes am, but I mean, this game 2 on Solitude Slayer could definitely be the place where Incognito tie this up.
What was that Chapter 7 bankrupt? What is that? What bankruptcy? I've never heard of that word. Let me tell you something. I'm all about my money. Okay, I don't know what going broke means. I don't know. I stand on business like the team that just won that game number 1.
Love it. Absolutely love it. They look really, really good. I hope they can keep this same kind of momentum on Slayer. I'm just a little bit worried. Talik really popped off that game, and if he has a bit of the same performance, you know, maybe something else happens. But look at this. Right? He shoots his body, right? He sees the spawn, gets the kill on, and then he sees that Talik spawns. And watch, no shields, just comes out and jumps, tries to chow him. A little bit of a statement being made, but the statement was not large enough. Huss is going to end up going Huss's team and end up going down 1-0 as the Business goes into this game number 2.
Game number 1 looking good here for Business, but I will say, you know, for most of this game, it was actually Incognito that held on to that, 10-20 second lead. Like, it was always Business kind of fighting from behind until that last bit, and we talked about that before. Then will that happen in the Slayers? Like, Incognito come off with that crazy run like they did against Ssgt, there was no turning back from there. So Business needs to learn from Ssgt's mistakes. Keep it close, just like they did in that game number 1. Do not allow things to get out of hand in the early game against Incognito.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a much closer Slayer than what we've seen in previous series. I think these two teams, in terms of Slayer, are very evenly matched, but we'll have to see if, like you said, one team does go on a run. It could be very difficult to come back from. And you know what, Tony, I'm kind of curious. You know, you heard Toolez earlier talking about how this is like the best Slayer game type, or the best Slayer map, I'm sorry, in our pool here in HCS. Do you agree with that? Do you like Solitude as a Slayer map?
I definitely think it's exciting. I don't know if it's my favorite game 3 or game 5, like they were kind of talking about before. I feel like it's a bit snowball-y. And for me personally, I want my game 3s and game 5s to be really close down to the wire. And I feel like a lot of times, like it gets a little too snowball-y. But I will say, I'm right there with it. I think it's exciting. There's always these fun, crazy turns. So yeah, I would say it's one of my favorite Solitude Slayers to watch. I don't have very good gun skills, so definitely not my favorite to play.
I think you have great gun skill, and you have great mouth skill too when you're calling out, Tony. When you're calling out. So here we go, 13-9. I knew you were gonna flip that on me, but 13-10. Like we can see, and like I mentioned, this is gonna be a closer game, right, between Incognito and Business. It's not gonna be that one-sided match, but like you said, you mentioned it, right? It's very snowball-y, and it can be if this camo's picked up along with a sniper as well. It could be difficult, or it could be more difficult for a team to come back.
14-13 lead in favor of Incognito at the moment. Ryan, who does end up going down, and so do 3 members of Incognito. So I'm going to switch gears over towards Business, who got themselves some serious map control at the moment. Drunk with 1 repulse in the back pocket, but you better be careful. Precision precisely dissecting you for the top gold side of the map.
Struggling. Yes, 1 kill is all that separates these two. Incognito, they have control of the map here, and with those 2 kills, like you can see, those 2 kills, all that means is that the rest are gonna fall as well. If you're on the other end of it, if you're the only one alive on your squad, your job is to just play your life, because essentially your team will potentially spawn across the map from you depending on where you are, but you can kind of play out of the play in a sense that, like, the play's happening, you can go for a flank, you can be that aggressive flank player. Regardless though, it's a 5-kill lead here for Incognito.
Yeah, although business started off well in the early game, it looks like Incognito found their footing quickly. But back-to-back kills for business. Huss threads the needle while one shot cleans up that player, somehow gets out of the situation alive, and now is rewarded with an S7 sniper because of that, and even have 2 teammates to watch his back over toward the cafe side. So well played by Huss, not only getting that kill, staying alive, and now you have the sniper in your hands. You have the ability to widen this lead.
Yeah, Huss, he's got a lot of confidence there. You saw the little bit of body disrespect on the side of Talik, so we'll see if he's able to showcase that skill and that confidence here. Talik's going to be the one on the gold ledge. Look at that little hop up, right? Making sure to get the information, get back down, make sure to keep your shield, but it don't matter because Swish takes the headshot.
Back to single digits is the lead. Back-to-back kills here for business, trying to get the 4th, and that's a clean sweep, taking down all 4 members of Incognito. You're all 4 players up for business, and look at those spawners. If we know Talik's ready, something tells me the rest of business are ready as well. Hudson Precision over towards Lift. Descended and Ryan over towards Hotel. They need to play this perfectly. There's no way they can get wiped right here, and business are closing it.
Yeah, you can see that first kill and all the pieces fall. It's going to be 3 dead once again as Huss tries to scurry away with his tail between his legs, not looking so confident just now, and it's Talik on the other end of it with a snipe in his hands.
Louis, I want you to go back and record that. I want that replay. That was a beautiful. I think Incognito were well patient with the way they were positioned and tried to fight it, but business were even better with the way they collapsed from multiple sides. That was a beautiful right there, and I think the average Halo player didn't exactly see what happens. That's worth a replay. You and Garrett can go over. 30-29 right now. Business have taken back control, by the way. Talik with the killing spree at the moment, and they're ready for the push coming in from Incognito over toward the cafe side. In fact, they're putting the pressure right back on them. Business have completely stolen control of this game once again towards the mid game, and they're not looking to look back.
Well, you know, I said Talik had a massive game number 1. He was 25-14 in our previous game 1, but I look to see him do a little bit of the same here in game 2, and he's doing just that, right? Some beautiful snipes, a beautiful break as well, and now they've got a 2-point lead.
Set the fire which was his gold corner. Is it a give it that position momentarily? You see Talik with them on the low side of the map. Call out to end. There's at least 2 members of Incognito pushing forward. They're actually making 3, but I'm not sure they have that information just yet. Both Septify and Talik thought they were in a 2v2, end up in a 2v3, and now Incognito run through it, take back that LR side control, only down by 1 kill, it looks like, or Incognito, and Sniper just got stolen away.
I believe Sniper's in the hands of Talik here, but Rynoob's going to have the advantage with the camo. Beautifully played by him, right? He puts himself in a position where he can crouch and duck his head if he needs to, and now he has the camo Sniper combination. With them being down in this game, and honestly, business having all the momentum, it's up to Ryanoob to make something happen. He gets the first one in the body on the second.
Ryanoob already making a game-changing play by taking down that Sniper player with the camo earlier, but now also making plays with the Sniper as well. All 4 members of business trapped, just like Incognito were over toward the opposite side of the map. Can they break through it? And Ryanoob hitting no scopes like this. They're seeing Incognito, they want to push through yard. Those nades and damage are keeping them out. They're trying to get to the tight hallways. Not going to happen. Meanwhile, there's a player from business that snuck out over towards the truck side. It's actually Swish. Swish is making could have been a huge flank play, but Incognito, they sniffed that right out.
Yeah, great game sense, right? You got to keep track of all the players on the map, and sometimes those off spawns will happen, but it's just up to business to make sure that player tries and stays alive. But unfortunately, he does not. So it'll be Incognito with a 4-kill lead, and this is not the time to allow Incognito to get a 4-kill lead if you're the business. Ryanoob, he has the game in his hands as well with his snipe, but I believe he's run out of ammo, so now he has to pull out his bandit. He ends up going down.
These 2 teams been neck and neck all game long. Another kill here for Business, who had the lead moments ago. Not sure exactly what happened to it since, but Incognito do have control at the moment here. Talik not only having his bandit to work with, but a couple of thrusts as well. That could be the difference maker in a gunfight or two, especially as camouflage is coming up. They have to execute. As of right now, they take down one. 3 members are looking for Talik, and he just went down to 1 shot, trying to get away with his life. Ends up having to thrust back. Switch does have an angle to somewhat cover him, but it's just too much going on. He's gonna go down as well. Just 1 more kill needed here for Incognito, but Druk pulls the double kill and is trying to turn it into a triple.
That was such a huge play by Druk to stay alive there. It's now 49-48. Druk has the game in his hands. Unfortunately, he's just shown himself. And he gets taken out. I think he might have had a mistiming on that spawn. Maybe potentially thought those spawners were going to come up a bit later. But those first couple shots just showcased exactly where he was. I think his camo was going to run out in a second or two, but that is unfortunate. But it's not unfortunate for us, Tony, because we're going to a game number 3. And I want to say one quick thing, okay? I don't mean to be the Grinch or be a grumpy old man, but I'm going to take my stand to do so. You can't be calling this map garbage when you don't know the game of Halo, all right? There are maps like Catalyst that you know, pro players, even pro players, didn't like in the beginning, and then as the map, you know, progressed and as teams played on it, it got better and better. It could be the same with Forbidden. We don't know. Stop judging things. Don't be a sheep, okay? Just, you know, follow your own path. You know, do your own thing. Forbidden, I think it's good. I think maybe a couple of tweaks here and there, but I have yet to see competitive play, so I ain't gonna judge it. I'm excited to see competitive play here in game number 3.
Well, a lot to unpack there. Well, I will say, I was a hater of Forbidden right off the rip. As I'm starting to play and understand it more, you know, I guess I would say I like it more than I did off, you know, in the beginning. It's definitely not my favorite map, and to be honest with you, it's still at the bottom of my list as far as all the Halo Infinite's map. I think Halo Infinite's maps are fairly good. You know, I still think Forbidden and Argon are my favorites, but the more I play it, the more I understand it, the more very slightly I like it, I guess. I'll give you that. And I'm interested to see how the pros play on it.
Yeah. So like, I want to make it clear. I never said I liked it.
Okay.
I honestly, at this point, it's definitely on the bottom of my list as well. I'm just saying, like, we got to give it time, right? We got to give it a little bit of time to unfold, and you know, it's got to be figured out. You know, like Tools talked about with Aquarius CTF. I agree. I think Aquarius CTF is one of our most competitive maps we have in the HCS. It is the most competitive map in the HCS, and I think that's because it's figured out. I think this map needs a bit of time. It's literally what, you know, a month or two on this map so far, so I would love to see some scrims on it, see it kind of play out. Not saying it's going to make it to the pool or that it's going to be the most competitive map, but I like to give it time.
Well, you know, he said you want to see some high-level play on it, and Incognito coming in huge, getting that flag over towards their base, capping it within what was that, like 50 seconds right there? Well played by Incognito. Clearly they've been practicing, talking about it just a bit.
Yeah, Ryan Noob Nerds, his name is Nerds for a reason, guaranteed. He's done a little bit of strategy on this map, pulled out the whiteboard, doing a little bit of, you know, strat taking, creating, whatever. Definitely known for that in his long career in Halo in general. But yeah, like you said, a very quick cap for Incognito as things have slowed down just a bit. We'll see if Business can answer back.
Ryan did a great job of isolating that angle, making sure that very little of him can be seen, and popping off a few shots just to put down damage and, more importantly, stay alive. And as 2 players looking to try to get him out, eventually Huss moves into position to try to cover his back. Almost a well-played collapse coming out of Incognito, but that collapse will end up being collapsed on for a down go Incognito, and now Business look to tie things up.
There it is. That's a 4 down. That's going to make things a bit more clear in terms of this route. You can see Huss, he ends up throwing down the radar here. And I believe the radar is a 2-stack, correct? So Huss has another one. This is interesting. We don't see this on any map at all. The 2-stack with a radar. Is it going to matter? Talik literally puts his toes on the top of the pole and ends up capping that. We're tied at 1.
Look. 343 are doing something nice for players like me. I ain't got no awareness, okay? My awareness is at a -0. I name my teammates all the time. I need as many threat seekers as possible. Give me 5 threat seekers every time I pick. I want to be spamming threats. In fact, you know what? Give me radar. Give me radar and assault rifles, and I'll be pro. I swear to everything I love. You give me radars and assault rifle, and I'll be pro in this game as I'm tied up in one apiece. Fresh off of a 4 down for business. Incognito not exactly able to take advantage of it, but as they start to chain together a few more kills, they are advancing that flag forward.
Yeah, that's what makes things a bit interesting. Even though it was very obvious that Huss was there, the call-outs are not really solidified yet, right? There's not a call-out for every nook and cranny on the map, so player ends up getting back smacked right there. The flag in the hands now of the I believe the business. No, it's actually Incognito who has the flag. I apologize. It'll be Ryanoob pulling that one through, and look how far he's gotten already. My goodness, Ryanoob, let me tell you something. Oh my word.
My gosh, Ryanoob doing it all right now. The quick the quick flag runs on top of that, getting the no scope to try to stop any kind of a counter cap opportunity for business is just beautifully played. Now we see Incognito, really taking advantage of all of that damage they were to put down, because they still have map control. This top mid position we're able to see right over towards your enemy's team base. It's strong.
Absolutely, it is. See if Huss is able to break anything through here. This overshield is going to be a big factor. And you look at Huss, he's already set up on the top center of the map. Septify is going to play that ledge. Look at this. Look how long he's staying alive. A beautiful play by Septify, and it matters because the overshield ends up going down, but it's still going to be Incognito with the control of it.
Excellent shots coming in from Precision. Has to stay alive there, but does he know his teammate has overshield? As of right now, once he gets his shields back, I would imagine him and Descendant are about to catch up to Huss, and this is going to be a huge push now coming out Incognito. Flag should be on the move at the moment here. Descendant is able to get that kill. That flag is moving quickly, and I'm not trying to see anybody from business in position to really stop that flag. Precision already advancing forward toward the back base. Drunk ends up going down. That flag is flying in quickly, and there it is. Incognito making it a 3-1 score line in that game number 3, on their way to the grand finals. I promise you, it ain't personal. It's just business.
That's crazy. I mean, I'm gonna assume that there's got to be a little bit of studying that goes on with that forbidden map. It's his job. It's Incognito's job. Like, you gotta get every edge you can get. You've got to get. And when you are called to GA something like a map or a game type, and you say no, you're in control, because you know that maybe you have a stronger opportunity on extraction or on forbidden. So Incognito, they're going to be the victors here. Business, they're going to fall. And guess what? That means Incognito versus Solitude in our grand finals, Tony.
That's gonna be a good one. I mean, two teams that obviously are that obviously can win this tournament. Probably the favorites to end up winning this tournament, especially after teams like Native Gaming end up going down. I had high hopes for Business. I thought Business could make it to the grand finals, and maybe if it was a different map other than Forbidden, maybe they would have. But either way, Incognito, I mean, they looking really good on Forbidden, and if it does make it into the HCS pool, they're definitely gonna be the ones to study from, or Incognito. Meanwhile, I want to send it over to Louis and Tools, and let me know. I'm sure you had your pens and pads out. What kind of notes did you take?
Yo, man. The only notes that I took is that, damn, Tony and Actor can bring the passion. You know what I'm saying, Tools?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, they sounded great. I think the only note I had, other than that, is Ryanoob is undefeated on Forbidden. Maybe these teams would stop GAing Forbidden. They could have a chance against Incognito.
Okay.
Just putting it out there, you know what I'm saying? Like, maybe get some practice on the new map.
I feel that. A 3-run stint for Incognito in the elimination bracket. They're going to defeat Native, Ssgt, and Business. That is quite the track record. But in front of them, we got Solitude from the winter final. So undefeated Solitude, multi-time champion here in the off-season HCS events as well. The cards are stacked against Incognito. I'm not going to lie, Tools. Does Incognito have any chance here?
Hey, as long as you have another game, you can do it. Doesn't matter if you go down 0-2. The reverse sweep can happen. any day, any time. I will say Incognito, they slowly get a little bit better each week, it seems. They had a little off week last time, but they finally get to that grand finals after being stopped short just around a couple times, and I'm excited to see how they overcome this new challenge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals on the other side of this break. We're going to take a short break to update some graphics, get you ready to go for these best of fives. That's right, the series finally changed. Grand final is going to be best of fives with possibility of reset, as mentioned by Toolez. And so Incognito going to have to win the first best of five and second if they want to come out the champs. Can they do it? Find out on the other side.
Settle, don't play, putting the kettle to flame. I go 100 all day, foot on the pedal, no brakes. 10, 9, paid on my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's my time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time, I'm on the rise, can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights. Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind, beating the buzzer like this is my time. This is my time. This is my time. Clock goes tick tock, haters wish that I slip. No, I don't miss. MJ all hits. Watch me pop off, I'm the king now. Moonwalk to the ring now. Keep on wondering how. Let that choir sing now. 10, 9, paid on my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's about time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time. I'm on the rise, tell me down, I'm too ride. This is my time, ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights. Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind, beating the buzzer like this is my time. This is my time. This is my time.
Enemy team took the hill. Enemy
Double kill.
Snipe.
Sheesh. Let's get it.
Snipe.
Double kill.
Let's get it. Yeah, yeah. Let's get it. Let's get it. Faster, stronger, moving light speed. Work it longer. We a different breed. Living larger, chasing a dream. Push it farther, better than you ever seen. Pedal to the metal, we going far. On the gas, just getting started. Let's get it started. Pave the way, roads uncharted. No problem, we ain't solving. 1, 2, 3, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Come play with the big boys. Ain't no rest, we make noise. Love it when you see it so good that you can't avoid. Pedal to the metal, we going far. Going far. On the gas, just getting started. Let's get it started. Pave the way, roads uncharted. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Are you ready? Here we go. Started. Let's get it. Started. Let's get it. Yeah. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Let's get it started.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the grand final of the HCS off-season open number 4. Tools, what that mouth do?
Hey, it do a lot. You know what I'm saying? Tony's got the best in the business. I'm trying to get there with Tony. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a long path. But hey, I gotta get that mouth work up.
You got some work to do, bro.
I've been putting the reps in. Someday I'll be able to meet with the GOAT Tony, but not today. But maybe I can get to active today. You know, if I can get the same mouth work as active, I think I'll be pretty happy with myself.
All right, you keep aiming for that. We're gonna take a look at the upper bracket here. As you can see, damn near complete. Grand final is all that is left. Solitude versus Incognito. As we all saw here on the break screen, lobby is full. So as soon as the players start the match, we're gonna get going. But Tools,
yeah,
Incognito have to reset the bracket, right? I'm not asking if they're gonna win the tournament, but what are the chances that they can reset this bracket?
I think pretty good that they can get the bracket reset. If history says anything, I think every tournament. So I can't remember if last tournament was a bracket reset or if it was just a game 5. But it feels like it's more often than not we got a bracket reset. The only thing is that Solitude was usually the team coming from the elimination bracket to bracket reset. Yep. So the math don't math up, but the history does be history. So
you know what does work? If I'm not mistaken, you know.
What's that?
Pass. Incognito, didn't they send Solitude to the lower bracket twice already in the offseason?
Yeah, twice in the offseason. They have a 2-3 record now with that result today. They were 2-2, but both their wins came in from that winner's bracket. They were the team responsible sending Incognito to the elimination bracket so often.
Yeah, well, this is our grand final. Let's go ahead and take a look at the series layout. Recharge, King of the Hill, Street Slayer, Aquarius CTF, so on and so forth. If needed, if Incognito get it done, can they do it in 3?
Oh, that is the good question, right? So often what I think determines a 3-0 versus a 3-1 or a 3-2 is the best of 5, right? It's not necessarily being hot and playing well. I think it's like being good at the game types early on in the series. And when I look at these game types, right, we're starting on Recharge, King of the Hill. there's a sniper there. I think if they can get past this game, they'll be fine, because then the next two, there's no snipers for Renegade and Frosty to cause mayhem. So if Incognito take this one, I expect to potentially see a 3-0.
All right, game number 1, Recharge King of the Hill, getting underway right now. So what we're going to do is send it to our casters, Tony and Active, for us to get into the grand finals.
Hey, thank you so much, Louis and Garrett, 2 of the best mouths in the business. Meanwhile, you got me, Why Not Be Reckless, AK Why Not Be Caster. I got Active with me, and yeah, man, what are you thinking?
I'm honestly loving this, right? This was the HCS Open, off-season Open number 2. This was their team, except Boo Boo was in for Renegade. Or I'm sorry, Boo Boo was here instead of Renegade. So now that Renegade's on the roster, the firepower has increased by a crap load, is the best way to say it. So we'll see if that kind of converts here in the grand finals. I feel like this is where these players are going to play their absolute best. But that being said, I mean, Incognito, they look pretty solid as this tournament's gone on. They've gotten better. As these HCS offseason opens have gone on, they've gotten better, like Toolez had alluded to. So I'm interested to see if they can close this out here.
That was very well said. Excellent mouth work coming out, my man Active. And we're going to get right into some more gameplay as Frosty already with the 3-1 start. Shock rifle in hands and the responsibility of holding on to the seaside. Excellent body shot onto Ryan, but can't exactly find the kill. Although I think there's a player that might have grappled behind him. It looks like he is aware of it. Lining it up, and Huss not able to find that one. Frosty stays alive, holds on to the seaside, controls, and to trade out that one grapple for a fresh stocked repulse.
Well, we're talking about mouths and stuff. Frosty does something that I haven't seen a lot of people do. Zoom in when you have the grapple and you're trying to get an item. It's very accurate now. You've got to get it in the very center of the circle of the bandit. It's, you know, the BR reticle is a little bit bigger. That center circle of the bandit is where you have to aim, that grapple in order to pick up those items correctly. And Frosty's the only person I've been seeing do that. Everyone else just kind of throws their grapples out everywhere. And Frosty, he's doing it right on your screen. And it's not going to be enough, though. Incognito looking to get the very first cap of the game, and they do just that. And not only that, they can transfer that control over to long haul.
Look, man, I'm a controller player. I just want the aim assist to do the work for me. I just want to aim in the general direction, and for an aim assist to bring me the power up or the power weapon. 1-0 start coming in for Incognito, and Solitude quickly taking over not only the seaside map, but trying to stretch that into some long haul side control, but precision, putting suppressed on a stretcher. That'll suppress them real good. Eventually 3 down go Incognito. Solitude should be able to take control, especially as they're spawning up over on the gold side of the map, ready to push forward.
Yeah, so, something that I keep saying about the Bandit, I feel like I think it's even, I don't know, I would say it's just as difficult as the BR was. The only thing that changes is that very last shot, right? I think the last shot is more difficult to hit, and that's why you see outplays like that. You're able to utilize that quick drop. You're able to utilize different mechanics that make that last shot difficult to hit, and that's where you're starting to see outplays like that, where Suppress ends up going down. But again, it's that first hill for Incognito. Solitude, they're starting to get a bit of control here, and Renegade's got that shock rifle, so Incognito's got to be careful when they cross here.
And this is one thing we're seeing about some of the top pro players, especially within this tournament, is that they're not happy with being tight in a setup. They want to spread out wide and come at you with some off angles as Incognito try to push up over towards that hill, and apparently it's working. Renegade now stretching as far as over toward the A side of the map. Meanwhile, off the screen, Avenue takes down Precision, and 2 players of Incognito are trying to sneak forward. Incognito locking down this setup. 3 down, go Incognito here for Solitude. Solitude locking down this setup, and now Incognito probably thinking about punting and going for this next hill, because Solitude should be able to close this out.
What they have to do is they have to hunt Renegade down. The guy's 10-3, hasn't missed a shot just yet, and this is that type of play style that's really difficult, right? He's just very fast on the map. There's a reason they call him a demon on the map. He's just always moving around, doing such a good job of solidifying that damage, but also playing his life. You saw Collect talk about it a little bit earlier, being the player who's able to do that damage, but also able to make himself the most difficult kill on the map. That's what makes an incredibly individually skilled player like you see here on your screen. 3 go down for Incognito. Renegade looking to take out the last player. He's going to miss a couple of shots. Ryan makes it a bit difficult, but it gets cleaned up anyway.
Tied up in one apiece here in the swing hill number 3. And as of right now, Solitude, you may be down in progression as far as the hill, but you do have complete map control as Frosty taking down Huss off the screen. Down to 1 shot he goes, but staying alive and locking precision over toward the gold corner. Ryan gonna alleviate some of that pressure and trades out his life against Suppressed as well. While all this happens, Solitude still have map control, but for how long? Avenue's down to 1 shot. Incognito are now in this hill. Now it should be Solitude, the ones that go 3 down. Incognito that have a chance to set up and maybe close this out.
That's what they're looking to do here. Huss is kind of watching on that bottom tower side. You see the spawns come out on the sea. This will be a tossed hill here. They're not going to try and contest for this one. They're going to set up for the new hill. That one player tried to contest. I believe Frosty and Renegade tried to contest on this hill, and unfortunately, they're not going to have any room to work with on this next hill either, so it ends up not working out in their favor. That's going to be 2 caps on the side of Incognito, who are actually playing phenomenal, and, you know, I talked a lot about Renegade at the start of this game, but Precision is 15-8, having a phenomenal game himself.
Solitude not able to stay alive long enough to hold on to the setup and get an advantage over towards the second, or towards, this third hill, and maybe they could have tied things up at 2 apiece if they were able to, but it looks like we might have some technical difficulties coming in quickly. We do know Incognito up 2-1 so far, and not sure exactly who might be having the problems, but looks like we're gonna have some kind of reset where most likely Incognito still have control.
Yeah, we'll see what they end up saying in the chat. Usually the players can figure this out on their own. They can come up with a solution on their own here, but as you can see, Av did leave, so maybe a little bit of a reset on the lobby. Not too sure, but we'll look at the stats just for a bit here. I talked about Precision, 15-8 with 6 assists. A very solid game out of him. Renegade just getting started as well, 10-6 with 3 assists, but just an overall solid game out of Incognito, right? They had control for a majority of it. As you can see, Renegade says he's lagging hard, I guess. Not sure how you want to go up, and that's unfortunate, right? When you have a player who's just I don't know. All right. Yeah, Rynoob's not happy with that one. Lagging hard. I mean, we could do a nice little what do you call it? Like a nice little like commentary of the chat, and you can be one player. I don't know. That's funny. But anyway, I guess Av was lagging in that game, and when you're lagging, you're not able to really, you know, perform your greatest. So maybe a little bit of a reset, or Huss, I don't know who it was, but a reset comes into play, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it might be unplayable on his side, and no matter what, Incognito were up 1. I will say that going into that fourth hill, you know, potentially be able to tie things up at 2 apiece, there was a missed opportunity for Solitude to give up on that Whirlpool side hill or that H side hill and set up early towards C. You would think, you know, that third hill is over all the way towards A. You're trying to set up early towards C. That could have been some early time going in for Solitude, but they immediately went 3 down. Incognito took A, went right over to C, kind of had their way with them, and were already starting that progression and close to maybe turn this into a 3-1 game. So I will say maybe that lag was good for Solitude, because this could have been worse than just a one hill game.
Yeah, good on Ryan, right? He said, you know, you let us have one earlier, so we'll let you have one now. Well, good sportsmanship out of him. But yeah, Incognito looking really solid here. Solitude, like, yeah, so we talked about them. This is their first time having or being able to play from the grand finals. Like every single tournament, Incognito, I think, or I think it was Ssgt one tournament, dropped them down to the lower bracket, and they've got to play their way throughout that, and they have to win, you know, 2 best-of-5s. They have to reset the bracket and win another grand finals best-of-5. You know, in this case, they only need to win this one. They only need to close this one out. So interesting to see if that benefits them or not. I always said I think Frosty as a player plays better when he's had a longer time in the tournament. I said I used the word tired, but what I meant to say is like as he's in a tournament, the longer he's in a tournament, he just performs better. I feel like he reaches his peak towards the end, but this is kind of one of those situations where now he's playing from the grand finals, didn't really get a chance to keep warm. Maybe they did a little octagon or whatever. But here we go. I believe Incognito up 2-1, Tony, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll be entering this with a 2-1 lead for Incognito.
Yeah, I believe they're going to play differential, though. They just said 1 hill advantage, so I'm assuming Incognito going to play up until 3, and Solitude going to play up to 4, because they only mentioned the 1 hill advantage, but yeah, either way, let's just watch some Halo. That's what I'm talking. And I found a better way to describe your Frosty analogy.
Okay.
Frosty is like a Saiyan, like Vegeta or Goku.
Okay.
They get stronger in battle. Huh?
Okay.
Yeah, you know, as they're battling, they just go strong. They just hit new levels. As soon as you think he peaked, there's Super Saiyan blue, purple, pink, whatever it is. They gonna hit a new level of Super Saiyan. So you can use that analogy from now on.
Oh, there you go. I mean, I think it's really cool though too, because like you know, I talk about having that endurance in game a lot. You know, being able to play 100%. I struggle with it. You know, playing 100% every day. It's just a tough thing to do. You have to get in this mental state where you're fully engaged. You're entering that flow state, and it's difficult to get in sometimes. So good to see a lot of these pro players, like a skill that's really just under respected. I think a lot of people throw it off to you know what, but I think a lot of the time it takes a lot of skill to have that type of endurance and stay and play the best Halo possible the entire tournament long. But here we go. Incognito now, that is a 3-1 lead now for Incognito. This is a reset for those of you guys just joining us. Welcome, by the way. You're beautiful. But here we go. Incognito, a lot to work with here as Descendant's the last player alive.
Yeah, Descendant actually a nice little triple kill earlier to kind of open things up over toward the seaside. Eventually, he ends up going down, formerly going by Carmea. Now Descendant doing this thing here with this Incognito roster and has been doing it for the last few weeks. Huss trades out his life there. You're seeing multiple members of Incognito trying to push out the final members of Solitude toward the seaside, but there's just too much damage, especially coming from the snowman himself. Frost takes down 2 with the cluster luck, and with that Solitude getting some valuable time.
I'm just curious, like, you know, obviously I'm sitting here, they're over there, but I'm just curious, like, Frosty's hitting you on the side, just, you know, pushes you, gets a cluster luck right there. Like, what other thing can you do? How else can you react? There's really nothing you can do. You're stuck on the long haul. There's a player on top of glass, I believe there was at one point, so just a bad situation for them, but that cluster luck is gonna probably or possibly give Solitude their first cap in this game, or sorry, second cap. Like I said, it is 3-1 currently in this game. Incognito lead.
Yeah, I kind of talk about it all the time. Like it's not a game of kills, but it's a game of advantages. So that one nade, you know, doing maximum damage while taking none in return is a game changer. And in King of the Hill, you only need what? Maybe 2 or 3 rounds of slays in order to close things out. So big game-changing plays end up leading to maybe tied-up games. Looking for their first hill right now with Solitude. Frosty does get over towards the long haul side, but you still have a member of Incognito in the hill backing down, trying to keep that back hydro spawn. Frosty finally enters the hill, takes some damage from the opposing side. They're trying to close it out, but Incognito, they're not giving up.
I absolutely love that, right? Jump up, get information, come back and chow. The double kill comes out now, and he's got full control with a shock rifle. The triple kill for Frosty. He wants the over, and he's calling for it. Renegade tried to give it to him. What a nice guy. That's why these guys are great teammates inside, outside the game. Renegade trying to give him over kills. He doesn't close it out, but regardless, that was a massive triple that could potentially mean that this cap definitely goes in. That being said, it's another 2 down for Solitude, and Incognito have a bit of control, but Renegade trading out some kills.
The Incognito are coming in like an endless horde of zombies towards Solitude. As quickly as they're going down, somehow they're respawning and they're right back in towards this hill. Finally, you get the 3 down necessary to put the nail in the coffin, at least for this hill. And mind you, all of that fight leads to a tied-up game. You left it all on the line here, and Incognito, they are perfectly set up for the next one.
It's exactly what you want as well if you're Incognito. It is now 3-2. This is a reset game. Those of you guys that were not here. Frosty has the camo, looking to make something happen here. Great job. High precision to play his life there. I don't know how Ryan Noob gets that extra shot, but that's another 5 seconds now that Frosty has to wait before he pushes in. Here comes the push out of him. great shots, and he's going to clean up that kill while still maintaining the camo. Precision, the last player alive.
3 down, go Incognito. Solitude once again having control. Precision, the final player of Incognito, kind of stuck over toward the gold side. Looks like Solitude aren't going to exactly chase him out. A 3-1 split now. 3 members of Incognito going to try to push through tower and address the A side directly. Precision trying to catch an off angle. This could be a perfect collapse onto Solitude.
Yeah,
there it is.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's really unfortunate. The reason that break was so easy, and, you know, obviously it took a little while to get Renegade down there. The reason that break was so easy is because Solitude didn't have the timing to get the cross on the glass. So, I mean, Incognito were just able to freely push in without taking any damage. They were able to infiltrate, get that first kill, and look at that. Now they're up 4-2, and, I mean, looking to potentially, I'm sorry, I think it's over, isn't it? Isn't it 4-2 now?
Well, that's I think they're playing the differential. So,
okay,
I mean, they did have a 2-1 lead. They could have played, you know, directly to the score. But they were saying, yeah, we're just up 1, so Incognito played the 3, and Solitude's going to play the full 4.
Smart.
It looks like.
Yep. Smart.
Don't want a game to end after 2 hills. That's boring.
I agree. I agree with you. Here we go, the Needler in the hand to Descendant, and I talked about Descendant a little bit. I think he should have kept Carme. It's a much more search engine optimization friendly name, but regardless, the Needler works regardless of the name that's on the screen. Tries to get the double right there, but like you said, Incognito only going to 3 here, so this is do or die right now for Solitude.
I think we should G the Needler. I'm gonna go out and say, oh my gosh, and this is coming from an assault rifle Andy like me. I'll use an assault rifle all day. Oh my gosh, I hate the Needler. If I die to a Needler ever, I'm gonna curse your family. Don't kill me with a Needler matchmaker. I swear. I'm sorry. 2-1 lead in favor of Incognito at the moment here. Solitude. Not able to stay alive is Frosty, so that is half the members of Solitude on the black screen. The other half just looking to put down some damage. Incognito right back in control of the back hydro side. You see 2 members of Incognito making sure nobody gets from the back side, but Suppress, he goes right through the front door.
Yeah, look at Frosty, though. He's aware of Rhino, but I don't believe he gets... I'm not sure if he gets any damage on a Rhino as he crosses, but he does get the kill onto Descendant. Look at the Chow right there. He's got Suppress to help him as well. Precision. Oh, my goodness gracious. The last shot is going to be good. Suppress getting help. Look at that player fly through. I believe that's Av flying through to make sure Suppress does not go down. And what that's going to do is that's going to solidify this hill. And now it looks like Solitude looking pretty solid here in this game number 1.
I mean, it looks like we're tied up at 2 apiece, but I guess technically Incognito still have a 1-hill advantage because Incognito only needs to put 1 more in order to end it, where Solitude do have to put him back to back. So I don't want to be negative Nancy here. I'm just saying Incognito still looking good in this game number 1, and they're also the first ones to get a setup on the A side of the map.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? You got to make sure that elevator setup is broken before you push on through. There's essentially, it's a very heavy spawn for those of you that are new to Halo or maybe just don't understand the spawn system too well. That spawn is very heavy in the sense that even if you're in the hill and you are, like, let's say Incognito, Solitude can still spawn there if other areas of the map are not safe. So it's very important to take control of this part first, take control of the elevator first, and then make sure to get that hill time. You see they're aggressive on the tower too, because Descendant having this shock rifle in tower is huge, but there it is. Frosty once again with that shock with the camo as well.
Descendant not going to be putting his 21st kill on the board, ends up going down, but still 20 kills, quite impressive. Frosty though, camouflage and shock rifle at the same time. If anybody can stop Incognito from closing it out right here, right now, it's going to have to be Frosty. He needs that ice. Lines up the shot, can't quite connect onto Rhino, but Descendant's gonna catch these hands. Beautiful, perfect kill. Another one onto Precision, quite precise at that. And a player sliding out while one shot is end up going down. A triple kill by Frosty. Oh my gosh, we got the overkill. I would have screamed.
It's absolutely disgusting, right? The shock rifle is such an important weapon to control in this map. Any player in these top players that control that weapon just going to be completely dominant. You got to make sure to control the weapon and control the time at which it spawns up, which is a minute, of course, after it runs out of ammo or is dropped. But one thing I want to mention is the crosshair placement out of Frosty. He was absolutely immaculate, right? Just put his crosshair in the perfect position to make sure to get those headshots on every single kill, every angle change as well. Just a beautiful play.
Solitude need this hill in order to tie things up again. Incognito still have that advantage going from version 1 where they do have a 1 hill up on Solitude. This is not a tied up game right now, but with 58 seconds on the clock, Solitude, they're the ones here. Descendant are able to get the kill. Hold on, 3 down goes Solitude and Incognito. They might be able to end it right here, right now. Solitude are coming off a spawn, and they have to make their presence known real quick. It's a momentary 2v2. Suppressed to go right in and lands right into the hands of Precision. The final seconds are here. Avenue looking to give up its life. Catches the player repulsing from the sky. Lands the people's elbow from the top rope to end it. Incognito taking game 1.
Yeah, you saw right there the importance of that elevator side spawn, right? There are players, from Solitude who were, playing desperate. There's not a lot of time left. It was Incognito who had control of the hill, but they pushed in desperately into the hill instead of getting control on elevator first because they just didn't have any time to do both things at once. And you saw how important that elevator spawn is because even though they got those kills, the spawns continuously came onto elevator for Incognito. So they'll come away with game number 1. Now we go on to game number 2, which is the streets. Again, Incognito are going to need to win 2 best of 5s in order to win the tournament because they're coming from the elimination side, which means they have to win the elimination side grand finals, and then that moves them over to the winner's side grand finals where they'll play another one. Obviously, Solitude only have to win 1 series.
I mean, we've seen multiple bracket resets so far with these off-season tournaments, so why not see another one? I do want to throw one thing out there for Solitude, the fact that Avenue, the reason why he was forced to reset his system, he said he was heavily lagging. Like I'm assuming his game was darn near unplayable. So maybe going into this game number 2 in this Slayer, if he's able to be a little bit more stable and not have to reset, maybe Solitude put up a better fight here on the streets.
We will see. Yeah, I think that plays a big factor. I'm not sure what problem he had. I've never had a problem where I lagged in game where it was unplayable. But if he's ending the game or if he's saying that he's got to end the game, it's definitely going to be very difficult for him to play with whatever state he was in. But here we go. Like we talked about, game number 2. You see the double push on the tire side, triple push on the tire side. So that leaves 1 person on the purple. Honestly, Incognito just picked this apart instantaneously. The rockets will fall, and that will be Incognito with 1 rocket to work with.
Hey, yo, we got a Halo Rec League matchup next week. I'm just saying, we got to write that one down from the subway side, double push through B and attack tires. Hey, not a lot of people are pushing B side from the PD. I like that play coming out of Incognito. Gives them a nice little lead in the early game. Now can they hold on to it?
We've seen how these leads have transformed into bigger leads as the time is going on. It's just from a deficit, very difficult to bring anything back. And, we talked about Toolez earlier saying that Solitude was his favorite Slayer map. This is definitely one of my favorite Slayer maps. The pace at which it plays, the control you have to have of the power weapons as well, and how they can break setups pretty instantaneously. I think this is definitely my favorite Slayer map in the HCS right now, and it's great to see it played. But Incognito, they're taking full advantage right now. 12-5. They've continued on this lead. Great job just using, I was right, of using that radar just to make sure that it's not in the hands of Solitude. It's those tiny plays that add up.
Yeah, I feel like if you're gonna go down, you might as well light up the enemy team so that your teammates know who to where to put that reticle. That reticle placement is crazy when you know exactly where the enemy team is gonna be through walls. So, and like you said, use it or lose it. Like if you don't use it, your opponent does have it. So, great job for him. At least getting some kind of value before going down. Renegade, meanwhile, takes out a player over towards purple. Looks like they're able to take down multiple. 3 down go Incognito. So despite the boys in blue having the lead, Solitude cleared them off the map, and now we're able to take advantage. Now we're able to trap them off their spawn.
Yeah, taking them off the map, like you said, opens up the rockets for them. It's Frosty with rockets in his hands, and I like his his thought process to use the bandit first, get information, then use the rockets. He will use another one on the top of Commando. Gonna miss that shot, but regardless, that's rockets that are not in the hands of Incognito, and that is also now a tie game at 16.
Stalker in the hands of Suppressed, all the way down to one shot. He has his teammate with him, and this is a double push right through purple. Frosty's chased out of tires. Ryan Noob limiting his options just a bit there. Meanwhile, Suppressed putting that Stalker to work. Precision's down to one shot, but can't quite find the kill. Renegade is gonna put the shot into the body to finish things off, and just like that, Solitude hold on to their 6-kill lead.
Yeah, nice little 8 and 4 out of Renegade here, double his teammates' kills, and this is pretty much what you expect. There's the communication, listening for those one-shot players, expecting the push here as three of his teammates are dead. It's a great play by him because it makes sure that he keeps this Bulldog in his hands, and now we can utilize this to put some damage into Incognito.
Shotty's back out for Renegade. Gets himself a killing spree because of it. Has to Shroud out to stay alive. Meanwhile, for Scream, Precision and Huss are able to pick off 2 from Solitude. Renegade gets into a position where his teammates are able to perfectly watch his back, and now his shields are back, and he's right back in the action. Excellent kill onto Precision. Still has 4 shots to work with the shotgun, and as rockets are coming up, might be able to use it to take control and turn this shotgun into a rocket launcher.
Yeah, this is just surgical, Tony. You just gotta watch this man play, right? Just a beautiful sequence out of him here. He has yet to die. He hates dying, but ends up going down there to a nade. But regardless, 13 and 5 now out of him. Played that masterfully, and honestly, it was just incredible to watch. 3 down now for Incognito. 29-27. Solitude maintain their lead.
Strong side control in favor of Solitude over toward the B side. Ryan Noob thought he might be able to chase that player, get an easy kill, but looks like all of Solitude were ready for that when all 4 members of Solitude remain alive. That's until Renegade gets taken out by Huss. Frosty lines up that rocket perfectly. 3 members of Incognito over toward the opposite side. Double kill for Frosty, but down to 1 shot. The rest of his teammates are going to push up, and Incognito, they are having trouble dealing with 1 or 2 members of Solitude. There's no 3 downs, no 4 downs in their future. Solitude are looking very comfortable toward the 3rd quarter of this Slayer.
Yeah, now they've got Incognito trapped on the PD side. Frosty's going to get the first pick. Unfortunately, his teammate in Av does go down pretty early. So now he's kind of stuck. He's not really able to make anything happen just due to the fact that he has to be aggressive because the spawns are coming out in the back of C, so behind him essentially. So him getting that kill would have been huge, but as you can see, they still hold this lead 37-31. And it's Renegade once again utilizing the Shroud screen to stay alive, but he goes down. That's a 3 down now for the side of Solitude. Frosty gets a trade, but that's big damage being done.
Give a shout out to Ryan Noob, showing off all of our assault rifle users. I'm right there with you. I ain't mad at you. And he already has it out. He united skin and all. But taking those grenades, obviously Solitude had to get that assault rifle out of his hand. That is a power weapon. I promise you, if he uses it the right way. Just a 3-kill game at the moment here. Solitude 10 away from taking this one and tying it up, sending us into a swing game 3. But Incognito not out of it just yet. Immediately putting Solitude 3 down. Now pushing up, rockets about to be up. Incognito have an opportunity to steal this one away.
Yeah, well, the difference I'm seeing right now is that Solitude's pressure is kind of just come off a little bit, right? They're not really holding that grip as tightly as they were before, and it's allowed Incognito to just move around the map freely. You can see the rockets now in the hands of Ryan Noob, and with a 2-kill lead, these rockets are going to be massive if he's able to connect with them.
2-kill lead here for Incognito, but if they play these rockets right, this could be a 4-kill lead, and it could be that much closer to ending it. Another trade out that works in favor of Incognito, but Avenue picks up the kill at the Precision. Nobody accounting for Ryan, who right behind the A side only spends 1 rocket to get that double kill, so that means he still has 1 in the back pocket. Suppressed does the damage onto Ryan, but Ryan still has plenty of health to work with. The 49th kill here for Incognito. They're just looking for 1 more to pull off the comeback, and there it is. A 2-0 series lead for Incognito.
Yeah, you said it there perfectly, Tony. No one was keeping track of Ryan Noob, and I talked about him as a player. His style of play is to get behind the enemy team and just be a nuisance. And you saw right there a beautiful job by him using that very first rocket. You saw the counterplay from Suppress where he tried to make him use a rocket to just, bait it out and make him waste it. But Ryan Noob was privy to it, made sure to connect that rocket on through, cleans up the 1 shot into Av as well, and gets the 2nd rocket too. Just beautiful play by him to solidify that game number 2. And now, like you said, a 2-0 lead in this series here for Incognito. One more game and we'll reset and go to another best of 5.
I feel like from the outside looking in, it's very easy for us as like as you know, viewers to say, oh yeah, it's such an easy play for you to switch out of your rockets and have the trust to finish off that kill with the bandit. But you gotta realize how many variables are in the situation that you don't know, especially at this high level competition. The moment you're known with rockets, the enemy team has opportunity to fly at you and trade out your life. So a lot of times the safer bet is to shoot 2 rockets at this level of competition. But if you trust yourself, trust your knowledge, trust your teammates and communication, you can make really smart plays like this, right to the bandit, saving that 1 rocket, and now you just have 1 more to work with on your way to 50 kills. So like I said, I think it's easier for us as viewers to say, oh yeah, just save the rocket. But I've been in a situation where I've tried doing that and I end up dying, and then I give the enemy team a free rocket, and that's something you don't want to do.
Yeah, that was just beautifully played out of Ryan Newman. You'd expect that. He's he's just been a very intelligent, high IQ player for such a long period of time, and you start to see shinings of that if you just watch him play, especially around a team that he's comfortable with. You can see though, this is one of my favorite game type map combinations. I think one of the most competitive, as Lunchbox coach of Optic Gaming said as well, one of the most competitive map and game type combinations we have in the HCS, and I would wholeheartedly agree with him. You see right away it's going to be Huss pulling that flag on the bottom center, and it's because he's got the QT to work with, so now he can stay top center and continue to put pressure on them as they try to get this flag returned.
Nobody in sight here, so Huss sees it safe enough to push forward and try to relay that flag forward. Eventually, Huss will end up going down, and we switch gears over towards Renegade, who's on the hunt himself. Precision does everything he can to stay alive. Target prioritization. Renegade's going to switch, but he still has 2 players over toward the blue side. Not sure if he's aware of that just yet. Has the team with them. Has the thrust as well. Now's the opportunity to get aggressive, and he catches a grenade out of nowhere.
Renegade staying alive here is huge though, right? He doesn't catch any grenades out of nowhere. He ends up playing his life, ends up staying alive. Now the flag is being pulled on through. I believe he does miss that juggle just a bit, and because of that, he's gonna have to deal with the player on the car 1, but Frosty's there to hold his hand all the way through it. It's exactly what is needed here. Beautiful job utilizing the heat wave as well, and this flag gonna make it on through. I don't believe anyone is in position, and Huss is the only player alive.
That dynamo grenade putting it in work. Let me tell you, when I use it, I get no value whatsoever. Meanwhile, he's interlinking it between 2 or 3 players, letting the heat wave do that damage, and eventually it does end up leading to a flag cap. Frosty down to 1 shot he goes. Quantum translocators coming up, and Incognito look like they're about to push forward through the car side.
Yeah, they've got to get through the push of Incognito. Solitude's got to get through the push of Incognito, the push that you just mentioned. It's going to be a little bit difficult, though. It's a 3-man push with 1 player kind of lurking on the bottom center. That's going to be Ryanoob, I believe, who was actually a part of the push, but then rerouted to bottom center intelligently to bring this flag through the util. He's going to allow that to happen while he just consistently gets damage on this player spawning.
1-0 lead in favor of Solitude at the moment. We do see a flag on the move quickly. Frosty ends up turning this flank into a couple of kills. Looks like 3 members of Solitude are here. The flag is out over toward the mid-map. They get the return, and while simultaneously running this flag through the middle of the map, Incognito do have 1 or 2 players that are pushed up and extended to try to fight for this flag, but it looks like Solitude, they're ready to fight.
Knew it.
But Ryan with the back smack. Oh my gosh, you know Renegade's mad at that.
Yeah, they end up getting the cap anyway, but yeah, it could have been real bad. Unfortunately, Ryan Noob didn't have the firepower on his side with his teammates being there. They were unfortunately across the map off of spawn or pushing car 1, but either way, a big play that could have really changed the tide here, but unfortunately it does not, and it's a 2-0 lead here for Solitude.
Still Incognito have an opportunity to push forward. We see Precision all the way towards the opponent's utility side. Doesn't exactly have the help that he's looking for just yet. And mind you, Solitude are already pushing this flag through the P side of the map. And that flag carrier has a bodyguard or 2 with them. This is about to be a fight for what could be the 3rd flag for Solitude. But Incognito cannot allow this to happen. They have to draw their line in the sand. And Precision gets caught 3 down, go Incognito. Another flag cap for Solitude.
Yeah, they're just doing a really good job of completely relaying these flags all the way through to their side. They're making sure to be on those angles of the pushes, and it's just really making it easy for them to get those flags in without dying. And you see Renegade, a little bit of damage goes out, he gets a kill. They're setting up for another one here, but Suppress is going to end up going down. That's going to be all 4 dead, and now a chance for Incognito to potentially get some map pressure on this 50% portion.
It's so far they've had pressure, you know, they've been in the utility side of their opponents, but they haven't been able to really do much with it so far, and hasn't led to anything. You're down 0-3 so far in this game, where Solitude have been coming at you and coming at you fast and quick. So I mean, yeah, Incognito got to make something happen here. Another 3 down might be exactly what the doctor orders. Solitude, now they're the ones that have to play a bit of catch up here for Incognito, because the flag is being relayed and is being pushed forward. I believe it's already still on the car one side, but soon it could be in the courtyard of Incognito.
Yeah, but look at look who's in the back of Solitude's base once again. It's Ryanoob, and the amount of damage that he's able to cause is just making this very difficult to get this flag through. But now you see he doesn't provide any value. He's going to push up to car 3, jump out to try and get this touch, and I believe a touch he will get. It'll be Frosty down as well. But I just want to point out once again, Ryanoob doesn't go to potentially fight for that flag to make sure that cap is solidified. He goes back to their side of the map to be behind them at all times.
We have a thrust in the hands of Huss. However, there's no teammates to work with. He's eventually left by himself as his teammates do end up going 3 down. He's going to join them on the black screen here. Renegade gets a pretty, that's a fast pull coming out of them, and actually all the way through the cart side, and there's no way he makes it towards the courtyard without going down. There's no shot that happens. That flag is it's over towards car 1, it's actually over towards the courtyard, and well played by Renegade. Can Incognito get the return? Looks like they will.
Yeah, great job by Incognito to double up on that return to make sure that they solidify, control once again. And, doubling up on the return sometimes could be really costly, but other times it could be very beneficial. 3 down for Incognito here, and now it's Solitude once again on the aggression. And like you said, Incognito, they're putting some aggression in as well, but I feel like Solitude is a bit more clean, where they don't end up taking as much damage, and they're able to get these flag pulls, as you can clearly see in the score.
Did see 3 members of Incognito pushing up over toward the P side. Suppressive Solitude is already pushed up onto the Yuzo, and looks like he should be able to clean up that kill, barely taking any damage in return. Precision trying to get that flag onto Yuzo's side. Not sure he was able to do so, but 4 down go Incognito. This should be a 4-0 start for Solitude. I can't imagine a world where Incognito stopped this flag fresh off of 4 down.
Yeah, unfortunately though, Precision ended up getting a spawn in the back. It doesn't matter because, like you said, 4 caps will be the score now for Solitude, but Precision getting that spawn in the back of base definitely could have been frustrating. Regardless though, it's 3 down once again for Incognito as they come off a spawn, and you saw Renegade right there just double step back towards the thruster to make sure he's able to utilize that in these fights.
3 members of Incognito once again trying to push up over toward the car side. They've been stacking numbers. They've been pushing together. The teamwork has been there, and somehow just not able to execute here on Aquarius. You're down 0-4 right now, and Solitude are already running what could be the 5th flag here. Huss off a screen ends up going down, but looks like Incognito matched that energy. 4 down goes Solitude. Are we finally going to see some life out of Incognito?
Potentially we will, but it's going to take making sure to get these slays first. You can see everyone alive on both sides. That flag will get returned though, so this could be the first cap here for Incognito, and it is. But again, so much work to be done. 4 minutes left though, a lot of time to work with on these next 3 caps.
Frosty already in Incognito's courtyard, just being a bit of a nuisance. I do see a member of his team that's actually pushed up over toward Yuto. It's going to be Avenue that picks off one of Incognito. You still got 2 more to deal with. Frosty recognizes that, so finds the exit real quick. Meanwhile, Suppress gonna go through, navigate through the chaos, gets himself a double kill, right back over towards his top control, which is where you want it to be. 3 down once again go Incognito. They have to pull this flag forward, but there's 1 player over toward the P side. That's Ryanoob. They're finally able to get that kill.
You know what I'm really seeing here out of the Incognito roster is that they're just not able to clean up the kills that they're starting, right? Frosty gets away with his life so very often. Renegade is 22 and 10, so he doesn't die very often either. And when you're not able to clean up those kills, you're not able to get that advantage, which means flag caps are going to be very difficult for you in an obvious sense. But 3 minutes left, and looks like potentially this flag will get returned, and there it is. Solitude are going to put their first game on the board in this series, and better late than never, right? The start of a reverse sweep is what we're witnessing here.
I mean, and what a way to do it. Like, you're down 0-2 so far in this series in 2 very close games. You know, obviously game number 1 separated by just one hill, where Avenue was having really tough technical difficulties. And then game number 2, where you had control most of the time, you allowed Incognito to kind of steal that away. And for you to say, wait, if you're going to take one game off of fresh being 0-2, let it be a dominant one at that. Obviously 5-1, but if you told me that was 5-0 just from the eyeball test and not look at the scoreboard, I would literally believe you. They dominated that game and really have taken back momentum in the series.
Yeah, I mean, I was pointing out a lot about Renegade and Frosty, but you can't forget about Avid Suppress. I mean, Suppress, an impressive 6.2k damage. Donnie actually putting massive amounts of damage on the map. And, you know, this is a player that I always talk about being the glue, right? Player who's, you know, you put him on any roster, a pickup roster like this or any main roster that he switches over to. He's just a dominant force on the map and just very difficult to deal with. The cross range damage that he's able to do, able to stay alive as well. Just suppressed. He's just that glue. That's the best way to say it, right? He just ties any team together, and he's doing it right here with this squad as he's done before in the past, open series events.
Yeah, definitely has a young, a bright future within the league, and a team with his twin brother Avenue right now on this team. We've seen actually all the triplets teaming together at one point. Love that coming out of them. I don't know if we should allow that as a league. I feel we all know that triplets have the ability to read each other's minds, and I feel like that might be a little bit of an unfair advantage. I think we need to look into this. No more twins. Ogre 1, Ogre 2, sorry. We're gonna put an asterisk next to your name because you cheated. Well, every set of twins and triplets that have ever played in Halo history, we need to start putting asterisks next to their championships because we know for a fact they could read each other's minds, and that's an unfair advantage.
You know, jeez, man.
I'm not gonna have it.
You can't do that, Tony. You can't. There's no players union that has agreed to this stuff. You can't just make rules up, okay? Like you're talking Roy Lunchbox, Ogre 1, Ogre 2,
yep.
Sudeth 1, Sudeth 2, the best duo of all time. You can't do that, Tony.
All the greats. All the greats. We know for a fact you guys are cheating, and I'm not gonna have it. I'm not gonna have it. It's a discussion for another day. But triplets is even crazy. It's actually a fact that triplets can see through each other's eyes at any given time. Well, it's unfair. We need to talk about it. But either way, Stronghold's coming up next year. We have Solitude going up against Incognito. I say it all the time. You're looking for fights. You got to take it back to the streets. Solitude, the team that made it into this position here in the grand finals through the winners bracket. If they come out with 2 more wins in this series, they will be your champions. Meanwhile, Incognito coming out through that lower bracket, they're 1 game away from resetting the bracket and making this a little bit longer of a night than it has to be, but they got championship aspirations to Incognito, and they've been looking good week after week. Let's send it over to Solitude, which happens to be the team name of one of our teams here. This may get confusing.
Yeah, is this cheating, Tony? To name your team after a map you're about to play? Yeah,
everybody's cheating.
Cheating? Get the refs. Here we go. Solitude on Solitude versus Incognito. And here we go. I mean, this is going to be a very interesting one. I truly do feel like Solitude always play well on Solitude. I know it's kind of crazy. They were called Coliseum the last HCS Open, but this is it right here. This will decide if we go to a game 5. If Solitude win this, obviously, we go to a game 5. And Solitude have a chance to win the entire event on that game 5. If Incognito win this, we will go to a bracket reset, which means get your chips and dip and whatever the heck else you want ready, because it's going to be a long one, boys and girls and ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, guys. This is an interesting match. I think Solitude is very steamrolly. We talked about it before. There's just once you have control, very difficult to break. This is one of those map game type combinations that I think as a viewer it's very entertaining because you do have those dips and dives and those flips and you know one team can really bring it back if they break a setup and then lock in their own. They can really bring a game back, but at the same time it's just very one-sided most of the time, so we'll see if that's the case here.
I love how in a world where we go into a bracket reset, your first assumption is that everybody starts snacking on chips and dip.
I'm hungry. I didn't eat today,
that's the only. Nobody's allowed to eat anything. Everybody grab your chips and dip and nothing else.
If you grab anything else, you're
Don't
cheating.
even grab a beverage. Grab your chips and dip. We got a longer night on our hands. Solitude's struggles again. Incognito do have an ability to extend this series just that much more, but Solitude again. You got to think about that 5-1 that we just saw on Aquarius. Excuse me. You really have taken control of that momentum, and I know it's a word that we use oftentimes as casters and as hosts and whatnot, but I think it's a real thing. And for the way that Solitude won that game number 3, I think they have the advantage going into this game 4.
Well, we'll find out here. Descendant's going to push in aggressively. Hits a couple of shots right there, but him staying alive is going to be huge. The problem is his entire team is dead, and Renegade has the sniper and the camo to work with, and he plays his life as well. Look at the movement right there to stay on the top center of the map from the other side. Beautiful job by him, but he's still getting hunted down.
Double cap almost in favor of Solitude, taking Bravo while having Charlie. Let me tell you, man, Bravo is the hardest base to take here. And not even just in this map, but in the entire game. If you don't have kills, there's no chance you're going bottom middle when a team has full map control. So this triple cap may not seem as much as it really is, but it may just snowball from here. There's a reason why we say Solitude is the most snowballiest game type in the league.
Oh man, I hope there's snow at the first event so I can throw a snowball at your face. But here we go. The triple cap goes into effect. As you said, it's locked in. Renegade with a sniper still. His camo does run out, but I like his ability. I like his game sense, I'm sorry, to go towards lift to make sure to block those lift spawns. As you see, 2 are down. Unfortunately, he ends up getting taken out for it, and that'll be sniper down the top of lift.
Not sure my friend just got so aggressive right there. But Incognito, interesting. They were able to steal away Bravo, but somehow Solitude are controlling Alpha and Charlie. You don't see that often. You don't see a team that's on their back foot steal away Bravo on Solitude, but it ends up happening here. And they actually combine that with Alpha. Incognito able to weather the storm, and now gonna get put points on for themselves. Needs and damage coming in. Renegade trying to steal this away, but Incognito not gonna allow that to happen.
Yeah, Weather the Storm is a great way to put it, right? I mean, it's really difficult to break that triple cap setup. You get the 4 spawns onto blue. You have to get out of blue without dying or taking too much damage. It just becomes really difficult, but all you got to do is find a chink in the armor, and that's exactly what Incognito does here. They put their own triple cap down, but they got to win those individual fights, and Descendant almost goes down here, but instead, he gets a kill and gets his shields back.
Stays alive, gets a couple kills on top of that, allows Ryan Noob to get away with the camouflage. That ain't bad coming out of Incognito, especially off of the start that we saw Solitude have. Incognito simply bounced right back, and they're not turning back from here. Triple cap still being held. Ryan Noob not only flies and get the reset on C, but it turns that into a double kill to keep Solitude on their back foot. All of that control that Solitude had before is literally nothing. Incognito the first one to get into the triple digit club.
Yeah, you see though, they're getting the staggered spawns and they're pushing those spawns, and that's why once again Solitude are gonna go 4 dead. It's just the constant stagger of spawns. The 2 spawners on the loop. Suppress takes a massive amount of damage off that nade. He goes down, and now look, 2 of them spawn on the lift. That nade is gonna potentially force that 4th spawn to go out, but I'm not too sure because Ryan Noob gets taken out. So a great defensive hold from the lift side out of Solitude.
I love that nade by Ryan, not only landing over toward the lift in case anybody goes up that lift, but on top of that, like, slightly combat evolves the sniper as well. It sends it up into the sky, so like it was almost like multitasking with that one grenade. I think eventually Solitude probably still end up finding that sniper, but who knows, if Incognito get a couple of kills their way, that could have been a really effective grenade. 155 to 96 lead, and still in favor of Incognito at the moment, but not forget Solitude, they have the trip cap, and Incognito, they're gonna have to get slays if they want to stop it.
Yeah, I really like that. Once again, you saw Frosty right there, right? You'll see top players time and time again. They won't just rush a reset like that, even if it's a quarter of the way or a halfway through, because it's about positioning. You don't want to put yourself out of position when 4 players are up on one side of one team and 4 players are on the other side of the other team. You don't want to give up position and just give a free pick away. So great job by him to do that, but it doesn't really matter too much because the 2 cap is in full effect here for Incognito, and they're approaching 175 seconds of time, but Huss with a beautiful snipe, gonna try and solidify the 4 dead once again for Solitude.
Huss hushing the competition with that shot. Beautifully played. 8 kills, 8 assists to his name, and Incognito still in control right now. Not only the first team to get 100 points, but may just be the first team to get 200, as Solitude are struggling to break the setup here for Incognito. They end up going 4 down. That's an opening for Incognito to push up over towards Alpha. Now you're seeing Huss with the nades influencing those spawns. Nobody spawning over towards the snipe side. Those nades will keep them spawning Cafe. And Solitude, your game might have just ended right here. I don't know how you come back from this.
Yeah, it's just tough, right? Again, 3 dead, and this is a staggered player right there. If they get the kill on the Renegade, unfortunately enough for Renegade, his teammates did get spawns behind him, so they'll be able to solidify A, but you can see 240 points and counting. Incognito looking to close us out. Someone's got to get him to B fast.
They take A, but it takes 2 to tango. Last-ditch effort here coming in from Solitude, going right over towards the mid-map. Suppress has to put in damage over toward his player on the Prius side. Precision is simply hitting shots. The recov is in. Frosty did make a rotation over towards C to keep this game alive. It's not over until it's over, but I don't know. They're taking Alpha quickly.
Yeah, it's just a lot of 2v1s. Unfortunately, Frosty ends up in a scenario where he saves the game by getting C, but he's in a 2v1 because his teammates are getting pressured from other angles. They finally get another 2 cap again, but just as quick as they get that 2 cap, it's another one dead in terms of Renegade. Even numbers across the board here, but only 4 points is what Incognito need, and they're looking to close it out right now with this AB setup.
Nobody in Solitude able to sneak over towards B, and there it is. Took a little bit longer than expected, but eventually Incognito not only winning, but doubling the score line of your opposition on your way to resetting the bracket. This series may be over, ladies and gentlemen, but I promise you this tournament is not. We have another best of 5 series here to decide who will be your champions. No more chances from this point forward.
I mean, Incognito have continued on, and it's just funny to me because Solitude, this is their first time making it to the grand finals, and you see, they making it to the grand finals through the winners bracket, and you see once again they end up having to play a bracket reset against Incognito. And like I say, like you mentioned earlier, with anime stuff, I don't know, I don't watch anime, but you get, as you go on,
Dragon Ball Z.
It builds up, and I think this Solitude roster will come to play when it matters the most here in this bracket reset.
Look, I don't watch a ton of anime myself. I watch the big ones, the most popular ones and whatnot. But I'm saying, like, you don't even gotta be like an anime lover to watch Dragon Ball Z. Like, are you like Dragon Ball? It's like saying, like, oh, I don't watch anime. I never seen Pokemon before. Like, what? Like, you tell
I
it's
saw
just
Pokemon. Yeah, I've seen Pokemon.
I made a reference to Dragon Ball Z, and I got Garrett over here calling me a weeb, even though he's watched more anime than everybody in this chat combined. I got you over here like, I don't watch anime. I'm too cool for anime. Dragon Ball. Who's Goku? You know what? You're both nerds and you're both ugly. So
wait, who's both? Who are you saying both?
You
to?
And Garrett.
What did I do? Now you're getting 2 snowballs.
Because you act like you're too cool for any kind of anime. Too cool for Dragon Ball Z. You're too cool for Dragon Ball Z.
I asked you to put me on to anime because I wanted to learn about what anime. Like, I used to watch Pokemon, but I asked you for some anime suggestions. So don't tell me that I'm too good for it. All right? Don't tell me that.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand finals reset is about to be on its way, and let me tell you, it is an absolute banger. Solitude going up against Incognito. And mind you, Incognito literally have just reset the bracket on Solitude after how well we saw them play that Aquarius CTF, after how well we see Solitude play literally all tournament long and making it to the grand finals through the winners bracket. I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, me too. I am excited, even though you hate me. I think it's gonna be nice to cast this grand finals reset. I think both teams are gonna play their absolute best. I don't think that Solitude wasn't trying in that first bracket reset or the first grand finals series, but I do think that they'll bring another level here in the second one. That being said, Incognito are playing phenomenal Halo. That goes without saying. We're seeing some big plays, a lot of honestly, just a lot of foundational, fundamental Halo that's happening in these games.
Renegade said G extraction. Right? He said no. Hey, you know what? Wait. You know you're the only one out of the entire that has choice in it, right? I love it, but hey, you know what? Whenever there's a meta, like the Renegades and the Frosties and the top teams in the world, there's always somebody out there or it's a team or somebody that's the anti-meta. Ryan Noob is the anti-meta, where everybody's like, going on fast, super fast, in your face. I'm slay. Ryan Noob he moves at his own pace. He's just chill. Let's be set up heavy. Let's slow the game down.
Can we stroll up just a little bit? I want to show something that Ryan Noob said. My man is, look at this. He says might need a minute for baby stuff. My man's a dad. He's coming here dominating. All right, he's a dad. He's over there. Obviously it could be feed the baby, put the baby to bed, whatever it is. But he's a dad and he's dominating this term. I love to see that.
I'm not mad at it. I mean, I'll be honest with you guys. I know I'm going against the grain here. I actually do like Extraction, and I feel like I knew version 1 needed a little bit of help, and even in version 2, especially in ranked play in 1, I think there's like a few more tweaks we can kind of put on it. But the idea, Extraction to me plays kind of very similar to King of the Hill, and I like it. And King of the Hill is actually my favorite game type in this game. So yeah, I'm actually not mad at it. I don't know if it's perfect just yet, but I will say I do enjoy Extraction. I know I'm in the minority here. I do enjoy Extraction. I just think it just needs maybe one or two more tweaks.
See, that's the thing too, right? Is I say the same thing, and you're not in the minority here on this desk, because I love it. I think that I like Extraction a lot, and honestly, it might be because of watching Counter-Strike. They're not similar in the sense, but there's a lot of clutch moments and clutch factors that can happen as a viewer, and that's why I like Extraction personally. When it comes to the couple of changes that need to happen, I personally don't know what those changes are. But I do agree with you that there's a couple little tiny things that need to happen. But I love the changes that have happened so far, right? Drux said it best. An objective in a Halo game means that you're at a disadvantage when you have the objective. Before, without the changes, that wasn't the case with Extraction. There was no disadvantage. You could move all around the map, all you wanted, and not have to worry about it, because there was an indicator that told you when they were on it. So you could just go away and go on vacation and then come back when they decided to contest it. Now you have to pay attention to it. You don't have an indicator. You have to look at it. You have to have eyes on it the entire time, and that kind of brings in again that disadvantage you have from being the team with the objective in hand.
For me personally, I don't want the visual indicator of when somebody's on the Extraction. I want the visual indicator of how long you have, at least from an offensive point of view. And for ranked, I feel like in ranked, not everybody's on the same page. People don't call out and whatnot. So some people pay attention to the time, some people aren't. I'm sorry. This is a talk for a whole other day. Yeah, I'm sorry. Grand finals time, and we see Solitude coming in with that Extraction. They did it by 11:02, so I believe that's going to pop off at 17:45. You have 45 seconds to do it, and I know that rule. I'm just really bad at math. So I believe it's 17. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Double kill.
I'm not exactly sure, but I do know that Av did get a double kill there, and that'll potentially give him an opportunity to continue to defend as the push comes out onto B. And you see that potentially they decide to rotate over and play the new one, but instead they decide to push on that B street still. And I believe with this Extraction converting very, very shortly here, it could be really difficult. But look, they make it on through. They get the kills necessary. That's going to be 2 dead. And now potentially they're going to convert this.
No! Right at the last second there. I said it was done at 11:02, so 45 seconds. He might have had maybe a second or two left for that conversion, and they were able to get it. Well played by Incognito. And now that Extraction is right back down, and we have another fight, at least for 45 seconds. Meanwhile, Solitude getting a couple kills to their name. I believe Descendant was able to get away with rockets, which is going to work really well for Incognito.
Tony, you know I love to talk about the intangibles, right? The things that we don't see, the things that, you know, play a factor in these games. What are we thinking about Renegade wanting to you know, make sure to, whatever, GA this game type, and Ryan just saying, no. Just no. And then you know, Renegade saying you're the only one that likes it. How frustrated will Renegade and Solitude be if they end up losing this match to Incognito? Do you think it'll affect them the rest of the series?
I'm not mad at it from Renegade's point of view. I feel like for players that haven't got the chance to scrim on it yet, you know, and for a tournament that's, you know, worth money, I think you want, you know, you kind of want the best competitive experience, and maybe for it not to be a game type that nobody's played at a high enough competitive level. But also, if you're a team that's also practicing for next season with Precision getting nasty triple kill, turning it into an overkill, why not get the practice in? Why not put in the work and just simply get better at it, like Precision's doing here for Incognito?
Oh, beautiful overkill by Precision. Well said, Tony. I agree 100%, and it looks like Incognito potentially end up taking this very first. And like you said, there was literally no time left on that conversion. They ended up converting at the very last second. Now they've got a nice full setup here on this B side. The spawns get forced onto Tram, and there it is. Precision finds Frosty, not you know, paying attention there, and ends up taking him out. That'll be the first kill, and that kill will add up to 4. All 4 down for Solitude here. Incognito take that first extraction most definitely.
Yeah, at this point, I can imagine Solitude, they probably think about maybe punting it, but I'm seeing at least one player at least trying to be a distraction over toward the driveway side, and you're not going to distract Precision that easily. He gets the kill. 3 down. Once again goes Solitude, making 4 down, so this should be an easy extraction. And now from here, where you put is going to be really important. You have all the time in the world to set up exactly where you wanted to, so your teammates can get creative angles on that device, just in case Solitude end up getting a 2 or 3 down.
Yeah, it's all about that positioning on the extraction, right? You want to make sure you have lines of sights from places that you're anchoring in terms of spawns, etc. It just, you know, that's kind of the macro of extraction in general. You see the rocket coming out there. It does do a little bit of damage, and that kill does get cleaned up. But Tony, I'm sure you're real happy to see this. The AR coming out. Noob ends up utilizing that, and he's going to stay alive here on this heaven side.
My favorite gun in the game. The gun is absolutely nasty. Just put down damage, stay alive, shred your opponent's shields. I promise the AR shreds in this game. Ooh, okay. Ryan knew with the reversal there. Beautifully played. As Incognito putting 2 in a row, and now working over towards the PD side, they're trying to make it 3.
Listen, dads are still the best, okay? 2 caps here, like you said, working for 3. Incognito in full control. The Bulldog now in the hands of Precision here on the tires, and this is a great anchor point for him. He's not going to allow anyone to push on that B side, and that damage is going to be enough to get that assist. So Precision doing a great job of playing defense on this tire side of the map.
Another 3 down here for Solitude. This literally could be 3 in a row. As of right now, Solitude, you gotta take 10 seconds off of respawn, 10 seconds to cross the map. You have 1 more push now to try to stop this PD side, and you're already dropping like flies. A momentary 2v2 right as rockets are coming up, and Precision, for the first time in his life, lost a gunfight.
For the first time, huh?
Forever.
Jeez. Oh man, 3 caps here once again. Yeah, Precision having a really solid game. 16-8 thus far. I'm sorry, 17. No mean to disrespect there. The rockets in the hands of Ryan Noob once again. Incognito have had full control of these rockets. I think the past 3 spawns or so. So again, that's going to be good for them. And not only that, they get that plant spot as well, and it'll be Ryan Noob planting that down.
He planted on the high side. I wonder if is he trying to create an angle from B railing to that. Like I noticed when he dropped the device, you can see like where he's looking at. So it's kind of where he's thinking of, and he's even pinging that section. I wonder if the pressure's coming from there, or if somebody happens to be B rail, they can see that device from there. It's a very interesting spot that I've seen. I've never seen it on the high side of this hill here. I'm learning here. As Incognito already up 3-0, trying to make it 4.
Yeah, we all are. That's what makes it so fun. But yeah, I think that's exactly what he's trying to do. I think he's just trying to plan for that B side. You see, there is one player in position over there, but they keep getting spawns onto PD due to the fact that they spawn across the map. And as you would expect, it's a free win here for Incognito. 4-0, undefeated on Extraction. I would imagine. I would love to see that stat, but my goodness gracious. Now we go over to Aquarius Slayer, and I don't know. Like I said, is Solitude checked? I mean, are they frustrated at this point that game type makes it on through? They shouldn't be, but at the same time, it's definitely also one of those things that can light a fire under your butt that say, okay, there it is. See, great game type. You can see, okay, well, they got us on that one, but let's dominate the rest of the series.
And I'm glad you talked about, where the mental was at here for Solitude. I mean, you got to think about that in a game type where normally this is an auto GA. Your opponent said, "No, we want to play it," and and they actually do end up playing it out, and you lose it in that type of fashion. So I wonder, where the mental's at. Like, it could easily be something that kind of lingers in the back of your mind, like, are you freaking serious? Blah, blah, blah. Or you can click that mental reset button, pretend that never happened, and bounce back into Slayer Aquarius in this game number 2, which honestly is what Solitude needs to do. Incognito have already reset the bracket for me. They've already shown that they can win in Slayers. You're gonna have to come out hot because they're not going down easily.
Yeah, I honestly think it's a little bit of the latter, right? I think there's a world where Frosty and Renegade and Suppress and Av are like, yeah, okay, well, they got that one. They obviously have practice on it. Let's just dominate them now. And like you said, they flip a switch and they end up playing phenomenal here. But it's the battle of the minds, right? The mental, I think, is the most important thing in Halo. We'll see how that mental unfolds here as we get into game number 2.
At all times, I'm in an inner battle with myself while playing Halo and just constantly just putting myself down like, oh, you suck. You're going to lose that battle. I hate you. And you just said mental's the most important part of Halo, and no wonder why I'm trash. I'm starting to realize now why I'm not good. I'm constantly putting myself, like in the middle of a battle, like, oh, you're going to lose that. You're terrible. Oh, you lost it. Good job, Tony. I hate you.
Yeah, I constantly have to tell you you're good all the time because you're always saying, I suck. I'm terrible. But you know deep down inside you're a beast. But we're going to find out on when we play our HRL League. But we're going to hype into this match right now. 8-6. It's Solitude with a bit of a lead, but not as far-fetched as you think it would be. 2 players on the side of Incognito have 0 kills in Ryan Newman Descendant.
Close game here so far as Renegade makes his way over towards utility side, but a trigger discipline, electing not to give his location by shooting the player crossing from fridge over to B side. Eventually gets the damage down and an assist onto 1, finds the one-shot player ratting in the corner, and now with 2 down for Incognito, Solitude pushing up quickly to collapse over toward the back base. You dealt with 1, the second one goes down, and that's a nice 4-0 swing for Solitude.
Yeah, just a really good job listening by Renegade right there. Understands where the one-shot players are, is aware of that in their position, so cleans up a couple of kills there. Like you said, it's a 4-kill swing right there, 15-11. Ends up being 12 for Incognito. But Renegade looks a bit scary right now on the side of Solitude.
Yeah, I mean, Renegade's always scary. Let me tell you, he flies at you. This man does not care. He doesn't care about his life in the game. What makes you think he cares about yours the way he flies at you? Definitely a demon for a reason. As we see a 6-kill advantage here for Solitude. Avenue gonna trade out that commando for a heat wave. There's damage over to Precision on the P-Door side, but there's 2 more members sitting over towards Blue Fridge, and Avenue lucky to get out of that engagement alive. And now he has the help he's looking for.
Chad, honestly, that's kind of one of the ways the QT is utilized, especially if you're in a position like that where you place it where there's a massive push. You can kind of use it as a strafe in some sort of a way, but ends up not working out for Renegade there. You see the heat wave in the hands of Av, though, so Av doing a bit of slaying himself. You've seen Suppressed having a massive game as well. 9-5 to start this Slayer, 24-17. Solitude really starting to come away with this one.
I mean, we're going to just talk about stats real quick. I mean, the fact that Precision right now, 11 kills and 1 assist to go along with it, fresh off of that nasty overkill in game number 1, and continue it from here. I mean, he's literally the reason why Incognito are still in this game. If you take his score line out of it, this game is over pretty much. Precision Another perfect kill out of him, defending the car 3 side. Down to 1 shot he goes, even taking damage from his teammates. And that's not enough to take this young man down.
Yeah, some great kills right there, right? They end up getting a couple of trades, but I think they go +3 in that one. So it'll be a 30 to 24 lead here for Solitude. Still a pretty sizable lead. It's gonna have to be chopped down. You see Descendant finally gets his 2nd kill, so he's gonna start to heat up, and if that happens, they can start to bring this game back. He ends up falling there. Precision's there to kind of clean up the pieces with the thrust. Ends up going down as well though. So Solitude continuing their dominance.
Finally, Solitude taking down Precision and Renegade, turning it into a double. He might just end up in the middle of 3 different plays. He doesn't be careful, but makes one shot, gets a from the grave kill with that grenade, and just like that, you're thinking like he's in a position where there's no way he comes out on top, and somehow ends up doing so. Solitude, 14 kills away from taking this game. Incognito not out of it just yet, but something has to change here.
Yeah, something we see out of Renegade so very often, even players like Frosty a lot of the time, is that, you know, when they engage or when they're aggressive in on a fight, they'll at least do enough to get the 1 kill to trade out with theirs, but there's a lot of times where they end up getting 2 or 3, or they end up getting 2 and staying alive, and I think that's what makes them, you know, such great individually skilled players. That being said, 4 down for Incognito, and it's Renegade with 11 kills, looking for the spawners, and like you said, doesn't care about his life, very aggressive, but in all actuality, he just has a perfect time. He gets the double in the killing spree. A beautiful job by him, and wow, the domination is starting to come through for him.
Renegade starting to heat up when it matters most. This was a 36 to 29 game. Now it's 42 to 30, make it 31. After Renegade and Solitude chain together a few kills, Incognito will answer back, but now the question becomes, is it too little too late? You're down by double digits. Solitude only needing 6 to close things out and ultimately tie up the series. I never want to count Incognito out of it, but it's going to be tough for them to come back in this one.
Yeah, this is only 6 kills here for the side of Solitude. Frosty, oh man, you can see the slide and the sprint just to try and play his life. 46 now. Renegade looking to get another. Gets the kill onto Huss, and yeah, I honestly think that's all she wrote, and it'll be a tie series once again unless a miracle happens.
I want to do a trick. Do a 360 ninja. Let's man. If you already have a double-digit lead, closing it out, you gotta end it. You gotta end it with a nice kill cam. There you go. You know what? A double kill to end it. I'll count it. Meanwhile, 50 to 40 in favor of Solitude, but did Precision just drop a 20 bomb? Did Precision just literally have half of his team's kills in a losing effort against the main Slayer and a former MVP? God, he's damn good.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it's not enough, but, you know, we'll see on the Recharge Oddball. These games, oddball games in general tend to go for a very long period of time, but let's take a look at the stats here. Once again, you mentioned Precision, 20 and 13, and a solid 15 kills out of Renegade and Suppressing that game.
The man was a Gears of War player, you know, a couple years ago, and just come into Halo, and I was recognizing it more to, I think, mid to late season 1, and I'm watching this kid, I'm like, dude, how is nobody talking about this man? And he goes into season 2, and he's still impressive, but not exactly getting the results he's wanted. And I think since his time with G1, you know, going towards that mid to late season 2, and now I think everybody knows that Precision is the real deal. It's not luck the reason why he's able to stack up so many kills. The man is a slayer, and I promise you, some teams that have recognized it, even Ryan Noob and friends, as they even kind of hinted towards a complexity signing. You got Descendant and Precision rocking that complexity logo.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how all those things kind of pan out as the season goes on. Very, very excited to watch the official rosters unfold and get, you know, we have a lot of rumors and stuff like that. Tony, you know, you make content on it all the time and keep us informed, but excited to see the official stuff as we get closer to that season 3 of HCS.
Me down for Solitude. Ryan Noob able to get away with that camouflage, but it looks like there's 2 more members of Solitude that are breaking out of their A spawn. Meanwhile, Incognito trying to hold on to gold. Camouflage in the hands of Ryan definitely gives Incognito an advantage as they get the first kill. There's a player trying to sneak up over towards Long Haul. He's spotted, but Renegade gets the kill. And now back-to-back here for Solitude. Incognito find himself 3 down. Solitude finds himself with ball in hands.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful job, right? They get that 3 down, and like you said, they get solidified setup here on the pipe side. Renegade's gonna look for a break, but unfortunately, that's one of the things that happens when you're an aggressive player like Renegade. Sometimes your timing is just a tiny bit off, or maybe your prediction. I would assume he thought they were gonna push all the way towards pipes, but they don't, and the setup is broken, and now Incognito has some ball time.
Easy kill coming out of Suppress, but Precision comes in quickly to clean up that one. Long range shots from Renegade as he's gonna have to deal with 3 different players that are surrounding this ball at the moment. In fact, Ryan drops the ball and tries to put in some damage, but Renegade catches him right before turning that corner and surviving. Does Renegade right back in the action, finds another 1 shot, makes another 1, and now Solitude. They're really starting to win some of these slave battles. Incognito gonna have to try to find a way to slow them down.
Awesome, great denial nades right there. You have to understand, on recharge oddball, the most important thing to do is to get the ball into pipes. If you can do that, you solidify yourself at least 10 to 15 seconds of ball time. Unfortunately, they tried to do just that. They tossed the ball up, and it's Incognito who are very quick to nade that ball right back into the batteries.
Double kill out of Renegade before going down, giving Solitude a momentary advantage here. Avenue gonna sneak right up in with that sidekick. It will shred your shields. Even if you don't get the finish with the sidekick, like just making a player 1 shot and switching to the bandit is a viable strategy. This gun is crazy.
It really is. A lot of people don't pick it up. They kind of just walk by it, but like you said, very good in the close range. Definitely very good at shredding shields. Frost is gonna end up going down there, so a trade comes out for Incognito. They were momentarily 4 down. Huss was that last player, I'm sorry, 3 down. Huss was that last player alive. So him playing his life was very important there, but he ends up falling too. So as you can see, a very low scoring oddball game. No one really finding any way to get a solidified setup.
Multiple members of Incognito though do hit the black screen. Could have been a momentary lapse of timing there, but I thought Solitude would have hopped right on that ball. Meanwhile, there's a player stretching out over toward the gold side of the map. Renegade notices a player trying to sneak it over towards A, gets himself a kill, wants to turn it into a double. There it is. Precision goes down. Descendant rotating his ball over towards gold. He can't quite get the kill, and even though Incognito end up going 3 down, Descendant momentarily keeping that ball away from Solitude.
Yeah, Descendant was trying to do a, just milk a little bit of time, be a little scrappy, but also get that play ball back into the batteries. But a beautiful nade by Suppressed will stop him, and now Suppressed has control of the oddball as Av watches this long haul side, but unfortunately Av, he's gonna get taken out. But there's what you have to do, right? At least get 1 kill off of your death. Unfortunately, not everybody's able to do that. It's all 4 down, and Renegade gets a trade, but still, it's a Descendant with the oddball in his hands once again.
Another camouflage finds the hands of Solitude. Renegade already has 12 kills to his name, has a teammate that's pushed up over toward the A side. I believe Avenue ends up getting caught, and Renegade not able to take on multiple players into Whirlpool. Frosty trying to clean up on some of the damage, but it's simply not going to be enough. 3 down goes Solitude. Avenue, the final player alive, waiting for his teammates to come off a spawn and watching Incognito's lead grow.
Yeah, this is what he has to do, right? Like you said, waiting for the spawns to come up on the long haul side. He's going to try and look for an opening here, but unfortunately, he put himself in a really bad spot here on the battery, so he's going to have to wait for a kill to come out on the tower. Now the way is clear, and you're going to see Solitude trying to push in, but these nades are beautiful out of the side of Descendant. He's going to get that nade kill and pick up some more ball time. Sees the spawner on the C side, so this rotation is beautiful as well.
Yeah, once you see your teammate spawning over toward the C and long haul side, you got nothing else but to rotate that ball. Now, at the moment he gets pressured, he should be able to play it off the map, and Frosty's trying to come in quickly to force literally just that. Off the map it goes. Descendant, he wants to trade out his life as well. Frosty won't go down, and Solitude, the first ones at least get eyes on balls. Meanwhile, Incognito, they go 3 down, leaving Wainu by himself.
Well, Descendant's going to try once again to do as much damage as possible. Great job playing his life there. It's just so important, right? When you're no shields, you know you have help coming. Just sit behind the pillar and play your life. You don't always have to challenge to the death. Sometimes playing your life means this, right? That you can provide pressure on the tower side. If he died here, he wouldn't have been able to get that assist, and he wouldn't create an opening in the rotation here for the ball. And all because of him staying alive, this is going to be more ball time for Incognito.
3 down goes Solitude once again, suppress the final player, doing as much damage as possible, but eventually he's gonna hit the black screen. Once again, Solitude find himself 3 down, and towards the end game, final seconds are in. Incognito gonna be taking round number 1 here on Oddball.
Absolutely beautiful out of Incognito, of course, in round number 1, but also beautiful from the Halo community, who has just been supporting us like crazy tonight. Guys, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for supporting LBT, who gave me a platform to cast with this beautiful man on my side, Tony. We love what we do, and we love Halo, and we love you guys as well. But here we go, round number 2. It's going to be Solitude, who need to bring this back in order to potentially tie these rounds up. But Incognito have looked in full control this entire game thus far.
18 kills out of Renegade so far. For not winning that round number 1, that is a crazy amount of kills. The man, if this goes to game 3, you got to think he's on pace to put up what, 40, 50? If this ends up going to 3 games, like after that round number 1, that's actually kind of insane. Love that out of Renegade, but in order to get to round 3, you gotta win this round. So so far Incognito have been really tough, both in their offensive setups, or offensive pushes, their defensive setups. I've really been liking the way Incognito have been playing.
Yeah, I agree with that. The defensives is the big thing for me. You know, their ability to kind of quell the pushes of Solitude when you have like 2 massive Slayers on the roster, and you're able to you know, just get enough damage in to allow yourself to rotate off of the 1 kill, etc. Just goes to show that this roster is definitely the real deal, and it's just great to watch them as they've grown throughout this entire offseason HCS Open tournaments that we've had here.
How in Davy Jones' locker is this man alive right now? I think he just took down all 4 of those players by himself. 2 of them while he was one-shot using the repo. Dude, Suppressed is a freaking animal. He really is.
What kind of animal?
A saber-toothed tiger.
Oh, jeez. Okay, yeah, you don't want to take a bite from those. 4 dead for Incognito, and yeah, Suppressed has really been a factor for me as well. And like you said, Renegade, 21 kills, Tony. 50 seconds on the board here for Solitude. They're trying to win this round number 2. Let's see if they can do it off of Renegade's camera.
Renegade making his way over towards glass. One player's one-shot, but there's another one sneaking up over towards bottom gold. Luckily, Renegade had that camouflage, which I'm pretty sure is the only reason why he's alive at the moment. Frosty, meanwhile, pushing up over towards gold, gets himself a double kill, clears out Incognito, and this gold-sided demands the ball back. He's like, Renegade, you are slaying right now. I'll take the ball for now. You keep doing what you do.
Great patience here by Renegade. You see him using audio there. They have to clamber on that ledge. There's no other way to get on top of that ledge. There's no double jump mechanic. There's nothing. You gotta clamber. So Renegade knows that, utilizes the plasma pistol, and now cleaning up the 2nd kill as well. Flawless gameplay here on a Renegade.
Just looking for the final seconds. Meanwhile, Incognito still in single digits right now. This has been a dominant performance here in round number 2 to ultimately come back in a swing game number 3. Solitude literally just 9 seconds away from ultimately taking this one. Not going to be easy though, as Renegade and so did the entire team end up going 4 down here for Solitude. Incognito not quite on the ball just yet. There we go. But Ryan is on this shock rifle that he can't get any value off of.
I'm gonna need Ryanoob to step it up for us dads out there. I mean, come on, we need to see you come victorious, at least in this this game here. This is a best of 5, of course. We're in the grand finals, a reset, and I'm not a biased caster, so Solitude are gonna win their round in round number 2, and now we go to a round number 3.
I'm a biased caster. I'll tell you right now. I'm biased.
Who do you want to win?
I root for any organization or player that gives me free stuff. I'm talking from a pack of bubble gum to a jersey to a car. You know, any player or organization out there that wants to be liked on the HCS stage. You know, I can be bought, and I'm willing to be bought. And any bit of value, and I'm right there. I'm here. I am a complete sellout.
Same. I'll take anything. Anyway, 6 seconds on the board here for Solitude. This is a good start for them. And, you know, again, in round 3, I believe it was round 1. It was Incognito who had a really solid lead. But round 3, it's Solitude who get a bit of a setup. Renegade going down there with the shock, though, could be exactly what Incognito need in order to solidify themselves some ball time. And I say solidify more than I say anything else, so that needs to stop. But regardless, I've been making some good plays here. Finds an opening, does not have any sort of contention for the rest of his team, but he still goes down.
Incognito were 3 down themselves, but Descendant making an absolute play to defend that ball and to also defend any setup that Solitude could have had. Descendant really going off right there, and because of that, Incognito still have that ball in hands and are still putting time on the board. Switching gears over towards the one-shot suppressed. Somehow staying alive. There's going to be a 3-pronged attack on this gold side. Got someone going right through gold, someone going through glass, and suppressed who gets the flank off.
Yeah, great job by him as well to be aware to rotate the ball towards that pipe side. Some pressure coming out from Precision. Renegade reads that instantly, and now that's, again, another 15-plus seconds of ball time here for Suppressed. You see, he's 24 and 17, Tony, but he has 72 seconds of ball time. Absolutely incredible gameplay by him. And Renegade with a 31 and 15 as well. Just great job by Solitude, really stepping it up in this Grand Finals reset.
Really happy you pointed that out. Like players that are oftentimes like secondary or tertiary slayers with like good assist and also top in list as far as ball time. They oftentimes like kind of fly under the radar. That's why I think Snakebite's one of the more undervalued players from FaZe. That's oftentimes his position. He'll be the secondary slayer or tertiary slayer who have like most assists or second most assists, and then who have by far the most like objective time for his team. And I'm like why are we not paying attention to that enough? So I'm just happy that you ultimately brought that up as Precision with this camouflage, doing everything he can to stay alive while also trying to feed information and also being proactive on the map.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that his camo is gonna fall off, and at a bad time too, right? Because you know, he was kind of that side defense in terms of allowing his team to potentially rotate that ball over. I believe he does stay alive anyway, so it's a great play by him, even staying alive with that without that camo. And you see he gets the spawns on A as well. So A is kind of a free rotation here for Incognito, and they take the lead in this round number 3. So very important all around. They end up going for the play ball, which is actually good because the pressure was coming from every angle, and it's because of Renegade. Renegade being the tip of the spear here, and he's got shock rifle to work with as well.
What a shot coming in from Renegade. The fadeaway. Cole being that man over toward the gold side almost hits another one. Renegade's down to 1 shot, but has his teammates all around him to defend them. Meanwhile, Incognito looks like they were trying to rotate that ball at one point, but it's tough to do when you're being hunted down by Solitude. You are in the crosshairs of one of the most dangerous teams in this tournament, and that ball finds the hands of Solitude once again. We should see another lead change. Will it be for good this time?
Yeah, it's just the impact that Renegade has in the game. It's just actually insane, right? 36 and 18, that, you know, on par to get that 50K at the end of this game here. Av, you know, doing a little bit of the same, you know, kind of being that anchor player who's, you know, sitting back, you know, putting that damage in, not necessarily having that damage turn into, you know, kills, but or too much assist, but regardless, being a presence on the map, that's exactly what you want. Like you said, that lead switch does happen. Solitude now get the lead, approaching that 70-second mark, and this camo in the hands of Renegade once again will potentially be exactly what they need. This is a perfect time to make sure to have this camo control.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought you said 50K. I think about $50,000 prize pool. I was like, what tournament you casting? I'm like, what the heck? Solitude with their final seconds, at least trying to get them, but it looks like that play ball might come in. Incognito coming fast enough to ultimately keep this game alive. This is a swing round in a swing game number 3. We talk about that oftentimes. A team in a best-of-5 series that wins game number 3 oftentimes wins the entire series. This is so important for both of these teams, as Incognito have to play near perfect Halo in order to hold this one off. The setup is here over toward the gold side, but here comes suppressed. Entry frag damages in it, gets himself the assist, but not quite the kill. Multiple going down here for Solitude, but now the same for Incognito. Avenue, he has that shock. He has a couple players in front of him. 13 seconds left, and he's gonna try to get this ball over, but Hush is there, not anymore. This is it. This is it, Tim.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, right? You know, you look at the stats of Av, and you know, if you don't know anything about Halo, you'll be like, oh, he only has 18 assists, or he only has this many kills. But it's the plays that don't show up on the stat sheet that make the difference, right? It's plays like that that win you games, and it's Incognito with now another game on the board here, and a beautiful one at that, a much-needed win in this series. And of course, the grand finals reset, they've come this far, and they turned it up in that game. Renegade, what a beautiful job by him.
I'm not gonna lie to you, when Avenue had that shock rifle and ball, like he knew that there was players pushing over towards long haul, and he grabs the ball and kind of sits top gold. I'm over here like, you know they're coming, right? And I think he obviously did know they were coming, and he was using that as bait. Like, you notice he knew Huss was gonna push that top gold angle, so like it almost like he dropped that ball even a little bit before Huss got there, lines up the shot against the kill. I'm like, oh, okay, that was freaking nasty. Like, but at first I was kind of questioning the decision, because I'm like, they're still there. Like, they didn't go anywhere. They're still pushing you, but really kind of almost using himself in that ball as bait. And that was beautifully played by Avenue, and also beautifully played by Renegade. We talked about him having, I think 18 after round number 1, ends up with 41 kills towards the end of that game, and 67% accuracy. Okay. I've never seen 67 accuracy in my life. Not one time.
Love the damage too out of Renegade. Like you said, 9.7K is insane. Obviously an incredible game out of him. But here we go. It is once again a lead here for the side of Solitude, and a chance for Incognito to bring us to a game 5. But they have the edge here. The problem is that they have got a very hot Renegade, a very hot Suppress, and you don't want to get burned. So they've got to be careful as we go into, once again, live fire, King of the Hill.
I thought we were talking about they were good looking, and they are. It's a really good looking team on Solitude, really hot. King of the Hill live fire coming up here, and what could be the end of this series on my favorite game type. I always talk about King of the Hill being that game type that's literally just, it's. I never feel like I'm out of the game. I can be down 0-3, and no matter what, some way, somehow, you just take it one hill at a time, because it almost feels like a brand new game every single time you go into that hill. Lots of crazy comebacks, lots of crazy opportunity here for Incognito, who are fresh off of getting the reset, putting us here in this position to win the tournament, but it's Solitude that are one game away from taking it right back.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, this initial point of control here is important, right? Because you kind of switch out that hill for that OS. It's a big decision to make. Precision, he's trying to get the best of both worlds, but he ends up getting taken out there. Now that'll be a snipe in the hands of Av now. Break this setup, but look how much hill time they've gotten.
That's the one meta shift that we noticed from going into King of the Hill, like early season 2, was like players will go for that hill time early, especially because Overshield is on a delay. You might as well try to get every bit of value out of that hill and put yourself as close as possible to one break and take it away. So Incognito doing just that, and now Solitude have to have a perfect setup here. They cannot lose not one round of slays.
Really great game sense by Frosty right there, right? He's aware that there's one player flanking, one player made it through, He wasn't aware that they got through the rat tunnel already, but regardless, being aware of that one player is going to make sure that Incognito are 4 down. The question to me is, with those spawns coming out on the Brute side and the west side of the map, do they toss this hill and set up for the next one?
I find it so annoying that the AI character like follows the player around. Is it, like, I remember when I was there in season 1. Is that still a thing right now? I just noticed it right now where like the AI character is just like, it tells you, it's kind of like free information right there if you use it the right way. I didn't even know that was. I forgot that was a thing back in season 1. Sorry, 1-0 lead for Solitude. Frosty was able to grab a hold of that green gun, but Incognito, the ones that are set up early onto the tower side of the map.
Tony, you just gave a whole bunch of people information on how to cheat now. Thank you so much. I actually never utilized that, so I'm going to be utilizing that now. But yeah, it's a really good start here for the side of Solitude, and you see the Slays are not crazy. Renegades 8-3. You got the rest of the team at 4 kills, but pretty much what we're expected, or what we expect, I'm sorry, to see out of this squad. And that first cap lead is going to be a good start for them, but wait a minute. Wait, Frosty's just getting free damage in, and he's able to stay alive on top tower. Not really expecting this to happen, but still playing his life. What a beautiful job, but he ends up getting taken out towards the end.
Yeah, when you push that wide side of the tower, you're staring down the barrel of 3 different players of Incognito. You didn't think he's gonna get a few shots in and not take any damage whatsoever, and then the repulse stops that push from going forward. So, you know, a nice little life coming in out of Frosty there, but eventually Incognito do find the kills that they're looking for, do get control of that hill. Avenue needs to get this kill on the sniper player, and he's able to do so, but Incognito coming in quick. That's Ryan Noob with the first. Oh my gosh!
Goodness! That was nice. That was a nice clean shot by Av, but you know, I was kind of looking for him to back up. I'm assuming he got the call up that Ryan Noob was 1 shot, so he's playing a bit aggressive while backing up, just making sure to watch that angle, but gets that pick. It's that top tower control that's so very important on this hill, and I would say almost every hill except for the next one. The next one's a bit kind of wonky because sitting on top tower, you don't really get any line of sights, of course, when the hill's on A. But I think on every other hill, top tower is the most important spot to be, and Descendant is aware of that, gets a double. That's 2 down once again for Solitude, but it will be Huss who gets the OS.
Overshield coming up. Shroud is down, so that should make sure that Huss grabs a hold of it. Meanwhile, Precision, if he can just stay alive, reinforcements are coming in quick in the form of an Overshield player. And in fact, it looks like they even got some close spawners coming in, so Incognito right into the action. Huss right up over toward that tower side control. And Solitude maybe putting down points on the board, but if Incognito can find a kill or 2, that can change things. Apparently, that's not going to happen.
So much time has come off this clock here. We're down to 2 minutes and 53 seconds of time remaining, and it's just because both these teams, they want to get full control first before they jump into this hill. It's not about really getting scrappy time. Lots of repulses going back and forth. It's just honestly, we're playing football at this point, just tossing players back and forth with the repulse. It's going to be 4 dead though for Solitude. A chance for Incognito now to take this.
In Solitude, literally just 1 or 2 kills away, can probably steal it away, but Incognito, they've been really good with the defensive setups. A trade out in life early. Avenue goes right up over towards that hill, and it looks like the Marty down grenade does enough damage for his teammates to pick up on that kill. Renegade now right up the middle, trying to finish it out. He's down to 1 shot, can't get the final second, and Incognito might just steal this one away. Suppressed is there, but there's still 3 more members of Incognito. We're tied up at 1 apiece, where to be honest, I don't think we should be.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy, right? I honestly thought that Solitude had full control of that. Av jumping in. Yes, he did get a bit of damage as he gets a triple kill here. Can he clean up the overkill is the question. Yes, he does. He doesn't get the medal, and that makes me really sad. But he does get the killing spree.
There's a place off Ocean Avenue. Coming in quick with that A-side control, and look at all of this time because about 30% done with this hill already. With both Sniper and Overshield about to come up. It looks like a player of Solitude did have to give up his life over toward the Overshield side, but Ryan can't quite pop the Overshield, so Solitude not only already done with 50% of this hill, but they're going to be coming in quickly because they have the Overshield. I'm like 90% sure. There we go.
There it is, the Overshield in the hands of Frosty, and this is a big one. We already talked about this, right? We're in the grand finals reset. I don't know where he went either, Frosty. He went so fast to rat tunnel, it's insane. Suppress gets taken out. The OS is gone, and Huss playing his life here on a very weird angle. It's gonna be interesting, right? He finds the opening to push on through, takes a ton of damage, ends up going down. Once again, Tony, what I'm constantly seeing is Solitude have control, and they're just quelling push after push after push here. Finally, it's Incognito who get the push and break the defenses, and now getting some time for themselves.
Yeah, we saw a bit of a pivotal battle right there with multiple kills going in favor of Incognito. We're looking to steal away this hill the same way that Solitude stole away that hill number 2. So Incognito, A-side defense is up. Huss all the way down to 1 shot, gets sent back. You don't know him like that. Precision ends up in the black screen, and Solitude taking back that A-side control. Frosty gonna smartly back down. At this point, it's more important for him to stay alive. This should be their hill. 2-1 lead for Solitude.
Frosty's in an interesting position right now, right? Because he's essentially, well, he's in the play now, but he's kind of like the entry frag. He's got to make sure that he gets those kills and gets that tower control. We talked about that before, right? Making sure to keep that top tower control or essentially get those spawns. And you see 3 are down. Instead of getting the top tower control, he gets the top tower spawns and he gets hill instead. So it's all about filling those positions, being, adapting to the play, adapting to what's happening on the map. OS coming up as well.
They try to fill in those holes, fill in every hole. When you have players over towards one side on your A side, you're trying to control this side of the map and try to force enemies over toward the green side. You got to fill in that C side hole, and once you're able to do that, you influence those spawns, which is exactly what Solitude are doing. Map awareness is obviously on point. As Solitude looking to close out their 3rd hill. That'll put them 1 away from ultimately taking this tournament. Overshield in the hands of Frosty once again, who's trying to stay alive over towards this hill. Renegade ends up stealing it away, and now here it is. Solitude 1 hill away from taking the tournament.
There you go, 3 dead for Incognito. Like you said, 1 hill away, and then only 2 minutes left as well. We'll see if they're able to continue on this pressure here. A great repulse takes out 1, and there it is again, right? No shields on the last player that's in a position to defend. They're not able to kill him, though. It's going to be Huss, and Huss stays alive long enough to be a nuisance. And that will mean that this hill not getting taken just yet, but some time being added by Solitude, so they've got that advantage to their name.
Well, somehow Incognito, I mean, they come out with some quick kills off the spawn here, and they find themselves over towards the hill. End up in the middle of a couple different Solitude players here. Sniper in the hands of Frosty. He tried to get it over on tower, but sadly it's not gonna happen. Avenue takes down that player who's to a Tony Hawk Pro Skater up that wall right there. Incognito still have the advantage over towards this hill, but it's really not enough. What matters is who gets these next round of slays.
Yeah, and this OS as well. I believe there's a sniper. Yeah, there it is. Renegade ends up finding that. It's a bit scary here. He decides to play it forward. Usually when you grab this snipe, you want to set up onto that tower side, but he decides to play forward here. The spawns come out and stagger, which is potentially what he wants, right? 1 player spawn on this side, another player spawn on that side, get all the body shots, do all the damage, and secure that overshield. But did he do that? I don't know if OS is... Yeah, the OS is in the hands of Ryanoob, so I believe Ryanoob ended up picking that up.
It looks like Incognito find the hole within the defense of Solitude once again. Final seconds in, it looks like Incognito could be 1 away from Solitude, where things were looking like Solitude might be able to close it out on that top middle hill. Incognito once again take control. Incognito steal away their 2nd hill, and they're set up early towards this 3rd hill. We can be seeing an incredible comeback from Incognito.
That's the thing. There's just so many holes in Solitude. And they're finding them, and that's the thing. You can't really you have to have that defense that is just a solidified wall, where there's no way to enter in or anything like that. You just play that defense. You see that defense sometimes wins games. Incognito approaching their 3rd hill now. It's a massive kill though, right there. 3 down for Incognito. That's gonna give them control of this B hill and potentially the map as well, but I don't see anyone overextending there. Everyone's kind of stuck on the back of B.
Now a reset opportunity here for Incognito. They really want to play for free damage. They want to play for this first kill. Ryan trying to sniff out the player on the tower side. It's going to be Renegade. Doesn't take any damage whatsoever. Doesn't exactly have the kill that they're looking for, but they're quickly running out of time, so it's plan B, headbutt the enemy team. Two quickly going down for Solitude. It looks like the third one falls. Renegade gonna be the final player alive over towards Pillars and wins the pivotal battle, brings out the most important weapon in the game. And that's the AR trading out his life. Solitude stopping Incognito from closing it out. They're trying to funnel members over towards this hill. Solitude are already healed. This is an absolute fight onto the green side of the map, but one that Incognito are desperately trying to win.
Great job by Suppress right there, staying alive, but he's not going to be able to get... Okay, he gets in, but just too much pressure, right? They got to play for this new hill. Frosty's ready for it. He gets the kill on the sniper player as well, so this would be sniper in the hands of Frosty. We've seen what he's done with his back up against the wall. We'll see if he's able to do it again here, as only one cap will decide if this game goes to a game 5 or if Solitude in the tournament now. My goodness, that shot on the Huss.
Just when you thought Incognito were in a hole too deep to climb out of, they end up putting back-to-back hills to tie things up. But it's Frosty and Solitude. They're looking to end it right here. The early setup and early kills coming in from Frosty and the sniper have been quite impressive, but eventually Solitude find himself 4 down. Incognito once again in the defensive stances, and we've seen it time and time again. When they set up on you, they are hard to break. Huss is extended out, and he might just end up right behind enemy lines.
Yeah, they spot him, though. He's going to take a lot of damage here. I don't believe they turn around to take him out, though. He's kind of out of the play, but the speed at which he comes back into play is what's impressive to me. The thing is, they catch him off guard. He ends up getting taken out, and that's all 4 dead, and a full setup now for Solitude.
Incognito don't really have to worry about the 21 seconds as far as regulation. No matter what, you have overtime. It's do or die here, but it starts with staying alive. It starts with getting the first pick, and sadly Incognito, the first ones, to them going 2 down. They match it, a momentary 2v2 scenario, but Frosty sniffs out Huss, and now Solitude, they have that advantage. The only thing Incognito can do can try to play for this overshield, but they have to play for overshield and push up at the same time. I don't think they have enough time to just simply wait for the OS.
Yeah, and Frosty plays the 4D chess, right? Even though they get OS, he knows that they're in position for it. He's got the plasma pistol. That OS is null and void, and there you have it. Solitude with another victory once again in your HCS off-season open.
It took them a while. They made it to the grand finals through the winners bracket. They end up getting the bracket reset on them, but they finally put a whole tournament under their belt there. They're coming out as your winners. 3-1 fashion, 3 in a row after Incognito taking that first game on Extraction, and eventually Solitude are your champions. What a tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it was just really fun to watch as well. It's just really back and forth. Incognito put up a massive fight, but like I said before, when, there's more games under the belt of Solitude, they just tend to play better. I just want to take a moment, though, to shout out the incredible support that is coming in through the chat. I mean, I don't want to get all emotional, but LVT is the reason that I'm here casting, that I get a platform to be able to cast, it's because of the support coming out of you guys that allows me to do that. So thank you very, very much for that. And thank you for all the support that you're providing us, guys.
Wow, what a show. A slobber knocker. Wow, that was crazy. Congratulations to Solitude. That's the 3rd out of 4, right? So who do we need? There's one more, right? There's one more off season. It's on January 7th, right? Who do we need to see come through, right? I feel like we need some big teams coming out. What do y'all think?
Shopify Rebellion, right? Like I feel like they need to be coming back, right? Defend the championship one more time, new roster, and I'm sure there could be a few new rosters. I think the biggest one in mind right now, Optic Gaming, right? I want to see Dead Zone in action.
Absolutely, yeah. Optic Gaming for sure, because we've been pretty much running pickup squads all off season, right? So I think here come January, it's going to be time to kick things into gear. Tony, what team are you most looking forward to in 2024?
I mean, I would like to see any of these rosters that are already confirmed, and even ones that aren't. I would love to see Optic, like you said, but even if SSG don't announce before the next tournament, I wouldn't be mad if they signed up with a Smurf. If they only said, "Hey, look, we want to make the announcement. We have a Smurf coming in. We just want to come and get some last minute practice on the off season, the final tournament." I wouldn't be mad at. I wouldn't be mad at it as a TO. I would allow it. I'm saying it's the final tournament here in the off season. Let's get everybody coming in. Let's see what are we looking at, and in fact, let's throw in Forbidden Extraction. Let's throw a little hair. No GAs for that tournament. We playing Forbidden and Extraction. Let's see how the teams look on the new maps and new teams. That's just me though.
Well, we'll do an all Extraction, all CTF Forbidden.
All right, relax.
All right, active. I feel like Tony might have picked the team that you probably had on the top of your head, but who are you looking forward to seeing in 2024?
Well, I was going to say SSG, but I'm also going to say that I heard from a little birdie, it was actually on his stream, that SSG is going to announce their roster before Christmas, or before the end of the year, I think he said, before the end of the year. So we'll get to see their announcement, and I really am curious to see who it is. We got a couple of ideas, but yeah, I think every roster needs to get on and compete, regardless about what money it's for or whatever. I think it's very important to get that practice in and those reps in.
All right. Well, congratulations to Solitude pulling it off again. Another bracket reset this time, but Solitude didn't come from the lower bracket this time, so winning bracket team still won today. Any final thoughts, Tools?
I just want to say, we had a ton of support during that last match, right? A lot of gifted subs, a lot of Prime subs, and just want to say thank you to everyone that did it, right? No one's paying us to be here, right? It's all community funded. It's all you guys watching and helping, so all that goes a long way. If you're able, we appreciate it. If you're not, just watching helps. The other thing I wanted to give a shout out to is our YouTube. I think we almost hit 300 current on YouTube. So exclamation mark YouTube in the chat. Go check it out. If you're not the biggest fan of ads, I'm sure YouTube maybe has a little bit less on there. Go check it out. We don't mind if you watch on YouTube. It's just as good of an experience as it is on Twitch. We're trying to grow that platform this next year, so keep an eye on the YouTube.
Yeah, for sure. I want to shout out our gifters. We had Eric Escape, Gun Ranger, Izzy Scout, DJ Awesome, Via Meta, all gifting 5 or less. Then we had White's Edge with 10 gifted today, Erected with 21 gifted, and then last but not least, shout out to my mother, Mama LVT, repping for the team here, dropping 27 today. She enjoys the shows pretty thoroughly. I think I've asked her who her favorite talent is, and she said, why not be reckless? So,
there you go.
Look at it.
Oh, man, he's all excited. It's over.
End the show. That's all we need to know. That's what good. Close the show, baby.
It's just because his mouth work is too damn good, bro.
Come on, dude.
Again with the mouth work. All right.
Never going to live this down, guys. Help.
Seriously though, shout out to Rected here in the last 5 minutes gifting 10 subs to the community. We also had OG Krillin that might not have shown up on the list just a second ago, but also giving out 5 gifted, and then of course a slew of primes and single month subs. Ladies and gents, we really appreciate all of these subs, because as you all know, we made a big push to hit the 70-30 split with Twitch, and we nailed it, and now here we are. Beige TV gifting out 10. I feel like Beiji's here every single weekend gifting 10 subs, so appreciate that.
Let's go.
And man, I imagine there could be a hype train on the way soon, but nevertheless, any suggestions from the chat real quick? Stream's over, tournament's over. Who do we want to raid today? Any special requests from the chat? I'm looking at who's live. We got Eli X, Extreme Breaker, Royal 2, Shyway, Pink Sakura, Victoria. What are we feeling, guys?
I feel like if Frosty,
he's
went off.
He's not streaming.
Dude, he went insta offline, bro. That's crazy.
I think Eli X does watch parties of the tournaments, so
sure does.
Ooh, yeah, I like Eli.
Let's go.
I'd say Eli or Stress. One of those two. I like both those guys.
Yeah, I think we
rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Yeah, let's see. We actually rated Eli last night, guys.
Oh, did we?
We did. It was late last night.
Stress is
Let's see. All right, it's all good, guys. What does chat say? I didn't get a chance. Someone said a couple of Vitorias.
Ooh, someone said more.
Mortally? Ooh. Okay. All right, well, we'll make a decision here in the back. Stress says, yo. All right.
It's over now. It's smart man.
Stress also. Hey, watch partying all day, right? Shout out to the grassroots community, grassroots partners, everybody supporting the scene from top to bottom. So it's been a great off season. The off season is not done, right? We have another event on the 30th. I believe it's a free for all presented by the United States Marine Corps. You'll be able to catch that right here on LVT Halo. And then, of course, as I said, there is one more off season open. I believe it's January 7th. Whether or not you can sign up for that right now is unbeknownst to me. I can check real quick.
I think there's like already 43 teams signed up. So
you're absolutely right. There's 52 now. So there's
52,
been 9 since you last looked.
Thank God for 64 team. So that means what? There are 12 teams left that you can sign up. And remember, this tournament is in 3 weeks, so maybe you can sign up earlier rather than later, folks.
Yeah, I have a feeling there could be some changes with this last one. We'll find out. Nevertheless, that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. For everybody here at LVT Halo, thank you for joining. Appreciate all the subs today. We just had 100 bits come through from Fulcrum as well. But that's going to be it for HCS Offseason number 4 show. Join us next time. We'll be back. Be sure to have the notifications on because we'll let you know if there's going to be drops or what exactly is going on. Ladies and gents, congratulations to Solitude once again. They pull it off, and that's it for LVT. We're out.